that tiny weedy little reset. When I'm getting changed, I'm just like, I'm gonna sit here for a little bit.
The 2022 season has arrived and we are ready to kick things off with a bang.
Smoke soon to fade. Tizian, he's just drawing them back. This would be an immaculate 1v3.
No way.
He finds that timing and he walks away with the clutch. It is big to walk away with the win. Complexity at the bottom of Group A.
I think we're seeing that complexity is still a work in progress.
Hunter was inside of the bomb site. He created a gap with a secondary smoke. Oh, he lands that shot on Popsky.
Pressure's on Happus. Bomb tap twice. Oh, and the Deagle lineup. He's gone unchecked. Two players line up. Easy pickups from Hunter. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is G2 taking the top spot.
You have one clear favorite in NAVI, of course, being the best team in the world, showcasing last year that they were unbeatable.
But now Bit's got a lot to do.
Oh.
Good shot from Exit as he jumps up.
One more kill is simple on his own. 1 versus 3 and he goes down. MIBR, they pull through the upset and defeat NAVI.
Blame F, though, inside smoke. Oh, the double. And now it needs to... Oh, like this. The headshot to Perfecto. If it's not electronic, then it's Astralis locking in a win.
Oh my God.
It is Navi out for the day.
They go out of this group dead last.
Nexa has no idea, still a C no, and there's the first shot, nice and quick. Glaive, sound cues are perfect, and Nexa's got that one as well. Here's the footsteps and doesn't want to commit, and now Nexa, if he wants to win this, he pretty much has to stick the ball.
Flimsy's very close to this. Yeah, right. Oh, the ace! Yes, sir! Tip of the hat to OG, coming in hot. in a group with Astralis, MIBR, and NAVI. They will top it.
God damn. Look at this backstab as well. Apex is going to slow it all down. Triple kill as Cirque turns.
It all falls on Stewie. Alish clears the corner, and Team Liquid clear EG, sending them down in 4th place of Group C.
And down in the pit, alone fighting is Dupree. Oh. Incredible transfer.
See if they get the flash there or not. They do.
Oh no.
That's
Zywo's blind as well. Oh, Rain the double deagle. You're not gonna. A 4th FaZe Clan with a sweet, sweet revenge.
Damn.
The Blast Spring groups are back and we are about to get cutthroat. 3 elimination games on the card today as the competition heats up and the fight for survival starts here. Joining myself for SBS, see who's going to keep the head. I've got Pimp to my right, Maniac to my left. Gentlemen, excited to be back with some Counter-Strike.
Yeah, you know, a couple of days off makes you miss Counter-Strike a little bit, especially at the very highest level. So, yeah, recharged and ready for it.
Any highlights for you, Maniac, looking at the past 3 days, just in case anybody missed out on the action?
I mean, there's a lot to choose from. I feel like the Vitality FaZe traction that we had on Group C was very interesting, honestly. We knew that FaZe would come in hot with Robs replacing all of Meister. We had a lot of questions towards Vitality, but I feel like this group really delivered.
And that's what makes me really excited for this format, because we're going to be seeing more of the teams going forward, but we have to take a look at the 2022 season to see exactly what is on the cards for this year. We're starting again here at the groups. That's the first stage of this spring season, of course, moving on to that final later in June. That's going to be on LAN. That's going to be super exciting indeed. Full season as well. We're going to be reiterating the group Showdown, the final yet again, and of course, all feeding into the World Final at the end of the year too. And this is what makes this format extra exciting as well, Pimp, is the fact that you've got the groups, you've got that, I guess, buffer of the Showdown, but it ain't easy if you fall down there.
Nah, Showdown is very tough, you know. It's a best-of-3 format, single elimination, so it's going to be win or lose, you know, get through or not. So I love the build-up we have at Blast, you know. We're building slowly but surely up to the World Finals and then crowning a couple of winners in the process as well. So it's just an overall good circuit.
And I think that's the risk for the teams coming in today. We can take a look at exactly what is on the cards in our gauntlet. The fact that one of these teams in this elimination round will be moving down to the Showdown, Maniac. That is a cutthroat indeed.
Yeah, absolutely. Today, consequences wait around the corner because the 3 teams who will lose their games respectively will make it to the Showdown. That is it. There's no buyback. There's no second chance. You have to fight through the Showdown. So a very cutthroat day, as you say.
Yeah, and then moving on to the semi-finals, that's going to be gracing our screens tomorrow. It's not exactly elimination for these guys. Of course, we're moving on in terms of the bracket as well, but the loser of the semi-final does get that last chance on Sunday, Pimp. So there is a little bit of a buffer for them.
Yeah, but you definitely want to win, right? So you have 2 chances going into the final day on Saturday. But yeah, it's getting spicy.
And just looking at how this bracket is progressing as well, of course, we can see that they're kind of separated in terms of the teams. But a lot of spice been shaking things up. The fact that NAVI were going to be seeing them today in that elimination group, that doesn't make it easy for the likes of NIP, for the likes of OG going forward.
No, you're absolutely right. And I think that middle bracket, if I can call it like this, had this fair share of surprises. Not only is NAVI today fighting for survival, but OG Esports actually already sitting in the final. And we are talking about G2, OG, and FaZe were now 1 game away, 1 win away from making it to the finals. And I wasn't exactly sure that was going to happen for OG. I got surprised.
Very important to notice as well, you see the 3 brackets here, right? No bracket is going to change up. The teams are going to stay within their own bracket, as we saw from the group stage coming into here. We mixed the team and we messed them up a little bit, but for now, these brackets are set, right? So there is potential for a couple of rematches and grot matches as we progress with the bracket.
I think just to point out the finals as well, that was the teams that topped their group in the last 3 days of the competition last week. So we got G2, OG, and FaZe. And I think, Maniac, it's kind of safe to say when we're looking at some of those, I don't think we necessarily expected all of those names to be the ones going first seed from that group.
I guess G2 was a candidate, of course. I think people had high expectations with Maniac.CET chiming in instantly. When it comes to FaZe, same conversation. They're one of the few teams that only did 1 roster change. They didn't have to rework their entire philosophy. They basically plugged in a better player. But on the side of OG, I had no doubt that the Nexa buff on day 1 would happen the way it happened. And I guess for them, the battle is going to be to prove to us that this wasn't just a 1-day honeymoon, but that they actually can have that kind of level.
Yeah, and important to note, this is best of 3s going forward as well. So nowhere to run, nowhere to hide for these teams, but they're all vying for a spot here at the spring finals. You see 3 logos up there. They're the teams that are closest to claiming their spot, but the question marks underneath Pimp, that is up for debate. Some of these teams could be coming all the way from these elimination games and making it to the finals.
They put themselves in a very favorable position, right? Especially G2, OG, and FaZe, as you see. OG. They just have to win one game. That's it. Then they qualify. But as said, if they lose both their games during this weekend, then they won't qualify. So there's still a lot of stake for all these teams.
Yeah, I think it's very important that we make the point that none of these spots at the finals come cheap and easy. Absolutely not. And it doesn't matter if you're G2, OG phase. I guess one of the perks you had is a bit more time to prepare, and then you can observe your adversaries and your opponents down the road. But still, you have to win a best of 3 against a very good team to qualify. You lose 2 games, you're out. You go to the showdown. So nothing is guaranteed for them.
Yeah, and speaking of the showdown, it's definitely cutthroat when we're getting into that one as well. A hell of a lot more teams to be going through, and only 2 spots from this. Of course, the names you see, 3 of them are guaranteed to be going down to the showdown. And if you're those 3 names, you definitely don't want to be seeing them.
You don't want to be in the showdown. The showdown is fun, especially for the viewers,
for us,
especially
yeah.
for us.
For us, it's really fun.
But for the teams, it's a nightmare. It's so tough. It's so hard cut through that you got to win all the games right. You can't afford just 1 day off or 1 game off or even sometimes 1 map off. So the showdown is very rough. So if you're any of the teams you see on the screen right here, you definitely want to make sure to avoid that if possible.
Yeah, we've definitely seen a hell of a lot of upsets coming from the showdown, and the fact that it's 1 loss and you're out single elimination. Cutthroat indeed. So these are the games that are going to be gracing our stage today. I asked Pimp earlier, the highlight game. What about you, Maniac? What are you looking forward to?
I mean, obviously NAVI League is the easy one, but I do think that with MIBR complexity, we might have some surprises. I'm looking forward to seeing what they have on store. Oh, we have our predictions right there.
Time for Pimp and I to glow, and Anders in the green room as well. We're currently
quickly to discuss Anders.
Oh, Matthew, what happened here?
Look, Group B was not necessarily really nice to me. I think Group A and C, I kind of found my way to the truth, but Group B really did a number on me. But don't worry, guys, I'll be right behind you. I'll be sniffing down your neck. I'm ready if you come back.
I mean, you did go for MIBR. That's a ballsy move. I got to give it to you.
I mean, sometimes a man's got to have courage.
You're really not liking NA today either. I don't know whether
put that narrative out there already, right? Put that narrative out there. It's a Maniac. You say you really dislike NA. Don't put that kind of message out.
Well, we can take a look at the schedule to see exactly what is on the cards today. Of course, 3 best of 3s coming your way. Plenty of Counter-Strike action to be getting into. Big versus EG are going to be rounding out our day. Then Team Liquid versus NAVI. But first, it is time to get into our first best of 3 series of the day. Elimination at that. It's Complexity taking on MIBR.
This Complexity squad is actually the most exciting and most interesting, because this is the next generation of North American Counter-Strike.
This is Complexity double digits, unless they can just hang on to this control, and Fang does it dirty.
All things considered right now, MIBR just have to ride this momentum and again, continue to play Counter-Strike with confidence. MIBR have already won this tournament in the fashion that they beat NAVI in the first game.
Brilliant headshot to begin with, and boom it, she's in trouble too. Bomb is on the ground, Exit doing all the work right here.
Compass clash as both North and South collide. Brazilians coming in with a new look MIBR, taking on a new look Complexity. And it's two teams that came in with more questions than answers, I think, into this new season, Maniac. So let's set the stage a bit. What did we learn last week from both of these two teams?
Well, I think we've seen that on a few maps, there is a ceiling that can be very high. Obviously, MIBR beating NAVI took everyone by surprise, everyone by storm. Complexity did go 0-2, but they fought back against the likes of G2. So it's not all doom and gloom. I think they have done enough for us to be attentive to what they're about to do, but they still are very logically in the elimination day of this last week.
I agree. You know, it's two teams that's tough right now to measure. We don't really know where they're at in terms of their respective level. We don't really know what the potential is for the future. One thing I will say, though, that was MIBR winning against NAVI, as you heard coming into it, you know, that was an achievement and a half for them. To be able to even be competitive in a game like that, let alone win it, that's enough for them to say that this has been a success. I don't expect MIBR to make big waves at a tournament with this many caliber teams, you know, that can play Counter-Strike at a high level, but for them to be competitive is the sole focus I have, at least. I don't expect much more than that.
And when we're talking about MIBR as well, something that really shone through, particularly in that NAVI game, was the pure unadulterated aggression. The openings that they were managing to get against NAVI was really impressive.
Yeah, they were absolutely relentless. I just wanted to make the comment as well that there is a similarity in between these two teams, right? In both occasions, you have a very tenured organization who now believes in the next generation. And I think that is very vital for both these scenes. We're talking the Brazilian scene, of course. If you've been a fan of Counter-Strike in Brazil, you know MIBR. You breathe MIBR. It's been a name that you've heard for so long, and now they trust these younglings to actually carry the torch and try to break through ceilings. If you're Complexity, same stuff. Complexity's been around for years and years and years, and now they trust in the likes of JT, Fang. So for these communities, you look up at these guys think, okay, I can make it. You know, they can believe in our scenes, they can believe in the grassroots, they can help us make it to the next level. So I think both these teams serve the same purpose in their ecosystem.
Yeah, kind of an inspiration for some of the younger people coming through into the ecosystem as well. I like that we get to take a look at some of the results from MIBR just last week, because obviously the NAVI one, that's what we were harping on about, the biggest upset that we saw so far at the groups. But then coming up against OG and then Astralis, I don't know, kind of faltering a little bit from MIBR, maybe what we expected from them.
I think we saw the ceiling for MIBR in those games. The fact they weren't able to be competitive at all is what I take away from that game, right? The scoreline suggests 16-9, 16-10. You can argue that a couple of rounds going the way of MIBR, we have a game on our hands, but when you saw the game, when you felt the game sort of, it was never close at any point. So again, MIBR, it's been one game where we have been very, very impressed. Yes. We also have to address the fact that NAVI obviously had a very poor start to the year, a very poor start to the tournament, so that's a factor we have to credit as well. But it's hard for me to put stock into MIBR. I think we've seen glimpses, you know, but we've also seen the ceiling.
I think that the biggest problem MIBR had was that barring Dust 2, which again we're going to touch on against NAVI, on these two other maps, their offense, their T side, could never break through the defense of OG and Astralis. Never. We're talking 3 rounds across 2 games, and they never found the success. I know Counter-Strike's been quite CT-sided recently. That's obviously a consequence of the updates. But if MIBR cannot find a way to make it work on the T side, that is it. That is it. They're going to get smashed.
Well, before we do jump into this first best of 3 series, you do have a few words from at.CET.
So you got through the best of ones with a win over NAVI and the loss against Astralis and OG. I wanted to see, what did you learn from these games, at.CET?
I think that we learned the most was that our T side wasn't good enough, but we had some practice. We focused on the T side. We have almost a week to get better, and we got a little better. And we fixed a lot of mistakes that we did, and I think that it was the most important thing.
And how is BRNN feeling now? Is he more integrated into the roster? Is that going to help improve your T size? Does he understand what's going on?
He's in the same shape. He's feeling confident as he always was. He's talking more, like in game. He wasn't talking too much. He was only doing what we said to him. but now I think he's getting used to us, and he's saying a lot of stuff more like flash for me, I'm gonna do this pick, I'm gonna do that, and I think he's getting better, and yeah, that's it.
Seems like Exodus already been listening to you, Maniac, with the improvements on the T side. But I like that we get to hear a few words about Brenno as well, the stand-in, obviously coming into the squad, because we had a few questions. How integrated is he going to be with the squad, considering, you know, he has been standing in for them for quite a while, for most of the Blast tournaments as well. But he has been a pretty big difference maker.
He's been the difference maker, as you said, right? He's the guy you go to. He's the guy with the productivity on the server. He's the guy that can outfrag some of the opponents they've been up against. And they faced OG, they faced Astralis, they faced NAVI. Those are rough opponents. And he's been delivering more or less in every single game. I think the consistency coming out of him, especially when you hear the interview here as well, saying that he doesn't communicate that much. It's still not, you know, he doesn't feel, I sense at least part of the team just yet. He is, technically speaking, still a stand-in, I guess, but he's playing well.
He's an academy player from the side of MIBR, and you have to realize he's replacing the highest fragger of the team, Cello, which, by the way, I hope I get to see one day in Blast, because we never had the occasion.
Best of luck.
If you have to replace Cello, then obviously you have big responsibility. He's been the big surprise for MIBR for sure, and one that we have to follow for the future, because if he's able today to already put some performances against OG, Astralis, and NAVI, then maybe there's a future over there.
Well, if you're talking about the struggles on the T side of MIBR, surely we're looking at them to have sort of more hot starts coming into this if we know they're going to be struggling in those areas.
Yeah, I mean, the pistol rounds are really the only thing that went MIBR way so far. They have one of the best pistol rounds. You can see it right here. They won 5 out of 6, and even then they were able to convert most of these occasions, which is great. Now, the downside of that story is the opening kills. It's been really, really complicated for MIBR because they only win 12% of their 4v5. That's not how it is usually in Counter-Strike. At the highest level, we're looking at 30 to 35%. Teams are usually able to work their way back into a round. For MIBR, I really feel like if the first encounter, the first duel doesn't go their way, they don't really have anything to fall back on.
It's sort of like a one-trick pony in a way. I agree. It has been looking pretty dim. We talked about them not being competitive in 2 of the games, yet they still win both pistol rounds in one of the games as well. And as you said, the 4v5 conversion rate is not good enough. So they need to find some more synergy. And as we heard in the interview, they have been working on the T side. So hopefully that will show today.
Yeah, they have had a little bit of time in this break that we've had as well to be working on that. And then moving on to the side of complexity, of course, they're taking on Big and G2, losing out to both, unfortunately. Sure, kind of closer games, but is this what you expected, Pimp, seeing this kind of newly gelling roster coming together, you know, obviously not making waves so far?
Yes, I would say so. That's kind of what I expected. I don't think complexity right now is at a stage where they should be able to beat the teams they've faced so far. Of course, you'd always like to see a competitive game. We saw a bit of a mini comeback on Nuke after struggling massively in the first game against G2 Esports, so that was a good one to see. The complexity game against Big, I was a little bit disappointed in. I think Big played a poor tournament, you know, and yet they were still not able to even pressure them, so that wasn't too well. But all things considered, new roster, new lineup, and as Matthew said, that's more the future. That's not right now. I don't consider complexity to be a team that should be able to qualify from a tournament with so much quality in it.
I think the premise for complexity and their success is very romantic in a way, because you believe that some of these players who individually couldn't break through, given the right circumstances, given the right friendship and the right philosophy, will then play much better. Of course, you have the likes of Junior, who tried it in Freya, that didn't go really his way. Grim had to stay in Liquid. We know it's been tumultuous as well. Floppy out of Counter-Strike to Valorant, back now. So it's kind of this idea that if you put all the right elements together, suddenly they'll elevate. I say it's romantic because I don't know how much of that is just dreams and hopes and how much of that is actual logic. I think they believe in that project. Personally, I think they're going to very quickly realize that there are some barriers and limits.
Yeah, the 2 individuals I really want to put under the spotlight for them, you mentioned them already, Floppy being the first one, as you were saying, you know, not really finding a home when we're looking back at Counter-Strike as well, obviously then moving to Valorant. Do you feel like this is maybe a ground for Floppy to really prove that we can sort of elevate his skill ceiling?
Yeah, I hope so, right? He's been so close to breaking through before. His stint in Cloud9 was a little bit rough, you know, hasn't been the easiest conditions to play in. We see it right here as well. ATK, that was when he broke through. Cloud9 stint, you know, with 2 different iterations of the lineup as well. He was part of the one where they brought in at.CET, they brought in some European players as well that didn't really work out. Then going for Valorant, it strikes me and seems to me that when he came back from Valorant, he was super motivated. He actually played well. We've seen it with Automatic, we've seen it with Nitro. Some of those Valorant players, they may need a couple of months in order to get back on track, whereas for Floppy, he was playing pretty well from the get-go. So to me, he strikes me as a very personal and very motivated guy that is ready to take on the challenge. And I think he's been playing fairly well.
And on a very selfishly perspective, if you're Floppy right now, you have an occasion to cement the fact that you're better than all of the rest of your teammates and that you are the next one in the pipeline towards success. And that, of course, could be a way in for Floppy.
And that's a point I want to make, right? Because you said it's a bit romantic when we talk about complexity. In reality, you know, in the hardcore world, this is a farmers team. This is a team that Liquid will look towards, EG will look towards. Some of the top NA dogs would look at this team, and if anyone can break through, if anyone can play fantastically well and have to replace a player within Liquid or EG for the future, you look towards teams like Complexity. So there's a food change we have to acknowledge as well and respect. And I think that's where, as Maniac.CET, when you're looking at it from a selfish point of view, you want to be able to stand out. You want to be able to make sure that teams are looking towards you and thinking you can be the next guy in a top team.
I also want to touch on the man that we see on our screen right now, Junior, just because looking historically at this sort of former extra salt core that's coming in, obviously OC was a star AWPer coming into it. Of course, he's moved on to another NA squad now. Do you feel like there's a lot of pressure on Junior's shoulders to kind of, I guess, fill that hole in a way?
Yeah, I think there is. I think Junior is on a road to vindication right now. Of course, we're looking at the difference, the stats between the last 3 months, which have been great, and Spring Group, which have been absolutely devastating. Now, Junior is on his journey to prove that what happened in Freya was because of the context, was because of his role, was because of the philosophy of how they were playing Counter-Strike. He as an individual can do it. He can make the jump. Also, he's proving it currently that he can do it. Can this man do it? The last few months say, no, he cannot. And he's trying to convince us otherwise.
Well, maybe he can convince us with his words. You do have an interview with Junior before this game.
When I've been doing the interviews with you guys, everyone's talking about just how well you guys fit together, right? The team chemistry and stuff like that. What does that add? What does that benefit to you guys as playing as a team? Because sometimes I would also look at it in a sense that maybe that can also be a negative, that maybe you can be too friendly. But is it quite an open environment to talk in if you have issues or you're looking at things that need changing or something you're not happy with?
Yeah, a good thing about being friends with everybody here is that, like, if there's criticism to be had, we can, like, explain it to each other instead of, like, holding it in and building it up. And if you hold stuff in Counter-Strike, eventually it's just going to, like, explode. So it's good that we can get things off our chests and talk to each other in a civil manner.
In this MIBR match, obviously, okay, they had that game. It was crazy. They managed to take down NAVI, you know, Dust 2 coming into effect. But do you think they really stand the chance against you guys? Because I think you guys are still coming in quite heavily as the favorites in this one, especially considering they have a stand-in. Yeah,
in the NAVI game, I think Simple was getting unlucky a lot of times when he was, like, trying to find duels. They opened him a lot in opening duels. So I think, like, obviously NAVI sometimes have this thing where at the start of the year they are kind of slowish, but then go back to being, like, the best team in the world. So I think us as a team, we'll have a lot better, like, best of 3 than obviously a best of 1 than they did against NAVI.
Great to get a few words from Junior ahead of this crucial best of 3 match. We can take a look at our Betway odds as well, siding with the side of Complexity. But as we mentioned, this is now best of 3 territory, gentlemen. Maniac, what are you hoping to see coming into this series?
Well, the problem that I see straight on from MIBR is that Complexity should not allow us to stay in the pool. That's it. That's the first ban that we have. There was no reason for them to allow it. That would have been a great pick from MIBR. Now, when it comes to MIBR's ban, they usually ban Mirage, which they do now. I would have liked them to go for Punish. Mirage is not necessarily mapped at the top of the food chain for Complexity, so bit of a disappointment. Complexity have multiple ways they can go. There's Nuke, obviously they've played it twice and I think they're quite ready on it. There could have been an overpass, but they stick with Nuke. Now, MIBR did break their teeth on Ancient once. I think Vertigo could be an option. That's the map they played last time. They stick with Ancient. So that's them showing that they have learned possibly from the loss against OG. But I'm a little bit worried for their attack. I think last time was really complicated.
Yeah, I think you're seeing a map pool out where they're sticking to their comfort zones. Kind of what you'd expect, right? Complexity have been somewhat competitive on Nuke. MIBR feels comfortable on Ancient, and no real, I guess, risk has been taken right here. I do agree with you. It would have been nice to see one of the teams, you know, risk a little bit, or at least try to change up the dynamic of the video. But we get to see a pretty even map pool, as of course as it is, you know, per tradition in Blast. We have Inferno in the mix for percentage of the decider.
Getting a bit of PTSD there. Nuke, let's talk about that for our first map of this series. We don't know whether we're going to be getting to Inferno because it's literally the only map that we've seen this new look Complexity playing thus far at the Spring Groups.
Yeah, if you're MIBR, you have had resources to base your preparation on, right? Complexity have played it twice. They went through multiple rounds on their T side. I'm hoping that the Brazilians have an idea as to the sauce with which they're about to get eaten. And then we move on to Ancient, and this has to be a proving ground for MIBR. They have to prove to us that they can have a T side, otherwise it won't work.
I just want to say MIBR, CT side, and Nuke have been very impressive lately. So if they can get off to a good start on, you know, Complexity's map pick, we can have a competitive game.
Well, we're going to be seeing exactly how it does go down on the first round of Nuke, but only one team can deliver that knockout blow. Will the North Americans shoot to stardom, or is it the Brazilians' time to shine? We're going to be finding out on the first map of Nuke after this break.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We've reached the Gauntlet stage of this season. 2022 just started, and it's going to be exciting now. We've got MIBR and Complexity playing. Odds seem to favor Complexity. I have no idea how people make this decision specifically. I think it's a very hard game to predict this one.
Yeah, it is kind of, because there's obviously the Complexity. I think there's a lot of like fan favorites of the players, but also, I mean, we saw MIBR take out NAVI on just one map, so that's going to be an interesting concept. I think the cool thing is now we're getting into those best of threes, and especially with some of these newer NA rosters that have all come together, Complexity, EG, and Liquid, with their changes. Now you get to also have like not only the test of your opposition, but a test of how deep your map pool can go. How deep can you play? How many maps can you be competitive on?
Yeah, and I think for most of these teams, the answer is we just don't even know, because because so many of them are newly minted, and the map pool problem is obviously that is the major one to really overcome as a roster. It'll be exciting to see. We've got Nuke coming up first, and everyone loves Nuke, so why not? Well,
and also, I mean, Complexity picking Nuke as well to be their map in this series. They've lost twice on this already here at Blast, against Big and against G2 earlier on in the tournament, so a big test, especially starting on the T side as well. Two players with utility, that's JT and Floppy. They're going to be going up against MIBR. Fang stepping up to the plate in towards Hut, just seeing if anyone's going to be aggressive, and here we go.
Woody's got the dualies. You've got to love him now as well, Moses. He's going to get the one kill, but Exit is on the double. Oh, what a crisp headshot. That third one to knock out Junior, and now it's JT on his own. He was playing pretty well last time we saw him, and he's actually dinged the boat. What a headshot. He's just taken down Turtle and Exit on his own. And yep, he's got the right idea. Perfect crosshair placement. Perfect 1 versus 2 clutch for JT to begin.
Yeah, that's spectacular. It feels so good with the Glock when you just hit, when you see that gush, when you see the blood spurt a little bit and you know you've got him low HP. That makes the clutch so much easier. Great shooting. The dualies being a distraction, holding the line. Exit with some phenomenal shooting inside the bomb site. Just not able to clean up the round. A great clutch from the Complexity in-game leader.
The bomb wasn't planted. Is that a moment where MIBR should have played it more cool? Did they have to find JT right then?
No, I think they actually did all right. They kind of had a double peek. I think JT did it well to kind of neutralize that double peek as much as possible. And I mean, obviously, you just tap away at those headshots and helps out massively. Good nade damage early on in this round. You have a UMP, you have the MP9 and a bunch of pistols, a scout as well, and you've already done great damage onto 2 players. This is actually a very good start to the round for MIBR if they want to turn it in their favor.
Always exciting when you can turn that second round back on your side, especially like you said, Nuke. Tricky map to play in many ways. It looks like Complexity running into a slight bit of opposition outside have decided, you know what? Why don't we go towards the ramp instead? UMP is there. Woody is showing up with a scout, maybe in the last possible second. And actually going to get a kill, and it buys space for Turtle to swing in with that UMP. He was actually committed to the position. He's got the 1 kill.
Oh, no.
Did he do like a whole spin into the ceiling? I don't even know. Was that just style points?
They might have just forgot that he was there, or maybe they thought he dropped down and forgot. But I think they might have assumed that he had dropped down after those kills. First 2 kills coming out are the 2 players that were tagged up outside, so that nade damage coming into effect early on. A chance, though, Floppy and Grim, 2 of the upcoming riflers in North America, to turn this round. They still have an opportunity. Bomb in the hands of Floppy.
They can create the space for it here. 25 seconds. They run into Exit. It's not a good start. He'll just keep going. Nothing but headshots from that MP9. And a swift turnaround. MIBR, they win the second round, so we're all tied up.
Yeah, very nicely done. Complexity gets stopped cold. That's a bit brutal. Yeah, the scout, Woody, gets over here just at the right moment. There's the first cleanup. And obviously just biding his time. Turtle able to take down Junior. Good hold of ramp room. Good hold pretty much everywhere on the map. They did a great job on the extremities. First outside, forcing Complexity away from what their initial plan was, and obviously stopping the audible as well.
You like to see it. They get to pick up even the Galil and some M4s to back it up. Floppy wanted to make that dive, but he got slowed down. And Turtle's having a pretty good battle right here at range. He's got Woody on the crossfire. Not that it's even needed. Turtle, he was really someone to look for last time. We talked about his multi-kill potential. He had so many rounds. It was fun to see. JT would love to get that bomb onto the bomb side and punch in those digits. Going to be very... Oh, he's crisp once again. That was a really nice shot for Tech9.
Yeah, just need about 10 more of those shots, and, and he would have been just fine.
That's all we're asking. Not a lot.
Nah, not a lot at all.
Get that job done.
Well, good for MIBR. 2-1 early on here on Nuke. This is, as we said, Complexity's pick in the series, so off to an early start, and obviously returning, reversing the fortunes right out of the pistol round.
Yeah, it's because you picked Complexity for this one, didn't you?
I did indeed.
I kind of wanted to, but then so many people pick Complexity that the Quintarian in me thought, you know what? I'll pick it, man.
You're like the hipster of Counter-Strike predictions.
That's the most accurate thing anyone said today yet, so...
You like pizza. Before it was cool.
Exactly right. Exactly right. That's a perfect weapon to have the Eddie Enisand coming up with a triple kill. Joda will take down Junior next, and JT again. Forever, it seems, in 1 versus X situations, left alone. But a pretty decent start right there for MIBR. Having that MP9 when they drop down, it just doesn't get any better.
No, not at all. Yeah, that makes a lot of bonus money as well. Either way, you're going to get the guns out on the board for Complexity, so we're going to see them challenge with the AK-47s. Still a scout in hand for MIBR. They've upgraded to AUG. The M4s across the board as well. 3-1 lead for the Brazilian side.
Still the scout on Woody. I don't necessarily think he has to spend almost 5,000 to upgrade the AWP. I mean, it makes sense to keep the scout perhaps, but It's always fun when it does make a difference. If he's in, you know, a one-on-one and he tags someone and the AWP would have made a difference, so.
More early nade damage outside. JT's brought down to 43. Grim at 69. Very much softened up for this defense to clean up those kills later on, as we saw previously. Deep smoke from door is going to make the defense a little bit nervous.
Got some yard control, but that wall of smokes is kind of gone now. And the spray through Woody on top with a scout to take down JT. Not exactly a fantastic start. It looked to me like Complexity actually wanted to have that fight outside and was sort of hoping to have just the superior manpower, but they got picked off all in that line. Wow, they're actually stacked up, and Junior might actually join them. This is there's a bit of a mass grave going on out here. Exit will get the last one, and it's another good round for the Brazilian side.
Yeah, an absolute massacre outside. And I mean, first with a good nade damage, as we said, and obviously you're right. They wanted this fight. They wanted to swing and take that. Obviously, attention pulled towards the scout. That allowed the AUG up top to do great work. 3 different players from MIBR getting 3 kills outside in the initial battle. And the openings of these rounds from Complexity haven't had a whole lot of strength and power to them. They're struggling to kind of to open up rounds in their favor, at least in the early going.
Yeah, to start with, which is, I mean, they should have the firepower on the roster to really step out and take some of those fights in the yard. So, you're right, it is a bit early on. Don't want to make too many assumptions about what will happen next. It's going to be a quick round coming out the hut into the A-bomb site, and a good flashbang. They're going to be able to trade exit. Be able to get a kill on top here. The AUG still trying, but the bomb is being planted down below, and everyone from MIBR, they've all set up in heaven. If only they had a good Molotov there, Complexity, they could have changed this round so much. It'll be difficult to hold with just the pistols, so they do have the AK on Grim. Maybe it could be a difference. Headshot from Fangs to take down Bieri, and Turtle comes in for just the 1 kill this time, and it's a 2-on-2. Grim holding in mini. Here's the tap of that bomb, but he sees Woody and he still swings for it and gets the headshot. JT will go down last. That is a really cool round from Complexity. They almost had it.
Yeah, that was the kill. Grim really needed to find that kill coming up the vent. That was huge, especially because the Molotov delayed that position from coming up the whole time. He was going to try and go up while everyone's focus was towards heaven. And man, Complexity had a great advantage in that round. Bomb planted, control of the bomb site, 3 players coming and retaking from heaven, and they just couldn't hold on to it. This is brutal. 1 kill on Fang, 1 on Grim. 2 pretty powerful players, and Junior's finally got the AWP in hand.
Obviously, they would have loved to win the round, but that should be a good reminder of what Complexity could do with not that much utility and no rifles or anything. So hopefully they can keep building that. Junior, yeah, picking up that AWP. Surprisingly, Woody. Again, I mean, he had the scout earlier, now he's picked up the AK, so he's kind of sticking with whatever he has. But I said this last time around. Woody is one of the people that I really like to watch, especially with that AWP. So I don't think I was proven right in that necessarily last time they played.
You weren't,
but I'm sticking with it.
Yeah, you're gonna double down. It's a classic.
I will.
Yep.
That's what we do in esports.
Oh, Junior would love to have this pick. It's gonna have to be a quick flick up. Oh, what a great, I guess, double tap from Turtle.
Yeah. That was lightning fast, and actually Junior did react pretty quickly, but still ended up going down.
Oh, look at this. Look at this rotation. That's a thing of beauty. MIBR don't want you to feel comfortable if you're coming to follow up and attack ramp room. The double peek, and especially knowing Turtle is still on ramp room, so hard to read for Complexity. And once again, tactically, just getting pushed aside.
I feel like it was a very upsetting situation when, because I think the starting plan here for Complexity makes a lot of sense. Why not bring the AWP to ramp and try and win that fight? But then when that doesn't happen, what's plan B? You know, is there a follow-up? You're hoping that you can start around 4 and 5 with a kill and ramp and sort of switch around for a long time. Floppy's on his own, 25 seconds, and he knew he had to find probably a way to die and maybe try and do some damage. This is a brilliant start for MIBR, 6-1.
Yeah, and they haven't really been in danger of losing a round. I mean, maybe the 1 retake you could argue, and also, I mean, just the Pistron. Outside of that, it's been pretty much a clean sweep for MIBR. Jota has 223 utility damage, 7 rounds in.
That's a lot.
And that'll be some of that nade damage we're seeing outside towards Red Box. Every time Complexity wants to get there quick, eating a lot of utility damage, they might want to think about changing the timing on that play, maybe just slowing it down. And they've passed over that free AWP over to Woody. So we're gonna, your theory will get tested again.
Yes.
I like this double peek a lot. I like the idea of bringing players over. I wonder if they had seen, I'm assuming they saw or knew that Floppy dropped down towards the vent. You could see Turtle kind of adjust his aim, but also if that vent drop is happening and the ramp player's feeling pressure, you're assuming they're going to try and split with that lurker in the lower site or attack the lower bomb site, and so that rotation and vents can be secured, and that's why you bring 2 players over.
That's because it is a big allocation of players. That's, you know, 3 out of 5 players basically in ramp, so it's a lot of defense there. But you're right, maybe they had the intel to go with it. That's an interesting thing to maybe go back and even look at how much they could have known. Certainly a good start. MIBR catching virus. Complexity try to sneak behind the wall of smokes to get down lower. They catch a lot of damage, this time not by grenades, but the spray from that M4. Woody trying to relocate. That's very dangerous, but he's back. Oh, and it's a 2-for-1. He gets both JT and Grim. Oh, what?
No.
Again!
That's filthy. Oh my lord. What are you supposed to do with your Complexity?
You see what I'm saying, Jason?
Yeah, sure. I mean? Yeah, we'll give it to him. I'll chalk that up. 1 point for Anders.
Oh, what a crazy... He actually, on some level...
I can't believe he hits this follow-up double.
I don't even know.
Oh, no. That's so stupid. 2 shots, 4 kills for Woody.
Quickly make him buy a lottery ticket, like, right now.
Yeah.
Get him out there. That is... Because on some level, most of the time, when he escapes the vent, it's actually horrible timing from an AWP point of view. You probably miss the timing. There's like, oh no, they're running right after you. But then somehow that works anyway.
Ooh, Woody's got to be careful here. Another pick, and yeah, wants to drop away. You don't know if they're creeping up close, which exactly they were. Woody's going to just continue backing away, wants to preserve the op. He's given his team a 2-man advantage with the help of Turtle as well. And now Bieta Anizan is already downstairs, ready and waiting at window, and there's not enough resources to make this any kind of a comfortable fight for Complexity. Tough times ahead. Oh, I take it all back. Floppy's got a dig.
That is a nice shot from Floppy. That's actually going to give them so much. They have a chance to win the round now. The bomb is going to be planted. Grim has got the AK-47, and Woody will miss a shot. His backup here is very hard to guess at, though, from Complexity, because they're so focused on that corner. An exit comes out the vent. That's a frustrating Floppy and JT on their own. Oh, he's going to open it up. That could have been maybe even a double. JT in a 1 versus 1, but exit could find him. He had way more health at the end. That is a very, very close round there. Complexity almost picking it up. Yeah,
not too bad, but I mean, MIBR has got plenty of money to survive that kind of damage to their economy. They've built up so much cash. Jota and Turtle have 14,000 as that round ends. This is huge. Almost another opportunity for JT with a clutch. That's a really hard fight with low health. That's got to be a first bullet headshot.
Yeah.
8-1 for MIBR. Complexity struggling to have success in these rounds. And actually, I mean, if you think about it, ever since the pistol round, the 2 closest rounds they've had have come off like half buys. I call it Deagles, the Tech 9 pop in the upper earlier on, and now this round that we just saw.
That needs to change, preferably right now. Not that much of an exotic setup here from MIBR's point of view. Woody and Jota outside. Pieta goes down though. Floppy will get the shot right through and through the smoke as well, and they're going to execute with a lot of Molotovs landing on the bomb site. They're trying to make it out the hut. It seems like a bad idea when the smoke is up, and I'm glad they called it off.
Yeah, that could have been a disaster coming through. That's a lot of resources though. Quickly though, towards the ramp room instead. Turtle again effective, just grabbing one and backing away. So Complexity have gained control of ramp room, but they had to give up a player to gain it. JT coming in. Turtle is going to go down. Beautiful entrance from the captain. And Complexity have access to the bomb site.
JT's been doing some heavy lifting in this game already, even if they only had the 1 round. That kill right there on Turtle, if it goes the other way, it not only are they obviously down a man, but it buys time for the rest of MIBR to get here. So interesting position, Junior. He definitely saw that.
I think MIBR is going to save here, especially with that glimpse of Junior with the AWP just holding the angle, even though he gives it up.
It's not worth.
Nope, MIBR is saying we got plenty of money. Let's just make sure we can preserve it. It's going to be a 2nd round for Complexity, starting with this. And you're right, they wanted to press the issue in the upper bomb site, but a good call to back away and readjust.
I think so much sort of rides on JT getting that kill, because if he doesn't, I'm assuming that Turtle is going to hide for another 5 seconds, and then suddenly they have to worry about the contamination room, and there's just, and maybe even the control room. Like, there's so many other positions that get populated by MIBR members. So getting that one quickly, that made a big difference. Second one on the board for Complexity. Yeah, it's about time.
About time, yeah. 8 in a row for MIBR from second round on. Really, really difficult test so far for the American squad. North American squad.
Important to
make that distinction.
We've got some NA teams out there now, rebuilding. A little bit more power in the field these days. And it's still early in the year, you know, a lot can happen. I'm hopeful. But Complexity definitely is the more outside pick of the three between EG and Liquid.
Oh, absolutely. This one is way more of a project as well. Certainly you have some young talent on it, and certainly you have a little bit of experience. After Grim spent, what, almost 2 years, I guess, a year and a half with the Liquid roster, things that he can bring to the table, things that he picked up there. Upper execute coming in. All 5 players for Complexity. And lobby, nobody outside. It's only Woody looking at that with the op from far away.
This is kind of what they wanted to do last time, but then they called it off and went ramp instead.
There's 4 players essentially to defend this, right? Jota in towards Mini. You've got one up in the rafters, one in the bomb site. Here we go. This can be tough if they can have a perfect coordination. This defense on this attack, 1-for-1 trader. Excuse me, 2-for-1 in the favor of MIBR. And that hit, again, not a whole lot of strength to it, but Grim has dropped down to plant the bomb.
What a weird wrinkle in the round.
He's the only one here, though.
Yeah, and they could do a lot right now. Obviously, if Grim goes down, it's a massive issue, but if he can stay alive, you see they just picked off Exit as he was trying to make his way down. They're trying to drop Jota, not going to get that kill. And this is a very odd retake. Nice headshot for Grim, taking down Woody and Complexity. That's a 4-on-3. They get down below. Grim is entitled on his own, and they still get the bomb plant and surely the round to follow it with Turtle trying to get the job done. And actually, Grim will go down. There's no time. Yeah, they're going to fall back. All right. Great job. That's a very hard round to win for Complexity.
Yeah, a little bit of a cheese round, right? You fake the up air execute, you make it feel like it's going to be up top. There was a lot of manpower there from MIBR. Defense looks solid, and Grim just slips down the vent to be able to get that plant before MIBR realized what was happening. But, I mean, it is a little bit dangerous. You're kind of relying on the fact that this retake from MIBR is going to take a little bit of time while Grim's down there solo. So 5-round lead now for MIBR and starting to chip away at that economy.
That's really, really good to see. Probably a hard round to call when you are this far behind and you're under a lot of pressure, but they made it work.
The nice thing is that I think they had just enough success on some of those upper pops earlier on, especially with Tech 9s, to make that feel very, very dangerous for the MIBR defense.
And especially when that defense gets 2 kills, you probably have no reason to suspect that it's going to be someone planning in the B-bomb side. So very interesting. This time they start off with a kill on the NSN. Going to be going down to begin with, and plenty of time still for Complexity to make their move. Going to challenge Turtle. He's been very good at sniping off a kill or 2 and then escaping, but this time, Fang at his number. And now they're going to be 3-on-5.
Yeah, start to see Complexity, these riflers warm up a little bit more into the game and start getting a bit more active and a little bit more success in their opening fights. 2 rounds now that Floppy has provided the opening kill. Jota needs more. Floppy's eventually going to take him down. But actually, Jota's made this doable. At least put MIBR in a position where they can kind of go for it and see what they can get. Oh, no. That's actually not protected at all. Oh, excuse me. The smoke is there. Doors open, and Floppy's got another through the smoke. Ambitious.
Very ambitious.
That's your boy.
Yeah, he wanted to get the job done, but nice. That's actually a pretty quick reaction from Junior. And it's another round for Complexity. So building it back up again, and talk about the MIBR economy. It's actually in kind of an interesting position here. That one round where they saved 3 rifles and sort of called it a quits pretty early, if they had actually followed through on that one...
This round here would be like their last final buy.
Basically, and maybe even would have been somewhat sketchy on some of their players, so...
Yep. Yeah, they've done a good job with their economy throughout this game, but got a little bit of money left over. They had so much cash to be able to just kind of burn through while that losing bonus has been building up.
Yeah.
So still feeling a little bit strong, and I mean, 2 players are right around $2,500 still on the MIBR side. Means next round they can have some elements of danger, some weaponry if they'd like. That's the 3rd opening. I think the 3rd time through that smoke as well.
Yeah.
For Floppy. 12-12 for him, performing very well, but a little bit of good fortune going his way. And again, gonna line up for this upper hit. And now if you're MIBR, you gotta be like, oh, are they gonna be faking it? Do we need to like stick? Do we rotate right away?
There's no defense. it's just BRE and he's alone inside. So if they actually follow through this time, he'd be in a lot of trouble. I think Jodo is now starting to get a little bit closer and up on the rafters behind him, but this would have been a really cool time to do it. It seems like they're going to do it initially, maybe wait for some kind of counter nades, and they might follow it up still. A minute left, and Woody, he snuck through and found Junior. That's a cheeky play, and he's back for more. Again, this is kind of his style. He messes up the jump, and now he decides to stick to it, and Floppy, that's some really good pathing. Completely avoids the scope. Really smart play.
Yeah, a bit of an error from Woody, though. Puts a lot of pressure on Jota, and even Turtles here. He can come out through the door, through the smoke. He's got one. Cover up the silo as well. Does eventually go down, but 2 quick kills for Complexity. That should secure things. There's a chance here. Bomb not planted yet. Smoke is still up, unfortunately, for Biere Amazon. And a 1 versus 3 if he wants to go for it. But I think this is another one of those areas where a save might be prudent.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Although he is going to try to get the job done. He does a little bit of damage to Fang. But it's 4 in a row for Complexity. And I think that's just another... I think this start is super interesting. I mean, it's maybe a little bit fortunate. But the follow-up is they actually decided to go punish Woody for his lack of respect.
Yeah, I mean, he did mess up that jump, but that being said, he still had time to get away and get to that lower bomb site, and you had 2 players pretty quickly rotating over, so that could have been a very staunch defense in the lower bomb site if he had backed fully off. So little bit of an error that Complexity is able to take advantage of. A timeout called by MIBR as they discuss what they want to do with their money.
I don't know if Complexity know this, but my sense is that's actually the kind of situation where you really don't want to chase an AWPer like Woody, because again, I think he would have loved if they had just come jumping around the corner up on the box. But Floppy, they actually waited a second and Floppy jumped up on the box, and I think that's the kind of stuff you need to do, or just don't run
or
after
just back all the way. Yeah.
There are some AWPers seem to be more dangerous when you're sort of hunting them like that.
When you're throwing the kitchen sink at them.
Yeah, they take like 1 or 2 more with them. So smart move. 14th round. It's all of a sudden a completely different half here. Complexity can do a lot from this position. It would be amazing if they could win 2 more rounds, but even at 5, they're still pretty competitive going into the second half, I would say. And Woody, back where he found the kill last time around in the last round. Going to try and do it again.
Complexity should be so happy with Floppy so far. 13 and 12, nothing crazy, but the opening kills in a match where they were absolutely struggling to find it. He's been magnificent at the squeaky door position. A little bit of a stalemate outside. JT going to be moving up around red box.
I haven't seen him looking at it yet. I'm kind of wondering if he's aware that this could be happening. I don't think Joda's been playing this far out as well, so maybe JT is not quite expecting it. Fang certainly sees this coming, but he's still going to go down. He had the right idea. They definitely knew that was going to be a potential danger.
Ooh, and he didn't end up clearing it whatsoever. 3 on 5. Out squeaky door, perfect timing for the smoke. Turtle up top. Oh, he's doing great. This round's over. They're so damaged. It's a clean sweep for MIBR to get back on the board after 4 straight for Complexity.
Kind of heartbreaking if you think about Complexity having to spend so many rounds winning in a row, never being able to braid the economy, and just when it seems like it's doable, they win that 1 round.
Yeah, but I mean, that's the punishment you get, right? That's the punishment you get for letting MIBR have such a clean start to this game. They rattled off 8 straight after the pistol round. Yeah. A lot of those are with like 3, 4, 5 players surviving in those rounds. Players were sitting at 14K at one point, so it's always going to be a difficult affair when you're 9 rounds in and your opposition has the strongest possible economy in the game. And Complexity's really feeling the hurt of that at the moment.
Floppy trying to flash his way through for the vent dive. Exit will take his teammate with him, though, but at least Floppy kind of made his way down. But he's going to be caught by Turtle. They wanted to do something similar here with the bomb instantly down to the B bomb site. Last time was Grim. This time, Floppy making the run, but they got caught. MIBR learning pretty quickly.
Yeah. Complexity, I think, feeling a little bit lack of confidence in their tactically at the moment. Throwing a lot of fakes into the mix. I think MIBR has really done a number on him so far in this half. Nice shot from Woody, but he's oh so safe. I'm gonna hop up onto the roof to make sure nobody can flank through heaven. Bomb is down in the lower bomb site. Good kill from Fang. This round is still a little bit tricky, I think. Yeah. There's still a possibility. 54 seconds on the clock. Oh, Junior, he does get it. Taps away and he finds it. Now the bomb can be recovered, but Complexity have no idea where anyone is at this lower bomb site.
Oh, okay, well that is a really good shot. Woody is still getting found. For the whole round he was trying to avoid dying, and it happens anyway. 35 seconds. This seems like it's a classic dilemma on the CT side when you lose track of where the T's are, and you have actually no idea where you're defending from anymore. Crazy stuff. Fang is on his own, and he has maybe one shot coming down this ramp of looking to the right and catching that corner, and he won't. He's going to go down instead, and it's 10-5 at the end of the half in favor of MIBR. Complexity will have to do a lot in the second half. It's coming right up.
They basically went from being the number one team in the world to not really winning a lot.
They were really close, but in the end, Cloud9 stole it from them.
It's a shame, honestly, that they didn't win a major, because it was probably Nico's only chance to win one.
I think that the team that could have been around a little bit longer was the C9 roster with Golden, Flusha, Tim, Rush.
I really wish the Cloud9 roster worked out, because I'm obviously fans of Floppy and Zeppo.
But I do think that they were a good team, that they had a lot of potential. If they could have figured out the logistics side of it a little bit better, I think that they could have been good, and I think that they still could have been like a thriving team, maybe with 1 or 2 changes.
My ex-teammate Floppy, like, he's a great guy and he's a great player. It's just I don't think the team got the chances they deserve.
The old Mousesports team, you know, that won the Pro League and all those tournaments, it was really surprising to me that they didn't end up winning more tournaments. You know, they basically went from being the number one team in the world to not really winning a lot in the online phase of Counter-Strike. So that was like quite surprising to me, actually.
I mean, the phase roster they had with Karrigan and Guardian, that was a pretty good roster.
I don't know if it's the first phase or the second one that went to the grand finals on the major, on the Boston major.
I think it was just a superstar team, and they won a lot of events, but they just didn't win the major, basically.
I mean, I think after that the team just went to a slump, but on the paper and on like all the names they had, I mean, they were like a superstar team. And I think if they managed to win that major, I think it would be like a total different storyline nowadays.
It was sad for them that they never won a major. They were really close, but in the end, Cloud9 stole it from them.
I think they were super strong, and if they were like on point and, you know, like getting the flow of the game, honestly, they were really, really unstoppable. Like even Astralis in their prime had big troubles against them, and even lost in grand finals against them in a couple of tournaments. It's a shame, honestly, that they didn't win a major, because it was probably Nico's only chance to win one.
I'm gonna try to jump it. Watch it. Don't plant yet. Don't plant yet.
I'm gonna play for you all. He's hopping vent or something.
I'm gonna try to take control.
Sick one. Hopping. Nice. I'm pushing sink. Pushing sink.
It's the other guy.
Oh no. I'm pushing sink off.
He's not heal, guys.
Sink. He's speaking sink.
You can peek with you. I got him.
That's
nice.
Good job, guys. Good.
Yeah.
A few rounds that MIBR lost in that first half. Otherwise, just a generally good job. Joda certainly did a good job playing a lot outside, but just overall, they look strong. 10-5 in the half, Jason.
I brought it up 7 rounds in. Joda had 223 utility damage at the 7-round mark. He ends the half with that very same utility damage. Okay. So you could see the emphasis from Complexity. They got stopped cold outside. They wanted nothing to do with it moving forward. So they had to completely retool their strategy. Fast pace to get the entrance towards ramp room. JT goes down, and MIBR going to come right back up to the upper bomb site, away from the rotation.
Oh, nice headshot from Junior to take down Bire. I'm going to put an end to his career in that round. Ooh. Floppy, that's a flick and a half, and he's going to keep going. Second kill for him, and they managed to shut down that completely. Very good shots with the USPs. I think especially that first flick from Floppy. Amazing. Flick from Floppy.
Flick from Floppy. Yeah, that was good shooting from him. Even the one that Junior got. I think that might have been the benefit of like aim punch or recoil. Just like he was like, oh, yep, we'll give this one to you. But certainly Floppy secures things, swinging out wide. A pretty aggressive play as well. I think he was the only real player in that upper bomb site while he's making that move. Exit, I don't know. He's chilling. He's got 5 HP.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe find a random Person looking the wrong way.
What do you think? Milkshakes for the production crew if he wins this?
We're making a lot of yeah, that's a good idea. Who doesn't? What's the best milkshake there? Tell me about that.
I mean, you know, if you just want to keep it nice and simple, it's obviously an Oreo milkshake is God's gift to the earth.
Okay.
Yep. Banana's good though too.
Yeah, it is.
Banana as a flavor is very adaptable. You can mix a lot of things. You can actually do a banana and Oreo milkshake, and that's good.
Yeah, I think you get away with that.
Yep. You can. I've had it. It's
okay.
delicious.
Okay. What about like sort of peanut-based milkshake? You do that?
Peanut? You mean like peanut butter?
Yeah, like peanut butter caramel.
Okay.
Like
I feel like that's vastly different from just peanut. You know, you have to really be careful how you phrase.
All right.
That.
All right. Listen, I'm new to all this. It's good. Well, he obviously did not win it, so it's all just gonna stay.
Sorry, production.
It's just a theory for now. It's still a 4-round lead, but again, I think Complexity carved out enough of that first half so that they can still stay dangerous right here. Playing on the CT side with the pistol, it's all good.
Yeah, that's the important part. That's pretty admirable first half considering the scoreline it once was, and that surely was the conversation that they had at halftime. Was like, look, didn't feel great, but we've got 5 rounds to play with. That's easily doable. Especially off the back of a pistol. This is both pistol rounds won. Now they just have to desperately control this second round. They're just doing it. Grim with a double kill.
Yeah, good find.
There's no investment in this round from MIBR as well, so you have to imagine we're going to see those 3rd round rifles coming out for the T side.
That listening that we did at the start of the half here, from the listening to Complexity talk, they seem pretty calm in the communication. I feel like there are some teams where there's a lot more yelling. I mean, they were kind of in a favored position, but I just always think that's nice to hear when things don't seem to be getting out of control, you know? Junior.
The old meme of the NA scene of just shouting and yelling and no real cohesion or organization.
He's lit.
Push. Yeah, those days are long gone. At least with the professional teams that we have. 7-10, 3 rounds away is Complexity as they begin this comeback on the CT side. AK's on the board for MIBR's attack. And we'll see what kind of a plan they're going to open up with.
Yes, I mean, 10-7 seems so much more doable now.
The rifles are nice. I mean, this is not a bad buy, but if you look across all of MIBR, they have no flashbangs.
That's actually very interesting. Normally, you just want at least the one, right, to make that main push. They're going to be outside. There's a Molotov down from the CT side to stop any smokes, but they just swing against it. They decide, you know what, AKs versus from us, probably. We'll take that fight. But so far, it's traded.
Excuse me?
It's just fireworks.
That Molotov was never going to land.
No?
Well, this is a nice little lurk. Turtle has just mustered up all of his courage and walked right through ramp room, now into the lower bomb site. However, his teammates are following up. They're in lobby right now, but this position is so strong, and JT has no idea. There is a lack of communication here that Complexity's defense has no idea how big of a gap it is. Junior's playing this so passively at the moment that he's not going to get a vision, and Turtle opening up this bomb site and cutting off rotations. In some ways, it almost is like this round is impossible. Unless Junior is able to win this fight right here, right now, Complexity has no way to really rotate safely to try and address the issue.
Yeah, they're really in a lot of trouble. Bieri, did he forget about that? That seems a bit crazy. He was just looking for it. Floppy takes him down, so...
Well, he didn't forget about it. Jodo was in the back of lobby, so he's thinking miscommunication from both teams right now.
Yeah.
Gaps in the defense and now gaps in the post plant, and this is relatively doable.
Especially with the Molotov on Junior. If he can get it off and block one of the 3 entries here, maybe there is some kind of victory to be had for Complexity. Be a pretty big upset if they lost it to this, but already so much time on that bomb. There's a little bit of a nade coming out, but it's not going to block anyone, and they're going to fail the initial spray. A trade is not good enough. They need it to stay alive in a 2-on-1 exit. Might blow up with a bomb. No, he's going to make it out, and MIBR will win their first rifle round.
Yeah, very, very curious round, and that's a bummer for Complexity. They got to be a little bit upset, but they surely are going to be buying again here and trying to come right back into it. Good trades early on. MIBR not throwing that second smoke, just taking the fight. Complexity believed that was going to be a smoke wall set up. You could see Fang kind of shuffling between his gun and a Molotov to drop it at the top of Secret, but MIBR wanted to fight instead. 11-7.
Picking up a couple of Mac 10s Oh, you can play very explosively around that. Could be interesting.
They're thinking low economy, maybe no head armor. Maybe there's a chance here, and they'd be right on a couple of players.
That's true. If you find Floppy or JT right now, it could get interesting. This time they set up the wall much closer, looking right over it, and Turtle is able to find Fang. JT on his own out here, gonna quickly swap for it, but he's getting hunted as well. Double opening in favor of MIBR. That is hard to return from with your complexity. And they don't have the money either. If they lose this one, MIBR are going to be 6 rounds ahead all of a sudden.
Yeah, they're going to be marching towards a map 1 victory. Floppy. I mean, it feels like MIBR have wanted to attack this upper bomb site this whole time, but they've had so much success outside that, I mean, they can kind of chill. Is giving time for guys like Junior to make a play, Floppy to be dangerous inside hut, especially if Junior's able to get 1 frag with this off. It would be huge. Oh, missed the flick. Floppy saves his life, but goes down immediately afterwards, and that really neutralizes Junior's position. And surely they just march into the upper bomb site now.
Yeah, Bomb is in a bit of an awkward position. If the madness sort of keeps going here, they might actually have a problem in MIBR. 35 seconds. Bomb is basically in T-spawn. And they can go pick it up and run for it. But there's another headshot. Joda goes down. And now it's a 2-on-2. The bomb now being picked up 25 seconds. And Grim, I love this repositioning. He's trying to stay 1 step ahead. Now, it could be the wrong move, but...
It is the wrong move, unfortunately. They are just going to come right back to the upper bomb site. But you're right. Not only the bomb positioning, but how much MIBR slowed that down. Gave some opportunities for Complexity to get back into the round. It's a 2v2. And do you risk it? This is a doable retake. I think you got to go for it if you're Complexity, but this can cause you to lose all your weapons.
Yeah, it really can. They have 1 HE. Maybe it could kill X if it's absolutely perfectly placed, but already Junior is thinking about it. He's like, you know what? This is too far gone. You could see Grim. He's making a bit of noise. They're actually coming back. Oh, I thought they'd already given up on it. Not going to be that much time by the time they get to this battle. And there's Junior down. Grim trying to clear both the bomb site and hut at the same time. And they do end up throwing away the rifles there. It's 12-7.
Yeah, this is a tough situation for Complexity now. Not a whole lot of money. Grim pulls him back into the round with a nice double kill. This is a beautiful shot up top onto Joda, but it's all for nothing as the 2v2 goes in the favor of MIBR. Backs against the wall on the scoreboard, backs against the wall in terms of your economy as well. 3 players at 1900, just 2 players over 2000. A little bit of a look of disgust on Grim's face.
Yeah, I think I mean, that round was totally winnable. So I can understand why. You know, you've built the round to that position. You feel like just 1 more good kill. Maybe the nade, I think it almost had exit there. Joda sneaking outside. He was successful doing this last time. He's going to run into Fang with a USP, and he still wins the battle. But Woody there to pick it up, unfortunately. Would have been very cool if he could have made his escape with that AK. Grim sitting on the door. But they're going to be checking out. So interesting ways of clearing these positions here. Walking in. Remember, Turtle did this earlier, checking the ramp. Just walking into positions that are normally occupied by at least a couple of people.
Yeah, and finding that gap. They can actually clear everything out, taking their time. Up the ladder we go. Upper bomb site is defended by just Grim. He goes down for free.
Doing his best Nico impression.
Yeah, doing his very best.
Turtle, that is. That first bullet went nowhere. 3 versus 4, and the bomb down. Yeah, they've snuck right through. I mean, there's nothing you can do really. They already only had pistols, so probably already a lost round, but certainly with that sneak in, it was done. So going to be 13-7 with more or less everyone on MIBR playing pretty well. I think Pierre has had a bit of a colder start, and he's normally playing exceptionally well for this team. But maybe it's the map, maybe it's just everyone else doing really well. They certainly have the lead that they are looking for right now. Complexity, I don't know, they've been playing maybe not super aggressively, but they've certainly been showing up in yard to take the fights. Junior had that 1 round we tried to push with the AWP towards lobby. What do they need to do right now? They need the turnaround.
Yeah, well, yeah, they need to just start running rounds together. It'd be nice if they could control outside. They've gotten beaten a couple times here, and I think they've wanted to set up this kind of aggressive stance a few times, but they've almost been afraid to do it when they feel MIBR coming right at them. This time, though, they get Fang into position. Junior behind red box as well, so they've got presence, although The crossfire is kind of negated by the smoke that just clears. Good win from Fang, good pounce from Junior. There it is. 2 kills for Complexity with that aggressive stance, and they're going to back away.
One of those rounds where a third player up on the silo could have made a huge difference for MIBR in terms of trying to revenge some of those frags, but excellent work for the CT side. Woody, he kind of saw it right as the smoke was fading there, but doesn't really matter. Junior will still get the better of him. And Floppy playing up on the hut looking for anyone turning the corner. Not just looking to win this round, but maybe with a little bit of luck, even could bring a bunch of rifles into the next rounds, because if they're going to be building this comeback, they really need the money behind it. Exit 1 versus 5. Nice dink at the beginning. Couldn't find the second bullet there, Junior, but they know where he is, and he's low on health.
And they're hunting. They got a little bit of attitude. They're blocking him in. Floppy's making sure he can go nowhere. So this round is just going to play itself out eventually. All right, 8-13 in the favor of MIBR. Plenty of money for another buy in the next round. But Complexity have to be on quite a run to close this gap.
Yeah, it's not going to be immediately easy for them, is it? There's a little bit of work to be done. Second map would be Ancient and Inferno's side. We didn't have enough of Inferno last time around. We need more.
No, I think, yeah, we can always use more Inferno. Even after a 5 Inferno day.
Classic 5 Inferno day. Floppy is up at 19. Actually tied with both Turtle and Exit for kills. Topping the 3 of them sharing the #1 position. Which is pretty impressive. Not quite as aggressive outside. Instead, maybe anticipating a bit of a swing towards the ramp. At least Floppy was close to JT at the start of the round in case they needed some help. AWP and AK on Woody and Joda. It could work.
Could work. Well, Joda this time sees nothing outside. None of that aggressive defense. Deep smokes for MIBR. And now they only have 2 flashes and a Molotov to work with, so I'm not sure exactly what the plan is going to be. The Deagle's getting some time to peek into the upper bomb site. AWP outside looking for anyone to peek their head up and sees nothing, and it's also going to cover the AK as Jota moves into position. A lot of real estate out here, nobody with eyes on it at the moment. JT's just rotating back now as they put Junior in position to hold ramp, but man.
Did you see that?
I don't think so.
Well, they definitely see that. Very important kill there for JT. That is important. Joda was in a position to win the round right then. With one good step in the right direction, he could have cleared out Hut or maybe even by the squeak door. I think now Complexity have it under control again, but that's actually scary close.
Yeah, and now that investment into the op, like there's nothing the op can do. Yeah. Grim's going to take contact here, and then he's going to rotate over towards Hut most likely, allow his teammate to cover door. And no, he had Floppy looking for it still. All exits covered by Complexity, and Woody going to back off with 10 seconds of the clock and save the AWP.
Yeah, from a statistical point of view, this is a round where Complexity saved 4 rifles, but when you actually look into the round, you realize that not a lot had to go wrong there towards that play that Joda had before that defense on the A-bomb side would have crumbled. So still, good job. This is 9-13. It's suddenly way more winnable. They're starting to build a pretty sizable bank of their own now on the Complexity side. I would, if I was on the Complexity side for this prediction, I'd say this is starting to look really good now. Solid defense.
Not really good, but I think
really
way better than it was previously, right?
True. That is true. What does it take to get to really good?
4 more
shotguns?
5, 6 more rounds.
Okay.
You know.
Fair enough.
Smoke wall is up. 4 players outside for MIBR. Woody with that op is outside lobby. And with that op, it's actually a pretty strong buy. They're going to use those smokes to start crossing. It's a little bit disjointed. And I believe Junior is down here ready and waiting. First kill is his. That's Joda. That's the Tech 9. So Pistol has given away information, the location of the AWP, and that stops MIBR cold. They've got 1 smoke to fall back if they want it, but 3 players huddled up on secret stairs.
A very awkward position to be in if you're MIBR.
Well, the hard part is you'd like Woody to be able to find some kind of a pick. You want to see someone from Complexity like rotating to go into his crosshairs. Fang is just chilling in the back. Oh, he peeks into the off and he still gets the kill. Goes down afterwards, but that's not bad, all things considered. 1 for 1, and you've got the information now of where MIBR want to go. Good kill for JT as well. That's Bomb hitting the deck outside.
Yeah, Turtle distracted by something. I thought for sure with that position he was going to almost only be looking at that one, but I guess something happened in Mini that just drew his attention away. Nice shot from BR taking down Junior. Keeping this round slightly competitive, but the real problem is running out of time, and I guess suppose teammates as well. 1 versus 2 now, 25 seconds. It's a good spray. JT is inside. He's already got a kill. Oh, up on the rafters. He knows, and he's going to peek it one more time. He tries for that headshot, but it's not going to happen. JT will get a double. And it's Complexity on 10 rounds.
Yeah, he won that fight. He got so hungry when he realized the position of JT. He was ready for it. Good rotations from JT, and you're right, Turtle just kind of glancing away right at the last second, perhaps looking towards Mini. Good shot from Grim here. And, I mean, kind of single kills all across the map, and Complexity come out on top. Now MIBR has to save.
Yeah, they've had a couple of smokes, couple of Molotovs. It makes it, to me at least, look like it could be some sort of an A execute eventually, but with the Molotovs, no, they're just going to be outside clearing it. They've had maybe 1 or 2 rounds where Complexity have been aggressive, so they're still really paranoid about anyone pushing out here and trying to bring the fight to them.
Okay, MIBR throwing a, I don't know, I guess we will call it a fake. Making the noise, dropping down Woody on towards top Mini. That was called out. A lot of smokes, a lot of bodies outside, so Fang dropped down vents. He's going to rotate over towards Secret, leaving Floppy and Grim in the upper bomb site alone. And an upper split with Woody ready and waiting to pounce with that Tech 9. It could be huge. 1 kill in the upper bomb site and Woody gets put into play.
Unless Fang catches him just as the timing is there. But you're right. He could put a lot of pressure on Mini and Floppy at the, by extension. Right under a minute now. And again, that first kill is going to make the entire difference probably in this defense. If it goes to Complexity, they should be fine. Oh, BRA taking down JT and Ramp. That's a good start. Junior's there showing the AWP. And they're still not jumping for it. I thought maybe that would be the go signal.
No, it's going to be someone at the upper bomb site. They're going to Molotov towards the vent. Floppy. Oh, they actually go away from it. But Woody's making a lot of ground outside, and this is Junior with the op. He should hear that. He should have the information, hearing the footsteps, but does he want to peek down for the kill? A little bit of a dangerous prospect. And oh man, this puts a lot of pressure, I believe, on Fang at the lower bomb site. He's kind of the next one up to defend against this. MIBR found a free route to the lower bomb site. Can they actually get it planted? Fang needs 1, and he can't control the spray. That's a huge miss. Floppy in play next. He can't handle it either. Bomb being planted just now. Jota goes down. Oh, no. There's Bomb on the ground, and it's over. Just barely Complexity get into position. A little bit dangerous. Would have been still tough to win it. And Exit's going to go down after the timer as well.
What a crazy round. Well, Woody is so lucky to be alive. I think even in the first battle against Fang, and then he should have been dead by the window as well. So he managed to survive a fair bit, maybe more than he should have there. But the fact that they stopped the bomb plant here is obviously very important. Close call, I would say. I mean, MIBR getting away with a lot in this particular one. And also taking away 3 rifles from Complexity, which could absolutely be significant in the end of this map here. But it's 13-11. They're bringing it back from a 13-7 scoreline. It's pretty good. Let's see. Exit. Close to hut. Good, with 1 good flashbang, make his way onto the site. Grim, he's definitely seen it, and the spray, uncomfortable, but he got it.
It didn't look like he was like convinced that he saw it. I feel like someone called it out on radar or something like that. He didn't look fully convinced for a second. That's a nice pick, though. Woody on top. Fang seemingly has no idea.
Wait. Did you not see him? I feel like he should be visible. Oh, that is close. If he takes 1 more step forward there, Woody, he's dead.
I don't think Woody's going to check this either, though. And yeah, Junior with a couple of kills towards ramp room. That's quite nice. But now Fang's actually moving past. He drops down. Grim has no idea until his teammate goes down. Oh, this is so turned. And Grim, that's a huge kill. Jota and Woody took this round in control and gave themselves a chance to convert. Jota, 1 versus 2. He flicks up. Transfers up. It's JT again. Another clutch situation.
And they kind of know he's been playing ramp. He's going to go up the ladder just as Jota makes his way around. Would have been scary for Jota, I think, if he had been peeking down there. He can't obviously break the windows. That'll give away his position. Are they going to run into each other? It's not going to be far off here. They are almost bumping into each other now, and the question is timing. JT, he thinks he's got a better of it, but oh, he misses the first bullet, but still, it's a quad kill for Joda, and a huge 1 versus 2 clutch that just might win the map for MIBR.
I think that was a 2 versus 5. Like, this should have never happened.
Yeah.
5 on 4, Junior gets you 2 kills. How does it break down from here?
Did you see this cheeky way he got down?
Yeah, he slid down a little bit, made it as quiet as possible, but man, Complexity gave away a big one at such a critical juncture in the game. That's so brutal.
Yeah, not a good time for Complexity building this comeback, because, again, they just won 4 in a row.
It's not just the win, and it's not just the round win, it's what it does to the next buy from Complexity. You'll see it out of this timeout. Money is just taken, is just ripped out of their hands. 2 versus 5 converted for MIBR in round 25. In the midst of a Complexity comeback.
There really almost are no other maps. Maybe Vertigo again because of the double layering, but I think Nuke is just, it's so unique in
the verticality.
Yeah, but also like just in how disastrous it could be to lose track of one player.
Okay.
You've got everything. Yeah. You've got your own front line. You know what you're defending, and suddenly it's like, wait, what? I'm being shot in the back, and how did somebody even get there? And you don't even know until you watch the demo maybe what actually happened. Ooh, dang, that's a nice gap, but he loses the backup out there. And yeah, even getting the kill, they could be in trouble. Grim will help out and take down BRE, and actually that might help out just a bit. Is there going to be anyone helping out Fang, or is he just on his own here?
Yeah, you've got to just let him die. If you commit too much, they were even rotating over, but if you commit too much and lose it, scout shot, that's huge from Junior. Grim and Junior pick up the pieces. 2 versus 3. Complexity, just for morale purposes, need this round. Need to convert this advantage. 4 HP on Woody as well. Exit has got to be the one to create everything.
You know, Jason, the traditional saying is leave no man behind. You're like, no, just leave him.
Yeah. Yep. Let him go.
All right. Well, sometimes it is the right move.
I actually thought Fang was just gonna bail out and just find a little bit of an avenue back, but maybe he stayed because they were coming to help him. Ooh, good tag. Both low HP. Deagle not the best weapon for that, but Junior gonna remain assertive. A second kill in the round, and he'll even have a chance for 3, and he's got it nice and easy. Complexity back on the board.
Super well done. I actually like the fact that Junior stuck around there to help out. He knew it tagged him already. 14-12, and as you said, even just for the morale purposes, could be super important here. Nice triple with the scout. And for MIBR's point of view, they're also completely broken on their economy, so...
Yeah, it's getting pretty scrappy towards the later stage of this map. 14-12, MIBR have had a lead this whole game, essentially. Complexity's brought it close. Now need to start looking at turning it in their favor. JT's gonna die. The question is, how many can he get with him? Only 1.
Don't lose anyone else. This is where you really want to make sure that you just keep it a tight lock on this bomb site. That's a very nice CSET 75 kill. He's got a couple of bullets. He didn't reload. And Grim is going to challenge him and call his bluff on that one. Fang, nice little tap there at the end. And it's 13-14. And importantly, no bomb plant for MIBR.
Yeah, no bomb plant at all. Actually, they've only gotten 1 bomb plant this entire half. That was back in round number 3.
Crazy, actually. Okay, well, this is becoming such an interesting game. And if you look at Complexity, the entire squad is showing up to play really well. I mean, maybe JT's a little bit further behind, but in general, they're actually all putting a lot on the board. Floppy and Junior with a sizable lead, but still.
Well, remember how slow they started it on an individual level. For most of the opening half on their offensive side, it was just Floppy kind of leading the way with some brilliant entrances and opening kills for them and picks from Squeaky Door. And that was really the only thing Complexity had to be happy about for a long time in that first half. Certainly switching sides has brought some new life.
JT again toward that ramp on his own, and they're leaning a little bit further outside. Junior is hanging around the garage, and I think Fang is going to maybe be at the secret stairs. He's going to actually fall back right away. But I thought he was going to come join him. That makes more sense because they can't really drop. I think Grim is holding that part of the A-bomb site. So Fang should be feeling safe. Yeah, no one's dropping without Grim at least making a call for it. Oh, Joda sneaking through. Oh, he's getting away with so much. They realize now huge weakness, double swing and a headshot. And even another one to follow up their exit, going to be able to take down Junior. They are taking some really, really cheeky risks here on the MIBR side. They've twice snuck into ramp now. One was Turtle, the other one, that BR, I can't remember.
Yeah.
And then this just running through the smoke, and that's wild.
Yeah, well, certainly catches Complexity off guard. They had no idea. It's a couple times, you're right, that they've thrown some trickiness at him. And yeah, Complexity, especially with that Molotov, Grim's forced out into the open. Floppy was certainly going to go down, and that leaves Junior on an island all on his own. Well done from MIBR. 2 chances for Complexity to fight back into overtime, but they don't have a whole lot to fight with.
No, they really don't.
You gotta imagine there's gonna be a timeout here called by Complexity. That would be, I believe, their 3rd to talk things over for these final 2 rounds. JT has the M4 he saved. Floppy has enough money for a rifle as well. But outside of that, it's what can you scrape together?
Tell you what, Jason, this is exactly the round where you get that sawn-off shotgun and you charge the lobby.
The Kraken?
Yeah. Release the Kraken, exactly.
Release it.
Listen, there was a time, it's been a while now, but we all remember Snacks and JW on this map pushing sawn-off shotguns into the lobby. It was fun. I miss it.
Yeah, those were good days.
Been a long time.
You got to think that MIBR is going to be, I mean, their conversation during this timeout is, watch out for any trickery. You know, like, watch out for a sawed-off Russian hut.
Yeah, exactly. Just, whatever you do, guys, just try not to get killed right now.
Don't lose the round in the first 30 seconds.
Exactly. No one wants to be responsible for that. Weaponry on Complexity. It's going to be 2 M4s, 2 FAMAS, and 1 MP9, and very limited nades. They do have a single solitary diffuse kit on JT as well. But definitely a tough round to play here for Complexity. Not that much equipment to deal with. Molotovs to put a little bit of pressure. Turtle took a lot of damage, but otherwise, I mean, a round to dive down. Again, they knew that there weren't going to be that many grenades. Still ran into a little bit of trouble, but it's not a bad call maybe for MIBR. But now what? They've got him down.
Now what?
Follow up.
Yeah, looks like they're setting up for some nades outside. Some movement towards outside as well. Could be a fake for a wall to get down secret and back to ramp. JT inside secret stairs is going to have information. He'll be able to let his team know when exactly they've passed outside.
All of the nades gone on Complexity for good reason. Had to spend them in the beginning, trying to defend Squeak, and the Molotov will force JT into the fight. He couldn't do anything, couldn't really smoke it off either. Long range. That's a crazy range to be spraying at, in my opinion, but it worked.
Yeah, it worked very, very well. 5 on 3. Woody is going to find Grim. And oh, this is slipping away from Complexity. They've been pretty much knocked out of this round, knocked out of this map. Floppy and Junior to save the day. Floppy and Mini. And Junior downstairs. And it's going to be essentially a 1 versus 4-ish wherever you go.
Yeah, there should be absolutely no way for Complexity to win this game. Junior doing the best that he can, but he probably needed at least a double, and Exit will follow it up, and it's 16 to 13 with MIBR winning the opening map here on Nuke. That is an exciting way to start the day.
Yeah, it is. Well played from MIBR. I don't think they're going to be super happy in terms of how clean it was, but they'll take that victory all day. And that is going to be map 1 Nuke. That's Complexity's pick going the way of the Brazilians. Well done.
Yeah, and Ancient is up next, which is, I think, a very strange map to try and predict, but...
I'm excited for it.
You're excited for it?
Yeah, I like it.
All right, well, I think it's going to be good fun. I look forward to it as well. That's coming right up.
Who has wronged me throughout my career?
All the tournaments he's made us lose, probably cold. Be very nice.
I'd like to have my last map either on Cache, the old Cache, or Mirage. I think these 2 are my favorite maps by far.
I will say Ancient. It will be a fun game for sure, so that's why.
I would want my last competitive game to be on Inferno. It's been my favorite map for my whole career, and we've had some great matches on there, and it's always a fun time to play some Inferno.
My last competitive game, I would like to be on Dust 2, probably, just for the overall CSGO feeling. Dust 2 is like the map, so. Oh, it would be like a 19-15 game, you know, overtime to get all the good feelings of Counter-Strike and all the adrenaline kicking through your blood, so for sure, like a close game.
My last game of my career should be against the best team at that moment, and I hope that will be in the grand final.
I would say Heroic, because it's like tough opponent, and I'd like it will be a tough game for sure. It will be really cool if I will play versus them.
I would like my last game to be against the best team in the world, whoever that's going to be. Right now, it's Gambit, but who knows who it's going to be in the future. But hopefully we go out playing the best team and come out with a win.
2017 was a good year for FaZe. We were always had back and forth battles with MIBR/LG and SK, and that old lineup. And the games have always been so good with them, and probably would like my last game to be against those guys if time would let it be.
Last kill of my career should be with a Deagle. I think I'm one of the best Deagle players out there, and I think it would be nice to have a nice headshot as the last kill.
I will say Scar 20. Nice weapon for the last kill, I guess. Or Negev. Like two of this one.
Nuke brought into the pool by Complexity, but taken home by MIBR. Hot CT streak sees them starting off head and shoulders above their opponents. But Jacob, the scoreline does get a little bit closer than maybe that initial start would have anticipated.
It was a very good start from MIBR. We quickly touched upon it, right? The CT side from MIBR have been looking great. The T sides, not so much. They got off to this fantastic start on the CT side. A bit scrappy, I would say, you know, to begin with. You can feel that both these teams are maybe not at their best right now, but I think MIBR deserved the victory, and they, as said, you know, got off to a good start. We talked about it as well, Freya. Complexity and their poor starts in the tournament so far. Now a third game in a row where they give themselves a big disadvantage. They always had to fight from behind, and this time around, well, there was not enough leeway.
And it's even when they're winning the pistol rounds, doesn't mean they're converting that second round as well. And you're bringing that up as an eco play coming into this one, Maniac.
Yes, absolutely. We talked about MIBR and how they needed to have a great start. Well, the eco play is right there for us. That's the reaction. That's the rebellion coming out of MIBR. They lost the pistol round, but then they have these beautiful setups towards ramp. You'll see Turtle plays it very cleverly. The timing, he picks LX to the side and pick onto Junior. And then for some weird reason, he stays alive. I think Complexity thought he dropped down. There was no way he would found that third kill onto JT, but the damage has been done. And from that point on, MIBR is just going to stay in control. We have that triple setup towards the inside. No chance, no shot for Complexity. And off the back of that round from MIBR, 8 rounds in a row. It's a very streaky type of Counter-Strike. A lot of money in the bank, which meant that Complexity had to get weapons all the time.
And I just want to point out, there's two ways of losing a round like this. One is, you know, losing in a close fashion where it comes down to a 1v1 where, you know, a player makes a great play and then you end up losing it. This one was not even close, right? They end up losing and surviving 4 players in MIBR's instance. And that's one of those that just hurts for Complexity. Prone off to a very poor start, as you see by the round distribution. And for Complexity, right, I think they made a good comeback in the second half, but when you get off to such a poor start on a tough T side on Nuke, you're just not giving yourself a chance of really getting the victory.
And that's something that maybe we anticipated going into the second half as well, because we know MIBR, we know they've been struggling on their T sides. Do you feel like there was any improvement for them coming into this map?
Yeah, I think the very beginning of their T side was the bright light that we needed to see from MIBR. They lost the gun round. They elected to go for a full eco, which is a risk in itself, but right off the bat, 3 rounds, back to back to back, to actually give themselves that breathing room, because we saw Complexity come back into the game. We saw as soon as the defense had resources, things looked really grim, no joke independent for MIBR. But then that very beginning, these 3 rounds that gave them the breathing room.
And I think we need to bring up one round in particular when we're talking about the second half. Jota getting an incredible clutch, a 2v5 there, a round that we didn't anticipate him to be able to get. So do you want to walk us through exactly what happened in that one?
It was a close one, a very close round in that instance, right? And one of the swing rounds in the game. We see Grim, you know, perhaps spotting a guy here. We're not quite sure. Getting a bit messy with the spray, but he gets the kills. And everything seems to be falling apart for MIBR on this one. And as you can see in the scoreline, 13-11, it is at a very crucial moment in the game. This duel out here, though, Fang is a little bit unlucky by not spotting the guy on top roof, and he's making a fantastic play. Sliding down, not making too much noise, catching 2 players off guard. Grim is a little bit lucky by winning this duel. Had he lost that, that could have been the round, but still, Jota in a 1v2. He walks into the door and he's slowing down the pace. There's still a lot of time to work with. Some players will make noise. No, he finds the kill. And at this point, Matthew, you said it in the Green Rule while watching it. That is an interesting way of playing the clutch. He's using all the time and he's catching off JT.
It's a very unfamiliar way to play the 1v1. As soon as I saw that move coming outside, moving back to ladder, I knew that if JT didn't see him coming, that's it. That's the end. Because it's so, yeah, I guess, untraditional a way of playing 1v1.
High risk, high reward.
Yeah, high risk, high reward, I guess you could say.
Did you see him as the most impactful player on the side of MIBR? Then, or was there anybody else you want to highlight?
I mean, all of them. I think all of them stepped up. I think this was more so a team performance. There was moments from all players where they were making the difference, especially in the first half. Jota obviously had a great game. He found impact in the most crucial moments in the game. So in that regard, I would say he was the most important player for MIBR. But overall, I will give them the credit that was a team performance, right? In the group stage, we saw one player in Bruno going off. He was by far the star player, and he was the one creating all the space, creating all the duels. But this time around, it was more so a joint team effort.
I think it was also quite an exhausting game to play because, let's be honest, this wasn't the cleanest type of Counter-Strike we had seen. There were mistakes aplenty. There were situations that should have been won by Team A or Team B, and they completely lost it. So it's the kind of game where you never feel like you're in control, and you never feel like you're just strolling slowly to victory. Any round you could win gets messy, gets hairy, suddenly you have to clutch. So props to MIBR to actually staying in it, because I thought that Complexity had just looked down the castle.
Yeah, we were kind of talking about it in the green room, saying, you know, one person makes a mistake, somebody else capitalizes upon that mistake, then they make a mistake. It's kind of like that domino effect coming into things. We are coming on to the next round of Ancient. This is MIBR's pick coming into things. We did see them taking on OG, interestingly enough. Didn't manage to take that one home, though.
No, the T side fell extremely flat, honestly, and I was afraid that this was going to be a problem again today, but this is where we have to address the difference between a team like OG, a team like Astralis, and a team like Complexity. We know, and we have seen it right there. We cannot give the same credit to that defense. I think MIBR will have a better time. I think their T side will be better, because against OG, it just completely fell flat.
It's not quite a punish pick, though. Complexity / Extra Salt used to play it a lot, and they have played it a lot. When I look through the results, right, a lot of those games are against, you know, domestic lineups in North America, against some Brazilian teams as well, and they're winning a lot of those games. It's the fashion they win in, though, that's impressive to me. They win 16-4, 16-6, 16-3, 16-6. I know it's not against the best caliber of opponents, but when you're dominating your teams like that, then you're good on Ancient. So if you're MIBR, you must have prepared a lot coming into this one, because I think Complexity is very capable of playing Ancient at a relatively high level.
And just going back to the only time we've seen this iteration of Complexity playing Ancient, it was against Gambit. It was back at FunSpark as well. We know Gambit, an incredibly strong team coming into things. They did lose out, but it wasn't, I don't know, it wasn't too ugly. I mean, Floppy, the man on the screen was saying right now, 34 kills. Must be a bit heartbreaking not to close it out, but not the worst scoreline against such a high caliber team.
I guess you're right, but also I think it's a very dangerous door to go through in Counter-Strike when you start saying that just because you won 11 rounds against that team on the map, which means that against a lesser team you should win more. I mean, we know what can happen on a day on a map. We've seen NAVI get absolutely wrecked in the first day of the competition, right? So all it proves, if anything, is that Complexity can play Ancient, which bodes very well for their fan, but I will not gonna put too much stock into that game versus Gambit.
Well, we can take a look at the Betway odds updated for the second map of this series, see who they are siding with, coming in with MIBR for this one. I mean, no surprises considering it is their map pick. I do want to kind of pick your brains a little bit about the T sides we've been talking about for MIBR. The fact that we really didn't see them showing up, as Maniac was saying, literally fell flat against OG on this very map. What change do you want to see for them today?
I want to see some more pace, and I want to see some more explosiveness. Ancient is a map that offers both. You know, you can go for the early map control, you can fight towards A ramp, you can take mid control if you want to, and you can be explosive on the map. What I saw against OG was disjointed, right? It felt like some players had an idea that they wanted to be aggressive, they wanted to make the difference in the beginning of the rounds, and some other players were just laying back and waiting, and it often ended up in a situation where it was chaotic, right? It wasn't synergized, it wasn't together and well played by MIBR. So if they fixed, you know, those mistakes over the last couple of 4 days, and they can come in now and prone a better T side, I could see this game being very competitive. I, you know, disregarding the odds in this one, still have Complexity as being the favorites. I think they're very capable on Ancient, and I could definitely see them take this map breakthrough.
I'll look at the Academy player. NSM, we mentioned him, he was the best player of day one for MIBR. He completely went through being invisible. 0.79 rating, only 13 kills. So if he picks up the pace right now, picks up the slack, that's going to be an MIBR very dangerous.
Well, a chance for them to potentially take it into, and it is coming into their grounds. Their pick for the side of MIBR. We are going to be seeing Ancient gracing our screens very shortly, and a chance for Complexity to come back in and push it to a third. It's going down with Moses and Anders, and you don't want to miss it.
Welcome back. It is the second map that is coming up next. It's Ancient, and the odds started out favoring Complexity. Now they swung back. It's pretty close. It's pretty much almost even between the two teams here.
I think that's fair, especially in this matchup, to see them swing a little bit wildly between maps, especially, as we said, as MIBR took nuke off them. And that's kind of the scary part. That's Complexity's pick. Now you're on MIBR's pick, and probably picked it for a reason. And again, conversation before we even started this best of three, you got to go deep into the map pool now. Like these aren't these best of ones. Now you have to really test how far down you can go and how much experience does this team actually have, even in just practice. This Complexity team, in terms of Ancient.
Yeah, and we just don't really have the data for it just yet. So it'll certainly be interesting, and building that deep map pool. I mean, that problem starts even at the point where you're doing the veto, right? So like, you know, just if you don't have enough strong maps, then you're going to be forced into something that's really awkward. And obviously Inferno would be deciding if we get there.
This will probably be a conversation to dive into in the future later on, but that's now, you know, 3 times Complexity's been happy to take a series to nuke here at Blast, and 3 times they've lost it. So tough times at the moment for Complexity on their own map pick, but yeah, now they got to recover here. I think the big conversation has got to be that they can't start slow the same way they did. I mean, not just in terms of the scoreline, which was 8-1, which obviously you never want, but individually it felt like the players didn't warm up until like round 9 or 10 in that game.
Yeah, that is definitely true. Floppy played really well. So
Floppy did, but like I'm also looking at obviously the other name is going to be Grim after his experience in Liquid and kind of some of the level that he showed within that team, and Fang as an up-and-coming rifler. That core of riflers that they have, you're going to want them to be dynamic and dangerous, and we didn't get that power and that strength out of them on that nuke game.
Well, they're going to have one more shot at it here with MIBR, I believe, starting on the T side, Complexity on the CT side, and a map that people have tried to play in very many different ways. In general, could be kind of slow on the T side, but it doesn't have to be. Some teams have definitely shown us. I mean, actually, MIBR, I think, originally was one of them that went for those B ramp rushes, even in rounds with rifles, to try to be real aggressive. Some in the middle as well, but
those seem to be way more effective when teams were still kind of figuring out some protocols on how to defend against them. I think the teams have got it. There's a lot of information out there now on how to slow those down and how to neutralize them. I think the nice thing for Complexity trying to recover in this series down 0-1 in maps is that this is one of the more this is the most CT-sided map we have in the pool. So if you're Complexity starting on the CT side, you're kind of thinking of that. You're leaning on it and you're saying, let's get out to a good lead here. Let's get our own 10-5 half. Let's get it to 11-4. They've won both pistol rounds in the first map and they only converted one of them. But here, they're going to wipe the slate clean, and they've got 2 pairs of dualies to get it done.
Well, now we're all excited. There'll be a lot of pistols on that B bomb site. They've left Grim with the USP over on the other side, and they're going to try and see if they can defend it. Some early bullets being thrown into the bomb site from MIBR. But he's just jumped all in, and he's going to find Fang up close, but the dualies are back, and it's Floppy with a nice double kill. JT, that one might actually make a huge difference. If not for that, it's probably a 3-on-2 with the bomb down, and MIBR can scatter and just hold it from a distance. But now instead, it's a very awkward round for the T side.
Well, especially because both the smokes clear. That's a great play. Yeah, that's a great play from Woody. He sneaked in and got the bomb right as the smokes were still up, and just as they cleared, he bailed out. They're going to be able to beat JT and Grim over to the A bomb site. This will be a really tough retake. The question is, are there any kits? It doesn't look like it. JT has no armor, and there's plenty of time after this bomb goes down that Exit and Woody can find good positions for the post plant. Really, really tough retake.
Yeah, I mean, on some level, the lack of a kit or a smoke means you really have to do what they're doing here. Just run and clear all the corners, because you know you probably have to spend another 5 or 7 seconds doing the same thing, but inside of the bomb site. You have to look really deep to find anyone. They're going to tap it once, a little bit of a peek, and a nice headshot. Grim will take down Exit. They needed that, but still, it's 10 seconds. They try it again, and Woody, he's been playing it real cool. And there's the final commit. Now they have to do it. Sneaks in and drops the defuser. Woody, that 1 kill was all they needed to win the round. And MIBR, it's a good start. I'd say it's a pretty good attempt at a retake there from Complexity, but it's hard.
I mean, even with the great shot from Grim on the first player in that 2v2, there's just so many different positions to clear in that A bomb site. How are you supposed to pick the right direction to look? And Grim, he's looking everywhere but A main at that point. Good kill from Woody, good patience, and Grim knows he's already lost. 1-0 for MIBR, their first pistol round of the series.
But otherwise, they picked the right bomb site for the initial defense, and I guess that's something. Almost could have had it. A couple of deagles now. MP9 and a FAMAS in play. A lot of action around this position that Pierre is in. Normally, there's a lot of play around the smokes and, you know, sneaking through and wall bang. Seems like a lot of the activity in all the early rounds is just centered around this position.
Ooh, this is a good stack, though. When does it pounce? Good find from Pierre. And now Grim with a couple kills right at the end. That is a good hold from Complexity. They've given themselves an advantage. Shota with the AK-47 in middle. But Grim is still alive. Turtle's going to start probing into the B bomb site. Bomb is way far back, so even if they have success, it's going to take some time to fall back and get that bomb. And Grim, ooh, just gave up the angle. Poor timing for him.
Super unfortunate, but yeah, he wanted to probably come back and help out a little bit more in this position. Turtle, as you said, he'd snuck in a while ago. Now it's on Fang. 1 versus 2, and he needed that instant headshot for that to work out. That's a very, very close round. Not a lot had to be different here for Complexity to probably pick it up.
Yeah, that kind of sucks if you're Complexity. You're feeling like you had a good advantage, some good positioning after the double kill from Grim. 2-0 for MIBR. They survive a scare, and Complexity is going to have to drop down to a very small investment. 5-7 picked up, P250, couple of nades, a little bit of utility to set something up. But it's going to have to be spectacular if they want to turn this round in their favor. Towards B ramp we go.
Yeah, all of them showing up. Very interesting. Turtle with a bit of pressure, and they wanted to run up behind. They ran into the Molotov. You cannot question their commitment to the cause. They really went for it. Fire and flames didn't even matter. It's going to be a flawless round here for MIBR. And I mean, I guess that was in the cards for Complexity. They wanted to really just going to be quick. Let's go.
Yeah, they're ready to get the rifles out. And they've got them. 4 M4s in the next round. An AWP on Junior. Full armor as well. No kits is the scary spot for the defense in round number 4.
Well, only if they, only if they get caught, right? Only if that bomb goes down. So we'll see. All right, a lot of M4s here. No initial mid pressure being put on by MIBR. Turtle the only one holding outside of B. And more of a lean towards those A hallways for the Brazilian side, at least to start off with. Interesting setup right now for Complexity. With a lot of people on the A-bomb side. Doesn't normally happen that much. See how long they can keep Grim and Fang by that donut position.
Well, they're going to be happy to have him secure that position, especially with Junior with the op peering towards long A. Grim's going to be the mobile player. Him and JT working together to make sure nobody can slip through mid. Junior, I don't believe, has any idea. Exit and be at Anazon have switched over to the right side of his crosshair and double scoped, even less vision. He's in trouble.
That is a very, he's going to regret that if he stays double scoped. Floppy goes down. Pulls Junior back. Oh, but he thinks better of it. That's some very good awareness. Didn't quite hit the second flick, and now, yeah, the pressure's being put back on him. One good nade to his position. He's going to have to fall back from here. Fang is also in trouble by the donut. He's going to get one, and a great follow-up, taking down Woody. They needed that double kill, and that might actually secure the round. What a defense from Fang. And I don't think actually Exit and Joda Comedy get onto the site now.
No, they don't really have any access whatsoever. They're hoping for an overextension. They're hoping for a peek that's not coming. Grim is the next one to make contact. Good frag. That's onto the boost. And Jota, 15 seconds on the clock. He's just going to back off. Falling away, going to save the weapon.
That looked like it was going to be MIBR making the, especially with that early kill on Floppy, and they turned it around. Fang, probably the hero of the round.
Yeah, when Floppy goes down, you feel like that pounce is going to come. And yeah, right. Junior, I mean, quickly decided to rotate over, but then quickly also just changed his mind and came right back for it.
This is not easy once Woody's already made it.
Actually, the benefit that even in his death, Floppy had done a good amount of damage to make that first kill, just a cleanup, that it happened quick, so he's able to readjust onto the MAC-10. 3-1.
Much better start here for Complexity. Need to hold on for a little bit longer, but if they can win this round, definitely have a different feeling from what we had on Nuke. Flash into the middle. Joda, huge opening. He's going to get that kill and catching Fang in the corner. 2-0 here in the middle. That is huge.
Well, they wanted to build upon it, and it's just not going to happen. That's a huge kill from Grim to start clawing it back. That one's kind of a freebie, as Jota didn't expect anything. And Grim can get that kill, smoke off the choke point, and rotate away. Junior and Floppy defend the B bomb site. The X factor is B at Anazon. Pushing through mid at the moment. Floppy's got one. Junior misses a shot, which is huge. Grim, keep his eyes trained, and he's found that as well.
Getting away with some crazy timings here. They'd also realized that Junior was AWPing from all the way at the back of the site, but they didn't actually know that Floppy was in that forward corner, so he just walked out and got a kill while all that was going on. Exit and Woody, 2 versus 3 right now. I am super shocked that Complexity are even still in this round, and actually they're a man up now.
Yeah, but the defense is spread thin. If Grim goes down without really any kind of a fight, Complexity's in trouble. Good kill. Immediate headshot. That's the bomb down. That should start pulling Junior and Floppy, but they're wary of someone cutting off the rotation. Good shot from Woody. Grim, that's a tough angle to expect. He goes down for free, and now Junior's trained with the op.
Oh, surely.
Does he book it to the other site?
Oh, that's going to be close. That's going to be so close for him to make it. I mean, he can't check anything. He just has to run the whole way. Picks up an AK instead of the AWP, and Fluffy is, I think, smartly putting himself closer to a rotate if he needs to.
Oh my god, is he gonna have time for this?
Yeah, I guess he will, but again, no, don't pull out the AK. Just keep running. Doesn't matter if someone's there, you're gonna lose the round anyway, so go for it. Bomb is there in the last possible second almost. Gonna be a D-Molotov there just in case, but Floppy and Junior gonna have to relocate. Ooh, who stops running first? It's Woody. He hears it. Floppy runs right in and still gets a bullet off, which in itself is actually impressive. And now it's a one-on-one. Junior versus Woody. He's already taken down 2 out of 3, and he need 1 more to complete the clutch. Junior gonna run straight for it. Not quite sure where Floppy is, so he just fakes it the one time, and he's walking up right behind him. Junior is looking, and he gets the spin and wins the round for his team. That is absolutely well played.
Yeah, nice clutch from Junior. Difficult clutch for Junior, pairing over the Molotov, but man, Woody made that expensive. That's a very nice attempt of a clutch from him. And good on Junior to spin right back. Almost a 1 versus 3 victory from Woody with a little bit of creativeness. Wrapping all the way to the other side of the map. The plant and the aggressiveness towards the flank, and almost pulls one off on Junior. 2 to 3, but that's eaten a lot of cash away from Complexity.
6th round. Got 4 Tech-9s and an AK-47. Running into some defensive grenades early on that B ramp. Usually that is the danger of rushing it. Fang in a very interesting position. If he can stick around here, he's actually going to fall back further into the middle, but he'd be very close to helping out that B defense if it was ever needed.
Ooh, Floppy can be in a power position. JT with the first peek. He's lined up 2. He wanted to continue the spray. He does a lot of damage. Same with the spam. And now Junior steps up to the plate with the AWP. Nothing to block him off. 4 on 3. And the cross ain't gonna work. Junior's got his first kill.
Yeah, they needed...
Second kill.
They needed a much more clean entry to that bomb site and probably needed to get the bomb down almost immediately. Woody's managed to sneak in and kill on Floppy. That's a bit annoying. Again, from Complexity's point of view, they would love to have a round where at least now these 3 rifles stay alive. Don't lose anyone else. And that should be doable. Woody is caught up close and personal. And it is a 3rd round on the board for Complexity. Well played. It's looking much more respectable at the moment. They will have money to buy if they want on the MIB. They could go for half buy if they wanted to, but probably just keep the pressure on, I suppose.
Yeah, if they wanted to. Ooh. I think they will, at least a half buy. I mean, they have a chance to really actually go for it. And I mean, with Woody, he's able to get the op as well. There's a chance this is just a full buy from MIBR. 3 to 3.
Gonna talk it over.
Yeah. 3 straight for Complexity's defense. That 2nd round a little bit sketchy with the bomb plant.
Yeah, there've been some scary rounds. And actually, speaking of which, on Nuke, MIBR had a couple of those interesting rounds where they managed to sort of beat a timing, sneak in through behind enemy lines. That can kind of have a little bit on this map too, with the way that the middle works. You can lose people in some of these tunnels, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's still like an element from Complexity where I think there's some unnecessary deaths being taken, some overextensions in weird points, and I think that's allowing MIBR a little bit of latitude to be able to pull some of these rounds back in their favor.
Yes.
We saw that 2-on-5 victory on Nuke as well. That was just so backbreaking. Here we go. Flashbangs out in mid. They got a couple of kills with an AK-47 doing just this. That was from Jota. This time, no one from Complexity has presence here. And they're going to try and split towards the A bomb site. Fang again for the defense. Great transfer, great spray. Triple kill for Fang and Jota and exit. Just back away.
It feels like, I like the initial attempt to sort of, again, run in and catch someone in the middle. But when you then slow down and you actually take 3 or 4 seconds to wait around, and then you're like, okay, let's continue the push, I guess. It's like, that's not going to be a surprise anymore. And no one's going to be, you know, trapped by that. They're just going to be ready.
Well, you also did mention a couple of the times we saw Nuke of them playing a little bit of a dangerous game, coming through some of the smokes and being able to grab an advantage. You just see the negative side of that kind of a play style, which we've kind of documented and talked about so much over the years of Counter-Strike. This time it's a triple kill in the favor of Fang, and I think Floppy might have just heard a footstep. You can see all the blue dots rotating over. Easy double kill. 4 to 3, Complexity take a lead.
Yeah, playing on the other side of that little guard fence that's been set up. You're obviously not meant to step on that side. But he did it anyway, Floppy. Thought he was being a gentleman, you know.
Disrespect to the ruins.
Exactly.
to the history of the world.
I'm sure there's like old stuff in that corner, you know. Don't want to be trampling on the urns.
Do we know where Ancient is supposed to be? South America, someone said, because of the Jaguar picture?
I think, yeah. And also, I think because of the pyramids, right? It does look like something that from the region, I think.
I was thinking Cambodian, Angkor Wat, those temples out there, you know?
Very specific.
The Tomb Raider temples.
I think so, a lot of the South American temples, or at least for some period, they decorated them with skulls, right?
Cool.
I think actually, I think one of the problems at one point was that they had to like keep essentially murdering more people to build bigger temples because they needed more skulls. So.
Supply and demand.
Yeah, I mean, it's an ancient concept.
Miss Molotov Jr. is going to get blinded. Good shot from Turtle as that flashbang pops. Jr. His crosshair was just a little bit wide, but that's going to pull JT over, excuse me, Fang over.
Floppy, this is an all or nothing. He is right inside of the smoke, and it's fading in front. Might be put up another one there. Oh, he's got a teammate now. What is happening? Joda will open it up for JT on the return. Beautiful triple, and now they've been locked out. That is so crazy. That defense, I don't think I've seen that before on the ramp. One person is already a lot, but they were so shocked that there was a second player there.
Yeah, one player is a coin flip. The second player was never expected from MIBR. Fang with a little bit of an off angle, and Grim has them boxed in, coming in for the flank, and JT still being aggressive. Turtle won't expect this, surely. Quad kill for JT. Looking for the ace, but Fang's gonna take it. What a great round from JT. A little bit of benefit of Floppy taking the attention, but that's perfect.
I mean, if you're coming in from the T side, you're not expecting for two CT defenders to be hiding inside of a smoke.
No.
At that ramp, so fair play to them. But this is really well played from JT. Again, you know, with the M4A1, I know it is the go-to M4 these days, but that's a lot of kills to be getting. You don't have to miss a lot of shots to run out of bullets and then it can get awkward, so well done.
Double Molotov towards mid. Fang wants a fight. Flames are going to keep them back, so he gets aggressive. He's going to find no one.
They're out of money.
Oh, yeah. No cash. A lot of control for Complexity here. They're on fire as well. 5 straight. Now, Fang and Floppy in these positions could allow JT to rotate off, but I think they're feeling they want to stick around for a moment. That's a huge kill to find. Floppy a bit too curious.
Trying to follow it up there. A second headshot would have made things kind of awkward for Complexity, but they're able to keep their cool right now. Yeah, I think the flashbang that they threw against actually didn't really do much either, so he was like, all right, sweet. I'm not flashed, and maybe someone will peek behind it, so... But I still don't know what they're going to do from this position. They're still not in a great position, MIBR, to even get any map control.
Well, Fang is going to spin as soon as JT makes contact. There's the first one. JT's looking. They want the chase. Grim needs to get into position to cover Fang's back, to cover middle. 2 players defending here. They want the fight. They're committed to it. Oh, boy. That's beautiful. What a good sequence of rounds from JT.
Yeah, 7 kills in 2 rounds.
I don't know how he got all 3 of those as headshots, but we'll give it to him.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Sometimes it just works like that. Oh, yeah. That does seem awkward.
Okay.
Good spray.
Yeah.
6 in a row. MIBR back with some more rifles. See if they can find something. I think what's interesting as well is that sometimes I think the problem on the defense on this map is that you get hit on the B-bomb side so much that you end up leaving almost nobody on A. You have like 1 guy playing back CT spawn and then 4 on B, but they don't have that problem Complexity. They can deal with it. And now instead, they're switching up the game and pushing into T spawn.
Oh, look at the coordinated aggression as well from A, though. Grim is pushing. He's not going to clear to the right. Oh, he goes down. It backfires. 2 on 4. Floppy needs this kill onto Woody, but the smoke is still up and it doesn't clear at any point.
I actually think that is so cool. I know that did backfire, but I actually think that's a very, very cool plan for Complexity.
I would love to see Jota's POV after this, just to see if he's... Oh, actually, they put it in chat. Full blind Jota? Yes. Unlucky.
But it was generally said nice flashbang, so... It's not over. Floppy is still here. There's a reason we've been talking so much about him. Not to be underestimated. He's going to shoot people through the smoke, which I guess... you can just do now.
I think Floppy's been doing that in both maps now. If he gets 1 more, I think the hit will be on. I think they're going to look for 1 more, and if not, Floppy Yeah, he goes down. Junior needs to just back away. Save that AWP. Don't let them have it. You got plenty of money on the rest of Complexity as well. So a bit unfortunate you have to give up the round. It'll be a 4th for MIBR.
He's one bullet away from making that a 2-on-2 and a viable round once again. Junior is still sneaking in here, and I think that is a bit crazy. He was moving away for a long time.
Problem is he can get boxed in. I mean, he's going to have some trouble. Turtle going towards Donut is going to have this angle towards Temple. Oh, good awareness from Junior.
All right. Yeah, I guess he has it under control. Don't run too far. But otherwise, it is finally another round on the board for MIBR. 4th one after losing 6 in a row. Yeah, that is a really deep flashbang. He's backpedaling.
Spraying.
Holding down. Yeah.
Blind, one-handed. Style points.
We've got it from every angle. Brilliant.
You hate to see it. You absolutely hate to see it. 6-4. 2-round lead for Complexity. Plenty of money for another buy. Junior still with 9,000 saved up.
I would like more teams to try and repurpose that play that Complexity just did. I think that's a really fun idea. All right, 11th round. Nade. Don't know if it was meant to bounce that way, but Junior, I think either way would have been out of it. Floppy with the just off timing. I think 1 second earlier, 1 second later, he just has either the target or a different target, and then Bieri turns around for another kill. So it's a 2-for-1 now that Junior's picked up Turtle.
Complexity's got to be careful for the rest of this half, though. This kind of hyper-aggression is not really working, especially these past 2 rounds. And now it's chewing into their economy, making these rounds very costly, even if they are managing to turn them back in their favor. Grim with an angle.
He's been playing well on this bomb side. They hadn't come to visit him for a while. He has an initial engagement in the follow-up one. A bullet to the face from Exit. And they need to save once again, because even if Junior has a ridiculous bank of almost 10,000, the rest of his team are not quite that rich. So keep this money alive. Ooh, and even that's going to be tricky. Woody camping to return a phrase outside of the B-box.
I was going to say, I haven't heard that phrase in quite some time.
So, listen, it's a classic insult, isn't it?
It is.
Great accusation.
Oh, I think Junior's going to lose this off. Do you clear behind this box? Oh, he certainly does. He sees the barrel now, and he's got it. Jota is going to put some pressure on him. Junior's still fighting to keep the op in hand. Flick isn't going to land. He's got one player coming through T-spawn. He's got a lot of time to keep this gun alive. And MIBR's throwing everything out. I think Jota's just going to go right through. He's going to get a flashbang from Exit. There it is. He's going to come through surely. Flashbang not as effective, and Junior goes down eventually. Good hunt from MIBR.
Bieri, who was probably the least performing player on MIBR in the first map, definitely doing some good work so far on this one, which is good to see. He's up to 9 kills, leading the pack. And it's 6-5, and you said at the beginning this is a CT-sided map, so MIBR started to claw back maybe a bit earlier than Complexity would like.
Oh, certainly. And I think the other bummer is these past 2 rounds of those huge aggressive pushes have taken all their money away. If they get reset here, it's going to be brutal for the rest of the half. Jota just behind the Molotov. It's not spreading. It's not taking him either. And he's just going to step out slowly as it clears.
Imagine if you're actually playing forward in the middle like that on the CT side, and you expect for that Molotov to kind of be holding the back a bit further. You don't have to make much of a misstep before you're in trouble. JT and Floppy. Yep, Floppy's playing that one as an anti-flash. The Molotov forces them to use the smoke anyway, but they're going to get the kill on Jota. And if Floppy can escape, if they can make it out of here, then maybe they don't even want to.
That's not the worst outcome for MIBR, though. Yeah, I mean, now that they've taken the damage, that hurts a little bit more. But 1 kill, you did force out 2 smokes from Complexity. They were doubled up in that position. 6-5 in a 5-on-3. And Bieta Anazan, as you said, the best performing player of MIBR, down to about 20 HP. Good kill from Floppy as Complexity maintained their position. Great sequence. And a nice easy round for Complexity to get back on the horse.
Yeah, everything working out here. Really well done. Both playing the, I guess the left-hand side from the T's point of view, and obviously one of them playing anti-flash, and even with the Molotov on top, it wasn't enough pressure. So that's definitely kind of interesting. 7-5 though. Good work on Complexity to shut it down before they ran out of money. because that was coming up next.
Yeah, now they've built that buffer back up just a little bit. Still looking to be able to go into the second half with an advantage. 2-round lead. Turtle gonna run through the Molotov. Same with Woody. Actually, they take a lot of damage. Floppy might be able to clean this up, but he misses the timing. And he's brought low.
Seems dangerous to be running up that far with a Molotov in hand in terms of someone actually coming at you, but so far all they did is exchange a bit of damage. Woody's down very low. And exit working the A hallways. Not really made up their minds yet, I think it might be. They might be giving some space here just for Complexity to be aggressive again and maybe catch them. Which they're being very defensive. They're in CT spawn, 2 of them, so.
Looks like this... Oh, I thought they were actually going to relocate. The bomb was running through T spawn. He's going to come right back to the B bomb site. Felt like they might start setting up for some kind of a fake. Here's that aggression, though. Floppy going to go investigating. It's all down to timing when he decides to turn the corner. There's a lot of bodies here, and they're just going to have a vertical stack. Floppy close up. Junior with the up far behind. JT is there for support if needed. Floppy cannot stand. Don't do that. Good kill from the M4 close up. Keeping space. They like this stack. They want to keep it. 2 for 1. And a smoke down into the choke point.
Ooh, Turtle, that's a nice kill on JT. That might actually turn it around a little bit. He fakes out the shot there. Junior going to be forced to run back for the smoke. And now 24 seconds. Joda, you have the bomb, so eventually you're going to have to come out of hiding in that corner. They want one more peek here. They really want to turn this into a 2-on-3, but they're running out of time, and they got to be careful now. No more smokes up. Fang with a nice peek, and he's going to get the double. And that is a great defense put up after the fact from Complexity.
Yeah, they let the smoke clear. They waited just long enough to allow Junior to get his sightlines back. That's huge. And man, that is kind of a tough defense. Obviously, Turtle does a great job clearing things out. But Fang saves the day. Again, another clear line of sight for him and a good double kill. He's had some great multi-kills on this map so far.
Yeah. And not really, they didn't look panicked at all here, Complexity. Even if that initial hit was pretty decent for MIBR, they still managed to keep that cool. There's the trouble with running up. Turtle gonna burn alive. Fang following it up. Excellent headshot. And the smoke is there behind him. He's gonna go back for more. That seems crazy, but it's more multi-kills for him. A double once again. Joda is down. An exit. Not much he could do here. Not even... But if he got 3 kills, maybe this could turn the economic situation going to the 15th round, but it is unlikely. Gotta be 9 rounds for Complexity.
Looking good. We were saying they'd be, on this CT set, they'd be looking to get their own 10-5 scoreline heading into half. And a solid position for that. Exit grabs 1 as a consolation prize, a 4-round lead. And okay, now we're starting to get some smiles.
Good.
Yeah. We like happiness.
They should be. I think they've done a pretty respectable job right now.
I mean, this defense has been so strong, and outside of rounds 10 and 11, which is where we saw that crazy 2-man push down mid, Grim pushing at A, trying to coordinate that. The next round, we saw a 2-man push as well, and both of those just got entirely, not only negated, but just crushed and obliterated. Outside of those 2 rounds, Complexity has had no issues on this defense in gun rounds.
Came back for it. They were actually ready to... That's the fight that they probably wanted there, MIBR. JT also pushing out, taking down BR. So now they have basically mid and nothing else MIBR to control. That's really interesting. Now, at least they managed to return the kill. So it's a 1-for-1 trade, but they don't have a lot of map control as long as JT's hanging out here.
Yeah, JT's actually making a really aggressive play to shrink the map. He's going to have to contend with Woody, although I think he sees the trajectory of that nade or perhaps even heard it. Junior in position with the off as well, blinded. I don't think they saw him. Hiding behind the box, teammates to take attention away, missed shot. Oh no, that's not ideal.
That communication took a minute. There was definitely one of the players that saw him and the rest didn't, and you could feel probably just a really long second before someone started screaming. He's definitely there.
Well, they're very fortunate he switched away from the offer. Yeah, that was just an awkward sequence, I think, from both sides. The communication, it came in, but it took that second to kick in, as you said, because there's another player that they're fighting up against. So that's a huge round for MIBR to grab right at the end. It's 9-6 in the favor of a strong Complexity defense, but they're going to switch sides, and we'll come back and see how they do on offense. Stay tuned.
Whose face is that? We've got 3 pro faces smushed together in some Frankenstein-esque situation, and you guys are gonna guess piece by piece, from top to bottom, one at a time, whose collection of faces it is. Lasers?
And police.
We know these guys are kind of the top of the line in terms of competitors, so I have high expectations. But whose face is that?
Oh. You can go first. You can go first. I don't know the bottom one.
And just like that, the confidence is gone. From the top? Incorrect. Incorrect.
Perfecto?
No.
What the hell? Maybe it's Georgian hair? No?
Wrong.
Yeah.
So, face number 3.
What?
Canadian. That is also correct. 2-0. You didn't even know your own teammate, Tessa.
Yeah, I would have guessed it. I
guessed the entire thing.
3 points for me and 0 for you? Yeah, that's nice for you.
Who has this hair, bro? Who has this hair? If I give you one clue, it's gonna come down to whoever has faster reactions. And I think that's what the people want, all right?
Okay.
So get ready. Get ready. G2.
Oh, it's I'm a nigga one. I'll take it. Almanac?
Almanac, yeah.
I said Almanac first.
Yeah, but you know, it was a wrong answer. You also said Kenny. There was no buzz in between.
That's what I was trying to check. I was like, did you go with
it gets dirty, man. It's not Almanac.
I'll take it, I'll take it.
Man. So let's hear a config for the 6-0 sweep, bro.
It's Hunter, right?
Correct.
And then it's Velde.
Boom, 6-0. That's a smoke. Ladies and gentlemen.
No, it's not already over.
Sorry, what was that last guess? Was there a buzz in there? Yuri? Oh, is that a steal?
God,
is that a snipe?
Gajon?
Correct.
Cajun?
Cajun.
Oh, I was thinking Cajun.
Well, thinking a little too long there, Hampus. It is Yuri. It is. I'm gonna give you that steal just because that was quick, man. Yuri at the top. Who's in the middle?
Okay, I'm gonna go with Device for the eyes.
Also correct. 2-0. Sweep it.
And then Shocks for the bottom.
3-0 lead for Elige. Damn. I feel dirty. I feel like I've wronged you.
He's stuck in Olo.
Second on left.
Stuck is dead.
Second on left. Swung.
Rush back. He's
Window
running away.
stairs.
Can you flash me?
Window dead.
Nice.
Yeah.
He's trying to
flank.
flank.
I'm just gonna leave you, Ricky. I'm not gonna flash.
Go mid, mid's open now. Runes now. Up in runes.
Open cave, guys. Okay.
I'm sitting wood.
Window's open for now. Pulling ramp. Hey, man, dead.
Nice. That's bomb.
Pulling window.
Oh my god.
We're doing it.
We both have kills.
Yeah, I got the cross.
Yeah, just stay posted. You can ask.
Save that up, maybe. An A?
Yeah.
Gonna be. Pull that stairs,
I'm gonna go flank.
Deep. He might push stairs. He's gonna push stairs, I think.
Yeah, I'm
Gotta
flanking.
get an equal kill.
Cave. He's... Cave, going ramp, Give him Molly.
Nice!
Good job.
Good job. Good job, David.
Some more good communication coming out from Complexity, to be honest. I mean, throughout all that, it was a very stressful situation, but you got a sense that they were just making the calls. They tried to, I mean, they missed some of the timing there, but generally, I think that's a good sign.
Yeah, they seemed actually pretty decently comfortable here on Ancient. A nice CT side overall. Outside of a few hiccups here or there, that was a very strong half. I think actually it feels like they should be ahead more than 9-6.
Yeah.
Gonna get a bit of a brawl here as MIBR essentially just rushes B ramp. All 5 players hear all of these footsteps and he sees the elbow.
Oh, that's very, very greedy. A lot of people behind him though. An exit will find another headshot. I can't believe they keep pushing it, Woody. He gets down by Floppy at range with the Glock as well. It's another 3-on-3 here. And the bomb, how quick could they get that down? Get picked off, Floppy there. Peeking into exit. He's been very good with that USP so far. Now it's a 2-on-3 in the afterplan, and Joda landing that headshot. Probably 95% chance this is done. But Fang is on his own. close enough for the Glock to be painful, and he's going to have to try and see if he can win this 1 versus 3. A little bit of damage. It's a 10-second defuse. Oh, and the follow-up is there. They come off the bomb. Joda swings for it, and the headshot is in. And they just barely win that round. Almost losing that 1 versus 3.
I thought he was going to call the bluff. I thought he was going to tuck himself in and see what happened. That is a huge win for MIBR, but what a close affair.
If he had known that there was no kit in play, I don't know how he could have, but if he had, I mean, this would have been such a different round for him to play. But he had to assume that.
I mean, if there's a kit in play, I think he just already would have lost that defuse, which is why I thought he would have just hit, especially after 2 kills that earlier in the bomb. But oh well, still a decent effort, still a good effort. Low HP dualies protecting the diffuser is not ideal for MIBR. 9-7. That's both pistol rounds taken by the Brazilian team on Ancient. Both pistol rounds on Nuke went the way of Complexity.
Grim out the middle. They're running through the Molotov. Junior will follow him through the flames. Good teammate to have. Turtle, though, pushing up aggressively. Could even be as a result of the aggression in middle that he saw like, all right, you know what, if you're going to be playing for middle, maybe I could go here, but he gets caught.
I love this. I love this play from Grim. He's close up to the smoke. He heard 2 players running just past him. MIBR gave all the... Oh, it's just caught. That's so unfortunate. What a huge backstab that would have been, and MIBR's aggression at the choke points is going to pan out. 2-for-1 trade. JT and Junior left in a 2 versus 3.
That is actually so unfair that he gets caught doing that, because you're right, that's a killer move.
That's a perfect timing.
Yeah, he would have won the round right then. If he had made it around the corner, Exit would have come back and just said, oh, it's no one middle, don't worry, guys, and then that BP defense would have been wiped out. That is just about some of the worst timing you could have had. Super unfortunate.
Well, worst timing if you're Grim, but great timing if you're MIBR and Exit. You gotta give him a shout out when you watch the demo back. That's just perfect. Grim not quick enough in making the play, and MIBR being very aggressive in these opening 2 rounds down that B ramp.
9-8. That's an 8. Still pushing. They've done some damage already. And again, just bringing it back to what you started us off with on Ancient, which is the fact that it can be a very CT-sided map. So, I guess it's still very interesting how this will play out.
Yeah, and Complexity's T-side on Nuke didn't really give you anything to be like too excited about. You got to wonder what their offense is going to look like here. But they had a tough time finding openings. They had a tough time dealing with MIBR's defense in a lot of ways. 1-round lead. Unarmored Deagles and Pistols marching towards their death. Should be a tight affair after this.
Okay. Finding an angle. Flumpy there with the Deagle. But yeah, you're right. Not much they could do at this point. Flash. Instant setup for that one. And now it's just a question of not losing too many players to Fang, if any at all. Woody will take him down. And that does it. 9-9. And Complexity back on the rifles once again. And we'll see. We'll get a chance here to figure out how they're going to be approaching the second half. Don't have all the time in the world to figure it out, obviously, but just a little bit.
Yeah, down 1 map. This is the elimination map, essentially, for Complex. Remember, the loser of this goes to the Showdown.
Showdown format is so brutal that
it is.
you don't want to be hanging out down there at all. Okay, some aggressive nades. Yeah, MIBR really keeping them far back with nades at the beginning. Whereas Complexity, if you remember, really some of the rounds, instead of using nades, would actually run up to fight them at this point.
They'd use bodies.
Yeah.
Yeah, those rounds didn't go super well. Pretty standard default defense, though. Pretty far back towards the B bomb set as well. Woody in middle. No op in his hands just yet, but looking for information. He sees nothing. 1:15 on the clock as Grim and Fang start to make their move out mid.
Is that double smoke?
It was. A little bit of miscommunication.
I think one of the second smoke that's sort of in the middle of the stairwell is actually probably super dangerous if anyone on the CT side wanted to try and exploit it against them.
Like step through and find a gap?
Yeah.
Looks like Woody's flirting with that idea right now, although he's just tucking himself into a corner in mid. All 5 players for Complexity towards the B-bomb site instead. Turtle's going to step up a little bit more aggressive. They were playing retake, but with the cover of smoke at top of B ramp, he wants to be able to turn on it. Still, it's just these 2 defenders at this bomb site.
I really don't like this defense for MIBR. I don't see how these two people can even help each other out right now. I feel like Bieri is going to be alone almost no matter what, and Turtle, he's going to get smoked off as he is right now. 28 seconds. And Bieri trying to stay out of the Molotov for as long as he can, but Fang squeezed deep into the site, and again, Turtle could never have helped him out. 20 seconds.
Floppy's low.
Oh, it is very, very low, but Turtle's not finding the angle. And so far, so good for Complexity. And even MIBR might even be thinking about
saving.
Saving, yeah.
It feels like it. Wood hasn't moved from it. Or Woody hadn't moved from his position. Yeah, he backs off. That's another element of that defense. Because Woody was so aggressive at the top of those mid stairs, he didn't want to leave that position. He felt like it was so powerful. It was actually the support player from A who had to rotate all the way over to the other side of the map. So just this one kill and a free access to the bomb site. Good job from Fang. And Complexity's still going to nurse that lead. They're going to take it right back 10-9.
I wonder what the logic is. I wonder if that defense is meant to be more of... Because you're right, they were playing it like a retake to begin with. So maybe they just thought, you know what, let's go a little bit further up. Let's get a kill and then fall back to the retake immediately. Like, let's just get one. But then Bieri wasn't falling back, right? He was actually committing to the site.
You got to have someone in there trying to hold on to things, you know? You gotta have someone putting up some resistance in a 5-on-5.
But yeah, to go down with the ship.
I mean, I think you had it read pretty well, especially when the utility comes in. Like, how are you possibly going to work together? All it is really one player saying, I can chuck flashes for you, and that's it.
Yeah.
Round 20 coming in.
What are we seeing here? Oh, what a run boost. They throw Woody into action, and he's going to be slowed down quite. That was his teammate's Molotov there. I was getting worried. But they need a hold behind him, otherwise he's going to get stuck here. So they need mid-control for him to play this. I wonder if Complexity are even aware of what's happening if they push forward.
Yeah, this is actually so dangerous. Because he does have Joda behind him, kind of keeping an eye on middle. But even if not, with the AWP, if you peek into that narrow choke point on mid, that can be tough to deal with for Complexity also. So Woody in a position to just find an opening kill and bail out.
It's incredible acrobatics in that round. If you fail that run boost and they push middle, it would be funny, but also dangerous. Joda. Grim is right there, and some damage exchanged. Woody gets Floppy on the other side, so very patient. He's now pushed into that Jaguar tunnel, actually no longer peeking at that corner initially, but it's an early kill favoring MIBR.
Yeah, that AWP gets exactly what's designed for. Opening pick, 5-on-4. Grim gonna challenge up against Joda, and he finally cleans up the kill. Finally finishes it off. The equalizer is found, and now MIBR has a lean. 3 players towards the B bomb site. Although Biera Enezan is going to back off in towards CT spawn, rotate away. Fang might hear that, and he might make his play. Woody's trained with the AWP. He's clearing it out. Oh, he's not quick enough, though. And Fang can now wrap around this defense. Exit is going to tuck himself even closer. They know his position, but he can't back up, and he knows it. He can't back up all the way. Fang coming in, 15 seconds on the clock, and Fang is holding on to CT spawn. It's absolutely massive play from Fang. Turtle is the last one left in a 1 versus 2.
What a play. Yeah, still a hard round here. Oh, he gets one more headshot. Junior, don't get this one up, and he will on a Fang, and all that he put into that round by getting that last kill and winning the one-on-one. Very, very scary. I mean, he could have stepped into a headshot there, but yeah, Fang controlled that whole round from the middle. Super well done.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Woody actually was a little bit slow on the shot. It looked like he was looking for that exact peak and just wasn't able to grab it. Good kill from Grim to clean Joda up, and this is the one right here. This was the turning point in the round. Look at what access it had given to Fang, and yeah, some frustration in losing the 1v1. That's a huge moment for a clutch. 2-round lead, and MIBR fully invests into round 21. They've got no money after this. A massive breaking point for Complexity. A huge opportunity for them to take control of the map.
Yeah, they're setting themselves up to maybe walk away with this win here. And again, this is the map that MIBR picked, so it'll be kind of exciting if that happened. Joda is playing out here with an AWP to take down Floppy. That is probably a surprise to them. They weren't expecting it, and he couldn't land the second shot. That would have been amazing. That would have let them, have that 3-on-5, which they might even need, given the weapons. Exit is going to be there. He's been playing very well on this map, and he'll take down Grim, and then after a couple of seconds, Junior right afterwards.
Yeah, but JT puts that smoke down. They've already lost 2 players to the angle. This is going to be tough. At least do some economic damage. JT, a couple more kills would be great if you can find them. 1 versus 3. Playing right around Temple. And he's going to move in. He hears the footsteps. Smoke is down. Wants this kill. Footstep made as well. Ooh, I think he just spotted one more. Off angle for Turtle. He saw everything. 11-10. What a great win for MIBR. Good kills from the op in Joda's hands. But those 2 frags from that angle towards CT spawn are massive.
Yeah, they really are. What a lifeline being thrown here to MIBR. They were going to be in so much trouble, especially in terms of the economy. Like you said, they pushed it all in this round. They would have had to have saved a lot if they didn't pick it up. So 10-11. Complexity still able to bind this one, but after this round, they're in the same boat. They're going to be in an awkward position. And it seems like they're setting up for an early B push if they can get away with it.
Ooh, MAC-10 lead the way. Turtle is the defender with no head armor. Let's see what that has to do with it. He's tucked into the corner. He's burning. Puts out the smoke. The MAC-10 is going to continue pushing. Are they aware of this? They heard the smoke. No one's really looking for it. Turtle jumps out. They line up good. Double kills for Complexity. 3-on-3, but they should be able to get the bomb down. But no, this flank is so brutal. Woody falls. Fang again delivering impact.
He's done so much, but he's very low on health and nade. Not for him, or he would have been dead already. Junior trying not to expose himself to that AWP. 1 bullet and he's going to be gone from it. Smoke is actually really well timed there on that one. With the bomb already down, that's going to buy them some time to relocate Complexity and to get it out from behind that initial totem position where they were sort of locked in.
1 flashbang on Fang.
They're going to be quite enough. They do have kits on either player here. There's the position, and Fang comes in. Another multi, this time a triple for him, and Complexity find a 12th round.
Yeah, what a beast. He's starting to take over this game just in terms of sheer impact. 21 kills as well. He's climbing up that scoreboard, leading the server. 1 over exit for MIBR, who's got 20.
I swear, Turtle jumped through the smoke with a knife and then switched to the AK. If you jumped through with the AK, I think you would have had the angle on at least 1 or 2 of them. So just a tiny detail there.
I'm surprised that the Complexity didn't notice or didn't seem to be paying any attention to that smoke on the Molotov.
Yeah.
Maybe they thought somebody else threw it just as a distraction, as a fake. Maybe they thought he wouldn't come through it, but there was a real chance that Turtle could have had huge impact.
Which, by the way, he will either should be doing or will be doing what you just mentioned, which is extinguishing the Molotov even though no one is there. Because that's very annoying if you're on the T side, right? It forces you to spend a lot of energy. Same thing happens on the A ramp on Vertigo with the sandbags, where even if no one's there, sometimes you'll just extinguish it anyway.
Happens all over every map, I feel like, has 1 spot. I think under balcony on Mirage.
True, yeah.
Double stack for MIBR's defense in Jaguar. Exit and B at Anazon. 1D inside of the flames. Exit goes down. Good double for JT. Huge trade off Floppy's death. And Junior watching for this push, but if he misses... All 3 players of MIBR are still in this B bomb site, although a couple of them are just rotating off as Turtle is the most aggressive player.
How much could be done with the CSET 75, though? I mean, they're going to be coming around the corner. Good flashbang. There's a great headshot to start with, and is that a friendly flashbang? They almost catch him running back, but he's going to be... No, their backup is really far away. It's still just Turtle on his own. He does some damage to Fang, but 2 versus 3. He needed Joda and Woody to be just a bit closer.
Yeah, that's surprising as well, especially when he was having contact and he saw utility flying over the wall. I'm surprised his teammates kept backing away. Complexity, this is not a round you can give up. And Fang is paying attention to it. Nice headshot onto Woody. Good follow-up from Joda, 1 versus 2, and you might as well go for it. You got time on the bomb to make this happen, but you got to start being aggressive. And actually, he's just going to let it slide away. He's going to back off and wants to keep the M4 alive. I thought surely he'd be going for that one.
I was kind of expecting that too.
It's kind of unfortunate that, I mean, well, the Molotov is great. It prevents Exit from swinging out off that contact, right?
Yeah. There's another round for a double kill on Fang. And it's 13 overall on the Complexity side. So.
And the only reason I'm surprised he doesn't go for that is because there's no way they're buying up in this round. There's no way they're forcing around the M4.
Yeah, I guess if in this round he comes up with a triple kill on that M4, we're going to be like, yep, well, it's all good. Made a lot of sense. But I agree, they weren't going to do anything in this round, so we shall find out how it's going to be playing out. 1
flashbang and a smoke on Joda, so at least they have a flash, maybe if they want to try and get that M4 aggressive. It's going to be in middle.
Oh, they're hoping for some aggression. They love them to swing against this, but not going to happen for Complexity. Keeping it cool. And obviously Complexity knew that he had a rifle.
The boost up. Then spotted. Floppy can't land the headshot, but that's going to let him know where the gun is. That means the rest of Complexity can just march into the A bomb site, although Joda and Woody are on the rotation back. And this can actually get a little bit dicey. It's going to be tough. They need to smoke. Remember, they lost 2 players to that position earlier. Grim is going to get aggressive as well, and that should be most of the danger taken away.
Oh, what? Right to the smoke.
Oh, no.
And a flank as well. Turtle's going to catch one. Panic on Grim. He's on his own inside of the smoke. There are 4 CTs right around him. This smoke is not going to last forever, and neither will Grim. JT is now on his own trying to save it, but BRE will take him down. And MIBR stealing around.
I cannot believe it. I cannot believe Complexity has let that one slip away.
Did one of the first CT members that showed up in CT spawn, they jumped past Junior, and then they jumped past again. They actually faced that AWP twice. Not that it had an effect on the round, but that just seemed crazy. But yeah, this is where the bad starts to happen.
Yeah, Complexity's gonna want to have a chat on their priorities when they enter into this bomb site. This is a couple rounds now where they've lost some kills that probably shouldn't be going against them. Massive flank from Turtle, even finding Grim as well. That's brutal.
Yeah,
that is like the stick in the spokes of the bicycle, and you've just front flipped right off.
That's why you've got to wear a helmet, right? Just in case. In the game too, they work. Not for bicycles, but you know.
Yeah.
You got to get that all best car helmet, Jason.
Nice reference game.
Exactly.
Incredibly nerdy.
I know. Double AWP on the MIBR side. Should we pull out a classic? It's good, but not if you're retaking. People love that.
People do love that. Oh no, he's caught. He's caught. I mean, I can't believe he gets one. The AK is going to do just fine. Good kills from Exit. 25 kills on him. Propels him up the scoreboard. Tied now with Fang. It's kind of like a head-to-head matchup there. Fang 25 and 15. Exit 25 and 16. Narrow lead for Complexity. God, that round stings. And you think if you go back to Nuke, they've had 2 of those rounds now in this series late in the round, and they're on Nuke. It's when they're about to take control. Here it's given MIBR a chance to get back in the game. It was a 2v5 on Nuke. This is a massive eco loss.
Yeah, you're definitely right. Especially if they end up losing this map, it'd be very, very painful for Complexity to realize. I mean, probably would have won it by now, so tricky, or at least got onto Inferno. BRE is shooting bullets through the walls and not connecting. Well, actually, I don't know if it's the HEs or him, but certainly a lot of damage actually on the Complexity side. They're going to wait, and then they're going to execute right onto the side. Good flashes to follow it up, but BRE still getting a kill. JT goes down, but here's the return. Grim and Fang, excellent couple of shots there. Oh, but the wallbang is in. And the follow-up shot from that AWP. Floppy, he wanted to secure that backline for the bomb plant. That's an absurd wallbang.
Oh, dear. Junior. Nice flick over. 1 versus 2 now. Trying to get the bomb quickly out of vision, and he's going to get picked off from Joda. Didn't know he'd slipped into that angle. 13-13.
So last round, or previous round, was through the smoke with the USP. This is a bit more forceful, but what a lineup. Oh, man.
Absolutely brutal. Yeah, those are 2 pretty heartbreaking rounds back-to-back for Complexity. That's got to be so frustrating. And they can't really buy anything. At least even if they had just gotten the plant at the very least, that would have been something.
Yes.
3 in a row for MIBR.
And they're building up a bit of a buffer themselves now. They could lose a round and they can continue to buy just pistols here as they get chewed up. A couple of them trying to get control of the Jaguar tunnels.
Complexity just went from being in control of this game to now having to play it on Nightmare mode. It's going to be 13-14, and as you said, MIBR's money is going to be in a position, especially the fact they're not losing anyone in this round. They can buy for the last 3 rounds of the half no matter what happens. Absolutely brutal.
It is the turnaround. It happened very late here, but...
Very late, but very quick and very convincing.
It makes you nervous, doesn't it, for Complexity's point of view? I'd love to see them play on Inferno. Again, so far in the tournament, it's been all best of 1s. Been talking about the map pool and the depth of it. I feel like best of 3s are... You know, I realize the production crew is going to hate me, but I kind of hope all the maps today go best, all 3 maps, because it's just, I want all the data on these teams, you know.
Yep. I just got word they do, in fact, hit you.
They didn't already, though.
14-13, round 28.
Double AWP is still in play. That MIBR side. Complexity are running out of runway to figure out a solution. They need to do something here to get back in the mix. Bieri is pushing up. Right behind him, Turtle. They had the similar setup here when Complexity were on the CT side, except
it was an AWP.
Yeah.
This could even be more effective.
Or it could be hard countered with one good pop flash, right? I mean, you have to probably throw it from a little bit further away, or you get that pinfall effect.
Yep.
But still.
Woody's even watching their back now. Woody's got control of Cave and Jaguar with the AWP. Late mid-control smoke. I don't think that's going to do anything to bust up MIBR setup. Actually, excuse me, it did kind of bait them forward into a pull, but also Woody was going to rotate away. Now he steps up to the plate as well. There's that pop flash, and it's a 2-for-1. Setup works perfectly.
That timing is, I mean, any millisecond in that timing in terms of who peeks who is probably going to change the outcome. With the smoke on top especially, really awkward. Fang, can he save the round once again? He is in middle. He's snuck through. It's not impossible, although Turtle is watching it really hard. And yep, he sees him slip through, but what a headshot. The takedown, Turtle. It's a great start. And he's pushing. He wants more. Tries to find someone to fight right now. There's only 25 seconds left. Woody is defending on his own, and he just slips around the corner. Now the Molotovs coming. Grim running onto the bomb site. Woody listening, but timing is everything. And Grim with a headshot. They brought it back. And Fang is controlling the middle exit. I don't know if he could slip through and try and win the round coming in from the tunnel side instead. But it's a huge turnaround for Complexity.
Oh, man.
I can't believe I mean, the fact that they even get into this round again.
No, Woody just didn't feel comfortable in that scenario at all. It didn't feel like he really had a game plan of what to do after all this went down. Setup worked great, 2-for-1. Woody's still alive in the back with the AWP, but this right here, or excuse me, it was Turtle.
Yeah. Turtle initially, and Woody's right
Woody
here.
right here, yeah.
Some great shots, though, to be fair, from Grim and Fang both.
Oh, absolutely. But I just felt like Woody couldn't decide which fight he wanted to take, if he wanted to try and protect the bomb site or take away Fang in middle, whatever it might have been, and just never felt like he was very confident in the fight that he selected. 14-14, Complexity still alive.
Super important round, that one. In spite of trading 2-for-1 early on, they managed to turn it still. And the double up will continue to live on the MIBR side.
This round is all about who's going to have the most pressure into the final round, right? Who's playing for the map and who's playing for overtime.
Well, if MIBR get there, they're going to have a little bit more money than Complexity at the very least. So if Complexity win this one, MIBR are going to be under a lot of pressure, but maybe a little bit less so than if it's the other way. Woody taking some nade damage, I think, early on.
Uh-oh. Oh. I can't believe they didn't press the issue. They might think there was a backup there at the very least, but Joda was caught out in the open with the missed shot.
And the nade that he threw actually somehow also didn't do anything. Flash to set it up, and it was a good flashbang, but not quite enough. Grim goes down, and Woody at range. I think Fang, not realizing there was a second AWP there, he thought he could duck under and try and avoid and just creep into the shot, but
one of the few times Complexity's like tried to attack that portion of the map without that smoke deep on top of the staircase, and boy, do they pay for it. Drop 2 to the AWPs, and now defense everywhere on the map looks solid for MIBR. Turtle and B at Anazon protecting Cave. Woody is smoked off and backing away. That takes Turtle's attention towards top of the ramp. Oh, they needed a kill there. Turtle's in a tough spot. Oh, there goes Woody. All of a sudden, this strong defense is falling apart. Good job from Turtle with the double kill. Oh, so spectacular. Junior's eventually going to pick him off. 1 versus 2.
That's actually ice cold from Junior. He got a flash thrown behind him, and he still just stayed scoped up and looked for it. I mean, that's the only thing he could have done there to try and win it. It is going to be the round for MIBR. And again, though, Complexity fought real hard to get back into this round. They almost could have had it if not for that double kill on Turtle. They maybe would have had the bomb planting and got back into it.
We mentioned it at the start of the series. We don't have to talk about it too much on Nuke, but Turtle, I mean, even in the initial day in the groups, delivering some super important double kills, and he's done it again here.
Yes.
In round 29. So it's Complexity that not only has the added pressure of losing the map, but losing the series and getting knocked out into the showdown, taking place at a future time and date.
The Blast version of Purgatory.
That's not purgatory. That's like the third circle of hell.
Yeah, you're all the way down there.
Yeah, you're deep.
It's not a good time. It really isn't. But yeah, they might end up there. 30th round. Or we could go to overtime. Why not?
And remember, at 13-10, Complexity lost that eco, essentially. It was an M4 and 4 pistols, unarmored pistols for MIBR.
It's going to be hard to deal with.
Yeah, that's brutal.
Oh, this is going to be explosive. We're going to have smokes and flashes, and Joda probably just needs 1 kill and then a run. He can't really do more than that.
Complexity has not had success attacking this bomb site, though, so let's see if they can handle it this time. They've got 5 players here, a 5-on-2. There goes the first one to exit. Absolutely perfect. Still pressure being put on. Good job. Grim needs more.
Oh, and he's running. Oh, he's going to find it with a Glock as well. That is really putting a lot of pressure on. 3-on-3. They still don't really have the bomb site. They have half of it. Exit is hanging around, but I guess Complexity could afford to slow it down and just wait for some of these nades to maybe reveal another player. JT almost caught with the timing, but Junior, absolute hero play to try and save his teammate. It's still going to be traded, and they don't know about Exit. He's going to come up with a deagle. They had no idea that he was there, and now it's Grim on his own. He's going to get one of them. Swings, and it's Turtle to take him down. 16-14 as they send Complexity into the showdown.
Whoa, that's tough. That's a good effort out of Complexity, but again, it's all about just that stubbing your toe right at the finish line, right at the end, letting that round slip away. You gave away control, and that's a good win for MIBR.
It is a good win. Definitely really cool to see. I mean, they started off with a bang in the tournament, obviously defeating NAVI, the best of 1.
Yeah.
But then there was a lot of
struggling in the last 2 games of that series. But here, I mean, against Complexity, putting together a complete 2-map series.
Yeah.
Nice 2-0.
You like to see it.
You love to see it.
Yeah, interesting stuff, definitely. Would have loved to see Inferno, but, you know, we don't always get a chance, so...
We saw enough of it earlier. You know what we haven't seen enough of is our desk. We're going to send it over to Freya.
Thank you very much, Jason. Yes, MIBR do it in 2. They fuel the fire at the exact right moment as it comes down to the wire. An absolute nail-biter Maniac, even down to that final round.
Yeah, even down to the absolute final round. You're correct. That was quite the competition. Honestly, that was nice. Very entertaining for us to watch as well. It was a very heads-up, explosive type of Counter-Strike. I think MIBR reproduced the winning formula of Nuke, which is winning the pistol round, or at least the first few rounds, and then you just scrap by a couple of rounds on the T side, and then you let the CT miracle happen.
Yeah, it was a very entertaining game of Counter-Strike. 2 teams that matched each other well on the server, back and forth. MIBR, as you said, Matthew, winning both pistols, converting both pistols, still getting to a point where they could have lost. So no doubt that this was a very competitive game, a very, I would say, intense game as well. You can feel the nerve. You even see it on the player camps as well. I think both teams were nervous. Both teams knew that this was the chance, right? They win now and they go into the next round where they now secure at least 2 more games in this stage. So for MIBR to win in this fashion, very impressive. For Complexity, though, I think that's another sign of their growing pains, right? They're still not ready for this level just yet.
Yeah, it doesn't seem that they're on that kind of consistent form that we're seeing from all of the players across the squad. Of course, that does mean they are eliminated. They are going down to the absolute gauntlet of the showdown. A hell of a lot of teams that they'll be meeting there. And of course, one last chance to be making it through to the spring final. But speaking a little bit more about the side of MIBR, I do want to just throw it back to the first half, because we were coming in with a lot of questions about the T side. We heard from Exit that they've been working on this in particular themselves. Did see a better showing than what we saw against OG. 6 rounds here as opposed to 2.
Yeah, I'll be a Debbie Downer for a second. I think that they played a better T side than obviously what we have seen against OG. But in general, Complexity only had 8 opening kills in this game, and yet it was such a competitive and a hard-fought battle. So if you're MIBR, really feels like they got themselves into very advantageous positions, but they had no clue how to close rounds. It was so labored, so complicated to finally get through that last hurdle. So that's something they have to fix. I mean, against Complexity, fun enough, it works, but you know, up the hatch, it's not going to work.
I was just about to say, right, we saw them get off to a very good start, winning the pistol, converting, and then it took them 9 rounds to win the very first full buy on their T side. There were a couple of rounds where we were questioning it in the green room. Why do they stall so much? Why are they so slow to take the bomb side, or at least get the bomb down? There was a couple of rounds on the A bomb side where they smoked both sides, and instead of planting the bomb while they're covered by the smokes, they were just feeling it out, you know, hesitating a little bit, stalling a little bit, and you can't do this on this level, right? You got to be assertive, you got to be proactive, and you got to get in and get it down, sort of. So that's one of the areas I feel they can look back on this game and work upon. But again, if you manage to win a game where you're not really playing up to your A game, that's also a sign of class and a sign of more potential.
And considering how much of a nail-biter this was there for you, Maniac, a particular turning point coming into the second half?
Well, I mean, we can talk about the eco round that MIBR actually went on the CT side. Let's do this. Round 24. Obviously, you qualified an eco play, and you could also qualify that the shattering of the dreams of Complexity, because that was when Complexity were supposed to get back into the game. Showdown boosted with the M4, and then they peeled back. It's still a 4 versus 4, and that should be it. There's no way they're supposed to win this. Exit finds the frag onto Fang through the smoke. Turtle, who had lurked through mid, gets onto Junior, and then everything goes to hell for Complexity. A 4v2, completely circled around. We'll have another killing in coming in from Turtle with the P250, and finally that one league from Breno. So that was absolutely dream-shattering from Complexity, and this is where they absolutely lost track of the game.
Yeah, without a doubt. It felt like Complexity were on track to win, right? Again, the scoreline is 13-10. MIBR have won both pistol rounds, going up 6-0 in that sense, and outside of that, I would argue Complexity were the better playing teams when they had guns in their hands. So to lose a round like this, it just hurts. It just hurts a lot, and it was the game-defining moment as well, no doubt about it. Without this round, MIBR wouldn't have won.
Well, I do want to get some thoughts from Exit on this matter. Huge congratulations, first of all, Exit, for taking this victory here. I want to ask just what was going through your mind in those final moments of H, because it was getting so nail-bitingly close. What were you guys saying to each other in the team?
I called the tactical pausing on CT side in the end of the game, and I was telling them what they were doing at T, and I said what we had to do to win the match, and everyone understood it, and everyone did what I said, and we won. We got it.
Exit, first of all, congratulations on surviving this day. I want to go back to the beginning of the tournament. You obviously surprised everyone, beating NAVI, and then you struggled against OG and Astralis. Can you give me your thoughts on how you guys handled that moment from beating NAVI to then losing the 2 other games? Where were you emotionally speaking?
Emotionally speaking, I think we were okay. Of course, we got very hyped at the end of the match against NAVI. We were like, oh my God, we won the best team in the world. But I said to my teammates not to be in the social media, like reading everything, focusing on the other games. But I don't think that we lost to OG and Astralis because of that, because of the emotion. Our T side wasn't good that day. We didn't play too good, but we fixed a lot of mistakes, and now I guess we have a very better T side.
Did you feel any pressure going up against Complexity? Because at the beginning of the tournament, not a lot of people maybe paying you a lot of chances to win it. Then you suddenly beat NAVI. Now you move on to Complexity. Did you feel pressure in that game?
No, we didn't feel any pressure. As I said, we have to play our game. We don't have much practice. We have like 2 weeks, 1 week with BRN, our standing. So I said to play our game, to not focus on them. And we didn't feel any pressure. And we know that they are very good. But if we play a good game as today, we can win them.
Exit, for you personally, you had a great game here on Ancient, right? And there's a lot of the European viewers who may not know that much about you, but we see you being very assertive in the game, aggressive as well. How would you describe yourself as a player if someone out there is watching you for the first time?
I'm a very calm player. I don't like to be screaming. I like my communication to stay like calm, and I like to say what I'm thinking into the round, what I want to do, what I want my team to do, and I'm a very calm, and I'm sport, and that's it.
Yeah, well, you do kill on the zero as well. And I'm curious to ask you, right, because no one knows your team better than you do, without a doubt. What do you think is the potential for this iteration of MIBR? Because I've been surprised with the fact that you were able to beat NAVI and now winning against Complexity 2-0 as well. Do you think you have more in store for us, or are we seeing the best of MIBR as of now?
No, we didn't. You didn't see the best of MIBR, not even close.
Okay.
We have a lot to practice. As I said, we are in the beginning of the team. And we will be very better in the next tournaments, in the next matches. We are working very, very, very hard. We are playing more than 12 hours a day, and that's it, man. You're gonna watch a better MIBR the next event.
I look forward to it.
That's a lot of practice going into things as well, Exit. I wanted to ask you about something you said to James Banks earlier on in an interview, saying that you were really focusing in on those T sides, something that we were picking up as an improvement we wanted to see from you. What specifically have you been focusing on, and are you content with what you showed today?
We watched our G side against OG and Astralis, against NAVI as well. We watched some demos from other teams to get new stuffs. We talked a lot. Like we were talking about 3 hours about these matches, trying to get some mistakes fixed. So that was the most important thing that we did. And we practiced a lot, focusing on these parts of the map, and it really got better.
You talk about the T side, and in this very game, I had the feeling that in some situations you maybe overthought a little bit, or you were second-guessing yourself. Is that something that you had in the back of your mind, just trying to find the perfect solutions? Because you had a lot of entry kills, but not always converting into rounds.
Yeah, sometimes we got a little, I don't know how to say in English, but our communication is not that good nowadays. When we get the first kill, everyone wants to start talking.
Right.
And it's got a little confused in the beginning, but I think it's a part of start of a team. Everyone wants to help, but we'll figure out what the players have to call in these situations, and we will get better.
Well, the next team you're going to be facing at.CET is, of course, Vitality. I just wanted to get your thoughts on this new look roster going forward. What are you thinking of them?
I said in the interview, I think Vitality is one of the greatest team nowadays. They had a really good roster change. They have 2 legends in the team. Not 2, they have 3 legends on the team. They have won majors already, and they are a very, very, very strong team, and we will be prepared for them.
Well, I'm very excited to see if MIBR can submit another upset, this time to the side of Vitality. at.CET, thank you so much for your time, and congratulations on your
Thank you. See you.
And it's great to get to catch up with him a little bit. I loved your question about what kind of style that we see of the team, but also him as well, because we've got a highlight. at.CET was huge on that map of Angel.
Just fantastic. Went 5 for 5 in opening duels, 8 multi-kills, highest ADI on the server, best player, MVP of this game without a doubt. So to see him be able to deliver at this level in a crucial moment in a game like this is just fantastic. I think we have to calm our horses in the sense that this MIBR is, of course, not a contender to qualify just yet. You know, I think they made a great case for themselves. They played way above expectations. But I will say, given the MIBR iteration we're seeing right now, it's probably the best we've seen in a couple of years, right? It's a team that has had a very tough time, couldn't really quite make it work. But as he's saying, they practice 12 hours a day, and it's showing on the server. They look much, much better.
Exit's impact was insane. I'm just looking at the highlight reels. He had 18 kills on the CT side, and he was mostly playing towards the A part of the map. He was on the far right side, and I feel like because of the work he's been able to pull, that's right here is just one example, finding that timing onto Grim. Because of the work he was putting through, he forced complexity into the B side. Like, he single-handedly closed the door of the A side, playing that donut position, sometimes going towards tunnel. He was extremely instrumental, and I agree with Jacob. Look, MIBR is a team, as an organization that has been trying to break through the top 40, 45 for months now, and it seems like some ingredients are in this team right here to hope for a better future, for a higher ceiling.
Yeah, I think that's the thing that's kind of impressed me about MIBR coming into this tournament, because we were pre-facing coming into the groups, the fact that we just really haven't seen much of MIBR to really get super hyped about in previous tournaments, particularly in Blast, not really coming in with their full lineup either. So it's nice to see some sort of flares of hope from them, and as Maniac was saying, you know, some of the younger stars coming through for them.
I like to be a little bit cruel, right? But in this sense, right, I do feel MIBR is trying. They're constantly trying to change the roster, trying to find the working formula. So yeah, no doubt the last couple of years have been a disaster for MIBR, let's be completely honest, but it's starting to slowly but surely getting better, right? I think there's some talent that you're saying. We have at.CET. A shame Cello can't be here, but Bruno is stepping in, finding his place, and what happens if they play together in the future? So there are a couple of interesting moments and a couple of interesting, you know, things going on within MIBR that gives me at least a bit of hope that this could be the turning point for them.
Well, it's definitely going to be a tough challenge as they move on forward. We can take a look at the bracket, because nobody other than Vitality are going to be waiting to face the Brazilians. We were pretty impressed with what we saw of Vitality thus far in the group. Sure, they didn't manage to top it, but the fact that we got a taste, a flavor of this new Danish-French mix, I'm really excited for that.
I am too, but I just feel very much my heart feels for at.CET. We were talking with him in an interview right there, and I'm just realizing they would either have to beat Vitality or G2 to make it to the finals. finals. Not exactly the easiest teams to go up against if you want to merit your spot. So if they make it, it's going to have to be the hard way.
Yeah, we call it a gauntlet, and it certainly is. And it's no more of a gauntlet in our next matchup, as it's going to be Team Liquid taking on none other than the world #1s of NAVI. A surprise to see them in this spot, but it's going to be coming up in this next best of 3 series, and elimination at that after this break.
So hard to play against, so without a doubt.
But they didn't have the 87-0 streak, so you can't really put them on the same tier.
They could almost be S tier, but I feel like I'm not gonna put too many teams in S tier.
NIP 2014 as E.
Didn't NIP have that like insane record and everything? 2014, they must have been dominating, so I'll put them into S.
NIP 2014 A tier.
Honestly, I didn't watch NIP 2014, so like I don't have like a really good like scope. I just know that they won a lot, so I'll just put them at the A tier.
Oh, okay. No, you know what? The NIP 2014, put them as D.
And then C, I will put the 2014 NIP, also with Virtus Pro 2014.
I'm gonna put VP 2014 at C tier for pretty much the same reason as NIP. I honestly didn't watch them back then, but they didn't have the 87-0 streak, so you can't really put them on the same tier.
VP 2014, I think it's A tier. I feel like VP was up there with the teams that were like dominating the others.
Virtus Pro 2014 A also. I'm an authentic, I'm a bit nostalgic when I see this.
So on the S tier, I will put Virtus Pro 2014 for sure. So hard to play against, so without a doubt.
B, I will put Virtus Pro 2014 and Cloud9 2018 because it was really hard majors, and NIP 2014 as well, I think.
Cloud9 2018, I'm not sure if I'm underrating them, but I would maybe put into B tier. They were a really strong lineup, but I don't really remember them being that dominant during other tournaments.
Now let's put Cloud9 2018 to C tier. I think that their win was actually like really crazy, like the mental fortitude they had to have in that major to be able to come back.
Cloud9, I remember this overtime versus FaZe Clan on the Inferno. It was really stressful for players, I think, and like Virtus Pro in 2014, I was seeing these emotions, and I don't know, just want to put it to the B.
Actually, maybe that's why they should be a B tier.
My initial reaction with this new Team Liquid roster was unfortunately lacking leadership a little bit. Even though Nitro is coming back and he was such a prominent IGL in the scene, the problem is that he played Valorant for the last year, so we really don't know how comfortable he is if he's going to be calling at this level.
Before, when I was playing, I had an idea of how like every team played, because you just play against them so much in scrims and matches that you just have an idea of like what this player will be doing at this part of the map.
There are so many small things that have changed, like a cascade of tiny little adjustments in the meta.
I kind of have to figure that back out again. I have to rewire my brain to, remember these situations and these players. There's a lot of new players and stuff, so a lot of it's going to require some time to get back into full form.
I think it's all really positive signs going forward. I think that Nick has been learning really fast.
So far, so good. I just got to get a lot of reps under my belt now.
They did the Grand Slam run with Nitro at the helm. They know he can put up the stats, and they don't have to have him up anymore.
Yeah, it feels like it's coming. Ooh, OC is going to be tested!
Oh, okay. OC has been a really good player in his past teams, and being able to play with him now, I can see exactly what's going into that and how methodical he is.
OC is the guy who's coming into the team who just has to put up numbers. He has to put up pure numbers. They've got to cut him a ton of slack, get him comfortable, and allow him to feel confident, everything like that. They've got to prove that they can deal with OC better than they dealt with Grim.
He's everything that I would expect a really top opper to be, and I know that he's going to get really good really fast.
So far, he's actually one of of the smartest players I've actually talked to about the game.
I'm really happy that we're able to play with him because he's been on our radar for a long time. Being able to play with him now is really nice.
I feel like Fallen was a really big force emotionally on the roster, where he always kept a positive attitude and kept things going in the right direction emotionally when things would go wrong in other ways, tactically or otherwise. And I think that a lot of that pressure is going to be on Shox now. And I'm not sure that you really want that to be on Shox. You know, he's French.
He has like that team charisma in a similar way that Fallen had. I think that's really important for the team and something that we're definitely going to need.
Shox obviously playing the game for a very long time, has a lot of intuition. He helps in mid rounds. He's trying to read the opponents. He's trying to find gaps in their defense all the time.
Just having a really strong secondary op. I mean, that wasn't something we're specifically looking for, but yeah, it is a really helpful addition. Really, really helpful.
There is a world where these roles do work out. The only problem, I think, comes down to leadership.
Everyone from NAVI was just playing slightly below what we're used to. We know how good they can be and we know how good they should be, so I'm honestly not worried.
It falls to Boomich. 2 players right in front. He gets them both. Blame stack. What a multi-kill from Boomich.
1 on 3. OC, Shox, you know, Nitro coming back. Liquid is in a bit of a rocky state right now where we don't really know what to put him.
Ooh, OC is going to be tested.
Oh, okay.
And that's a 60% with 2 bullets.
Group B turned upon its head. The world #1s may have brought the upside down into a reality and now may become a nightmare for Team Liquid. But I think it's worth contextualizing exactly how NAVI have found themselves in this position. Sure, they are 1 step away from elimination, but I think we should recap exactly how they found themselves here.
I mean, it can just be recapped in 1 sentence.
Yeah.
It was 1 day. NAVI played bad Counter-Strike 1 day. Right? They had 2 best-of-1s where they fell apart. And I know there's now sitting on the throne. I know they're the best team in the world. I know they have the best player in the world. And that comes at a price. And the price is, as soon as you take a misstep, people will be at your throat. I respect that. But if NAVI have that reaction that I expect from them, and if they go through the Gauntlet to qualifying, this is all it will be. 1 day in history.
I think you're right, and I hope you're right. I think NAVI is one of those teams that really fuel themselves, you know, with that inner motivation that if they have a bad day of Counter-Strike, or if they lose games they're not supposed to lose, they will come back stronger. We've seen that, you know, resilience coming out of Simple, and I think that's sort of like a culture they build up within the team. I will say, though, that the quality of Counter-Strike we saw in that 1 day, I agree, it's just 1 day we've seen it so far, was not good. It was a poor playing NAVI. There's no fiddling around with it. There's no excuses to be made. That was a poor performing NAVI. We saw pretty much all players, you know, go down a level or 2. We saw pretty much all players make uncharacteristic mistakes, and MIBR and Astralis, for that matter, they punished it. And with all due respect, MIBR is not a team that is ever supposed to beat NAVI, and even more so, Astralis in current iteration shouldn't be able to beat these guys. So NAVI have something to take revenge for, and I'm curious to see what the bounce back is going to look like today.
Yeah, and we're speaking about uncharacteristic form. The fact that you bring up, you know, they are the #1 team in the world with the #1 player in the world. This was an incredibly uncharacteristic performance from Simple.
Yeah, I mean, if we go back to the first game, then obviously MIBR did. They solved the mystery that every single team in the universe is trying to solve. It's like, how do we shut down Simple? That was it. Like, if you just look at the POV of Simple, the 19 first rounds against MIBR, he doesn't even see the sun. Like, he loses all his entry duels. He gets absolutely wrecked or traded all the time. So once you have fixed that issue, obviously, it's a big step towards beating NAVI. The game against Astralis was a very high-level game with back-and-forth moments. So yes, that was complicated for NAVI. I agree with you that this was good. But the last time I saw Simple struggle that much, I think I was playing against him. So a few years back.
Yeah, I mean, you made him struggle. I guess that's how.
Not me personally, that's for sure. Kenny probably did that at the time.
You're not wrong, though. Like, that's the thing with Simple, right? He can have a bad game. Everyone can. It just doesn't happen often, but you always see him bounce back. And I'm pretty sure when you have Blade as a coach as well, Steven said it after a major final, winning the tournament without losing a single game, that he wasn't really quite satisfied with the way they won. Do you think he's satisfied about losing 2 games in a row then?
Definitely not.
Probably not, right? They're boot camping, they're putting in a lot of hours, and I'm curious to see how hard NAVI are going to hit today.
I think one way we can put it is that today could transform one bad, isolated day from NAVI to an actual nightmare, a really dark turn. Because if there's a world in which NAVI lose that best of 3 against Liquid, then suddenly we're looking at some sort of a G205 EPL situation where a team is coming into a tournament full of confidence, Navi, on the throne at the end of 2021, first tournament of the year, and just completely miserable, fail against Liquid and lose. That would be an extremely dark turn. We have Katowice coming soon. The major has been announced. There's no time to slow down. But I believe they still have their fate in their own hands right now.
And the consequence of going down to the Showdown as well. And trust me, Navi don't want to be in the Showdown, and all the other teams playing the Showdown don't want Navi to be in there as well. So there's a lot at stake right here.
Well, we've spoken about the legend himself, and it's time to get a few words from Simple.
What did you and the team discuss afterwards in order to look at the mistakes you guys made to make sure you'd be better in this game today?
We just go through our games that we lost, and we saw so many mistakes when we just got beat in our team. It's only because we still need some time to have our form back, because we feel like we can play much better, and we're trying to figure out to fix same mistakes and just to work even more harder.
That's certainly key to finding that success as well. And another thing that's key for you guys is preparation for games. We look at the notes that you guys have right before a match, but today you're going up against a Liquid where it's a very different Liquid than you've faced in the past. Is it harder to be prepared for them in this matchup?
Yeah, we played against New Liquid only once on stream, and I think I don't remember if it was the same map as we're gonna play today, but probably no. So we saw a few games from them on their Blast Group C when they played Inferno. So yeah, we're just looking forward to see what they're gonna show us. Maybe it's gonna be something new on some maps.
And in terms of OC, he's been quite an interesting player to look at on the AWP role. What do you think of him? Do you think he can match up to you?
Yeah, his individual skill on point. I mean, I saw how he played, but overall, I think still he needs to find his game in his new team to show even better results.
And that's going to be really exciting coming into the server today. And a point that you made, Jacob, earlier when we were talking about this, the fact that you can't count Simple out in moments like this. The times he loses, man, that just makes him even more angry coming into the server today. So I've got to keep my eye on him.
I think he's a player that is fueled by, hate in a way, and that's a good way of saying it. Whenever something is going against him, he'll just fight back even harder. Yeah. That's why he's so fantastic at the game, and that's why he's been the best Counter-Strike global offensive player to ever touch the game. So no, of course you can't count him out. He wasn't playing bad as well on day one. We got to take that into context as well. He was just not playing at the same incredible, ridiculously high level. I still think he was the best player on Mirage against the Astralis loss. So I expect Simple to be more of a difference maker today, and if he gets just a little bit of more help from his teammates, there should be no problems at all.
Definitely. I mean, he's a safe value. No one here at this table is going to say that, oh, let's see how Simple shows up today. Like, I wonder what kind of performance he's going to have. Hell no. I also wanted to talk about the fact that being in boot camp was probably the best thing that could happen to them to deal with that first day of loss. Because you know how we can turn out. You have a winter break just after a very great year. You start playing Counter-Strike again. You're online and everything goes to hell. And then what you do, you turn off your computer. You all say, like, you know what, F this. I don't want to worry about it. But not here. Not right now. They were all in this together. Blade probably took them by the arm and said, listen, sit down. Let's see what went wrong. And let's make sure that this was just a misstep and not a misdirection.
Yeah, I think the Blade factor is going to be huge, instrumental coming into this. It kind of reminds me of the Navi of old, when we're looking back to sort of this time last year, where they were having those slow starts to tournaments, but that didn't mean they didn't go on to win those tournaments either.
That's true. I mean, they were known for being one of those teams, who come off to a rough start and then would slide through the lower bracket like it was no problem at all. I kind of think they moved away from that. I think Navi matured a lot as a team. I think their last 6 months, have really established themselves as a team, the top team in the world, even in the Navi era. One day of best of ones, losing to MIBR, losing to Astralis doesn't change that fact at all. But Matthew said something very interesting, right? If they were to lose today, then we can start conversations, Didn't they come out as motivated? Haven't they worked hard enough, coming out to this season? And how much will that affect them at the next tournament and the following tournament? So there's a bit of a question mark looming in the background right now. But if they were to win today, everything we saw on day one will be forgotten and erased from history. And it is what it is.
Yeah, there definitely is a certain amount of pressure coming in for Navi into this particular matchup. Somebody else that I feel like might be feeling the pressure, we heard it from Simple himself in the interview, the fact that he's going up against OC in in this one. We've been really impressed with what OC has been showing thus far in the tournament, the fact that he's coming up to Tier 1 properly for the first time. But this is really going to be the true test for him. Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, for OC's fans out there and the OC supremacy, the first day at Blast was great. It was a great first day. As a rookie, obviously, we have this conversation about Maniac.CET. Obviously, OC is that category. How are they going to fare? Well, he did great. I think he absolutely sustained all the challenges. He was one of the 3 highest rated players for Liquid. But obviously, now we go up against Simple. And this is definitely the last boss of the game of Counter-Strike. And if he's able to actually sustain that pressure, if he's able to have that impact, which he had against the likes of FaZe and whatnot, that would be great for OC. I'm full of hope, but again, Simple is the dream killer.
I mean, it's a tough one, isn't it? You know, to go against Simple, no matter who you are, no matter what role you play, it's just going to be a tough battle. I will say, and we talked with Londers about that in the green room as well, he made the argument that OC was probably the best of him and Maniac.CET, right? These 2 new prodigies coming in with the AWP, 2 players who's been farming it out in let's call it Tier 2, Tier 3 world of Counter-Strike, where their 1.3 ratings was something we saw quite often. I think OC played fantastically well. He was impactful with the rifle, he was impactful in clutches, and he did have some impact with the AWP as well. It's not like he blew me out of the water, but he was, you know, consistent, he was reliable, and he made a very, I would even say, next to no mistakes in those games. So if OC can keep that level up, I don't think he can, you know, outshoot Simple from the server. He cannot outperform him, but he can be a big difference maker within his own rank, within his own team.
Well, let's check in with OC to see how he's preparing to face the beast himself.
And today you've got NAVI. I wanted to see when it came to this AWP battle between you and Simple. Is there maybe special preparation or some studying you did of how he plays to get ready for this one?
Nothing special. I'm just taking it like every other match. I do watch a good amount of Simple demos, so to be honest, I do know a good amount of the things that he does, but it's Simple, so like he can pull anything out of his ass and just make it work. So yeah, it's just nothing special though. Just watching a couple other maps back and yeah, preparing for the maps that we think it's gonna be.
I respect that OC is coming in with that realist attitude, the fact that you really just can't prepare to take on a GOAT like him.
And I'd even go a step further. I'd say if you're OC, you should not only prepare for Simple.
Yes.
I think that'd be a mistake. you just get sucked in a vacuum, basically. You cannot just anti-Simple and you cannot get into the server knowing exactly what you're supposed to do because he's got that element of uncontrollability that only Simple has. So if you OC, what you should be focused on is being a constant stream of frags for your team. That's what you have to do. At times, if you can best Simple, if you can find him a couple of rounds, cool, please, all the power to you. But that is not what is going to matter. OC has to be a presence, a constant presence against NAVI, Simple or not.
I think this is a very underrated fact, right? The fact that OC said that he's watching a lot of Simple demos and he kind of at least feels himself that he understands how Simple is playing is a good thing because then he can avoid him. We often talk about AWPs going up AWPs, but people forget that 80% of the rounds, right, or 80% of the duels, OC will face a rifle. He'll face Bit, he'll face Electronic, he'll face Boomage. Those are the people he needs to kill more often than Simple. You cannot outperform Simple on the server if Simple is having a good day, but you can definitely, if you're OC with the AWP, perhaps shut down for Electronic, who's another big, another big hitter for NAVI. So people always, set them up against up, but, in most scenarios, in most duels, depending on the map as well, it's often an AWP versus a rifle, and that's where OC can find his impact.
Yeah, no, I think it is a really good point, especially going forward into this particular matchup. I do just want to throw it back a little bit to what we've seen of Liquid thus far in the tournament. It has been one map, unfortunately, that day of Inferno that was graced upon us, some may say. But just in terms of what we learned from this new look Liquid, any of the questions, because we did have quite a lot, any of those been answered?
Well, I guess OC being able to step up, that was question one. We had answer one on day one. Now, Shocks is another topic that I think should be central in this conversation. Individually speaking, he's been underwhelming. There's no way around it. He hasn't been able to frag out the way we would like it, the way I would like him to be. But just take a minute to consider his position now in Liquid. We heard it from Nitro in the interview. Shocks is supposed to be able to help with intuitions, with solutions, with answers. Shocks has played the entirety of 2021 with Vitality. They played NAVI 1,000,000 times. He should be a treasure of resources. If you're Liquid, if you're Nitro, you have to poke him. You have to ask him, what did you learn of all these games against NAVI? Because they played against each other so many times. He has to provide answers today.
I think that's part of the versatility that maybe we're hoping that Shocks brings to the server. Sure, not just his actual impact inside the game, but the fact that, I know Nacho said it as well, the fact that he has so much experience, so much tenure tenure in Counter-Strike.
He does, you know, and there's a lot of players who do have a lot of experience and know exactly what to do and how to do it. But it's one thing, you know, knowing yourself, but then translating that into your teammates and into your team's way of playing. One thing is knowing how to do it with Vitality. He's coming into a new team, new dynamic, Nitro being the in-game leader as well. It's not a stable project he's joining. It's a completely new team they're building up from scratch. So Shox may have an idea of how to play against Navi, but is that fitting or is that suiting the way that Liquid is trying to build up their foundation? We don't really know. So that's the big task right here.
And the problem is that I agree with you. I agree with the question. I think it's a safe one to pose. But if Shox is not able to do that, if he's not able to convey his knowledge, if he's not able to be a helper for Nitro, then what is he doing in this team? Because they are not keeping him to be a multi-hard carry fragger. That's not the point. They need a clever fourth player, so that has to be a point of focus. Shox has to be able to help Nitro. Otherwise, there are other players who are skilled that could fit the gap.
Well, we're speaking a lot about the in-game leader of the squad, Nitro, so let's get some words from him ahead of this series.
So, Nitro, some intense Inferno games to come back into your CS debut. I just wanted to see how you're finding this transition, though, coming back into Counter-Strike.
It's been pretty good, I'd say. I'd say whenever you make a new team at Counter-Strike, it's always going to be a special experience because there's just so many things that are like required to be a good team in Counter-Strike, especially nowadays. But it's been really fun. It's been fun kind of like rewiring my brain from CS to Valorant back to CS again, like relearning everything and all this, like little intricate details and like remembering smokes and stuff like that. So it's been a lot of fun.
And in terms of the IGLing, right, how is that working within the team right now? Are you kind of leaning on some of the other guys for some extra advice? Is it maybe working a bit more of like a Legion NAV chime in, or is it a full team effort?
I'd say I'm doing majority of the calls, like at least like most of the freeze time calls right now. And then like obviously it's Shox and Elise are helping out some with the mid game if they see like something that is like important to relate to me, and like they create a plan based off of that information. You know, it's just like everyone's stepping up when they need to, basically. It's not like one man is calling like every single detail and part of the round. I think in most CS teams and even Valorant, like there was multiple people who were always chipping in for like the in-game goal or the mid-round strat or whatever. So I think right now I'm definitely doing like majority of the calls, but I'm definitely getting some help along the way.
So a nice team effort for sure as well of it. And you mentioned Shox, right? With him and his role in the team right now, is this 100% defined? Because I saw obviously he's in some positions he didn't used to play on the previous lineups, or is there still some changes that might need to be had?
I'd say right now we're not looking to change many things because we want to kind of build that foundation within our team and start building off of that. That's kind of what like how we approach our team when we first got together. We're like, we need to build a foundation, and then we could start making like crazy strats and like having crazier protocols and stuff like that. But right now we're trying to keep things like kind of simple and just kind of going from there and building off of our foundation. And we've been reviewing like all of our scrims and matches, so we've been working really hard actually. And I think with the amount of time that we've had so far, we're actually pretty good.
I completely agree as well, right? Some of the results already that you've been able to put up for a brand new team have been impressive. But today's a different story when you've got Navi to go up against in a best of 3. Do you think you've got an advantage against them, though, in the sense that they really have no idea how to prepare for you or your map pool?
I wouldn't say it's like an advantage because obviously they're like the best team in the world right now, and they should be pretty good on like every map. You know, last year they dominated, and a little bit of the year before that they were pretty good as well. So it's not like it's going to be an easy task, but I think we have a shot of beating them. And you know, historically, I think Team Liquid usually plays pretty well versus Navi, so we definitely have that in the back of our mind. So we're just going to have to go out there and give it our all and see what happens.
Let's see what happens indeed. Nitro, thank you very much for your time, man, and good luck going up against Navi.
Thank you, man.
I mean, Nitro is right. Liquid have proved to be a bit of a kryptonite to the side of Navi, but there is something that we want to be focusing on a little bit more statistically wise for this new look Liquid.
Yeah, I wanted to have a look at the opening duels because I had a tickling sensation that Nitro was being a little bit too much of a meat shield right now. If you look at the far left of your screen, obviously, he's one of the player who attempts the most entry frags right here. We see with about 30%, but the problem is he doesn't have a lot of success. And I know that Nitro is going to take a while to adapt to, again, reach that level of the top, but I wouldn't want him to turn into a Kerrigan arrogant, selfless type of first victim going into a rush. To me, that has to be an issue. He has either to get better with the entries or maybe just calm down a little bit, let someone else go first, make sure they have all the utilities, because if you start around 4v5 all the time, it's just not good for your team.
I fully agree, and that's something we have to keep track of. You know, same goes for Shox, of course, his performances. The context we have, though, is only Inferno. They've only played that one map, so we don't really know how the roles are fitting out on other maps, how they're going to perform, if Shox feels more comfortable when we get into a different area. Same for Nitro, if he's going to be as involved. He is playing Banana on Inferno, so of course he's going to be involved in a lot of opening duels on the Banana area of the map. So I'm not quite ready to jump the gun yet, but I think it's very important to keep track of it and see if that's a trend that keeps on going, because I fully agree. We don't want any meat shields within Team Liquid.
Yeah, I'm very excited just because it says the best of 3. We're guaranteed to see another map other than bloody Inferno coming onto our screens. We can take a look at the odds. They are heavily favouring Na'Vi coming into this one. No surprises really there. But is there any way, do you think, Liquid could play this veto into their favour, Matthew?
I mean, we have very little information to go off of here, Freya. That's quite complicated. When it comes to bans, I think Na'Vi is going to remove Vertigo. There is no reason why they would fiddle around. Then there is a nuke ban from Liquid. I wasn't sure whether they would ban nuke or overpass. They go for nuke, which we know is a dangerous map for Na'Vi. Now, does Na'Vi go for overpass? It's an open map. It could push Liquid into an uncomfortable position. We know it's very... I mean, Dust 2 is open. Okay, they go for Mirage. It's decent map for them. I just thought they would maybe try and put Liquid onto a more tactical map just to make sure to exploit these gaps. Now, if you are Liquid, Inferno is there. They could go for Inferno again. Oh, they go for Ancient. Okay, I did not see that one coming. I really did not see it, and that has to be like a curveball that was really prepared like the last 4 days, because they go for actual Ancient as a pick against Na'Vi.
I like that.
That one I didn't see coming.
I love that. Yeah, that's the cool thing about having a new team where no one really knows what the map pool is gonna look like, and you can try to fiddle around with different maps and start to integrate other maps in there. We do have Inferno as a third deciding map, of course, Freya, as it's per tradition. That's a good thing, but I'll be surprised if we get out there. But I love it. I love it from Team Liquid. You know, shaking it up a little bit and trying to take it towards Ancient versus Na'Vi. We've seen them play Ancient before, and that's a tough one.
Remember all I told you about Shox having to help Nitro on their mapping? Well, just forget about that.
Yeah.
He didn't play Ancient.
No, I was
did with Vitality, so poor guy's just gonna have to adapt. Like, Risha, go there, just have fun.
Another caveat is Nitro, right? He's new. He played Valorant when he came out, right? He probably hasn't played too much Valorant in terms of competitive gameplay. So that's it. That probably should be his debut, I guess, on Ancient. Nitro's never played Ancient before, so that's interesting too.
I mean, I'm really excited to see that. I'm guaranteed to see Ancient as well being the second map in this series. Just touching on something else really quickly, the fact that we're talking about the online victories versus the LAN success for the side of Na'Vi. Of course, the tail end of last year, a lot of LANs going back to back to back, where Na'Vi saw a huge amount of success.
Yeah, there's a bit of a difference. Obviously, the context is the amount of maps played. You can see in the online portion, there's way more maps played. Given, as you said, the online area was lasting a little bit longer, but Na'Vi didn't perform as well. They weren't as dominating as they were when we got to the LAN events, and that's the chance right here for Team Liquid. Na'Vi is bootcamping right now, and I love that. You know, that keeps them a little bit more accountable, but there's no doubt, as you see by the stats, that Na'Vi is a team that definitely thrives better when the pressure's on, when you're at the LAN environment.
I am Cologne, LAN 2021. That's what started this crazy run from Na'Vi. This is when they started not sharing any games anymore, just winning everything. Now we've had a break. They cooled down a little bit. Let's see how they can handle that first bad day.
Well, we're going to see if they can fuel the fire coming into the first round. It's their pick of Mirage. They're going up against Liquid, who are hoping to wash the Giants out on the server. It is a best of 3. There are more chances coming up, but it is elimination on the line at the end of this series. We're jumping into our first map, and it's coming up with Anderson Moses in just a few.
Well, now that we're all warmed up, it's going to be a spicy game that's coming up between Navi and Liquid, and it favors Navi. No one's surprised.
It should favor Navi, but I mean, look, we saw this Navi just play. They had a really, really ugly start to this group stage game at Blast Spring, and look, I predicted Navi to win as well. But there is a world like the Navi online and the Navi on LAN that we all kind of have in our heads from the end of last year is vastly different. There is a world, there is a possibility for this Liquid team to surprise them. NAF is still playing well, as we saw last week. OC was playing well also, but this is going to be a new test for him.
Yeah, without a doubt, and it's really early on in this Liquid change. It's asking an enormous amount, but you could be right. There is that online, you know, part of it, and Navi last time around, the last part of this tournament should have been the warning for them to really wake up and really be sharp, but who knows?
And I think that's what kind of pulled me into the Navi camp for this prediction, even despite seeing their struggles, even despite, I mean, that Navi that we saw last week did not feel like the Navi that we all kind of know in any way. It felt so far different, so far removed, and a loss like that, like even if it's online, that's going to kind of shock you back into, you have to imagine someone like Simple has just been death matching. He's making sure he's going to be at a top level. This team is going to come into this focused. We saw some of the frustrations from Blade last year and Simple last year, even when they win matches, not being as clean as they would have liked. So if that fire is still there, you have to think this Navi is coming back this week with some kind of a vengeance.
And regardless, they have a very deep, I mean, they have the entire map pool more or less. And then on top of that, they're up against Liquid that presumably will have to discover how that goes as they go along. Like they're going to have to relearn everything basically on the Liquid side. So best of threes, probably really, really hard to defeat Navi at no matter what.
Yeah, and historically, this is actually a pretty awesome rivalry between these two teams and these two organizations, and it goes way, way back, all the way, to the time of Liquid kind of with their Grand Slam run in some of the matches they played against Navi there. So you add in that factor of a grudge match, and I have to think that we're going to come in and we're going to get a really strong Navi today.
Certainly hope so. But I mean, I do love being wrong when it comes to these kind of predictions. If Liquid turn up and are stronger than we're expecting, that would be really fun. You mentioned NAF, who I still think has been on an unbelievable run in terms of showing up for games for like more than a year now.
Yeah.
Which is really cool. I think he's an amazing player. Really fun to watch. The rest of the team, it's all there in theory. You look at the lineup, it could definitely work. So it'll be interesting. But the problem still is, you're up against Simple and Bit and Electronic. Like that trio is too much. I
think the questions are going. The question a lot of this game is going to lie in how the entry fragging goes, and if Liquid is able to find success with openings, with entries, because Nitro has a pretty tough time, as the desk kind of talked about at one point, with opening kills. His rating isn't that great. Elige, another very aggressive player, very big playmaker for this Liquid team, had a tough time with some entries in their previous games as well. So I think that's kind of where you got to start looking and saying, if Liquid can start opening up these rounds, if they've taken this time and found some better processes to give themselves some cleaner fights, we're going to see something interesting.
Oh, P250 for the jump. I really, really wanted him to take that swing. That's a nice move. Actually, that's something you can do even in regular rounds with a Deagle sometimes. So one of the funniest things is spawning that close to the A-bomb site and just running for it. But he's on his own. Bomb is outside of the B-bomb site. And we're on Mirage.
He's looking for a kill. He's going to hunt down a kill here. He's going to take as much time, and this is some swagger from Simple. This is the level, this is the kind of attitude you want to see Simple come into this game with. If he gets this kill, the rest of Navi is poised, is ready to pounce at the B bomb site, and they're going to give Simple as much time as he wants. He gets to dictate this round from here.
Boomish has a smoke that he could even actually throw over the building and into the B-bomb site if he wanted to. So he's already put it out. So we'll see where that lands. Nice shot from Simple. He's going to take down OC. And like you said, taking as much time as he wants. Smoke instead is going to land a top connector. And now the question is, they've actually pulled, what, Bit back into the middle to try and see if he can create a little bit of chaos there. He's going to go down to shots, though. And now Simple still on this island on his own. But the team is being brought back. Simple saying, you know what, I'm just winning this fight on my own. So why did you guys bring the bomb and let's have a party?
Yeah, but this kind of gives Liquid the game as well. They kind of start to realize if there's no follow-up, if Simple's still the only one here, the team was lining up for some kind of a B hit. So kind of gives them some knowledge of what's coming. You can see NAF with that flashbang, but Simple's going to do it all. Another kill, and he hears the shots of Elige over towards Spawn, and there's the pounce from Palace. Beautiful pistol run. Simple controlled everything.
It's absolutely ridiculous. They've sent him into the A-bomb site to conquer it on his own, and he was just there the whole time, and eventually you're like, you know what? If he had the bomb, maybe he could have won it on his own. Just didn't even need to call anyone else in. Just said, you guys just stay on the other side of the map. It's fine. 2 on 4 for the retake. There is a smoke and a kit, and that's always exciting in pistol rounds if they could get onto the side itself. Simple is holding it. One more click for the triple kill and leaves NAF on his own, and one more headshot. Why not a quad kill? He won the round on his own.
Yeah, what an absolute freak. And that's the kind of Simple you want to see to start the game. That's the kind of Simple if you're looking for Navi to bounce back in this event. This is exactly what they needed. OC goes down. A little bit of miscommunication. Nitro was giving up the fight. OC was just coming to take it. They couldn't coordinate things. I would wonder, this is just purely theory crafting. This is like no inside knowledge. I would wonder if that's going to be exactly how Nitro would play a situation like that maybe in like a month from now when he gets back to a little bit more comfort in Counter-Strike. I mean, this is still early on in his return, and I think maybe just lacking confidence and not wanting that fight really.
Yeah, that could well be. Jason, they've built a giant stack of people on top of the ticket booth. Tickets, please.
Tickets, please. No ticket. Shout out to Indiana Jones.
Well, this is going to be a surprise. One of the stupidest things I've seen in a long time. But listen, if it works, it's not stupid, right? So,
hey, look, it's got them a kill. It's got them an AK-47. Now, can they hold on to that throughout the round? Simple adds a kill through smoke. He's actually got 2. And OC is just going to chill, surely, with that AK-47, taking a shot towards Catwalk, but surely these USPs are going to be there to protect him and keep some spacing.
what actually are you buying tickets for on this map? Where are you going with that ticket?
I don't know. That's a really good question, actually. I've never wondered that.
There are some cannons back there. Maybe that, like, it's like maybe you go shoot the cannons.
Okay.
Did you? I'm about to say, I don't know if they're actually true, but I've heard a rumor that in the past, when the people who made the cannons, when they had to test them, they had to sit on top of them themselves to make sure that they, you know, had to put real effort into them. Because obviously, if they fail on the first shot, then and you're on top of it.
I gotcha. So, okay, I see. That's kind of cruel.
Yeah, but I feel like it does kind of make you committed to your craft, right?
Yeah, it does make sense in a way, but you know, everyone makes mistakes once in a while. Like, surely somebody got blown up that didn't really deserve it.
Possibly, but at a much lesser rate, like the I'm just
than if you didn't have to sit on the cannon.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's an interesting bit of trivia.
I also could have just made it all up, to be perfectly honest. I never check. Listen, it's one of those things you hear, there's a very good story, and you just never check it. You think, like, you know what?
It's because you hope it's true.
Yeah. Sounds good. Sounds like it could have been real.
Third round bye for Liquid. No cannons.
Unfortunately. But, I don't know. If some AKs instead, I'll do the work. OC's got one that he stole. It's a rare sight. Stolen AK in the third round when it's kind of your first rifle round. Doesn't happen a lot. Really far back. All over the map. Elige playing the forward position over by the Shadow on the A-bomb side. Both Shox and Naf are at B. And actually, Naf's going to start to make his way back. He kind of wants to leave Shox alone there. Elige, he saw that. He knows, but Simple is lightning fast. And he'll take down Elige. That was so quick.
Ooh, it gives space to Electronic to start investigating, and he can't react fast enough. That's Naf on the rotation. Nitro's still stuck underneath. Oh, good flashbang. Perfect flashbang, but not for Perfecto, who's got a double kill. Into a 2-on-2, and Boomich is now in a position to backstab if OC's not careful enough. He sees one player jumping away. Is he going to get baited into a peek? Boomich coming back to the B bomb site.
They have the time for it, and they might not expect Boomich to be here already. Oh, there's the walk past. Didn't quite get it. Now Shox is going to be walking right in, and he's not able to get that flick in time. Boomich, though, he is one bullet away. One more there would have connected, and then he would have been able to hold the bomb site and wait for Perfecto. Instead, now OC on his own. Not going to be planted for his position, so he can't just stop the plant. There's a little bit of an attempt. Again, one bullet would do it to Boomich. Molotov onto the site, hoping to force someone out from behind there and make it a one-on-one. And that's not going to be possible. That makes this retake almost impossible right now for OC.
Yeah, Boomich is playing this too well. Not even showing himself off. No kit as well, so OC's got to start moving forward if he really wants to go for it. Now, because he saved this weapon, he could actually make an attempt at it, but I think the bomb's just too far gone, and there he goes. 3 kills in the round for Perfecto. 3-0 in the favor of Navi.
That flashbang that came in kind of almost ruined Navi's round when they were playing by Tetris. Like, you know, if not for Perfecto playing it so well right here. They probably lose the round right away.
Yeah, even though he saved Simple from the initial fight in Dark, and Simple still kind of flushed into the open with discomfort, but good double kill from Perfecto. You're exactly right.
You mentioned something else, which is Electronic using the chaos at ramp to walk out of the A apartments. That's something that he's kind of known for doing, and it's actually just devastating if you're holding that ticket position and someone's just walking in to shoot you in the face with the. Now NAVI did hit the shot, so great on him. He actually took him down, but it's something to really look for. He's pretty good at that play.
Oh, Simple's creeping up though. He's gonna test this whole game. It feels like. This time, obviously, just against pistols, and he knows it, so he's hungry. Electronic making his presence known. Utility starting to be chucked out. Nitro's gonna pop up the ladder, get taken down from behind, and it's all Navi. So far from here, Elige couldn't get comfortable, and Navi in complete control.
Yeah, it really feels like it right now.
Now, a little bit of a change up in positions for Liquid on the CT side of Mirage. If you remember previously in the lineups, before it had just kind of blown up and changed around. Elige playing more towards connector, more towards middle, and playing in that role. Very big playmaking role. First gun round, he was the contact at A ramp. He was playing inside the A bomb site.
Yeah.
We'll see how much, what kind of a change that has, or what happens when OC gets the AWP as well.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how he's going to try and play that. I mean, a lot of top AWP players, I feel like, still struggle on Mirage on that CT side because of the amount of Molotovs and smokes that get thrown in your face all the time. So it could be interesting.
Well, the nice thing about OC, I think that Liquid's always kind of missed in an AWPer, and even when Fallen was brought in, still kind of missed with him there was like the aggressive playmaking, and Fallen started to pick it up as we went along, but I think OC can find some spots to be very aggressive.
Yeah.
You drop out the window, look towards underpass, drop out window, push up towards top mid. He is kind of like that next generation of AWPers who's going to be looking for plays like that.
I hope so. I think it's super exciting when we get to see that kind of thing. And I mean, you could push B hallways, A hallways. I mean, if your team will allow you to relocate across the map, you know, at the start of the round, you can really make it hard for the enemy team to guess where you're going to be. Bomb and T spawn. NAVI just out looking for the minute at least. And Electronic up in the A hallways or A apartments looking for an aggressive move if anyone was going to be there. So yeah, very much looking a default split kind of here coming out from the Navi side. Does he see the gun barrel? He does. OZ risking a bit there.
Taking some damage in return as well. Nice nade, 32 HP taken off. Bit. A lot of pressure on him in mid as Naf is up in ladder room. Ooh, the timing of it is just unreal. Elige finds that pick. He's back towards Khan as Nitro plays retake over at the A bomb site. He's brought down low as well. And then you got to imagine Navi's going to pick up the pace and apply the pressure to this A bomb site yet again. Bit crunching from connector. And he's going to have to watch his back as Shox is in position on catwalk.
Yeah, and he's got the lineup on him as well. Shox, I can't believe he must have seen Bit surely by now. It's real close if he hasn't. Yeah, might have just missed a leg there, but he's going to keep walking forward and still hasn't quite seen it. I feel like the gun must have been showing. Elige is going to be going down. Shox coming back to get a little bit of revenge at least. 40 seconds left, but Simple's on the site with the bomb in hand, and Shox actually does get dinked there, trying to get that bomb plant down in time. Nade and a follow-up. That one landed right in his face. I would need to see a replay of that. Perfecto and Electronic 2 versus 4 and make it a 1-on-4 for Electronic. By every standard, it's unwinnable at this point, even with the bomb down. And Shox will find him a nice triple kill. So a good first round on the board for Liquid.
Yeah, that second nade must have been perfect, because I think the first one when he was planting the bomb only did like 8 damage. I think that second one was like a 92 damage nade, or maybe he got some spam off in there as well right before it blew up. 4-1, first round for Liquid's on the board, and it's a nice clean one. 4 players surviving.
Yeah, that one did almost nothing. This one bounced.
Oh, he did get some spam, yep. Tagged up by a couple bullets.
Good times. A good round to illustrate how much of a difference it can make, you know, just spotting a leg or a gun barrel. Shox clearing the middle. Elige kind of died, and luckily Shox made up for it and got 3 kills, so I guess it's all good. But yeah, a lot could have gone wrong in that moment, especially because he got dinked himself, Shox. I mean, if he died there to Bit, it would have been a horrendous round for Liquid.
Elige in the middle of the map this round, inside window room as OC plays the AWP from Ticket.
Yeah, just with Nitro as a bit of a distance maker if anything happens. Shox, interesting jump. People usually go for the more traditional back and forth. Just spotting for pixels, I'm assuming, more than anything else.
Yeah, spotting for a deep pixel, you'd imagine. And he might get it. 4 players from Navi are here. They've been here the whole round. Boomich is coming over, so all 5 players going to be a timing execute onto this B bomb site. Shox is the only one here, and backup is a long ways away.
Smoke to try and stop the Molotov. He runs into catch Perfecto. That looks so well choreographed from Shox, and he's going to get a little bit more help from NAV, taking a second kill on Bit. Dan, I'll be honest, I was fairly skeptical in my own brain about that play from Shox, but it just looked absolutely perfect.
Yeah, it worked out really well. NAF as well, turning on Catwalk was huge. 30 seconds left in the round, and Navi have nowhere to go. This is surely going to be them establishing an escape route. Looking for that flank coming in from behind that's just not there. Nitro has pushed out A ramp, but he's not moving forward at all. So a second round for Team Liquid. Again, 4 players survive. Not too shabby for them to get started in the game.
No, really good job. Stabilizing their own economy as well early on. So 4-2. And no one has gone hunting for the Navi. I don't really blame them for that. I don't think there's any real reason to either. Wall bangs are coming out, but not connecting. So 7th round, and we'll see if Liquid can keep this up for a while longer. Such an interesting play. I actually think, especially in the beginning of that play, you see... Wow.
2 team flashes mixed in there as well, which, I mean, in the craziness of an execute, I don't think it was fully blinding them, but just maybe catching them a little bit.
Could be frustrating, right? But yeah, when he makes that jump, it just looks like he can't escape. It looks like he is actually almost already trapped there, but well timed. Put that AWP in play. And it's on Simple. He did much of the earlier work so far with the AK-47. And we've seen Simple in the past sometimes kind of throw away that AWP if he's not really in the right mood for it. Curious to see how that's going to be playing out. Ooh, it's dangerous. Almost could have been picked off there. He will get traded Boomich with a 2-for-1, and that leaves Shox alone inside of this bomb site. Grenades landing down right behind him. Jump out is there, and that is a wild kill from Perfecto. Okay.
OC just stepped up to toe the line. Oh, he went back for it. I thought he was going to be done. I can't believe he's hit that shot, but I mean, without Elige getting a kill here on Catwalk, that should negate his ability to go for the retake. So low on health, and Elige goes down. That's the signal to save. Liquid gets stopped at 2. And do Navi want to hunt down the op? Boomich is already going to cut off the rotation back into the A bomb site from Connector.
Yeah, already got that triple kill. One more bullet on OC. Oh, that's a nice flick. He is very quick. Can't save the round any longer, but saving the AWP would still be a really big deal, even if Liquid have a bit of an economy going. Perfecto's out hunting. Could probably reach you if he just kept running the full way, but he's no idea if OC's already up there waiting for him, so looks like he's going to be saving this position, and another round on the board for Navi. I've got to say, I mean, that kill from Perfecto was pretty impressive, I thought. Jumping down, maybe he just landed right out of the line of sight for Shox, I'm not sure, but it looked really cool.
Yeah, I don't even think he even saw it, but yeah, he gets his head ripped off. Nicely done. Boomich with the kill that seals the round as well. 3-round lead for Navi on the T side of Mirage. Op still in the hands of OC, Op back in the hands of Simple as well. And fast mid control. Bit. Oh, he's got him lined up and blinded. Shox is going to go down next. He cannot readjust. 2-for-1 trade, and NAF evens it out.
Cool, but the trading continues. You can see how much it destabilizes the defense. They're just not really sure where that next attack is coming from. Elige is trying to save the day, but Electronic will take him down. Second kill of the round for him. And NAF is far away and low on health. Gonna be 6 rounds on the board now for Navi.
That's a really cool play from Electronic and Perfecto over at that A bomb site as well. I mean, you see so much pressure in middle, so many kills come out. Your teammates are calling that they've seen 3 bodies, they've gotten 2 kills, they knew there was 1 in window, and you're just saying, all right, well, they don't really have the resources to stop this. So at the very least, I'm gonna get a 1-on-1. Exactly what they wanted. 4 rounds in the lead, 6-2.
They just bypassed each other. Simple is actually walking up kind of behind NAF. Unlikely position to look for someone saving, I think, so maybe he's going to be saved by that. You know that CRT TV that's in the B hallways?
I do.
If this is Counter-Strike 1.6, you'd fully expect to be able to click use on that and activate a camera somewhere on the map, like on Assault.
Okay, yeah. Sure.
Not saying they should add it to this one, but...
I don't think I've seen any security cameras on this map, though.
No, that's true. But I'm just saying in general, like...
Yeah.
What if they had a security camera in the B-bomb side?
Oh, no, that's legit.
You could.
That would change the game.
One guy operating the TV at all times.
Change everything.
You could, if you threw a smoke at the corner of the security camera, you could, like, escape. And if someone was watching, they wouldn't know if you were still inside the smoke or not.
What if you could blow it up?
Oh, yeah. Shoot the camera.
Shoot the camera. Or spray paint over it?
Yeah, the CTs do that every time, wouldn't they, though?
I think we've milked this security camera conversation as much as we possibly can. I think we've got it all.
I don't know. You could probably keep going for a long time, but polite hint, Jason, to move on. I appreciate it. We could talk about the 9th round that's coming up.
We could.
After a little bit of a timeout here.
Yeah, I mean, the money's been dug into for Liquid. NAF at 150.
Hold on.
Hold on. Did we just get a word from production? Is I wrong? Is there actually a security camera here?
There is one. They found it.
The rats.
Jason, why did you lie to people and say there was no security camera? I think I'd like an explanation for that.
That security camera needs to be in that game that we play in the breaks of where on the map, which map and where is it?
True.
I want to see how many pro players know there's a security camera there.
Well, here we go. A little bit of aggression. Elysia and Nitro pushing down the A ramp, and they will find the kill. Electronic and Nitro's there is a great backup. If he will try and swing to get the revenge on that, then he's going to be ready for it. It's a relatively simple move, but it works just fine. 4 on 5 in favor of Liquid in this round.
It's nice as well to establish that too for Liquid to fight back and you know, prevent Navi from. Remember, they've probed up that A ramp quite a number of times. They've been happy to take some of those duels. They've put a lot of pressure on that 8 bomb site. So the 2 defenders there, Elysia and Nitro, getting aggressive and making sure that in the future Navi's going to have to be cautious of that.
Nitro's pushed up pretty far in the A palace right now. Could understand if he doesn't want to keep going, but good flash setup there. Elysia finding a second kill of the round for himself. Just running into the fight is simple. He's very quick, but he does go down below half health, and the follow-up headshot from Shox will definitely clean him out. Perfecto, bit of a battle with Shox. Shox has been defending this position, I think, really well so far, and think on Perfecto, might as well have been Shox hitting that, but it is Elysia for a triple. So Liquid will find another round, and to be fair, they probably need to catch up here and tie up the scoreline and make it 6-6 before Liquid can start to sort of feel a little bit better about this whole situation.
Yeah, they might have an opportunity here. Good kill from Elysia to open things up, but I mean, the money's starting to run low on Navi. Simple, instead of going for the op, I think is going to have to drop an AK-47 over to a teammate. Or he's just going to go for the hero AK buy, get the op in the next one as everyone else is relegated to Deagles and Tech 9. So Simple going to be aggressive, you'd imagine, although Molotov dissuades him from that idea for the moment.
Can be really persuasive when your feet are on fire.
And Elysia has returned to a more centralized position outside of those A-ramp pushes and aggression. Good op kill, opening pick, Simple. Oh, that would be very, very bold, wouldn't it?
He really wants to do it. You can actually tell. He's come into this game really hungry for the fights.
It's entirely what I expected. It's kind of what I talked about. You know, if you have that kind of a week as Navi as the #1 team in the world after you've won a Grand Slam, you've won a major, you finally start having the conversation about, ooh, can Navi actually build this into an era? And then you open the year of 2022 in horrendous fashion.
Yeah, you want to get back on the horse right away. Well, they're playing Liquid. It is a horse.
Nice. That worked out real well.
It's just...
Good for you.
It's just what I do. Elysia, OZ, and Nitro are all playing towards the A side. NAV's actually not that far away. They should have a really good defense. I think that one hero AK, well, it's not even going to be happening at all. Great transfer from Elysia. I think that happened really quickly. I'd love to see that from his point of view. OC is going to get one as well. And it will be a 4th round on the board. Liquid starting to really pick it up now. Their economy is looking healthier once again. Navi can kind of put together a buy in this round if they wanted to. It's going to be very limited on the nades.
Perfect pop flash from OC, called for by Elysia.
So good. Takes
out that AK-47 on Simple's hands as well. Nice to see them being aggressive in the mid-round and not relinquishing all control over to Navi. AK's in a Galil. for the Navi attack. And again, it looks like fast mid-control. Here are the nades, here are the flashes. Last time they did this, it was aggression from Liquid that they neutralized. This time, there's nobody here except for Elision. Window, he's dinked, he's gonna go down. 1-for-1 trade.
Nice nade that landed on top of them just as he swung for it. That's going to be really frustrating as well. It is practically dead, and Nitro is all the way dead. Electronic taking him down again, finding that fight out of the A Palace.
I would love. I just get a sense when I watch how this game has started so far. Actually, hold the thought. We'll see if they're going to end up going for this retake. NAF is peeking into the bomb site. 3 on 4. A couple players are low, and they do have 3 kits and plenty of utility.
Does he see that? He does now. Jumping up. Bit of a risk to take from NAF, but pays off hugely. They have a massive health advantage right now. OC is starting to make his way into the middle, jumping down, spotting for it, but Simple will land the instant headshot. They're going to try and smoke it off and get that. Oh, Electronic. Last bullet to pick it up, and now Shox. Can he run to pick it up? He has the kit. 3 seconds on that defuse, and he's almost got it. Oh! Last possible bullet, I think. Taking down Shox inside of the smoke. I want to see that in the most slow motion possible.
Yeah, last possible bullet and last possible millisecond to be able to find that. Almost a really, really nice steal of that defuse.
Okay, here we go. 0.33.
He's tanking quite a bit. I was going to say, I would love to know if this is like a game plan from Navi, because just the way like the pistol round went, some of those opening gun rounds, and you still kind of see it from Electronic, a lot of confidence swinging out of Palace. I know that's all like pretty standard stuff, but I mean, remember, Nitro's playing over there as well. I wonder if Navi is kind of testing the ring rust.
Yeah, I mean, that could definitely make sense.
Maybe just like philosophically saying, if you ever feel like you have a one-on-one there, take it.
Yeah, go for it. Kind of a hazing. Welcome back to the game.
Yeah, exactly.
Feeling. Yeah, I mean, why not? If you, I mean, even just ignoring Nitro return to the game or anything, in any game, if you feel like there's a player that's going to be a little bit, you know, not quite having the best start to the match, why not keep, you know, banging on them for that reason?
Yeah. 0-7 at the moment, so he's not doing anything quite yet to force them away from his position. Opening kill from Elige, pushing up catwalk, getting bored, and hunting down the first kill.
50 seconds, more or less. Elige finding more kills now.
And Bit even checked for that. He'll be frustrated. Good play from Elige.
3 versus 5. Shox is playing fairly forward position, which should allow them to have decent mid and A control, basically. What did they do now? I mean, are they just going to save out this round now? 25 seconds? They must.
Yeah, I think you kind of have to, I guess. There's not really a whole lot you can do. You have no smokes, no flashbangs, and no control anywhere on the map. So yeah, another round that Navi's just going to let go away, and they'll still have plenty of resources. Perfecto can buy smoke flash. Simple can fill up the rest of his nades as well with an AWP. So even if Boomich and Bit are relegated and stuck on pistols or SMGs, still some very dangerous weaponry for the Navi side. But Team Liquid creep a little bit closer. 5-7 now.
Elige is really getting into the swing of things here. He's got 9 kills. Shox has got 10. So, and NAF is right there with him. That's a great trio to put into play. So that could still happen. They have, once again, a bit of money behind them. And the 13th round here for Navi is just doable, but not everything that they would want.
Ooh, we're going to see a mid-engagement. Pistol. Boom. I think Boomich was too blind to spot that, but the smoke is going to give it away. They know this play. He's tagged up. There's the Deagle as well. Elige going to continue fighting. NAF is still here as well. And they're staying very poised on the defensive side of things. Nitro is trying to come in to help the escape route, but Simple picks him off. And we're into a 4-on-4 as the defense backs away.
That could have gone so many different ways. And if Navi would have had someone in the B hallways to push the underpass, it could have been even more interesting, but
we're going to see OC get tested with the op.
Ooh, yeah, you're right. And they don't have that many nades to get rid of him either. So it could get a bit awkward if they only have the one smoke to try and block him off with here, and maybe a flashbang to add on top. Not going to be that impressive, really. There's the flash and the flick to follow it up. It must have been close, but he didn't quite hit it. Simple is not afraid to take this fight with him. You can tell he's actually looking for it. Eventually, Molotov going to get there. Shox is on a flank, and it will be a while before he gets here. But if his team is still alive and they're trying to plant the bomb, it's going to be huge.
Taking quite some time for Navi to work up the courage to get into the bomb site. They still haven't gotten that bomb planted. Now Shox is in position, still running, now walking. Electronic is going to have to help them get into the site. Time is running out on this play for Navi. They're in a lot of trouble, and I don't even know if they realize it. 30 seconds, just under 30 seconds.
Yeah, this round could end right here with a single kill from Shox. They have no idea. Oh, what? He actually spins for it? That is crazy. They still probably will lose the round now, but I can't believe Electronic even turned around at all. 15 seconds as they try and put the bomb down, but you could tell they have no cover out here. They're just in the middle of nowhere, and no matter where they go, they're gonna get shot at from somewhere. So completely stuck, and a good round for Liquid. Shox is only going to get the one kill, but he did a lot more than that.
It felt like Navi was just waiting for someone from Liquid to peek towards jungle, someone from Liquid to peek towards connector, and they just never got the fight they were looking for, and it just stalls out.
Yeah.
They waited so long. It allows 3 players to rotate towards Ticket, allows that flank from Shox to be highly effective, even with Electronic looking for it. And I think part of the reason why Liquid didn't give them any looks, or any glances, any chances at a kill is they're waiting for Shox's flank.
Yeah. Good discipline, really, and bringing it back a little bit now. 6-7. I think that's good to see. It makes it a bit more interesting. And Navi are out of money again. Eagle on Perfecto. Yeah, the right idea, but Nitro will live through that one. They're going to bring the bomb at least towards the B side of the map. Kind of drop for the minute. Probably just going to be playing a bunch of pick-off games, hoping to find something. Good headshot.
Simple doesn't play games.
It really doesn't.
Nice headshot on NAF, but can't follow anything up. 4-on-4. 3 deagles and no utility for Navi. They got 1 minute and 15 seconds to play with.
Liquid don't really have any reason to take big risks in a round like this. Make sure they don't get the rifle that NAF had. But apart from that, lock it down. Even if they get a bomb plant, it's not a big deal, really. Just don't lose the round. Nitro playing a little bit forward now towards the ramp behind the smoke. Could be an awkward timing for him if they come out of Palace first. Yeah, because, ooh, actually, good shots here. Yeah, Bit was going to be coming out always through that smoke.
Oh, no. Oh, no. They got one as well towards jungle. That was Elige. Perfecto hits him in the face, and Shox all of a sudden in a 1 versus 2.
How's it even possible that happened so quickly? They basically already won the round, and now instead, Shox walking out back onto the bomb site. Doesn't have a smoke like last time to try and see if he can get that last second defuse, so this could get really awkward. Yeah, he has to try and check everything. He has no idea where to look. And time is running off of that bomb now. He's got the kit, sure. The grenade, not going to help him either. Jumps for it. Good shot there, but Fit is on the other side. He peeks and wins, and Navi steal around.
That's unbelievable. The 1 deke from Simple, but yeah, that A hit just sprung. That must have been quite a banger from Perfecto to land onto Elige. This is the opening kill. In all the chaos and confusion of the smokes, this was the trade on a Nitro, and this is the real important one from Perfecto. Oh, no, it's not.
Yeah, he got that in the middle of it.
I was so excited.
That happened so quickly. They got 3 kills in 3 seconds getting into that bomb site. I mean, that is so unlikely.
Man, that's a heartbreaking round for Team Liquid. 6-8, 2 behind. All things considered, not too bad from Team Liquid so far in this half. Nitro's on the board with that double kill in the previous round.
Good. Sometimes it's just about getting started, you know?
Yep. That first one.
Very limited on the nades for Liquid, so if Navi do get into a bomb and get the bomb planted here, that could get awkward.
They've got Boomich now put up in like a really solid lurking position, not only to cut off rotations, but to swing around catwalk and be aggressive if they want to split this B bomb site, which it looks what they're lining up with. Perfecto, Bit, Simple, and Electronic, all in these B halls.
OC is going to be surely crunched in here. I mean, we talked about him as being very fast and capable of doing the combat AWPing style, but it's going to be put to the test if they do this.
Well, I think Elige is going to rotate back from the A bomb site and look towards catwalk, so he might be able to stop and protect OC just a little bit once this hit comes in. Here we go. Shox has got to do something. Alicia's that first kill. That's on to Boomich. It trades anyways. Shox is still alive, and he's buying time. And now NAV has shown up, and he's so effective in these rotational support positions. And Navi just getting stuffed cold.
Yeah, well played. That worked out so much better than I was fearing at the end. So it's split right down the middle in the first half. The second half, it's coming up after the break.
You were surfing, started surfing, bro. Right behind. Oh, what the fuck? Where, man? What? Oh, no, I choked the God damn, I choked the winner. Good luck, my friend. I think I'm physical. No surfing allowed. Ooh. What's up, man? Dude, who's that yet? Yeah, I thought I was surfing. My volume is not on. I just realized. Here we go, Jake. I need to get one. God damn, I three. Catching by surprise, watch. What? I backed the box, dude. That's insane. That's so rookie. Oh my god. I'm changing my strategy. Hello, you see me? You don't see me. What are you so passive for? So fast. Surprise! This is an A-map, dude, not hide and seek. God damn. Surprise! Can we shoot? There's all sorts of. Wait, oh, is match point? Is up to 5? Match point. That's not even fair. I was just warming up. Yeet! He can't catch me. You're surfing? Surfing? He doesn't. Where are you coming back now? Where are you?
Crossing.
Cat.
Up
and cat. Just running up cat.
I'm rotating B.
Hit.
Brick's dead, op dead. That's bomb. I'm gonna stay towards A.
Yeah, I'm gonna push C1 soon.
I'm trying to hold the bomb. Up cat. That cat.
I got your buck. I'm C1.
Nice
job. Good.
Well, the first half finishes right down the middle. It's 8 rounds for Navi, 7 for Liquid. And I think Navi looked like they were off to a really hot start. Looked like they were going to completely crush Liquid. But as it turns out, Liquid had something to say about that.
Yeah, Liquid showed up towards the end of that half for sure. Simple and Navi, they had a kind of a... Actually, you know, if they don't win that Deagle round, that second half of the first half looks a little bit dire. You know?
It does.
They really had a tough time. Liquid ended that on a 5-2 run to bring this scoreline as close as possible. Now we're going to see what their offense is made of. Their attacking side. NAF is going to be alone at a ramp. 4 players at top mid. Electronic is going to get aggressive. Oh, this could be so dangerous.
Yeah, with the USP, it's all or nothing here. You're just going to fight your way out. You're never going to be able to fall back with all the Glocks. Oh, wait, are they actually going to let him go? I can't believe it.
No, it's understandable. Look, I mean, there's players here to hold off. They wanted to get the Molotov to defend against the trap, and they've done just that. Simple takes out NAF, but it's a 3 versus 4.
And Nav had that P250 that, you know, could have tried to snipe with. Actually, all right. It's Perfecto on the other side. I thought for a minute that was Boomich at that range. Simple in the corner, hiding. Missing the first shot, but he makes up for it. 2 big headshots to follow through. And a third one. It's another quad kill in the pistol round, Jason. And that's how Navi gets started in the second half.
Yeah, he's got 18 frags. Liquid really wanted to pounce on Electronic, but they know if someone's pushing up like that and is being that cocky about his position, that he's going to have backup. They knew someone was likely in connector. That's what the Molotov was for. And another player on catwalk holding the angle as well. They did everything right until they ran into Simple.
Yeah, which is the common theme.
And sometimes, yeah, sometimes those shots, you just can't do anything about it.
Yeah, he's got so like 4 quad kill in the pistol and on the first half, and now again in the second half. That's having a pretty decent impact on the game.
Yeah, not too shabby. Getting Navi started on the right foot in both halves. 9-7. All unarmored pistols for Team Liquid. And very passive.
Yeah, it's going to be a minute before Liquid can could start to put up a fight. Unless they hit some of those wonderful deagle shots. He's got one, so he's the only real contender. Try and get something done. Nitro going to be found. Run boosted into death. And Elish will find the headshot. Okay. There's one. Another couple would make a big difference, but Electronic will find him at the end. So 10-7. But Liquid are going to be able to buy already.
21 kills on Simple. The next closest is Bit with 9. So
actually crazy.
We're certainly getting Simple a step above what we saw him previously last week. A nice spray down with the AUG. And you're exactly right. Third round buy from Team Liquid. All AKs, utility as well. Somewhat, a couple advantages across the map for Team Liquid here. Boomich and Bit stuck on the FAMAS and Perfecto down to an SMG.
Yeah. Definitely he can work out well if you find the right fight early on here. Elish did kind of get spammed for the smoke. A little bit unfortunate. He's down to 18 health. But plenty of time for Liquid to make up their minds. They're not getting challenged by Navi early on in this round. So eventually, once they've been waiting around for a bit, you can see like Nitro's down, A-ramp, NAF is up in the A palace. They're kind of waiting to see maybe if Navi are going to be doing anything. Doesn't seem like that's going to happen right now. I love the fact that Simple has that organ play.
It's been effective so far. Electronic going to get tucked into the corner. Perhaps a bit of a bait and switch. Boomich at the top of ramp. Bit even cheating over as well. He's got to keep his eyes on the boost. But also, every once in a while, look towards Khan. Liquid's going to attempt a split here.
Oh, timing. Nitro swings for a great entry with that headshot, and the follow-up is absolutely there. Doesn't get any better than that. Taking down Boomich and Electronic both. Nitro, he wants to keep going. A third kill as he takes down Bit. Welcome back, Nitro.
Yeah, there he is. That's a great sequence. It looked like he saw Boomich and he knew exactly what the setup was going to be. He was not confused whatsoever. He was actually even so excited. It's like he sees him here and he's like, great, that's all I needed.
Yeah. I can figure out the rest from here on out. But the fact that he even gets his next kill is, I mean, he's probably already won the round for his team with the first 2. So, yeah. Well done.
Quiet game so far, but there's a flash of the old Nitro, and he's got a high-impact triple kill to net them another round and reset the economy. So huge, huge impact in that round for Nitro. Likely a 2-for-1 based off that triple kill.
No need 10-8. So again, Liquid are... they're well within striking distance here when it comes to winning the map. Just need to win some crucial rounds here in terms of the Navi economy. I mean, this one is where they just have pistols, but that next round where they're gonna have rifles again, if you pick that one up, it's game on once again. He's sneaking through. Timing. He's gonna get that. Oh, that's a great spin.
Nicely done from Elish. Quick tap onto Electronic. That's going to secure the round. No more challenging from Navi. They'll get guns out in the next round, though. But this scoreline is evened up. 9-10. Still haven't seen the AWP on Simple yet. He had the AUG from round 2.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he had the AUG once or twice on the first half, maybe. But but we didn't really get to a sense of what that might be like in general. Curious to see how they're going to be playing this one, Navi, on the CT side. If they are, I mean, they haven't really had much of a chance to test out their own default too much, so maybe they won't be under a lot of pressure to try and come up with crazy things. But I'd like to see them go for a little bit of aggression and some of those fun pushes. You know, you get Boomich up the middle.
You didn't like the push on pistol round from Electronic? Didn't really satisfy your taste for the aggressive plays?
I mean, I do like that. I just want to see it a little bit more, you know?
Okay.
Get a feel for it. There's that open.
There is the AWP picked up for Simple. Into this next gun round. Still a little bit light in a couple ways. Boomich with the FAMAS. Passed over.
I want to see a little bit more of a bit in Electronic. It's not that it's not fun to see Simple do this, but we had all agreed that we were past the era of Navi where Simple had to sort of lift too much on his own.
We got past that when we returned to land, though. Again, not to harp on that too much, but it is just a different team as Navi.
Yeah, that's probably true. Well, maybe he can still get a little bit of help at least. Bit is in a forward position on the catwalk, actually pretty close to where Elige is around that right corner. So Elige has got to be careful. He's playing a big role in this round in terms of opening up that A defense, just distracting them if nothing else, and maybe staying alive as well. Ooh, nice opening for Elige. There's that bit position. Simple's going to pick up one with the AWP, and Boomich is fighting for his life down in the shadows. Actually, he comes back up the ladder and takes down Naf. That is a surprising play. And Shark's looking for him all the time, and he's finally going to be able to find him. The 2-on-3 with enough time for Liquid to still do some trickery if they... Oh, wow, what a catch.
Yeah, that's at the top of the stairs, and that'll pull Elige right back. Shocks and Elige wanted to bail out to the other side of the map, and it's not going to happen. Simple's a little bit low at this A bomb site, so Elige can have... There's a chance for magic in this round. Simple's likely going to play it a little bit passively, but actually Electronic, even just playing a smart game, the insurance policy tucked inside Palace. He doesn't need to do anything until the bomb goes down.
Yeah, he can wait here all day. Perfecto is just listening and making sure that Elige can't easily get in and get the bomb down and escape at the same time. So Perfecto would be to catch him, presumably in one of those scenarios. 15 seconds on the clock, and eventually he's going to have to try and see if he get the job done, and they will be able to lock him in. Bomb is planted. A little bit of panic. I can't really blame him. Heart attack moment.
Ooh, that could have been the opening.
Yeah.
Electronic almost giving him a gift. 11th round for Navi. Simple under a lot of pressure gets one kill. It's Boomich who secures the bomb site. This one right here. Shocks isn't going for the trade at that moment because he's got Simple locked in, holding off for the repeat.
Okay. 11-9. The money is pretty good for Liquid. They're going to be able to buy once again. But that was a little bit closer maybe than... Especially with that initial missed spray from Electronic. They get to save the AWP.
Nice thing is with that plant, look at all the money they have. That extra $800 is going to go a long way. Liquid actually sitting pretty nice in terms of their economy so far in this half. Navi, on the other hand, need to... Well, actually, they're pretty good as well, but costly if they're to lose and have to rebuy some of these weapons.
I feel like it's always a nice feeling when... That's not a nice feeling.
He got spammed a few rounds back to like 20 HP. Here he gets a nade down to 52, so not all sunshine and roses for Elige top mid.
No, no, it's not.
It's grenades and gunfire.
Yeah. It's listen, if you want to be in first, that's just how it is, right? He could just pick someone else, can't he? Send someone else first. Ooh, he's trying for it. Shocked goes down. Simple. Got to save that orb. Again, when you first purchase that, it's really cool to be able to save it to the next round. Electronic going to be able to take down Elige. With the help of those earlier nades, does make that fight much quicker in his favor.
And now Simple's going to rotate the ticket. Boomich is going to step up closer into the site. Triple boxes. Electronic at stairs. Flashbangs are out, but Liquid is held at bay. This is a tough situation to try and move forward. At some point, you just got to have the courage. That's a huge kill. That's going to help them feel a lot more safe. What a stunning follow-up shot from Nap. He's pulled them back into this round. 25 seconds.
Navi are feeling so secure in their positions, and Nap He finds one more, and Perfecto, he wants to swing for this. He's got the right timing for it. Naf was moving out of that one, and the nade right on top of Nitro. He's lucky to be alive in that one. Huge health advantage here for Perfecto. Not quite sure if he's escaped or if he's still hiding back there. And Nitro has really no other tools than that AK-47, and maybe the element of surprise if he could find the right position here, but Perfecto, he's got some time before he really is under pressure. He's been checking everything else, and a little bit of a jump there. Taps the bomb once. Nitro has to come back and look eventually, but he's actually playing it really well. He's staying quite far away. Another tap comes in, and a jump from Nitro just to check. He's back for the challenge, and he wins the round without firing a single shot.
Just presence, just jumping for the information. Perfecto, a little upset probably that he let Nitro slip away after the bomb plan. He thought that nade might have done the job, but this round is all about NAF. This is just excellent shot after excellent shot. Nitro even chiming in on a boomage. But NAF does so much to save his team. 10 to 11. And now you have that really tense money situation that we mentioned for NAVI. Freeze time is running low, and they're just now starting to buy, so perhaps a little bit late, but no, they do get out in time.
Interesting.
Fully invested.
One of those things where I guess if it works, you can defend it, but I'm not sure about this buy from NAVI. That's a crazy flick.
That's wild.
Electronic. Just instincts to take down a liege. And they're clearing the underpass for the minute. OC is holding this, of course. I mean, if this works out for NAVI, you can't really... There's not much you can say. But I feel like at such a close scoreline, 11 to 10, usually what ends up biting you on the CT side is that you lack the economy to win the game.
If they were to lose it, there's still some time for them to recover the economy, but I think obviously in today's Counter-Strike, you get 2 M4s and AWP on Simple, another 2 pistols around that is, you're more than happy to take that one, especially with utility. Simple's even boosted in the back of the B bomb site, peering in with an off angle towards Halls. Tough spot to clear. Liquid stalled out in this 4-on-5. Nitro in position. And middle and underpass. Shox is going to join up with him, so they're going to try and make their way up connector as NAF and OC work a ramp.
I think they've picked a good spot on the map to attack in terms of Boomich being there with the CSET 75 and then Electronic on that M4. I mean, that's a fight they should be able to win even 2-on-4. But if it takes too long, and maybe it already has, the rest of NAVI are starting to move into this position. Shox, as he found a gap. Simple is right around the corner. Unbelievable timing. And he comes right back as if he knew he was there all along. OC and NAF. This is going to be a even harder clutch to win. NAF goes down and OC is on his own trying to battle it out with the AWP, but Simple finds him. And NAVI, they get away with it.
Simple did know. Perfecto hears the footsteps. Shox he made some noise trying to catch Simple before he could get to the CT stairs, and that communication being passed over, that's a wild flick down.
It really is.
That's so tough to handle.
Yeah, you're right. That's but that even Perfecto hearing the footsteps, that's a really quick communication. You have to say that rapidly and precisely. Okay.
12-10, and it's Liquid instead who are out of money. They had NAVI at the breaking point, and you're right. That would have been something in this juncture of the game for them to take control of the map with, right?
They pull out that old Uno reverse card. Works
actually,
well.
Liquid is they enjoy a good game of Uno.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Who doesn't? Isn't it just a
nice little card game?
Yeah, it's not so complex that you have to spend hours explaining it to people and just...
Yeah, you're all friends until someone lays the draw forward.
The funniest thing is obviously if you just save like all the most powerful cards till the end, so you're almost out and you just like line them up.
Don't you play like you can't end on a wild card though? That's not cool.
I don't know. Can you not?
I think you can, but you know.
Okay, well maybe we'll play some.
There's no honor in that. Simple. You wanted aggression. He's jumping around looking.
I don't want honor. I want the win. I need it for the honor. 12 to 10.
You're thinking of something stupid with Uno, aren't you? You just can't get it out of your head. Let us know.
Thinking about the fact that you think of yourself as an honorable player. That's the disturbing part to me. But fair enough. I'm not going to take that away from you.
Oh, timing peek from Boomich has got the kill. Has Elige on his own. Electronic and Simple peering towards top mid. Electronic also dividing his attention. Run boost. Here we go, Anders. You ready?
Yeah, it's always fun. There we go. Throw him into the fight. And then they get wiped out. But it was a good run. I think it was a decent run boost. They
Solid.
Did a good job.
Yeah, 6 out of 10.
Yeah, I think so. And in the end, Navi will pick it up. No surprise, really. 13-10 now. And money is still super questionable for Liquid. That round did so much damage. It really did.
Yeah, it hurt a lot. Still, I mean, show within striking distance. 10-13, just 3 rounds back. There's more than enough time. Tough part is, at least in this round, you're gonna be starting to get back to the action with Galils, and against that AWP, man, that's not fun. If you get a dink with a Galil and opt, that's gonna feel real bad. More aggression from Navi. Simple makes the catwalk jump. Electronic peeking towards underpass, and Bits in window as well.
Flashes layered on top of flashes to try and prevent that exact scenario. Simple still hanging around and picking off shots. Elige, though, is right back at it. Gonna be taking down Electronic. I feel like they've been enemies in this game so far. Had a lot of battles between those two. Not actually sure who's coming out on top. Be interesting to find out. Elige is going to be backing off the middle, and the rest of his team are setting up outside of the A-bomb site. Bit and Boomich are kind of there.
Yeah, they've shuffled this defense, though, back towards the A-bomb site, but if there's smokes down, they're going to have to play retake on it. You don't really want to go between that. Simple's coming around towards Ticket, so the smoke on A-ramp has bought enough time for Navi to start feeling a bit more comfortable, and there's only the one smoke on Liquid that's just been tossed out now.
One smoke to stop Simple. Doubtful. They're going to try anyway. Towards the Ticket booth. He's making a couple of jumps to try and spot out exactly where they are, and Boomich, he swings for it. I don't know how he knew Elige was there. Did they hear him? I need to go back and see that. Definitely very confident swing, and now they can focus just on the A-bomb side. They know the flank is not going to be there. Nice shot from Simple, and especially because it was Napfly that he managed to land that kill on. There's going to be a little bit of a sigh of relief on their side. Good flashbang and a good swing. No chance for OC to do anything. And Nitro is on his own. 1 versus 3, and Boomich just walking up right behind him. Just nowhere to stand at the end of it. And that's 14 for Navi.
Good patience and good repositioning from Boomich, using the bench jump back in towards window after he gets the kill on Elige. Nitro is looking for him to poke his head up at connector that whole time. It just never happened. Navi starting to gain a really nice stranglehold on this map. 14-10.
Unfortunate on that timing. Still very... Did you catch one? Gave that away?
He might have just swung to check underpass and saw the gun barrel.
Yeah, he just looked so... He looked like he committed to even checking that position specifically.
Yeah.
Just always fun to know if there was...
You have to look at the whole round, wouldn't you? Maybe the guy in window heard him.
Could be, and also if there was absolutely no clue, it's also just a question of, is just the homework from Boomich. Has he seen it before and he's like, you know what, I think I know what's happening here.
That as well.
Because that would be one of the cooler things, in my opinion. I love it when you get to catch those kind of things. It's kind of hard to do from outside of the game, obviously, but Electronic traded Tech9 on OC. Mid-air shot from Simple, catching shots before he got too close to his teammate Boomich inside of the A-bomb site. And it's 4-on-3, and it's not looking good for Liquid right now. Navi, the nade is going to land on top. No, it's just a flashbang. They try and get the boost up on the other side. And another trade happening. Still favoring Navi, though.
Ooh, OC, I don't know. Maybe thought that Nitro was going to have him pinned down, but Simple has hit 32? 32, I believe.
Why not? It's another quad kill. I mean... I guess it's good to get a vintage, simple game to start the year with. Why not?
Well, that's the thing. We didn't really get a vintage simple to start the year, did we? We got...
No, that's true.
We got, like, Space Jam simple. Somebody took his powers, and he was left as just, like, an average person.
That's a reference.
He's back now.
Okay. Well, see if it keeps going. Hit 'Em High is one of the best rap songs of all time.
Oh, it's phenomenal. The whole soundtrack to that is excellent.
You gotta point that out, in case people don't know.
Ooh!
He really, you can see, but instead he's like, you know what, Bit, if you just take the shot, OC's dead. He knew that he was waiting. Great communication again from Navi, 5-on-3, and Liquid have run out of steam quite possibly here. Perfecto down below. That smoke, actually, does that create, is that enough of a gap for, yeah.
Oh yeah.
He can play around. That's actually really hard to deal with. Although Nitro, great entry. He's actually still got it. Nice headshots. He was slow off the start, but has definitely made up for it since then. Another kill for Nitro. A triple once again, trying to hold on and fight for that overtime, although it might not be possible here. NAV, there's just too much to handle. It's Boomich at the end, and it's 16 to 10 as Navi in the opening map.
Oh man, it was so close it felt for a while. Liquid, that's a great fight for most of that game, and then Navi just takes control. That one round, that break of Liquid's economy right at the end was brutal. And a 30-some kill performance from Simple leads the way. It's magical either way. Yeah, that's a nice opening win for Navi in this series. That's good for them to get back on track after that disastrous group stage we saw last week.
It is. I mean, it definitely looked like it could have gone wrong halfway through there, towards the end. So just impressive stuff. We'll see if they can continue on Ancient, the second map coming up after the break.
What is this?
Oh my god. My heart. Oh!
What the f, man? Why are you so fast? I don't understand.
Adju, where you at? I hear someone. Oh! Oh, you're a P. Oh.
Yeah, I start to hide. Hello. Why?
Come up! Come up! You when you spawn. What do you? Why we don't run so fast in tournament? It would be perfect. Behind me! I know! What the? Oh!
A solid showing from Navi on their own map pick, and Simple undoubtedly back in action. Nature is healing, the world #1 is back in form after a small blip. Maniac, all's good if you're on the side of Navi.
I mean, blink and you miss it. Blink and you miss it, that's how it works with Simple. Whenever he's having a bad day of Counter-Strike, you better mark your calendar, because that one is not about to happen again for a long, long time. We go back to Simple dominating the world, more than 30 kills, 100% win rate in opening duels, more than 100 ADR, yada, yada, yada. Simple is back again after 1 day of absence.
How are you supposed to stop him? Like when he's
You're
playing,
not.
No,
You're
that's
not.
the thing, you can't, right? He's so good at the game. He's so demanding to play against, and on a map like Mirage that is very open, that allows for a lot of these duels, as you see on your screen right here, Simple is just having the time of his life. Good to see him bounce back. Good to see Navi bounce back. I actually do think Liquid gave them a bit of a fight, you know? Navi won both pistols.
Yeah.
They converted both pistols, yet it was still a relatively close game with a couple of close rounds as well. So commiserations to Liquid. They did a good job, but again, when you're facing this Simple, then what are you supposed to do?
And there's a point that Jacob brought out during the pre-show is that because of his personality and who he is, Simple will always bounce back from a bad day. Because he's never going to just curl up in his shell and feel sad and disappointed about himself. No, he's just going to take all that rage and pour it onto his next opponent. And that is just because he's got that champion's mentality, that ego that tells him, listen, if they have any doubt, I'm going to put all these doubts to bed. And that's exactly what he did right here.
Yeah, huge amount of confidence coming out from him as well. That was what I found kind of questionable about, you know, after the major, Simple managing to get his first major title, something that he's been gunning for throughout his career. People saying, you know, oh, are we going to see Simple falling off? Is he going to be, you know, too content now? That's just not Simple's characteristic, and you can see that through and through from him.
No, he's got a hunger for Counter-Strike that begs the respect, right? Because I think so many of us, so many people overall would have already pretty much felt that they've done it, right? There is a very easy, I guess, trap you can fall into thinking, okay, that's it, I've done it. Simple doesn't have that. Simple doesn't feel like he's satisfied whenever he's not winning. He's not satisfied whenever he's not destroying people. And that is an engine, that is an unlimited source of energy for NAVI and for his career as an individual.
Well, you talk about blink and you miss it with Simple. I know going back to the first half, we're talking about the T side for NAVI. It was a sprint for them. They were gunning for it so fast.
Yeah, it was a good game, you know, a very high-paced game. We have a round that I want to showcase you guys to kind of illustrate what we saw in the first half. Look at the speed of this round. Mid-control obtained straight away. Nate's flying left, right, and center. You see the health going down. Elish going out fighting, getting traded. It's just back and forth in a very high pace. You will get to see the bomb being planted within the first 30 seconds of the round. You can do that on Mirage, but it's not normal. You see it right here, you know, again, back and forth, and Nate is going to drop to the face a bit later on. Bomb being planted right here. The clutch comes in, and a 3v3 scenario, sorry, a 3v4. You can argue that NAVI is playing a little bit disjointed right here. They're not ready to help each other, so it gets a bit dicey. It gets very open in this round. But the man of the hour, we talked about him, Simple in a prime position. This kill not only gives them a huge advantage in the round, but it sets Simple up for this clutch. You get to see it right here. Uncomfortable position, 1v1. He can defuse in the smoke, but you see on the timer, it is getting so dicey right there. But that is Simple. When he's feeling it, he will win you those clutches as well. So not only was he 100% in the opening duels, plus 100 ADR, 9 multi-kill rounds, he was also clutching when needed. It was a beautiful, beautiful game from Simple. And just one thing I want to point out when you talk about him, right? We talk about Simple being the best of all time. We talk about Simple as he's a player who's been around for forever. He's 24 years of age. I feel old when I watch Simple, and I hear that he's only 24. People seem to forget that, because he's already a legend of the game.
Yeah, I love that we're getting to see that look from NAVI. Gone are the old days of, you know, waiting for the last 20 seconds to be executing onto the site. The bomb is way back in the spawn as well, all the complications that come with that. I was really enjoying watching this from NAVI, particularly when Simple is coming lights out like that.
I think it's a sign, as Moses was pointing out during the cast, that they want to start off this day in a very different direction than it went on day one. And I think having a good and a high pace in your game is one way to just take control. As soon as you feel like you have the upper hand, just apply pressure, go for it, go for the duels. You could see Nitro here in that very clip, completely caught off guard by Electronic. And that's because of the speed and the pace that NAVI is bringing.
And I mean, props to Liquid as well. You highlighted it, Pimp. The fact that they weren't going down without a fight. We could see it in some of those rounds really coming down to the wire.
They did, you know, they put up a good fight, especially Nitro when we got to the T side again. Just judging by the stats, he was another poor performance from Nitro, but he did find impact on the T side. One round, he went up and just got 3 entry kills towards the A bomb side. Another one, he clutched it in a 1v1 where he was playing super, super smart, in connected, jumping for information. So despite him having a rough game, he still contributed to them winning. So Liquid, you play a decent game and you get 10 rounds, but it's one of those feelings where I think if we would have played this game at 10 times more, they probably would have lost all 10 times. I never felt that they were close to winning or close to pressuring NAVI to a point where they couldn't control the game. And yeah, Simple had a fantastic performance, but the rest of the teammates could have stepped up slightly more as well, and then it would have been game over from the get-go.
I think one, bright spark, we were just talking about Shox. So it was somebody that you were really bringing up, and you wanted to see kind of his impact on the server, and I think we did to a certain extent.
Absolutely. This game right here from Shox is what I am hoping to see in the future of Liquid. That's what I'm hoping to see. We're obviously not looking for Simple-esque type performances. That is not what he's for. But just having a few very impactful lurks, going for information, being able to clutch. Also, I think we're learning as we go with Liquid, with like Shox playing now pit position on Inferno, playing B apartments on Mirage. So that's the role that he's about to play. A very cerebral, patient type of Counter-Strike that he needs to shine. And if he can have the occasional clutch, the occasional lurks, just like this right here, when he catches that player off guard, that's good for me. That's the Shox that I want to see in Liquid.
I agree to a certain extent, because I think the CT side was fantastic from Shox, but the T sides have been a major problem for him so far. We've seen him play 4 maps now, 3 times on Inferno, 1 time here in Mirage, and he's yet to go positive on any of those sides. He's -17 combined of those 4 sides so far, so he's not really finding the impact we would like to see from Shox on the T sides just yet. So that's a room for improvement.
Ancient on the horizon coming into this. That's where my big question lies. We haven't seen Team Liquid playing this with their new roster. And for me, we were kind of prefacing, we were chatting about it in the Green Room Maniac. Where is Shox going to be playing on this map?
That's a very good question. He hasn't played the map with Vitality. That was their instant veto when it came out. And Jacob is pointing out the T side. And unfortunately for them, you know, they pick it, they're going to have to start on the T side. Navi has been punishing people who pick Ancient against them generally regret it. Gambit, G2, both lost against Navi on the map. So to me, it seems like a bit of a, I don't know how to put it, like a last chance kind of curveball.
Yes,
exactly. And that doesn't make me a believer, honestly.
I fully agree. Navi have only lost once the last 8 times they played this map, and they are generally one of the best Ancient teams in the entire world. So if the best map you can pick against Navi is Ancient, then you're in deep, deep trouble. So for me, it's a bit of a desperate move for Liquid, but I'm curious to see what they plan out for us, and I hope we can get a competitive game.
And we can see the odds from Betway definitely siding with the side of Navi, not the ones bringing this map into the pick. It was Liquid's pick coming into this, and a curveball one at that. We're going to throw it to a quick break. When we are back, we're going to see how the surprise pick is going to go down and see if Liquid can push us to the third and final deciding round of Inferno. It's coming up with Anders and Moses in just a few.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here with ethical Uno enthusiast. We're going to head into the second map, which is going to be an Ancient, and the odds are they were already favoring Navi, but they definitely are now.
Yeah, well, I mean, after that's like a renewed sense of confidence in Navi, right? That's not the Navi we saw last week. It's not the Simple we saw last week, which is impressive. One of the things that I kind of had my eye on from right when the first map was beginning was kind of how Liquid would do it in their entries. Elige was sitting with like a rough opening kill rating after the first first 3 matches they played here at Blast Spring. He finished with +4 in terms of his opening kills. Shox was +1. Everyone on Navi was negative except for Simple, who was +6. So outside of Simple, they really didn't have a problem with their entries, which is great to see.
Yeah, I mean, it's an experience everyone has gone through at the top level of Counter-Strike, running into this kind of Simple, but I think it's always shocking when you actually see it unfold. I was personally quite excited to see Nitro step it up after a really, really rough start, but he had some amazing entry kills and some good multi-kills, good headshots. I mean, I don't know if it's necessarily surprising, but it's just cool to see.
No, he has some very, very good isolated rounds with high impact, and I mean, they'd like to see that impact spread out across a couple different ones. Simple, under a lot of pressure, and he bails out so quick. He's calling in the reinforcements. Liquid has some pace on this hit, and they've actually done a great job. They've boxed Navi completely out of this bomb site. It's going to be a 5-on-5 retake.
Yes, it will be. Nitro pushing forward into those A hallways. Glock in hand, but Electronic on the swing. It's a good double return, though. Elimination Shox, each responsible for a kill while the bomb is being planted. And everything right now is still looking good for Liquid. It's going to be very hard, I think, for Navi to find anyone. They got some dualies on Boomich. Don't know if they're going to be that well suited for retakes, but I'll take it all back.
You bite your tongue.
Yeah, I regret it already. It's actually working out so well. He's going to keep running and gunning. What's happening? Listen, Perfecto got one of them. I'm so wrong.
Yes. Anders, you can convert to the Church of Dualies whenever you feel like it, and we'll accept you.
At least I'm glad. It's an open invitation. Lord Boomich has extended, you know, a little bit there. I can't believe it. Why did you let me say that, Jason?
I know, he did so much damage even to the guy far. I thought he might actually get this kill on a Nav. Nav would love to have been able to clean that one up. Good cover from Perfecto, an immediate defuse. That's a rough pistol round to lose. Liquid had it.
So anyway, like I was saying, dualies are good for retaking. You have so many bullets.
Perhaps the exact weapon you want in that kind of a scenario. 1-0 for Navi. That's all 3 pistols won by Navi so far in this. The opening map of Mirage was 2 quad kills in the pistol rounds from Simple. This time it's Boomich who leads the way.
Ooh, flashbang is so well timed. Elige. I think Simple got out and dodge right in time, but that actually looked like it was such a good well-timed flashbang. And Simple's in there with the only real rifle that they have, so it had better stay alive. Liquid Spy is way better than Navi's right now.
Liquid's going to need to be careful every time they go mid if there's that smoke on the stairs. We've seen Navi a couple times as they've played Ancient. Love using those smokes as little one-ways over the top edges. Simple would love some action. Going to go for a timing spam. A little bit of damage done. Oh, a lot returned, though. 25 HP on Simple. He's going to be forced passive. Boomich is kind of stuck in this Jaguar position for the moment. And Perfecto's joined up with him to swing off contact.
They're going to be ready. I hope they will at any rate. Oh, a little bit of an interesting. Probably wanted to both walk out and stay on top of each other. MP9, this is the range for it. And the follow-up is there. That's a very, very good double kill that they managed to get in their way. And Simple, even low on health, was shot for the kill on Nitro. And Liquid, I feel like, even if it's just the one kill, it felt like they really built a lot of presence on the map and were in a great position to try and win the round. Now it's looking exceedingly unlikely. And Nav trying to create the space again, a bit with a double kill in return. And Navi will live for the round, and seemingly with no problem, but...
I don't know if making that noise on the drop off that boost would have changed anything if they didn't make it, because that setup was still there, still ready to be sprung, but that certainly gave Boomich a little bit of a timing in Jaguar to be a little bit more prepared.
Dropping the weapons in water to begin with. Never a good idea. Some weapons fine, maybe. Not all of them.
Isn't the Glock okay?
Glock probably fine, I imagine.
AK's fine?
I'm not sure. I think the thing is you can probably fix the AK even if you dip it in water. But maybe it just will fire anyway. But certainly there are some of them that will be a little bit of trouble.
Ooh, Boomich is hungry for some eco kills. He does eat a bullet. That's nice. So does Electronic. Holy hell, don't peek that. They've got the angle. Simple with a double. Oh, they've given an opening over to Team Liquid. They've even dropped some weapons for them to pick up. This gets dangerous. And now the map feels real big if you're Navi at this point.
It looked like every time someone took a peek, they said, "Wow, careful guys, there's like 3 or 4 people down there with deagles." And they're like, "Really? Are you sure about that? I'll go check.
Those are the 3 fights I want.
Yeah. You said I can get how many kills?
Yeah, well, this is where it gets dicey because you've lost control of mid now, right? Perfecto's rotated away. Bit is starting to come in. Ooh, good kill.
Why is he running, Perfecto? Is he? That's so crazy. That's one of the parts of the map that's always so dangerous. Maybe gonna come back and win that fight too.
Yeah, it's the aim punch. It's a lack of armor, even with the weapons. You can see Naf had the jump on it, but not landing the clean headshot means his aim is gonna get screwed up as the first bullet hits. Nitro, he said he had some isolated impact in the previous map. This would be incredible if he can win a 1 versus 2 clutch for Liquid here.
He's moved forward. This is kind of interesting. I feel like a lot of people will go back in and try and do the wall bang. Might be difficult doing a 1 versus 2. He's changed his mind and he is moving into the tunnels now. Not quite where you can shoot through the wall, but either way, they're 2-on-1, so they're probably going to win that spam battle anyway. They go to check deep in there, and it's Bit to pick it up. They have a kit as well, so Navi will live through the round, but they almost gave this one away. And Perfecto saved them.
He really did. All 3 kills at the end, or at least the 2 impact ones.
Maybe he is just running to bait out the peak from Elimination. I still feel like it's so dangerous, but fair play.
That's the one right there. Huge. And it's Bit to clean it up, excuse me. Not all 3 kills for Perfecto, but still a plant. You get those 3 kills. You make them rebuy some weaponry. That's not bad, all things considered. So, 3-0 for Navi. Off the back of the pistol round. AWP back in the hands of Simple.
Ooh, and he's got a bit of an angle here. Flash, his teammate in Bit goes down and Simple. Even if he got that kill, he probably would have still been stuck in that corner. Very awkward beginning, but not for Liquid.
That felt very uncomfortable for Navi, for Simple and Bit. Like they didn't expect the angles that their fights were coming from. And Shocks, this is huge, has already lurked in towards Temple at the A-bomb site. Perfecto wants that kill, and he's got it right through the door. Still, they've lost control of the A-bomb site. Navi's rotating away. And I think if the plant comes in, if Liquid just step up to the plate and find this, surely you'd think it's going to be a save call for Navi.
Yeah, maybe get the AWP in middle and just don't even try and do more than that.
Alicia's there. He can't really try and hold on to the op because it's so far away, but if he had wanted to, if Liquid had wanted to really protect that, he's in position to get some backup. I don't think it's possible anymore, though.
There's going to be a surprise to them that Alicia's here. When the bomb's just been planted there, you're not really expecting it. Almost repeating the start of the round by getting those 2 kills. But Perfecto is going to be able to live with the AWP and just make a run for it. Great early start. Liquid seem pretty confident on this map so far. Surprisingly so. I don't know if I would have expected them to be at all well-versed in Ancient.
Maybe not coming into the series, but when you see them pick it, I think you gotta think that they're feeling comfortable on it.
Yeah.
I mean, Alicia kind of put out a tweet as well before the series went that practice has been going well, scrims have been going well, so this might be a map they're putting some time in, and maybe they saw something from Navi that they want to try and exploit or take away from them. At least this first gun round, it worked well. And you can see, yeah, Simple saying, just explaining, this is what we got to do, this is how we got to do it.
Nothing makes me more nervous than when I hear players say that their practices have been going well. I just always feel like that makes me, you know.
Yeah, I mean, when you hear that, it is kind of like a 50-50 if that's going to translate into the match itself.
Yeah, I from experience, kind of count the number of events I've gone to where you run into people and they're so confident, and the problem is that confidence spreads to you when you're listening to them because they obviously really believe it and they're like, yeah, we're really like, we're crushing everyone. And then you see them and you usually see none of that. So I tend to stay skeptical. But right now, I think they're doing a really good job, Liquid. Molotov on Electronic. And he is
probably bummed that he took all that damage staying in when no one was there.
Yeah. Joke's on him.
12 HP on Electronic. Boomich again tucked in towards Jaguar. Molotov to the right side. Flashbangs coming in. Boomich. Big job to do. They're going to clear him. He's got one. Holds the spray. Little bit of damage. Superficial damage onto Nitro.
Yeah, but with the damage on Electronic, probably still going to be favoring Liquid, or definitely will be favoring Liquid here. Only thing maybe is the time that's left, 45 seconds. So they can get to the bomb side, no problem, but they obviously can't pretend that it's B and then A. They're going to be committed to this push that's coming to the B bomb side.
Yeah, and the tough part is because Electronic is so low on HP, they don't want to leave him alone. That's 2 players over towards that A bomb site. One of them Flirting with Donut. Perfecto and Simple. Perfecto and Simple. Pop flash peek. Oh, another one doesn't come in, but he's got the kill anyways. That's Nitro. Now the ult can hold the angle. Good control from Perfecto. Simple adds one as well.
Well, they can still get sandwiched 10 seconds, but they slow it down, Liquid, and that allows for the AWP to escape. Perfecto's still there, but the click is not quite in, and now they're out of time. Did he just get it? Last possible second, and they will get the bomb planted. 1 versus 1. Elige, he's low on health, but he gets dropped by a bit. What a close round.
And that late plant, the fact that they just got it, lures Navi to be aggressive on that retake while it's still going down. They almost got punished for that one. Very, very close affair. It was Simple. Yeah, it was Simple who got this second one. Perfecto was controlling it well, but Simple snatches it right at the end. Nice attempt from Team Liquid, but a 4th round on the board for Navi.
Don't lie to us, Jason. Do you flirt with your donuts ever? Do you get...
Talk to them before I take a bite. You're so pretty. Those sprinkles. It's that strawberry frosting.
Dirty donut.
Custard filling.
Let's not do this.
Let's slow it down.
Yeah.
Getting hungry?
Yeah. I'm actually trying real hard to stay away from the donuts. I'm not gonna. Nitro's moving into the middle. He's got the right idea. That actually is a very, very common way to get killed. Even when you know it's coming, can be hard to do. Nicely done. That was his 2nd kill of the map so far. NAF is on 1. Even though they're 4-1, I actually think like Liquid are showing a lot of strength on this map on the T side of all things.
Yeah, what do they do now that they have this pick though? And they have control in mid. Electronic is rotating over. Simple's here with the op. Smoke gives them a little bit of breathing room to set up a hit, but this angle is from Simple. He's gonna back away from the smoke. That leaves Electronic on his own. Ooh, and messes with his aim. Not a clean shot. 5-on-3. Bomb site is lost, and Navi's gonna have to save, I think.
I mean, they still should. Boomich is walking up behind, but...
Oh, that timing.
Yeah, but he can't even getting the kill. They're still gonna lose. Yeah, the rest of the team has already walked away. Oh, do the ninja. He doesn't have the kit. So a full 10-second ninja defuse, that only happens once a millennium, and he's gonna go for it. All right. I think that's fair.
That's admirable.
In my mind, I really wanted that to work. That would have been so funny.
That's an admirable attempt. Although I don't think anyone from Navi was even considering going no matter what he got. Simple and Perfecto are just so far away.
Yeah, they had given up, and for good reason. So nicely done. Liquid, I mean, because of how much pressure they put in the last round, Navi just completely broke. They have these 2 rifles and nothing else really.
Yeah, the other option Boomich has there is obviously just taking out OC with the SMG, or you could have even knifed him, had that option, and then you have a double op setup, and in the next round you can get some pistols around it.
Yeah.
That could have been a very dangerous buy, but obviously I don't really fault him for this play whatsoever. In another world, that turns out perfect.
Yeah, he gets both of them, no problem. Okay. I mean, looking really good. I'm kind of excited. I feel like we see a lot of teams that are somewhat confused on the T side of this map and don't have like a really good feeling for it so far. Liquid seem like they are doing good. Nitro opening to take down Perfecto, was trying to be a bit aggressive, and Molotov on Electronic. So he's going to be taking a fair bit of damage. Simple hanging around in middle. Saved AWP from the last round. He gets the kill on Elige. A good start.
That's exactly what Liquid doesn't want. Don't get punished by that op. NAF gonna try and find a timing, and he's got it. Boomich goes down. There's a player tucked into the cubby. Electronic's gonna move out. Molotov comes in a little bit late. Nitro's up next. It almost looks like he doesn't want to commit to that fight. That's allowed Navi to start rotating over. Electronic into a new position at Jaguar. And this is the bomb on the other side of the wall.
Shock's not getting much out of that. 3-on-3. Bomb is in second. Nitro leading. Trying to see if we can open it up. The smoke is going to be down for a while. They have a Molotov on OC, so if they get the bomb down, that Molotov will be super interesting all of a sudden. All the wall. Bang! Electronic last bullet, and he gets the kill on Shocks, and there's the follow-up. No bomb planted. OC is on his own. Just don't peek him at the same time. That's a nice shot. He gets back around the corner. He almost got away with it. Bit will hunt him down, but man, that was close.
Ooh, Liquid is coming out on the wrong end of some very, very close rounds. You're like, they're looking good. They just cannot get over the hump in some of these rounds. But surely you have to imagine this is like a battering ram at the doors, right? As soon as it breaks open, Navi's in trouble because they're not able to build up any economy. That's spam from Electronic as well. Again, I think that's last bullet, and that might have changed the round.
So unbelievably close. Maybe heartbreaking if they themselves were reset too hard here, and because if they're going to save, Navi could build up just a little bit of momentum again and can start to sort of recover themselves. 5-2 in favor of Navi does not feel like a game that's 5-2 in favor of Navi at all.
Oh, Simple loves this gap in the smoke. A follow-up smoke as well to close it and allow Nitro to creep through. Simple's gonna have no idea.
Oh, he's taking up the angle. He is scared about what's happening. There's the one kill, but right, still getting close is Nitro. And they trade 2 for 2. Nap having a bit of a say. Electronic showing up, but he can't get out of the way. And OC landing 2 beautiful shots. Covering his teammate, putting down the bomb. And Perfecto retaking with an MP9. They're both in there, and I think he probably knows that. If he had a smoke, it could be a little bit interesting, but I have no idea how he's going to try and swing against this AWP. Oh, actually, up on the box. That's an interesting move right there. Could he do it again? OC has been really quick with this AWP, and he's hunting him, trying to get close. This is a bit scary. Naf is low. There's the shot, and Perfecto, he turns it around.
No kit.
Doesn't have a kit.
I think he's got plenty of time, though.
Yeah.
Oh, my dear lord. He's stolen one again from Team Liquid. They cannot catch a break.
And he's been doing this all map long. So many of the early rounds were won by Perfecto, basically getting multi-kills. Simple trying his best here, but Perfecto, I mean, that was so closely calculated. One more second, and he doesn't have it.
That's wild. And OC had to hit some great shots to even get him to this position.
Look at this defuse. It was so close. You hear that tick?
Yeah.
Oh my
Spicy. God. Well, I mean, look, Navi's not out of the woods just yet. They need a clean round more than anything. Simple's got another opening. This time he's got Electronic with him. Another player is going to come from the other side of mid, perhaps. Boomich is flirting with the idea. Simple goes down through the smoke, and now Bit steps up. He sees one inside. That's Nitro. Ooh, and this is an important duel. Nitro would love to win it, but he can't find. Alicia's going to hunt him down. What a great triple kill from Bit. Secures the round, secures a bit of economy for Navi, as well as 3 players survive.
If Bit doesn't take the initiative against Nitro there, he's just making a grave for himself. So the fact that he has to win the fight before he can follow it up. Great awareness to just instantly spins.
I even like the decision from Liquid to try and pinch in that instead of just trying to plant the bomb desperately.
Yeah. Yeah, I can understand that. So not the cleanest of rounds for Navi, but I mean, it's kind of trending in the right direction.
No, but this first half is so heartbreaking for Liquid that they can't convert these. It's got to be so frustrating. They've had Navi on the edge of a cliff with their economy this entire time. They just need that breaking point.
Yeah, 7-2. It really is true.
Here's the problem, too. If they don't get it, then all of a sudden this half turns into a blowout, right? If they don't ever break Navi, if they let them get away, if Navi go on like a string, or if they survive with 4 or 5 players, and then a Liquid have to save because they no longer have them at the breaking point, and then you just feel like it's starting to get out of reach.
I mean, that could still happen, but those of us who were here at the beginning watching the first half will know that Liquid actually did. So far, I've been putting up in a really, really cool fight. I think actually, on some level, much more impressive than a lot of the T-sides we've seen so far in this tournament on Ancient. But somehow not enough. Hard to explain. Nicely timed smoke.
That's a tough smoke to deal with as well. That's going to go till about 30 seconds, just underneath 30 seconds.
They don't have that many nades themselves, Liquid, either, and you actually do need those nades on the B bomb site.
And no map presence either. Simple is gonna be over at this bomb site real quick, but there's 3 defenders here initially.
How do you break this apart? You need a Molotov for that. Oh, Perfecto goes down. Maybe they can isolate. Yeah, that's it. Now he can just run for it. But the bomb goes down, and he escapes for the smoke. Electronic still, he hasn't quite reloaded. 14 seconds. He's waiting and listening. That bomb is going to be planted right in front. He had a couple of bullets. It's enough to swing in. Absolutely ice-cold play from Electronic. He didn't reload the gun. He called for the flash in, and he had enough for a headshot at the end. That is really hard to do. Nitro swings, but Bit is there again to save his team. It's going to be so close all the time.
I know. That's a really close affair, and I feel for Nitro. They're stuck inside the bomb site as well. That's not fun. Looked like he was kind of trying to bait him in a little bit closer so he could get the swing on the right side that he wanted. These are great kills. I mean, 3 straight kills for Liquid. At that point, you think they turn it. But again, with the clock running down with 3 defenders there initially, so hard to break through. It's going to be another buy in the next round for Liquid. Full losing bonus. A plant as well.
Bit is on 12-3 right now. So, I mean, him and Perfecto together have really, really done a lot of work in this map to keep Navi at the scoreline that they're at. What a ridiculous affair to begin with.
Not only are these rounds close, but Navi keep managing to save the op for Simple. Like, they don't have the money to keep rebuying it, but the fact that they keep getting away with it is wonderful, because Simple has been so effective at opening. And especially when you consider, as these rounds go later and later, Liquid with some labored buys just start running out of utility to deal with it.
Which dangerous game on all fronts, it feels like. Everyone could end up losing really quickly in that wall bang duel. But eventually, a little bit of control for Liquid, trying to push him back. Still no one on A. 2 in middle. I mean, I guess, in theory, Bib's looking into the A bomb site, but be nice for Liquid if they could pull Navi back and be a little bit more honest on the A bomb site.
Question is, how long of quiet now before Navi rotates someone over to that bomb site? OC's rotating over with the bomb. They've kind of cut noise towards B. So you have to think of someone, yeah, you could see a little bit more secure inside of the A bomb site over in Temple.
It doesn't have any nades to really slow them down. I mean, a Molotov towards Donut right now would obviously be devastating, but they don't really have that. They have flashbangs and nothing else. Time, 19 seconds. Great win for Shox. He doesn't have any kills, but that one could have maybe just given them a chance in the round. Oh, but the lineup is there for Electronic. 10 seconds. The bomb is dropped. Simple shows up with the AWP and with a double kill to follow. And again for Liquid.
This is the one. This is the backbreaker. 4 players survive. I don't know if Team Liquid without a plant can really convince themselves to go for a full buy. They'll drop down and do some pistols and armor and utility, but this one's brutal.
I would have bet money that Electronic was so screwed once his teammate in Bit went down. You know, he can't ever escape.
Simple got here just at the right time. Save him. Perhaps save him, and maybe he would have won the fight, but Simple makes it a lot easier.
Yeah. Wow.
Finally, Navi can exhale.
It's about time. They were really, really put to the test here. Liquid. It'd be hard to comprehend if they didn't feel really frustrated about the situation. Some very, very, like, nothing but close rounds to start this off with, basically. All the pressure on the Navi economy every time, down to 2v2s, 1v1s. I don't know. Hard to explain, honestly. But also, you know, now they're gonna end up stealing Inferno from us at this rate.
Yeah, selfish of them.
I know.
That's not cool.
Think of the people. 12th round is here. And we'll see. Some guns on the side of Liquid. That one AK there, but some Tech 9s to follow it up with. Right now, the name of the game surely is just to find some more rounds, get up to like 4 or 5 here if you can at all on Liquid side. Try and see if you can hit that goal, and then maybe there's something to fight for in the second half. Nice opening from Shox, Boomage.
Well, I mean, last time looking at a round like this was where Navi kind of threw bodies at the problem in that exact position, and Liquid is able to handle it very well. Another opening kill with a pistol and a gun they can salvage. So 5 on 4. For a minute and a half in round number 12. It's 9-2 in the favor of Navi.
Pretty worried about that weapon being just a little bit of a trap. You go pick it up and someone's holding it, but not so.
Remember as well, this isn't just Liquid fighting to bring us to Inferno for a chance to stay in the series, but also to stay out of that showdown. Loser is dropped down to the showdown.
Yeah, everyone in the showdown praying that it's not Navi.
Yeah.
You don't want to be in a tournament where the format is you can lose once and then you get sent home and Navi shows up. I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah, that wouldn't be cool. That wouldn't be cool at all. All right, all 5 players for Liquid gonna execute onto this B bomb site. 3 players here, everyone but Simple. With the op holding down A all on his own. Can they spring the trap? Electronic with 2, that's massive. Continues to spray as he swings, and Bit continues to deliver. Double kill for him, double kill for Electronic, and it's Nitro again in a 1 versus 2.
Ooh, chance for a bomb plant here. Oh, the smoke phase. That is so unfair. At least if the smoke had been there for 5 seconds, he could have tried to do something clever. Also, good move on Bit to not just get the double, but actually escape the bomb site with the smoke.
Get the hell out of there. 10-2, 8-round lead, and you know we've hesitated to say this in some previous games in the past, but this half is so much closer than the scoreline would suggest.
It really is. Yeah. It's gonna sound like we are Team Liquid apologists, but we did both pick Navi to win this. It's just, it is kind of heartbreaking to see because they really have been showing a lot.
I just have that Perfecto clutch replaying in my brain over at Donut.
Yeah, that was too much. Well, 10-2. Trying to get out the middle. Running past the Molotovs. Okay, they're getting a little bit deep in here. Elish, if no one spotted him in this corner, okay, they're gonna fall back, but that is actually pretty cool. If you can get in here and no one sees and the CTs come back to take a look, you could be ready. It looked like Bit for a minute wanted to do something. Perfecto playing down on that B ramp. A little bit forward alone. Boomich. A lot of map control for him right now.
Yeah, it really is. Him and Perfecto both, who's pushed down B ramp a little bit, covering the double doors so Boomich can be in this off angle. And here's what you're talking about. Bit has no idea it's even a possibility. There's the swing. Oh, Elijah's jiggle gave away the game. That's going to be a nice nade. Surely takes him out, and Boomich has found OC. What a great pounce. All due to Perfecto holding double doors gives Boomich the freedom.
Yes, it does. And you're right, that little jiggle just to find out what's going on, and then what does he get for it? AK bullets and a double HE. Nitro would love to find Boomich. He knows he's on the other side. Actually, we'll smoke it off. It's a good idea. Timing was nearly there. But it doesn't change the fact anyway that this is well, now it's a 2-on-5. Perfecto finding that one. Nitro successful. Oh, and he spins around. Timing is incredible for that one. Surely there's no way back in this round. It's a 2-on-5 that they managed to turn into a 2-on-3. Wallbang are going to save them this time. 18 seconds, and Bit almost certainly win the round right then and there. And wow, it's unfair, isn't it? What can you even do about that? It's another one on the side of Navi. So crazy the way that this has turned out.
Yeah, brutal. And now that Navi have like the confidence of their economy, confidence of a huge streak. It's been 7 in a row for Navi. And no longer with money issues. It just seems out of reach. Liquid need these last 2 rounds. Just some breathing room is all they're fighting for now. Previously, it was fighting to have a very good half by breaking the economy. Now, it's give ourselves a chance. Give ourselves 1 or 2 mistakes in the second half.
Yeah, try to build just enough space for it. You're right. Again, pushing forward here is Perfecto. Got a couple of teammates behind him that I'm assuming are going to try and challenge that Jaguar tunnel. Actually, not even. Perfecto's deep in there, and I guess how long before they realize that they could fall back even? Yeah, look at him. Oh no. If they keep going and if Liquid actually execute that A bomb site, Perfecto's position is what can allow Navi to take this otherwise huge risk.
I think he just made the call. He's like, I hear nothing, I see nothing, just get over there. 2 quick kills for the Navi defense, make it 4.
Yeah, they keep going. There's no shutting it down. 1 versus 3. Naf, good headshot, but it's not going to be enough. That is yeah, that's a very, very good position coming out from Perfecto. Good case study in how you don't always have to just get the kills. Get one strong position and win the round. 12-2, 15th round.
I don't really know what to say anymore about this one.
Liquid could have had more rounds.
I know. I'm so crushed. I'm having flashbacks to the stress. 12-2. Simple's gonna jump up now. Here we go. Shots has made it around the corner. Good opening kill onto Boomich as he's getting shot from behind. Molotov to hold him at bay, but Navi have answered the bell every time they've been in this situation. Perfecto's got one. Spinning, no. Nitro with the trade, but all of Navi is here, and access to the site gets closed very quick.
A lot of pressure once again in this round, but see how Perfecto is so confident when he knows he's lost control behind him in the tunnels. He's like, I'm just gonna move in front of the totem pole or the pillar there and just play towards the ramp. And he's so quick to swing around. Like, everything just seems to be so well drilled.
Navi's just, it feels like they've always had the exact numbers they need at this B-bomb site whenever the hit comes in. Like, as well as Liquid has played it, it still feels like Navi, especially in the later stages of this first half, have figured it out, have been able to get the right reads. NAF is great at clutching, but ooh.
It's too much. It is too much at the end. 13-2 in favor of Navi at the end of the half. Absolutely brilliant. And then Liquid are in trouble going into the second half. It's coming right up.
We're live?
Yeah. It's only mid, yeah?
Yeah. So we can rush short and they can't go ups.
Okay, let's do that. Let's just rush short. I didn't buy nades, by the way.
Flash close, side. Inside.
Hit dead. I'm planning.
Together?
Yeah, ready?
1, 2, 3.
2, 1.
Woo! Jesus Christ.
They're smiling, man.
I'm blocking short instead.
Alright, I'm coming long. I have HE.
I have flash if you play small pit.
Long once. Ching.
One low. Both long.
I'm holding behind us.
Okay. I can smoke default after and we can like go to side.
Yeah, I think we should do that. I think he's in holes or... Yeah, I don't think he's side.
I smoke default and flashing side once. I'm going first. No way!
Yeah, we got it. Was a little concerning there.
Okay, one Nico. One double at mid instant.
Do you have time now, right?
We have time, I think. We'll find out. It's good to find out Nico.
I won't take bottom. Try flashing long for you. Flash.
Too long, 2 nades. They're going a little bit, I think.
Flashing, I have to move to short side.
They're so fast though.
NAVI getting out ahead with a 13-2 scoreline. A bit coming out with a really, really huge first half. Many of the rounds saved by him. All the other rounds saved by Perfecto. And Liquid going to be really quite salty. I'm salty on their behalf. I think they did really well. I can't explain why they're in a 2 rounds.
Just so many rounds just get ripped out of their hands. It's so tough. And it's just a snowball effect as well.
Truly.
They had Navi at that breaking point for like 6 rounds in the first half, and this is the result. That's got to be frustrating. Boomich waiting for this push. He spots one. He knows he's committed to the fight and just tucking himself into a corner, trying to get numbers, trying to get information.
Every second he lives is huge. Close-up. Yeah, they finally get the job done, but he's just... I mean, they have an A bomb site that's basically empty. So he knew how many people were there. He's like calling it in.
Oh, no, and now they have control of this position. Oh, how do you do this? What a stack. What a double peek. Electronic doesn't need to go down. Bit falls. Electronic now on his own. And actually, a little bit of sleep at the wheel. Loses track of things. It's Perfecto left in a 1 versus 3.
That's very interesting. Definitely could have been a much tighter defense there at the donut. I think they were a little bit too aggressive maybe in fighting, and it backfired on them. So Liquid, they'll take the pistol round in spite of being woefully out of position.
Yeah, Bit couldn't go down there. Once he gets that first kill, you've done your job. Let them chase after you, pull them into Electronic, and peek off that contact. And yeah, Liquid a bit of a gift this time in the retake, but some nice shooting. 2 kills on Shocks, and 3-13.
Should have switched to burst fire.
Naturally.
Naturally.
Well, no dualies as well this time.
Yeah, maybe that is what made the difference. Could have been. 13-3. Man, in spite of everything, I feel it's going to be very hard for Liquid from sort of a mental point of view to talk the team back up again from here. Not impossible, but just saying.
Question is how much of a can they go on? Ooh, hold the thought. No, Elish doesn't want to swing any wider. Can they go on a bit of a run like that? I think that would do a lot to put some energy back in their sails if they can rattle off maybe the first 5 rounds of this half.
Yeah, you're right. That because then it's 8-13, definitely multiple. Yeah, I think that's a good milestone. Get 5 in a row.
Boomich has dropped an AK-47 over to Simple, trying to do some damage with the economy, and he'll get all the time in the world to play with it.
He certainly had the right timing for that one, but Elish jumps out of the way, and now they know there's an AK in play. That's in itself kind of nice. Gonna still try and challenge it. The smoke is a little bit far back, but at that range, the MP9 does absolutely fine. And the follow-up nade and MP9 spray. It's looking really good. Nice find. Nav able to pick up Perfecto even inside of the smoke and leaves Bit with his deagle in a 1 versus 4. That was a nice kill. Doesn't have any impact on the round, but it was nice.
Yeah, it was good looking. Nice and clean. Felt like he almost had the lineup on Elish as well, but the sign may be messing with him. 4-13. Team Liquid survive after the pistol round victory. And now, how does Navi want to play this? After dropping the AK-47 to Simple in the previous round, they're going to buy up again.
I mean, that's kind of the benefit of doing that single AK, is that, you know, you have that one ticket in the previous round to do something, it doesn't work out. Now you just have Boomich on the CSET 75, but it's Boomich, so...
That's not ideal. Elish down to 12 HP. Now there are 3 players from Liquid here, and OC, that's an important win. They needed that, because Elish doesn't feel comfortable getting involved just yet. And Electronic desperately wants that AK-47, but it's just out of reach.
They really want to punish it.
Simple.
Yeah. Oh, there's the kill finally on Elish. That's just from like a Counter-Strike theory point of view, kind of hard to figure out how to play that. Does Liquid rotate a lot of people in to help out Elish? Does Navi get stuck trying to take that fight? Like, it's hard to know exactly how to play that. Do you just ignore Elish? You know what? Whatever. Stay in that corner if you want to, you know?
Well, whatever. They've done it just perfectly. 1-man lead, despite the early disadvantage.
Oh, but Nav could come find them. He's got all the help from the world. Timing, they're looking right at him, but he's still able to sneak in that kill on Boomich, and he saw even more people, which might even be more important at this point in time. He gets the information. Navi committed to this push right now, and he's going to come back for more. What a play from Nav.
38 seconds on the clock. Perfecto and Bit, Shocks and Nitro. Up the B ramp we go. Shocks has a lot of decisions he could make. He could spam, he can be aggressive in cave, or he can even flank all the way around through Jaguar. But him and Nitro have a tough 2v2 to win.
Smoke fading. Perfecto, he had it lined up in his mind. You could tell he wanted it. And now it's on Bit. 1 versus 2. Not a lot of health for him either. Smoke. Oh, they come right through. He could add both with the spray there, but Shocks, he swings real wide for it. And this time it's a clutch that actually goes Liquid's way.
Yeah, closer on they actually come out on top of. That's a fast, aggressive swing to clean up the final kill. Good trade in the 2-on-1. So 5-13. Still in the favor of Navi. Still a long way to go for Team Liquid, but it's nice to see them come out on top of a close round. Good final kill from Shocks.
But of course now it's worth remembering that Liquid, now that they're on the CT side, they're the ones that really need to try and win these rounds with not just 1-on-1s or 2v2s like Navi did for the first long time. We've already seen what that does to the economy. they got to find ways to keep more rifles alive. So, again, we're...
Ooh.
Nice nade.
That's a brutal nade from mid. Boomich at 43, Electronic at 44.
Oh, but Perfecto launched onto the bomb site, had just one purpose to open it all up with, and NAF goes down.
Site's lost. Shox is stuck here in cave. They can put down utility and actually move in and get this bomb plant. They don't have to clear Shox out of this position just yet. He's going to go for the spam, and he gets the kill, but not before the bomb gets planted.
Scary stuff. Kill on Perfecto, and Simple, he goes down next. I don't even know. That should have been so much more successful from the point of view of Navi getting in there. Even if Bit goes down, I still feel like they should have been able to do a lot. But good job on Shox, getting a couple of kills.
I mean, it's kind of hard, right? You're trying to get maybe one more kill, alleviate things as they're getting into position, but you have no more utility to flash any teammates into a good fight. You have no more smokes to block off the choke point. And you mentioned it, it was Liquid's turn to kind of look for a clean round. They just got it. 4 players survive.
Okay.
They get a peek with impunity and make the retake happen. Timeout called by Navi.
We said 5 in a row. I mean, they're not quite there yet, but it's looking pretty decent. Stepping in the right direction. And now with the money on top. It'd be a very, very cool and unexpected comeback if Liquid managed to bring us to Inferno. And who wouldn't want that?
Who wouldn't want that?
Maybe Navi, but outside of that.
Yeah, Navi and all their fans.
Yeah, they're like, please. End it here. 13-6. It is still a massive gap. But I don't know. Anything can happen, I suppose. Last game of the day was Big and EG, which is gonna... I just have no idea about that game either.
I think that one's gonna be fun. Oh,
Really
Boomich burns alive. This is great. Full investment in the round from Navi. They're bought all the way down, and they have very little utility. 2 smokes left for the rest of the round, and it's a 5-on-3. This can actually give Liquid this space to balloon their economy and feel much more comfortable.
Nice shot from Bit. That's the Krieg. Elise should have stolen the Krieg the previous round.
This is going to be really weird for Liquid, though, because the bomb is so far away. You know, It's all the way on the other side of the map with Perfecto towards that B bomb site. And he is making no effort to pick it up and run. But now Liquid are in a situation where they've gotten picked off at the A bomb site, Elysian, the rotation over. They kind of lost control and information at the A bomb site. There's 3 players with their attention pulled here. And they really kind of are probably curious why this hit doesn't have a little bit more strength to it.
I think at this point, everyone is confused. I wonder if Liquid have... I mean, walking back like this seems very telegraphed. The fact that Perfecto, maybe Perfecto, I mean, he's obviously been hoping that someone will go look.
There's so many angles on that A bomb site, though. I think NAF and OC are really kind of hesitant to clear everything and kind of, you know, start peeking in angles. You never know where they could be. You don't want to lose another player and make it more difficult. But this is a long time for Shox to be on his own in an island. However, when this smoke comes over from Simple and Perfecto, he's going to know. He'll start calling them over immediately.
He pushes in front, so he doesn't want to go for the wallbang play once again. That means he's all in on this defense. It's a good kill to begin with. Oh, and what a spin! Shox with the double. And that probably, well, that definitely saves his team in this round. Really well done. That second kill is really hard to get. And I actually thought he was going to go try and play it safe again and kind of do a repeat of the last kill against Bit. Not so. Well done.
Yeah, that's great. Liquid might still have won it even without the second kill, but this makes it much, much easier, obviously. And Boomich just burning. That last tick. This is Shox with the excellent double kill. The follow-up frag is great. Even almost converts that spray onto the third. 6 rounds away now, Team Liquid. 7-13 as they go on fire. There's the 5 rounds we said they wanted. What is it going to do for him overall? Shox under some pressure. This time he goes down.
Need a higher bard to sing Burn. Boomich burn. So sorry. It's 21st round, Jason. Try and pay attention.
Sure, I'll take it away for you. Okay, OC. Oh, that's a perfect flash. Are they going to clear this as well? Nap's only there for 1. Elige converts. It's a 2-on-2. No rifles in the hands of Navi. Tech 9 and Deagle on Bit. They're planting the bomb. Another retake for Team Liquid.
Now they're getting a little bit of a taste of their own medicine. If they lose this round, it's a similar thing. They keep losing clutch 2v2s. I mean, they don't have cut the weaponry for it, but still, it must be getting annoying even for NAVI with this giant lead. The bomb is being allowed to take a fair bit more, but it's a Tech-9 and an Eagle. Perfecto getting caught just as the smoke fades. Nice headshot from Bit, and he makes an escape. He's back. He wants Elige. He's trying once, and there's a headshot. It's beautiful.
Oh, he lines him up. The first Deagle shot just tees him up, freezes him in the open. Elige is ready for that repeat. Great shots from Bit, and that one hurts. That stops Liquid cold.
Wow. Well, they almost got to 5 in a row. They got stopped at 7 rounds here, so they don't quite make the mark. But it makes it a bit of an interesting game now. Still, a lot could happen if Liquid can get back on their feet. 14-7.
And this buy is the benefit of how well they started this half. They have another one. There's one of the mistakes that we said they carved themselves some space to do. Didn't have much. That might be the only one they can really give away. Elige goes down first. That's simple from deep. And Electronica's pushed right through that smoke with that kill. NAF's in trouble.
Yeah, losing Elige, especially this early on, definitely a bit of an issue. And Electronic, there's deep control.
Well, and the fact that they have him here, I think this is what Navi's calling right now. They have the pivot point. They have a dangerous player in this position who can cut off rotations. And even if he can't because he's smoked off right now, at some point he has the ability to wrap around that defense at the A bomb site and apply a lot of pressure. So Navi looking to relocate towards A, where Nitro is holding alone.
A lot of damage on Electronic. Make it a little bit harder for him if he wanted to be the point of contact, which nice shot from Nitro, but it's not enough. Perfecto will be there for the trade, and NAF has shown up. Playing very tight angle, but just perfect for catching the bomb. Trying to make its way out of the bomb site. Simple with a headshot on OC, and NAF out in the open. And he's actually pretty quick with this aim here. 35 seconds, smoking it off, buying time for shots to get closer, and NAF able to take down Electronic, and Simple, he's looking around the smoke just on the edge. 25 seconds, he's gonna find one, but he's never expecting shots. NAF doing an enormous amount of work.
Yeah, that's what you like to see out of your X Factor. NAF just creating something out of nothing under so much pressure, buying time, grabbing kills every step of the way. This is a beautiful round put together from NAF. Saves Team Liquid in it.
Makes me want to make wild proclamations, Jason.
Yeah? Like what? What you got? We won't hold you to anything.
I feel like NAF is the best North American player right now.
It's not that wild of a proclamation. I was expecting something a little bit crazier out of you.
I'm just always scared to make this game. I know people go crazy. I really am just so impressed. Like at that, you can replay that last round a million times and just, you know, the kills is one thing. The positioning to limit his own exposure, the smoke to buy time is like he's doing 10 different things right in a row. Just flawless play, basically.
Well, there goes Elige first again. Push down mid. Trying to control outside of Jaguar and just gets picked off. Shadow is showing as well. I think even if the Tech-9 didn't get him, the AK would have done it. 25 kills on Bit.
Yeah, that's scary. Just when you thought you'd put Simple away in the last map, you're kind of like, oh, you know, he won it, but at least he's not doing that anymore. Bit is there. Perfect. Sneaking in a kill.
Well, Nitro is going to try his hand next. How many bodies are we going to throw at this problem? Bomb is on Boomich coming into the B bomb site. They've got plenty of people to watch the flank. They just need to avoid too much damage to Shocks. And he can't land the shot as the bomb jumps over.
Ooh, wait a minute. Surely not. This round is already lost for Liquid. They're still fighting it. Shocks is going to be hunted down, and that should seal the deal. Nitro on a bit of a flank. He's going to hit the one good shot there. Low on health is Bit. Nitro is as well, but I don't know, 1 in 1,000 that you can actually do this 1 versus 3. Super unlikely. He has a smoke and a kit. The smoke could be very interesting. Oh, it bounces a little bit further back than I would have liked to have seen there. Trying to play around the edge, doing a bit of damage to Boomich on top, and he's got one chance to fake him out. There's the shot, but he has no idea. Bit is right behind him. I actually think he handled that very well. That's way closer than it even should have been.
Yeah, as well as humanly possible. And maybe if that smoke lands, it gets a little bit different. Maybe he's able to play that a bit more successful. Both of them would have to jump through the smoke, and you'd at least have the knowledge of where both players are. Ooh, that hurts. Liquid needs 7 in a row to force overtime.
Nitro's top fragging on Liquid.
I know, I saw that. That's been a quiet climb, I feel, from Nitro. 22 and 17. Good to see that.
playing against the best team in the world as well. I mean, even if it's online, that's gotta count for something, right?
Yeah, but look at what Liquid have to play with in this final round. Dire situation.
It's not ideal.
No, not ideal in any way. Not just the pistols, but the utility. No kit on top of everything, as if they needed one more disadvantage.
It's the you got to do more with less mantra. Yeah. Ooh, Liege with the headshot and a dink as well. They're sandwiching them in. The timing is amazing. And Liquid coming up with some good kills. Double for Elise, actually triple for Elise. What a round.
Yeah, beautiful shots with the deeks.
Not done yet.
Yeah, no, it's not. Simple slipping into this position is huge. Bit's going to join up with him at long A. If he can find Nitro in Donut, that'd be huge. But remember, a lot of angles to clear out. No guarantee he has the read quite yet.
Waiting for Bit.
Simple's got to do like everything essentially for Bit. He's got to cover him to be able to get into the bomb site. He's going to make sure the rotation doesn't get over and stop him as well. He's going to go towards CT spawn. This could be everything, although Elijah is not in danger of getting picked off here.
No, he's not. If Simple keeps going, it'd be really awkward because he'd just walk in and probably die to Elijah. Oh, the timing. He's walking up right behind him. Elijah's going to find the absolute perfect timing for this one. And that probably ends any dream of a clutch 2v4 to win the whole series with. Instead, Elijah can show. Is that an ace? I think he get both the kills. He aced them? Oh, wow.
Nicely done. These deal shots are got to be something special. This first one, boom. And this is the distraction that we saw earlier. A lot of action going on inside Jaguar. NAF keeps all their attention on him, and Elish gets a couple freebies, but what a great round for Elish to keep his team alive. Still a desperate situation, but he's given him the first step.
That's a long hanging ace, isn't it? Just throughout the whole round, just kind of almost, and then gets the last two at the end. Great stuff. 15-9. They already had a 4-round streak or something like that. They could do it. They could get this to overtime. It's doable.
It is doable. So again, one AK-47 for NAVI. Gonna wait for this smoke to clear. A lot of bodies leaning towards A for the NAVI attack. Round 25, it's 15-9. NAVI on the verge of sending Liquid down to the showdown.
Yeah, when nobody wants to go. Line up for Nitro. He had the right idea a bit. Simple. Gonna try his hand at the same kind of thing. They don't have to do too much. They can stick around and peek a little bit, but they don't actually have to fight it that much. Jumping up. It's already been spotted for, I think. They kind of know.
Well, I think they've seen Nitro. They know where NAF is as well. I don't think there's no way they can realize Elijah slipped into the bomb site as well. What a tough fight this is going to be. I think they're deciding between kind of swinging and baiting for Simple or letting him just go for the picks. And Elijah's got an instant headshot.
This really is the classic example of the Russian AK. Everyone's stepping up. Who's up next? Go, come take a swing. Eventually, it's going to fall flat. And so far, all they have is the kill on NAF. Electronic in the middle. Going to be surprised by Shocks, and it is another round on the board for Liquid.
It's the old school Liquid core delivering them in this game. NAF, Elige, and Nitro all at, what, 20, 22, and 23 kills, something like that?
Yeah. What's that one track? The more things change, the more they stay the same?
Yeah.
Is that saying?
Okay. Sure. It is now.
Okay, well...
You gotta deliver it with confidence, and then it's the same.
I'll try. I'll get there. I'll try and work on the confidence. How's that?
Perfect. That's what I like to hear. 10-15. Liquid need 5 more in a row. And again, Navi wants to go right back at this A bomb site.
Simple on the creek. That's a rare weapon. Most of us have forgot how prevalent it was.
Yeah, in 2019.
Slight PTSD from it, just trying to not even remember, but
the year of the scope.
But it was there.
There's no noise, no presence over towards the B bomb site either. OC, NAF, and Shocks are just chilling, waiting, and they hear nothing. They see nothing.
I actually think a surprise A hit in any random game of Ancient is a super valid thing because it's so common for there to be just one person for a long time. So yeah, why not just try and time it to see if you can get the opening that you need? Although Elish is here, stepping up in a big way. Huge double, and he keeps pushing. A triple, a quad, and he wants another ace. He almost had it. One headshot away against Perfecto. Oh, that would have been amazing. What an aggressive move.
Yeah, he got there just in time. Oh, dinked. Yeah, Perfecto. That puts you on notice. You aren't winning this one. Everyone from Liquid zoned in. Incredible. Elige gets him started on this run to overtime, and now he's giving him a gift here in this round as well. Tough times, and he's starting to feel it.
Did you ever have, as a kid, this sort of weird plastic toy that had mirrors inside so that you could look around corners?
No, but sure. I know what you're talking about, kind of. I know the concept.
That's what he needed at the end of Perfecto instead of the jump.
Okay, well, that wasn't nearly as exciting as you built it up to be. I was pumped for that.
I feel like that must be like a
That's not the kind of confidence I wanted you to have.
No? I just suddenly remembered. It's like a very 90s kind of toy, I guess. Anyway.
Well, yeah, if you're going to get to overtime in your Liquid, you're loving the level Elige has had these past 3 rounds or so.
Absolutely.
He's got up to 26 kills, 23 on Nitro, 20 on NAV still.
I feel like it'd be justice if Liquid could get back to overtime and actually do something here. I feel like they deserve it the way that they've been playing so far. Bit of a crossfire setup here between Shox and NAF, and the rest of Navi, a lot of them anyway, are right on the other side. Now, if they had Molotovs, they have one, but if they had a lot... Oh, it's just a flash around the corner. The grenade here would be amazing for it. Trying to see if they can run through the smoke and do some work, but NAF is on the other side. That is the power of having that duel set up. Now it's an awkward fight, but... more so for Simple than for NAF. He's ready for more. A quad kill of his own. Bits out there. Don't think they're going to let NAF necessarily look for the ace. It's going to be OC to take that last one. They're getting real close right now.
Yeah, they are. This is wonderful. This is spectacular. And perhaps even on top of everything, the fact that Navi tried to lean towards that A bomb site 2 or 3 times just recently, and Nitro and Elige put such powerful stops to it. That, I mean, you have to imagine Navi's not going to be going back to that one in these final 3 rounds. Here's the other thing. This is just setting Liquid up for a really hard fall.
I know.
That's the scary part. That's what everyone's tense about right now. You lose this game after this kind of a comeback, and some of those close rounds in the first half are going to be replaying in your mind all night.
I feel like some of the games that I've seen in the past of Navi on the T side of Ancient, it seems like Perfecto sometimes has this crazy confidence in doing actually what Boomich is doing now, but looking for the kill in that A-bomb site. So I wouldn't be surprised if he's around like that. Oh, and then, well, opening up, running in. He's got Boomich with him, but still, nice opening kill for Perfecto, and Simple on the return as well. Taking down NAF. He did get a kill off before, but it's a 3-on-3, and it's a bomb plant, and maybe there's a chance right here. The spam not really coming through. Lots of nades on Liquid, but smoke there on Simple, maybe to create a bit of space, and it's a double kill for Perfecto, and they're low on health here as well. Nitro is at any rate. Shox is now. How did he get tagged?
Molotov inside there. Forced him to tuck a little bit tighter into the corner. Utility from Navi's been great, and I think this is going to secure on the round. There goes Nitro. Right through the smoke they went, took out OC and marched into the bomb site, and that's going to be the map. One more smoke for good measure, and Shox can do nothing. Desperate jump out, and Navi have done it. They've outlasted the comeback. Liquid did their best, but not enough runway to work with.
What a heartbreaking loss for Liquid. They really, at a minimum, deserve to get that into overtime, but probably if they'd won more all of those clutches at the beginning, this would have been such a different game.
Any one of those close rounds, like 4 or 5 of them in that first half when they had Navi at the breaking point for so long, any one of those rounds, I think, would have given them some of the space, obviously, from what we saw at the CT side.
Yeah, really interesting stuff. Navi, I mean, it's definitely looking much improved from the earlier games that we saw. Probably not all the way back, I would say. Still look beatable on some level. And Liquid with a whole new lineup and all the rest of it, I think it's going to be exciting. I'm looking forward to what our analyst, Mr. Quesadilla, is on the desk, ready to break it down for us.
Do you like quesadillas?
I do actually. I do dearly.
Yeah?
I like quesadillas. Me gusta mucho.
Did you like it as much as the Navi win there?
I'm almost as close. Yeah, almost. Depending on the evening, the context, and everything. Yeah.
Props to Liquid for trying to claw that one back. But I mean, you just go back to the first half. Look at the hot start that Navi had coming into it. I mean, Liquid trying to pick it as a curveball pick, but yeah, just a swing and a miss for them, unfortunately.
I think Jason said it pretty well. You know, if you're Liquid right now, you're thinking on some of those first rounds, you know, in the beginning of the game, which was, you know, I'd call it a bit of a robbery from Navi in some of those instances. Right, you got to close out those rounds. Obviously, Liquid couldn't have known that they would pull off such a great comeback attempt in the second half. But if you look over the course of these 28 rounds, 29 rounds, you can actually argue that Liquid were close, very, very close to Navi. I think it was a good game of Counter-Strike, and we did get to see a bit of weaknesses within the Navi side as well. So, yeah, I guess the result is as we expected, but a proper fight coming out of Liquid here in the second map.
Yeah, and I mean, some props have to be given, I guess, to Nitro. I'm going to be honest, individually, I didn't think he would be able to reach such level so quickly on a map like Ancient, which he probably had no idea how the hell is actually being played. So Nitro definitely deserves some props here. I don't exactly know whether or not it's a good sign for Liquid when Nitro is at the top of the scoreboard for so long. I think he bought a little bit of time for Elige and NAV to start playing. We had Star Elige for 3 or 4 rounds towards the very end. But Nitro was actually the first one to fight back, and I didn't think he had it in him.
Yeah, I think it is a good point to kind of, so do we want him to be showing that star potential as much as we can give him props of putting up some decent numbers coming into this? I think it kind of underscores more the lack of the other firepower on Liquid in those early stages.
You could argue, right? But it depends on how he's playing on the server. Nitro, before he went to Valorant, and the way many people remember him is this entry-fracking duo with Elige, right? He had it in him. He was an entry-fracker when he was playing the rifle in the beginning of Liquid. And if that's the way he want to call, you know, if you want to center himself and be very much involved in the opening duels and taking map control, etc., then Nitro will have to play well, and there will be games when he's hitting, you know, the strides that he will be up there. So it kind of depends on how you look at the game and how he's approaching it. But I think Nitro can be okay with the performance. One thing I do want to note, though, and that's not to pound on OC, because I think overall the positive impression we had of him still stands. He's had a great tournament, but I see a trend where the AWP players is finding less and less impact on Ancient. To begin with, on the CT side, it felt like heaven for all the op players, but that was because all these new metas with the smokes, the Molotovs, hadn't quite figured it out right. So the ops could just move around, get picks left, right, and center. That's not the case anymore. So I want to see all players, not only OC, but in general, Lucky comes into mind from Astralis as well. They're struggling a little bit finding impact, and we saw that as a consequence right here for OC.
And I think maybe that was why it was such a surprise to see Liquid, for me personally, bringing Ancient into the pools. You know, you've not only got a whole new team coming together as a roster, you've got Nitro now reintegrating back into Counter-Strike as well. So unfortunately for Liquid, that does mean they are eliminated from the competition. They will be moving on to the Gauntlet of the Showdown. And I think you kind of underscored it nicely coming into this one, Maniac. If you're picking in Ancient against Navi as a punish pick, I mean, history dictates you're not going to have a good time.
No, it reeked of desperation just a little bit, because I struggled to imagine Liquid would have actually been ready on Ancient. Granted, it's a very new roster with profound changes that they had to go through, bringing in Nitro as well. And I can respect that they probably put a lot of work on Ancient, but I don't think it's a top of the shelf. I think it's an attempt at putting Navi in an uncomfortable position, and many people have tried that in the past, and many have broken their teeth on their CT side. I know there were a couple of close rounds. I know there were a couple of clutches, the what if and all of that. But still, when you try and punish Navi on their CT side, they can smash you.
Yeah, and let's talk a little bit more about that CT side from the side of Navi, because we saw Bit going lights out, Perfecto as well. And that's a really good sign coming off of the first map where we just saw Simple doing simple things. That it is the story now that we're not just relying on that. That's what we were seeing in the tail end of 2021.
I think it's been, you know, when Simple is popping off, Navi will win 9 out of 10 times, no doubt. But the fact that there's a support cast around him now that is so strong and can make the difference in so many different rounds it must be nice to be Simple, right? He can allow himself just to be normal once in a while, and then Bit, Perfecto, Electronic, even Boomage from time to time can take over. So I do want to give the credit to Navi as a team. I think the first half was very well played by them, and everyone chimed in. Yes, as you said, Matthew, there were a couple of rounds where I felt they kind of got away with a bit of lucky scenarios. But then again, if you have the class, if you have the individual skill, you will end up in a situation where you can pull off rounds that you're not supposed to win, and that is a speciality, for Navi.
Very good signs as well for the fans of Navi around the world that Bit actually hits that level so quickly in 2022, because there's no way around the fact that his ascent, I guess, to the highest level was I guess the explanation as to why Navi sat on the throne for so long. We knew Simple was always a god. We knew Electronic was right behind in the shadow. But as soon as Bit hit that 100% level from IEM Cologne and onwards, they became impossible to play against. And now Bit being at a good level is paramount for Navi and their success.
And just thinking about Bit and his debut just over a year ago as well, like, man, coming in, replacing Flamey just on Inferno, having to go up against Astralis when they were looking so informal on that particular map as well. I love the trajectory that we've seen Bit achieve over this past year.
Yeah, and the consistency coming out of this guy, right? I know Saivu is a prodigy in the sense that he came in his debut year and became the best player in the world. I don't think anyone is ever going to do that again, which speaks to how good Cyber is. But Bit is the next thing we have to it, right? Coming in, struggling, as you said, a little bit in the beginning. He was playing Inferno only, and we thought to ourselves, who is this guy? Is he ready for it yet? He didn't seem ready, but then the more he got to play, the more he grew. And the one thing I always keep pointing out when we talk about Bit and NAVI, he elevated NAVI, right? He took them from being a top team contender, a team that was in top 3, top 2, could win occasional tournaments, to now being the best team in the world, entering a NAVI era. And yes, of course, a lot of that is from Simple Electronic playing well and the foundation they built up. But Bit was the missing piece that elevated them to that level.
Yeah, definitely that missing puzzle piece indeed. Of course, with that, NAVI will be progressing on through the bracket. They survived the gauntlet of the eliminations. Now they're in the semi-final. They're going to be taking on NIP. And we were kind of saying anybody in this bracket, NIP, OG included, you know it's going to be a tough situation when you see just NAVI lurking at the bottom. You know they're going to be pouncing.
Look, the only question was always going to be, will NAVI react from day one? Will NAVI have a bounce back? And their level is kind of the barometer of where we see this middle bracket for the Gauntlet, because if you have NAVI who found their way back to 100% level, no one in here can beat them. No one. Not NIP, not OG. They won't stand a chance against a full force NAVI. I think Liquid did enough to make them doubt just a tad and force them into some of their back limits, but still NAVI remained the favorite for me in this middle Gauntlet.
Yeah, I agree. NAVI is bouncing back, right? We asked for it. How would they respond after first day where they performed very poorly in the best of one? And I think we got the answer right here. NAVI can still grow better, but it was a very good performance tonight.
Yeah, no, an incredibly good performance from NAVI. We'll be seeing them heading on throughout the gauntlet. But one more matchup is coming up today. It's going to be Big taking on EG, both fighting for tournament life here. And we're going to be getting into it after the break.
They're going to have a nice aura about them. When they come into matches, people are going to be cheering for EG. And I also think that translates into them as a unit, trying to get better. I feel like they've got a lot more positive energy
Starting with EG is a brand new project, just new chapter for me. There's a lot of responsibility. I'm pretty much the team captain, the leader, and trying to run a project from the start.
I think Stewie is a really natural-born leader. He's always pushing the rounds forward. Even when he's mad, he actually plays better. He is the kind of player you want on your roster.
I want to try to see if we can be a top team in the world and make Cirque and Breeze one of the top 10 players in the world.
I think he'll always have an energy that the old EG did not have. You know, with the Stanislaw and Cirque, I mean, I didn't see Cirque smile once for 2 years. For the rest of the roster, they have the Automatic, who has the peak. He's got won the major in the game. He's played with Stewie before, but you know, we've seen his peak on that Cloud9 roster for a very short period of time, and he played Valorant for all this time, so he has a lot of learning to do, just like Nitro does.
I mean, it feels great to be back in Counter-Strike, obviously. Like, it's a game that I've been playing for more than half of my life. The last year was really rough for almost all of us, so I think that we're all really hungry to get back to the top and yeah, to try to prove what we can do.
I think we definitely have potential to be a top 10 team in the world. Obviously not right away. We're going to need some time to, you know, really structure ourselves and find our footing and really build that confidence too.
I think it'll be a more fun team, and I think that actually matters. And also Rush is a positive force on the roster. Breeze is quiet, but also just a kind of nice, happy, composed guy. They've got a nice aura about them. They seem like they'll be friends.
If you are a big fan, you have to believe in the Elimination, because he is always and has always been the MVP and the reason why Big were able to go above and beyond and get these W's home.
Wow, seriously going downstairs. Wow, okay,
GT goes
he's gonna beat them there. He's got this long line, and take the first shot. No, trade comes through. Beautiful second for Searson.
There's too many questions to really believe in EG for now, so I guess they can only surprise us.
Breeze trying to lead that charge, sees the man a little bit, deals with both.
Our final game of the day as the North Americans take on the German Giants. But for Big, not looking so huge as of late. Just looking at their results at this tournament, sure, they take a map win off of Complexity, but Maniac, they lose to NIP not once, but twice in the group stage.
On 2 different maps as well, so it's kind of hard for us to kind of gauge where they are at the moment. Of course, they brought in Faven on 27th of December. It's still a very new and young roster. We are trying to learn about them, but definitely shown some limitations against NIP.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Limitations. I'm not quite sure where I'd put Big in the broad scale in terms of how good are they and what's their potential. But it's a team with a lot of players, a team where some of the players, as you can see, have the ability to make the difference. But can they make the difference against the very best teams in the world? I'm not quite sure. Can they make the difference against a team like EG? Yes. So that's what I want to see today. I want to see Big take the first step to become, you know, a good Counter-Strike team again. I'm not saying they're bad, but they're just not good at the moment.
I think the narrative that we always kind of talk about with Big, and I think is getting a bit tired now, the fact that we always go, you know, they were world #1s at one point. Yeah. We're talking about that in an online era, and we're talking about that quite a long time ago now, Maniac.
Yeah, and this is over. These days are over. That is it. We have to accept, I think the fans of the world of Counter-Strike have to accept that Big has changed their position in kind of the chess piece of Counter-Strike. They went from being a potential contender, we have the graphic right there when Counter-Strike moved to online, to now being realistically a team that could be considered a gatekeeper. Big is the team that if you're in the top 15 or top 20, you're going to struggle to beat because they have a relatively deep map pool. They have talent spread across the team. But also, as soon as you're starting to hope for playoffs run, deep runs, titles and trophies, these aren't your men anymore.
The thing is, it looks like my stock portfolio right here, right? It started out really, really good and I was super motivated, but just going down and down and down and down. And that's the problem for Big. If you invested into this lineup 2 years ago when they were the best in the world, I would understand.
Stay on the investment.
No, I understand it, right?
Are you feeling some pain, Pimp? Is there something you want to tell us?
I lost a lot of money lately. No. I think if you were investing into Big, I could understand that 2 years ago. The problem is that I don't see them progressing, right? It's been, you said it yourself, we're talking about the whole storyline, the whole narrative. They used to be the best in the world. What other storylines have they given us the last 2 years? It's the same and the same and the same and the same. They are a decent Counter-Strike team. I'm not saying they're bad at all. And there's a couple of the players within the team I think have a high, you know, skill ceiling. We're talking about Tapson, Searson. I think they're quality Counter-Strike players. But as a team, they're just very underwhelming the majority of the time. So if you're a Big fan right now, I understand if you want to see some more spark coming out of them.
Yeah, I think the word I would potentially use is kind of stagnant for Big as well, because we haven't really seen them even qualifying for a lot of those high caliber kind of tournaments as well, which has meant we haven't really seen them playing alongside a lot of the high caliber teams teams in those high-pressure positions.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think problem is the direction they wanted to give to that team, right? If you are going to remove Xantares, which at the time was an absolute beast of skill, you bring in different players with the hope of improving your tactical grasp of the game, right? That's what they wanted. Speaking German within the team is going to help us be cleaner, be more precise in what we're doing. I haven't really seen it. I haven't really seen Big redefine the way you play in Counter-Strike. So if your attempt at winning is going through default and classic moves in Counter-Strike, then you need to have better players all around. That's my problem. The philosophy and the direction they gave that team doesn't really make sense.
It's the lack of firepower. I think that's a fair concern to raise. I don't want to point out, players and say they're not good enough, but when you look towards Tizian and Keto, I think both of them can do a role within a pro team to a very high level, but can you have both on the same team for a long period when you don't have enormous amount of firepower around them? I think there's too little to shoot from in that sense, and that's a problem Big have dealt with ever since they got rid of Xantares.
Well, to give us some thoughts on the Big roster currently, here's Tabson and Faven.
I just want to talk about your new player, right? We've got Faven come in, and I wanted to see, in your opinion, because obviously it's only been a couple of months now, it's the beginning of the season, how long do you need for him to be fully ready and into this big system and comfortable on all maps?
I think it's really hard to say how long we need, but I believe from each game we play, he gets definitely better and better. Like, he's asking questions, he wants to know how he gets better, he wants to understand the system, and obviously he's really one of the best German players we have right now. His individually raw skill is insane. He can outskill anyone on the server, I believe, if he has the confidence in himself, in the system, and he can just play what he wants to play. But I think it takes some time that he gets used to it, and as long as he feels comfortable with this within the situation, we will give him time, obviously, and we will give the roster time, and I believe we can make it work for sure.
Faven, you've joined Big after being a long-standing member of Sprout. I wanted to see how you personally feel your transition into Big's going, and have you found anything maybe more difficult in getting used to their system?
Like when I joined Big, everything went super because I just feel really comfortable here. The players and the management are taking really good care about the players and about me. And yeah, the only thing which is like new for me is like the new positions, but from time to time, from match to match, I will get used to it, and I'm feeling already more comfortable now than I was in the beginning, like in early January.
Really good to hear. Now, Sprout certainly wasn't a team that didn't like play against tier 1 opposition. You guys have had a lot of ups and downs, right? But are you noticing any significant change when you've come to this level of play, something that you're finding more difficult to get used to?
Yeah, it's like at this level, people don't really throw away the advantages, like 5-on-3, for example, or 1-on-3s. But in the lower tier, I would say more people make mistakes in these clutch situations. And that's something where you need to, for example, at this stage, you need to save way more often than you did in the lower tier scene.
Aha, so a bit more of the saving and being a bit more cautious with it all. Is that something that's like, I don't know, hard to train yourself to get used to it? Sometimes you're saying, okay, look, I want to go for this, and then you kind of have to pull yourself back?
Yeah, especially because in Sprout, my confidence level was above 9,000, I would say, and I wanted even to try 1-on-5s and stuff. But the thing which I learned now is to just play safe and save the gun, and you will win the next round maybe with it.
And I really do like that we get to see Faven entering the server wearing a Big jersey, because when we saw Xantares leaving, he was kind of a name that was always on everybody's lips saying, why don't you pick up this kid from Sprout?
And if you're Faven, if you've been in the German scene in Counter-Strike for the longest time, then playing in Big is kind of the last ceiling, right? It's the last step. You want to be in Big. They are the team that represents Germany at the highest level. So for him, I'm sure he's on a journey that means a lot to him and that matters a lot to him. But also, from this interview, you get the sense that where he was playing before with Sprout at the tier 2, tier 3, he was basically the king. Like, he could do whatever he wanted. That was fine. He could kill everyone, tries 1v5 at his thing. And then now he's learning the hardest way, that you have to rein in, you have to calm down, you have to improve, you have to optimize your playstyle. And we hope for Big that he can do that, because then he could be an element that makes the whole difference.
He's a great player, though. I was watching him a lot when he was playing in Sprout, right? And he is a player that can be the difference on the server. And people sometimes forget that the role you're in, when you feel comfortable, you can, as you said, allow yourself to make unorthodox plays. You can move around and you can make your own decisions. sort of, but when you try to slot into a system that is already built up from the ground with taps and with big, then you lose some of that freedom. And for some players, it just takes time. Let us just go back to the bit conversation we had a couple of moments ago. When he was slotted into NAVI, he wasn't firing off on all cylinders as well. He had to earn his respect. He had to earn his freedom, dare I say it. And the same could be said about Faven. I think he's doing better and better and better. So it's a slow degree, you know, but it's going to come there with time, I'm sure.
And I also think that if we're making this bit Faven comparison, right, Faven comes in with a lot of credit to his name already. Because as I said, he was definitely the next in line in Germany's Counter-Strike. No one could possibly take that spot away from him. He was doing great with Sprout, although the team had limitations. But if you're big, you want to devote resources to this guy. You want to give him the chance. You want to give him the space. And you want to cater to his needs so that he can perform. And hearing from Taps, and that's apparently what they're trying to do.
Now, moving on for the next step for Big, are going to be facing up against EG. A bit of a mixed bag of results when we look back to the group. Got absolutely dismantled by the side of Vitality from their debut showing as well, but then got nail-bitingly close in that North American derby against Team Liquid. So where does that leave EG for you, Pimp?
That's a good question. I really don't know.
Please explain to us.
Yeah, please.
I really don't know. You know, that was a good performance in the second game for sure. It was good to see them fight. You could feel the nerve in that game as well. The history between Stewie, Liquid, all that kind of stuff. They were super, super motivated. And as you said, it was a very competitive game that easily could have gone the way of EG. So in that sense, I was impressed that they already now, in a very early stage of their careers as a team, are competitive against a well-playing Team Liquid. So in that regard, I was positively surprised. But I think that's the problem with EG. We're going to see inconsistencies from these guys. We know what the top level looks like, but we don't really know where the bottom level is. And that's the problem for EG. On a good day, they can beat, I wouldn't say anyone, but they can beat most teams. On a bad day, they can probably lose to anyone.
Yeah, your highest player is a player that wasn't active in Counter-Strike. So Rush is up there. That's a good sign, right? You want Rush to be able to play. For Rush, from an individual perspective, for the team, I mean, Stu is saying in an interview, they want to make Breeze and Cirque top 10 teams players, but what they need is a time machine. That's what they need. They need to go back in time and allow them to go to that level, because that's been a long, long time.
Yeah, well, that isn't exactly possible for them going forward. It's kind of interesting to kind of separate these the players into two different categories per se. We're seeing sort of Automatic coming back into things from Valorant. Obviously, Rush kind of joining him there from inactive status. And then we've got Cirque and Breeze. When we're looking back in history, you know, these were some star-studded players. These were players that were on the players to watch list, going into the top 20 of HLTV, making it in there themselves. And then, I mean, maybe like your portfolio again, Jacob, just kind of dropping off.
Yeah, thanks for bring the portfolio again. We have forgotten about it. Great, I lost yeah. You know what? Look at these two guys. I agree, you know, a couple of years ago, I would put them, and I regarded them to be quality Counter-Strike players. I will still say to this day that there's some potential in there. Yeah. I think Cirque and the work conditions he's had within EG the last year have been horrible, right? And I can understand to some degree why he wasn't able to perform. I still think there's a way back for him. Same goes for his mate Breeze. The problem is, do they have the motivation? Do they have the desire? And even though Stewie 2K is saying it, does Stewie 2K know how to activate these two players? Do they themselves know how to get activated in a modern day and age Counter-Strike world? That's what I question, because individually skilled, I have no doubt that they were two of the best players in the world. They were top 20 material. Whether or not they get back to that level, I don't know, but I agree it is very important for EG that they do get back there. Otherwise, there's no way they'll be competitive within the top 10 of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, and if there was a man that could probably give them some fire, it would be Stewie. And that I'm going to give to Stewie. I don't think he's necessarily the greatest tactical IGL we have out there. I don't believe so, but just man-to-man, being able to give you motivation, give you that fire again, that passion, believing in yourself, I think that Stewie can be that man. I think he can give them that confidence. It's going to be needed.
Well, speaking of Stewie, we do have a few words from him about the new coach, Malik.
And how is it for you working with Malik? Obviously, a very different style of coach compared to what you've had in the past.
Yeah, working with Malik's a little different for us, because the past coaches I've had, I'd say one of the best few ones are, you know, Yanko and Eric Madren. I think they're all phenomenal coaches. Malik's a little different because from where he came from in G2, he's more of a bigger voice, I'd say, even on a player's level. But with the players that I'm working around with, I feel like we're all very capable of being individually responsible and just pushing forward, you know, watching our own games, our own POVs on our own time because we want to, and not that we need someone to always kind of be on us, making sure we're doing our job. I think we're all pretty independent in that aspect. I think Malik's a little more kind of like a commander type, which is good for us. It's still a new system. We're still trying to work everything out. There's a lot to do. So, like I said, it's going to take some time, but I think Malik is doing great right now.
great to get to hear what kind of new flavors Malik is bringing to the squad. We can take a look at our betway odds as well, favoring Big coming into this one. But we do need to get our map picks and bans underway. Maniac, coming to you as always. What are you hoping from this one?
I wonder if Big is going to pull an Inferno ban, because that had been exactly that was the case for a while. They floated with the idea of banning Inferno for a little bit. EG have played Inferno twice. They seem relatively ready. You take that away from them, and that's a problem you don't have to deal with. EG go for Overpass. I have no idea how ready they are on the map. Overpass is a very demanding map in terms of team play, flashing for each other, having setups. Big go for Dust 2. I don't necessarily like that pick, but they are one of the teams that embraced Dust 2 as a pick for the longest time. I don't believe they have given us enough, I guess, confidence on that pick.
Yeah. I think maybe because EG were also, I mean, I know it's a slightly different roster, but EG were kind of picking that as one of their picks at one point as well.
Vertigo was a third deciding map. That's interesting. This is not a comfortable map pool for Big, I believe, to be completely honest. You go into this game against a complete new team, you know, building it up from scratch, and you should be able to flash your map pool a little harder. You should be able to go into a veto like this in a best of 3 and come out and feel comfortable. I'm sure they're okay with it, but Vertigo is not a high-tier map for them. The Dust 2 has been very inconsistent lately, so your own map pick isn't really that strong against EG. And then EG's map pick is very interesting. As you said, Overpass. I've seen some weaknesses within Big in this tournament, and before so at Funspark as well. The way they play the B-bomb side is very rocky in a way, you know. Faven is not really finding his footing over there as well, together with Keto and Tizzy, and so I wouldn't be too surprised if EG just gave them a slightly higher chance to win this one.
Look, long story short, Big should be a team that has a better map pool than EG. Brand new roster, coming in together, trying to put 5 players and being a team. Big should win the best of 3 just based on maps. They have Overpass and Vertigo, very tactical maps. That's what they need.
Well, we're going to see exactly how it plays out as Overpass is first up on the cards in this crucial best of 3 elimination series. EG going toe-to-toe with Big in this one, and we're bouncing into map number 1 after this.
Good evening, everybody. You know, they say third time's the charm, Launders, and it's for that reason that all of NA's hope now hinges on Evil Geniuses dodging that Showdown invitation and somehow getting the best of Big in this BO3. The Betway odds to the favor of Big, the German organization, the longer-standing team, the less moving pieces, more recent Counter-Strike experience. I agree with the analyst desk in that this should be their match to take.
Kind of, yeah. I mean, I don't know. Big didn't play that well, you know, and I think the odds say one thing, but I think if there's one match that's up in the air, maybe it's this one today. I feel like Evil Geniuses, we only see them play Inferno, and that's why Big probably banned it, because they actually did look kind of good, but it did put them into an awkward map pool for the best of 3 overall. But things are changing by the second with Big Clan as they try to incorporate Fabin and figure out where they can use him best as well. And I think that could be an opportunity for Evil Geniuses. So I guess we'll find out right here on Overpass. Continuing where we left off on that last group. Stewie with an opening.
Keto's dead. One man peeked towards Fountain. Lots of bodies behind him there. Didn't notice if he had any utility support, but Tizian does have a frag and a kit.
This is a weird round, actually, because Tim is coming in late, so he's about to meet Searson coming up the ladder, and I think he'll be spotted. Yeah, wow, Searson
whack-a-mole
barely dodges that one.
So much progress, though. Check this out. 3 players, 4 EG already up long, and
the thing is, yeah,
are they panicking here towards bathrooms? It's obviously being spotted out.
They can plant for bank in the situation. Oh, they're sprawling through the bathrooms trying to take this fight. Yeah,
it's a brawl, bro.
They got a bit of control, but the bomb still hasn't been planted. Oh, there's one on the flank. This one's a bit messy.
Yeah, this is one of those moments where, like, we could sit here, talk about what could happen, what should happen, but lots of moving pieces here. They do decide to eventually get this dumpster control. Felt like, you know, like water through a crack in the wall, just trying to figure out where they can squeeze outwards, and sure enough, they managed to. But Fabin, halfway through this 10-second stick, no, dude.
I'm gonna explain this one.
NA's been through enough.
I think that's a beautiful stick from Fabin. It just makes sense based on the play. So the issue is that they came out long. They know there's going to be some bathrooms presence. They smoke bank and they smoke CT to take the site. They need to plant behind Dice while those smokes are up, because they're not going to win bathrooms control versus USPs, who could be as far back as stairs. Now, Tim is there to cut off rotations, but he didn't actually help them clear out the bathrooms. That probably wasn't part of the protocol. So that was messy because of where they put the bomb down, and it felt like they should have known where they could plant based on how they took the site. I mean, they didn't have any real way to win their duels or guarantee that they could expose the CTs from the bathrooms first.
At the very least, it does net them a bomb plant. You know, I feel like within that chaos, within that pandemonium, you just grab what you can, and ultimately costs them no way to stop it without throwing away the post plant. So we'll go with the force buy instead. You know, you could still squeeze one out here if you're Evil Geniuses, but they do lose a member, as does Big. Tizian and Automatic down for the count. That's the Galil AK Mac 10 mix still here for EG. And a little, ooh, I didn't mention the Deagle, but sure enough, it connects.
Top for Perma Rush.
1-1. Stewie 2K. 4-0. To the moon.
Don't want him to have a match.
But he falls back. A1S secured here by Rush. The fade away from Evil Geniuses and a repeat of the pistol as they look to sink their teeth towards long. We do have somebody in position this time, though. That's going to be Keto, close corner. Support from site as well. Searson on a scout. If you guys don't know by now, I don't know where you've been.
He scouts.
And he does it very well. First peek, there's the damage. Easy cleanup for Keto, but the scout player has now lost that pocket player and needs support to come up from this B site. But Fabin's actually a little bit hesitant. Oh, Searson able to get that one over the line, looking elsewhere towards bathrooms, but that's where Cirque activates, closes the gap. Fabin, this would be a beautiful 1v2, and he's gonna play it quick. Challenges inside sight. Confirmation on Cirque, rushes closer, and Rush picks up that force buy win for EG.
Oh, 2 pairs of hands clapping. That's the kind of support we need in North America. That pistol round was a little bit kind of like tilting, like the way that they lost, because it was just kind of off protocols. And then this round is fine. I mean, they go for this exchange versus long, and Searson does one hell of a job of trying to stop it. But they go, you know, 1 for 1, and then start making progress to the site. They go really quickly, and they get that bomb down accordingly. So it's actually now kind of frustrating for Big. who it felt like had the worst buy somehow. Wow, 66 damage on that grenade. 67 damage. So close.
Yet so far. Searson falls away. Everybody else grouped down here towards this B site. So we'll see if Evil Geniuses play their protocols correctly. They'll be okay.
Seen some classic stuff already. This kind of pendulum swing. You know, one guy goes outside B, everyone defaults, then they start to rotate out towards A. Then the B guy ends up becoming the stairs interrupter, basically. Get everyone who's coming up the stairs, or like Searson coming up the ladder in the back, trying to do the same thing and leaning towards long A once again. There's nothing bad about it. It's, you know, vanilla, but classic. Nothing wrong with classic vanilla. Sometimes you don't want lime sherbet.
Sherbet or sorbet?
I guess. Yeah, I don't.
That's a debate, man. Don't get me started.
Okay.
We're gonna get the jump up towards planters. Oh, Keto! Oh, he manages to get away. Oh wow, unreal. He's gonna be stuck in that corner for a little bit. They actually throw a frag on his feet, and then he crosses back to the other end. So he manages to escape and push forward. He's gonna face this smoke while Automatic reloads. Oh, but just in the nick of time. That activates Automatic. He's coming out with his teammates here, just looking to bolster inside sight. Good dink versus rush. Damage being done, and yet still 4 bodies stand for the Evil Geniuses side. They stave off that stack site, despite those creepy corner crawlers, Launders. It is EG with the 2-1 lead.
It's like moments like that where you're like, man, Big are just missing a little firepower, right? Like, you see other teams punish in moments like that. You can see the HP bars. This is a round that could have flipped upside on its head, and Big know that. And sometimes Big are definitely good enough to be able to win these rounds, but Evil Geniuses would be very happy that their mistakes weren't punished on this one. That was close. So far, so good for EG. And yeah, they played Inferno twice so far with this new lineup at Blast. In the groups just a few days ago, they had a very close game versus Liquid that went to overtime. You know, one they could have arguably closed out, of course. That's what they said. And their match versus Vitality, where they got beat up like a pool noodle, thrown off a cliff. Stood no chance. They were treated like inanimate objects.
Yeah.
Like a dog toy.
Nothing but a speed bump on Vitality's road to success.
Yeah.
But then they hit the guardrail that was FaZe Clan.
Yeah.
Gotta look out for that, you know? No penalties on your lap times, Launders.
Oh, you're gonna do the F1 stuff too?
You know, I think it's par for the course. Breeze. Oh, double headshot. Ooh, triple headshot. Okay, listen, it's unarmored pistols.
Is that how you got all those stats all those years?
I think so. You know, but that's a feels good. Okay, at least they're all headshots. They may be eco kills, but an eco kill that's also a headshot.
They could have auto snipers, head armor,
a little bit
same
more.
Death.
Automatic going to put the cherry on top. That's a big round for EG. You know, we've seen previously that difficulty at the A site costing a couple bodies, a little rebuys here and there. You know, the devil's in the details. But this one, much more angelic. Evil Geniuses, 5 guys standing strong with a 3-1 start.
Some words about Malik and the way he called. Stewie referred to him as a commander.
Commander?
Didn't expect that.
Ooh, that's a little intimidating.
Yeah, he said it's a little bit different, and that the players on EG don't really need to be policed about how they prep and approach the game in terms of, you know, work ethic and stuff like that. But he said, although the change is different, it's good and it's going well. So it's kind of a mixed message.
Time will tell with the Malik thing.
Yeah.
I'm kind of excited that he gets a new project. Oh, yes. Short boost.
Yes. He just started clapping.
Look at that shadow, dude. Ooh, it's a tease.
Oh, you don't want to waste any bullets.
Come here.
There's going to be a chance. There is a chance Automatic just goes all the way around.
He's got to give it up. Oh, that's so frustrating.
It's a kind of a repeat. This is a weird round because there's now, it's a 3-1-1 and they have the bomb still outside stairs. So leaving B open as an option. They're leaving Breeze in top bathrooms. This will be an interesting approach.
Cool.
Yeah, the T-sides from Evil Geniuses have been compelling. You know, it hasn't always worked, and they're going to be learning. But honestly, it feels like they're showing their math properly, at least, even if some of the rounds don't transpire. Oh. That's a sucky way to go.
Yeah, especially after you put all that effort and work into leaving Breeze up there to potentially keep those CTs busy. He's cleared. Favin under pressure down towards the B site, or at least he was till Keto clears the board of 2. Nice little bit of wall damage there versus Cirque just to keep everybody at bay. This is, or was, going swimmingly. Stewie turning it upside down. Goes for the bomb plant. Man advantage to the favor of the CT side. Now, if this is that moment where if Breeze was still up and he had full health, or if Breeze had taken down one of these 3 retakers, then maybe Cirque's able to get away with this with ease, but he can still struggle over the line. Oh, they line up. I think that's a headshot in the guy in the back through the legs of the man in the front.
That was a big bullet for sure.
Shin pad shrapnel keeps both those CTs standing, and EG, that was looking far flatter than it ended up ending.
Yeah, I think at the end, Stewie looked at the HP bars and was like, we need to make some kind of play. If he saw what Cirque just tried and was able to get that first kill, maybe he plays it a bit more passive. But I think the idea was to grab a frag, take control of something else. So he was starting to get uncomfortable on the site. And when you take a bite into a lime right there.
Lime water, that's a big thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. You wake up in the morning, cold glass of water.
List the benefits.
Wakes you up. Electrolytes.
Yeah.
Lime. It's better than normal water. Frag goes deep. 7 off of Breeze. No big deal. He waits out the mall. Oh, no, he doesn't. Oh, God. Oh, God, he doesn't at all.
Oh, how dare you assume?
I thought he would. What did that gain?
Timing. It's dominoes. You don't know.
Butterfly effect. We'll see if it works out for him. The trees are on fire. We get this slow crawl from Stewie 2K. Looking for that contact. I'm still a little bummed the boost didn't work out for Big. But I also like the fact that EG didn't see it. So now we've got, you know, our finger on the pulse. When does it come back if they throw it up again? And a very forward stance on this B site. Very forward stance across the map for Big, in fact.
Yeah, they got a lot of rotators.
But this is the opening. Stewie knows it. Good flashbang. Tizian desperate with the spray. Favin pinched and down for the count.
And there's no one in the back, actually. There's a no crossfire here. Very heavy lean towards A. And Big waited a long time and didn't see anybody. So I don't know. I don't know if they would say they missed the timing here, but you could see they were in a position to retake. Now, you can say also that the hold is just not good enough. They have 2 players holding towards Monster. They should be able to deal with some kind of pressure off short as well. And although they don't have that support back in CT spawn, that would have killed Stewie here, or at least helped. They still maybe needed to get 2 before you could think about a retake. But yeah, Big a little bit slow to it.
So Evil Geniuses will be happy with that one. Haven't really seen too much in terms of short pressure out of the Big side. You know, nobody spamming through those walls at the start of rounds.
No
nobody
ROPs.
really going. Yeah, exactly. No ROPs. Man, if you guys missed that one, his debut on Overpass with FaZe, it's been a long time since I saw that much wallbang damage coming out of the B site.
Yeah.
So I feel like, you know, Stewie a couple rounds now, because that part of the map's been so silent, he sniffed it out this time and gets the troops through, punctures that B site. Good flash as well, obviously. When you've got somebody just full spraying desperately like Tizian was, that's a very easy entry as opposed to somebody holding off and looking for the headshot.
Definitely.
So made all the easier, and this one not so much. We've got Big 3 M4s, 2 pistols.
Hey, well, recycling's how we save the world, Connor.
That's what they want us to believe. Oh, Cirque opens. All right, we got the op in play, folks. Little sniper gameplay here in round 7 to kick it off with that 5v4.
Oh, you were waiting for this?
And it's back. And I feel like automatic going for that spam is you know, maybe Keto just stays.
Let me guess he doesn't come, because the last time they anti-eco, they go around towards long. This last round they ended B. Well, there are 3 guns that were saved, so they could still end B if they want to, but they'll have to maybe try it again on another round. But at least they can see the fake coming. They're not going to see any more pressure from Monster.
Oh boy, what a silver lining.
Yeah, the problem is they got to actually rotate now.
And that smoke, when it goes down, Rush could just topple this.
They're like, guys, be ready on A. I know they're coming. I know there's only 2 of you, but
I like that body block. Good play, Tapson.
Wow.
Saw it coming. Could catch Breeze off guard.
They're starting to move over now. hey, maybe there are odds for big because of that information.
Yep. Yeah. No. Just because of Evil Genius's pace here, it's a bit of a stutter step.
Wait a second.
From the 50 to the 30-second mark, they haven't moved much. If they reroute down to B, then they're good to go. If not, they're hitting this 4-man stack on the A site.
That helps.
Definitely. Breeze will be left on 10 health, but still, we've got 20 seconds. It's a crunch time inside A site. Rush picks up his dual peek from the boxes, denied by Cirque. It goes swimmingly. All things considered, with as many defenders that were in position, that should not have been as easy for EG.
Kind of. Now, we'll say they had only a USP on top of the truck, and then one USP rotator, Tizzing is a thing. So there is that, but that's the problem with the A side of Overpass. There's not a lot of good spots to stand, and they also didn't have enough counter utility to deal with the proper execute. So EG put the perfect amount of pressure here. One Molotov on the truck, one smoke in CT spawn and bank, and the rest is guns out. And no one's getting caught up in trying to throw flashes and everything like that. They just came out and traded. So very smart, knowing there's no op left alive. And yeah, they moved really well there. Now, Big's information was good, but again, the rotators only have so many spots that they can come into.
Fair, yeah, fair point.
But this is also another round that they get this boost off.
Yes.
And they know they can potentially use it more. Now you got to be thinking like, oh, well, this boost is so good, you know, why doesn't everyone use it? And it's probably tailored specifically towards EG, who are not taking short control, because that boost would not be viable if any team is spending a lot more time in stairs or going short aggressively.
Yeah. I also think that rotate makes much more sense, or it goes better for Big if they've got a player deep long A. But everybody's just so kerneled like this. A push out both sides, automatic, 3 frags on the anti-eco. So if there hasn't been anybody... Yeah, that's how frustrated... Oh my god. That's how frustrated they are. You know, you go for that boost 2 times and you can't get the kill. Screw it, let's push them. They try to rush down this setup outside B site. You've got 2 guys against the wall, and Audi on for the ace. Rush is going to steal it. Come on, man.
Damn. Debut ace. That'd be sweet.
But it slides to the side, as does this round yet again for EG. 6-2. Nice smoke from Big on that play as well here, cutting off the barrels. I'm presuming that's the CT side. Just really making like a...
Oh, I love the Malicam. Look at this. Even when he's not being funny, it's hilarious.
Look at this.
It's just like cute and hilarious.
It's just writing notes.
I wrote that one.
Yeah.
That's
all these guys suck. Look.
The big guys, right?
Yeah. Cirque's dead. Didn't catch it. Sorry. That must have been the Searson pick. And he's so quick that he's already fallen back towards long. Get in, get out. Oh, no! Grenades in hand, but Favin with that secondary op. The adjustment here coming out for the big camp. 2 ops better than 1.
I feel like I haven't seen a timing that bad in some time. Smoke in hands. This is the opening. Quick pick. Very nice.
Cirque didn't even stop, man. He had his roller skates on. All right. Little test here for Evil Geniuses. How do you claw back from a man disadvantage? This time we do have taps in again forward on long.
Oh, he's going up.
Oh, Searson,
he's so fast.
good.
Couldn't even click there.
You know he wants another. But at the same time, Searson knows better. That's what I like about Searson. One of those players that'll just wait for the next best chance. And as patience pays off, yes. Yeah, baits him in with a little bit of a fire damage, I feel.
He just died in the entire molly. Yeah. He could have moved. He just knew the kill was coming.
Mm-hmm.
It's nice.
Solid round. Locks down that A site. Good thing Favin was here and fast enough to flick around. I feel like that could have been a 2K coming out on this squeaky door.
Favin could have taken his time. Rush just started spamming the wood wall.
You know, potential threats and whatnot.
Yeah.
So another chance for Big to pick up consecutive round wins. It's been 3 one-offs so far. Round 10 could turn the tide. Stewie gonna put out the fire, goes for the rush. Bit more of an aggressive stance. This is going to be audio offered over. An automatic sharp shot into Keto. Stewie's going to try to follow up because obviously two-man boost. And towards Fountain, we have another fight where Breeze and Tabson exchange a bit of damage and fall off. But Tabson, ooh, for a second stuck around, and had they been more aggressive in connector, that could be his death.
Yeah, huge problems here for Big as they got pressured on both sides of the map, and Tabson's now left alone on the A side, pushed up. He has to let go because they don't have stairs control. But this means that Big now are just left with no map control and the 4v5. So tough for him. He looked for the fight. He lost it. At least he escaped with his life. But now he's got to figure out how to get some compensation back. So Tabson maybe making the smart move of the round. Getting back through long, coming through to top bathrooms. And now he'll have a good angle on the top of stairs. This could be where the T's rotate to.
Ooh, Molotov just missed that. But Rush offers himself up. Searson down on this B site. That's going to be a change Evil Geniuses need a solution to.
There might be a timing.
Yeah, for Tabson here as well. About to peek out onto the top connector. Oh, but it looks like Breeze escaped as Stewie sets up all the utility for automatic. He's going to go running in. Oh, keeps it crisp.
Wow, okay.
Favin cleared out, and Searson hasn't been able to find an angle, but Breeze tries to slide by, and Stewie also dies. Automatics on one.
He's fragging.
We got low health here for the remaining two CTs. But an attack from the back. That flusters Cirque forward, and he finds himself in a clutch. And I feel like Cirque, he can pull these off.
Well, he's put himself into a classic position. Low HP, but it doesn't really matter for Cirque.
Ooh, a little jump spot here, looking for the confirmation. He's going to go hunting, hits that shot, Tabson's low, and he misses his chance at Tizian. But both those shots a matter of millimeters.
He floor banged him, and he had like less than half HP. I feel like CSGO should have given him that one, but he missed the second shot, so.
Dude, the moment he jumps up, automatic swings wide.
No, automatic. Guys, those are pretty sharp.
Good round, yeah, clean 3K for him.
Too bad they were in vain.
Yeah.
But a nice attempt nonetheless.
It's a big one for Big.
Yeah?
I hate
saying
I hate that so much. I hate it.
Well, it just makes you aware of how many times you use Big.
Yeah. That is a large moment for Big.
Somehow sounds worse.
See if they can take a CT-sided lead. Cash flow still good to go for Evil Geniuses, so no stress there. Guns in abundance.
Keeping the nades low for Big as well with a lot of these frags. EG have done a pretty good job of keeping the map small, but they're also evolving their game plan and now taking over short control on a different timing. So Tabson, who's normally been over at the A site, is making a cameo on this side, and he'll have some support off short. Really nice attack from both him and Favin.
Beauty of a setup, Rush. Oh, there it is. That's the difference maker. Now Searson's going to be given the golden shot. Back-to-back rounds, he gets the better of Breeze without Breeze seeing the other way. And here we are, Cirque in another clutch. He's got the bomb, he's got utility, and he's got plenty of time still to work this one out. And also, they have no clue where he's at. So that'll keep the defense split 2-1 towards this B site. But Favin, I feel like really the man of the round here, tethering nicely with Tabson to get that second kill down in the water, and then also wallbang Rush, real difference maker. But Cirque's been given space to just slowly sneak out. He seems very honed in on Tizian. Utility over top. Favin doesn't even move. Doesn't even budge. The repeat confirms the position, and now Favin's going to peek up for the frag, so that's the end of that, and Big find 5.
Yeah, nicely done. At the short attack again, held by Tabson in particular, who was just this extra man over on B. Looks beautiful, working together with Favin. He knows he can't escape. Favin comes to his aid. Rush tries to trade back, and then he just looks for the next duel, and Favin said, "You can't escape. Fight me, dude. Fight me now."
It's a feels-good moment for him.
Yeah.
Any strong opinions yet of Favin, or are you still kind of giving it a, you know,
always thought he was really good, and I thought he was going to be on Big sooner. So in terms of like what we've seen initially, I think I've seen some solid rounds. I haven't looked closely at the stats to be like, oh, one way or the other, but
haven't done a demo yet.
Solutions, I don't have any questions in terms of this.
Cool.
It's like the first roster move since Xantares, where like even when Xantares joined, I was kind of like, is this, you know, going to be comfortable?
Yeah.
But that was obviously still really good. But with Faven, just no question. It just makes the most sense for a German team to pick him up.
Have 5 German speakers.
Well, yeah.
Or
No,
also,
I mean, just because he's the next best German talent.
Sure.
Yeah.
So I don't mean to take away from Gade's German speaking skills.
He spoke German amazingly.
Yes.
Incredibly. Even if it wasn't German, I would bet on it. I can't confirm, but I'm sure of it.
Much less posturing towards B site this time. Searson's just everywhere and all the time. What's this angle? That's so sick. Just waiting for exactly that. That's 3 rounds in a row that Breeze hasn't gotten a chance to shoot back.
Yeah.
Frustration. Gotta be sinking in. Searson hits like a train. And with Tabson in that close corner, he can just leave him there and allow for Searson to fall back on site. Now Bathroom's no longer a problem. I believe Keto's also tucked by Truck, so strong 3-man defense here for Big. Ooh, dude, Searson sharp as ever. It's hard to get past this guy. Oh, unless you're automatic.
Dude, these entries.
What is that?
He does not have an idea about this long player. Look at the tip now.
Ooh, and ended shadow advantage for Keto in the corner, but Searson again just everywhere. No matter where they seem to walk into, Breeze his first victim, what feels like every round now.
Searson was not playing like himself last year. Starting off this year incredibly well. Looks like he's hitting all of his crazy shots. Rotations are good. He's a clutcher, and he's been getting those. Definitely like what we're seeing out of Searson. Feels like the Faven change maybe just has inspired him a little bit. Just, you know, always nice to have a new player on the team to get everybody motivated. But he still won't come to the boot camps.
I mean, there's lines to be drawn. Faven's not going to be comfortable back there, losing near half his health. Searson posted up on a different angle, and yet still it's Breeze on the receiving end for what's going to be like the 4th or 5th round.
Yeah.
Automatic's going to go aggressive, runs right through Faven, just stampedes through him like he's nothing. And Searson gives chase, catches Breeze, back turned again.
Stop killing Breeze so
much. And again, and again. But all in all, Evil Geniuses, they'll take this one because it's still the bomb plant down towards this B site. I mean, Breeze isn't having any fun anymore,
Breeze
but
is a super nice guy.
He goes from 8-4 to 8-8 without shooting a bullet back. Flash connects towards the monster tunnel, but then Cirque's connector clearing. Well,
what is happening right now?
It's going to be the big one. They've got a pinch, Launders. That's what's happening. Cirque's flank nails a couple bodies to the wall. Now Stewie and Rush inside of the site, meant to hang on. There's still time. Rush has got the kill, and Keto taps that bomb. But the headshot's there for Rush.
He looks for the next guy.
And EG take another.
The spray transfer, the 1vx. That was ridiculous. This double flank. I don't know. What is that, man? Okay.
Nicely timed by Cirque. I feel like maybe a bit of your guard is down for a connector presence when Searson has again found Breeze solo roaming on A.
Dude, Breeze,
just because it's been so many rounds in a row that he has been up there as that kind of
I've never seen
off-lurk.
Breeze, Death Slam, or Tilt or anything like that.
He's got to be close.
He's got to be close.
So another round where Big will be limited in the cash flow. Faux real.
Reese. Truly a competitive match.
Yeah, it's a good game. Oh my god, automatic. He can do it even with the Galil.
Oh, yo, the opening kill stat for automatic. It's been pretty impressive. 15-9, too. Solid match.
Automatic leading the server alongside Searson. And less death, so he gets the edge. Let's see if the German Opper can change that here with a minute left in round 14. Nice competitive half with attacks on both sides of the map. Tabson eats the flashbang. Not going to be able to recover, but Keto can. From inside sight, keeps it clean, double headshot, dinks Stewie 2K. And that's going to be the big clan just trying to run up towards this A site, but with the dumpster smoke, it's good to go.
Yeah, flashes have been great. It's a nice hold from Keto, though. Set them up for success with Stewie dinked.
Ooh, Cirque kills Searson.
Oh, man.
And it falls on Faven. Let's see if he can clutch. Oh, he's already tagged down to 19. Uncomfortable position. And with an op to save, I think he calls it quits.
Wow, just off of that spam damage. Damn, Keto tried his hardest, but dude, the continuation flashes after the site was being taken, a lot of the nades have been solid, even when things get really sketchy. Yep. I think the only really bad round we saw from Evil Geniuses was the pistol, or they didn't go to their own plan or execute it properly. But outside of that, they've been working the map pretty well. A lot of the executes look compelling. I will say in terms of the setups, we had some good solid game planning from Big to focus on short control. They got a lot of info off that short boost. They won around rifling off short and taking control of the stairs. So yeah, but it seems like if EG kind of avoid that, they're in a pretty good place. Also, they've got a little bit of that like confidence X factor right on EG with Tim getting these entries, running through smokes and stuff like that. They're not playing that vanilla style I was talking about earlier, and that can be pretty tilting to deal with. And there's always that little brother effect sometimes when you have a team that is like rebuilding or is considered the underdog or looks at itself like the underdog, where they want to play ultra perfect and they don't want to take risks and looks foolish, but it feels like EG are willing to take those risks when they feel like they have the confidence, but striking a balance.
Sure. I think like, the automatic running through the B smoke play is kind of, I think, evidence of that one.
Yeah.
But the way he barrel stuffs Favin, I think, justifies the move. So here we go. Final round of big CT side. Op comes through with a FAMAS and an MP9. Super limited utility here as well. So this should be a comfortable one for Evil Geniuses to take. We'll see. Time will tell. Still going to go through the motions with the utility down in connector. Rush is on the hunt. I don't feel like he's had to fight for that too often in this CT side. You know, we've seen some proactive short B play from Big at times, and some nice rounds where they push up on A site, but more or less connector clear for EG to take.
Yeah. Yeah, both teams haven't really played inside of it that much. Wow, what a shot.
But Searson will use it as a stomping grounds.
Wow, that's cool. They need an extra person to boost here, so just leaving that option open for a quick triple.
Shots whiz by Tabson. Feel like EG will be on high alert. Oh, but they come to clear it, and Breeze offers him an AK. Suddenly things are upside down. Tabson looks for another, but Automatic gets the better of him. 2 versus 5 attempt, mandatory push, nowhere to go. As this half comes to a close, Searson sees the shadow, misses the timing, looks for the recovery, but Rush is going to charge him down. And with that, well, the bomb plant's getting closer. He's going to need to be covered. Automatic with hands busy, but no flank inbound. Keto, speaking of busy, hands offers up the nade. This is a 2 versus 5, turn 2v2 to close the T side on EG's favor. Rush goes deep, gets another one. That's 3 kills on the round, but Tizian has the element of surprise, and that could be everything. Shoots down Rush, goes for the peek, and he almost gets both. But Timothy Ta stops it in his tracks, and EG secure their 9th.
Man, back in the days, I couldn't even play this tournament.
I'm a little bit biased, right?
It was like the early days of kind of Counter-Strike, and it wasn't as good and as hype.
So Astralis 27th with Kirby, I would say it's D.
Astralis with Kirby.
Astralis 17, that would be on C.
C.
Astralis 2017 with Kirby, I would put it on A, I think. And it's because I feel like that's the first time Astralis won the major. Yeah, I believe he won the MVP as well of that major, so...
Astralis 17 with Kirby, let's say C. I think I'm gonna put Astralis 2017 and Gambit 2017 on the B tier list. Those are good teams as well. Gambit surprised everyone winning it. But they didn't really stay together to do more afterwards, so...
Gambit 2017, I have bad memories about that one, but I believe it was also a decent one. They've changed the meta, so I gave it to them in A.
Gambit B.
Then I'll put Gambit on F.
Gambit 2017, I kind of want to put it on B, but A at the same time. But I think I'll put it on B. Maybe I'll put it on A as well, just because it was Zeus that won with Gambit in 2016, the major.
On A tier, I will put Gambit. Like, I remember the story that Zeus even bought tickets because he didn't believe that they will pass group stage.
Cloud9, C or D?
Okay, so let's go now to the B tier list. Let's go with Cloud9 2018. The Magic in American soil. Cloud9 versus FaZe, my boy CU2K.
C.
Cloud9 2018, definitely S. It was one of the best majors.
Then I would say on B, I would put Cloud9 2018. I remember one day before final, like 2 or 3 FaZe players, like Nico, maybe even Dwayne, they write in Twitter that it's gonna be easy final for them. And the comeback that Cloud9 did on Inferno was insane.
Cloud9 now. I have to put that on S tier.
Flashing, Cuba short up.
Okay, I'm here. One short in the tunnel,
Looking at Dark dead. Heaven.
Nice.
Dead. One more short. Heaven as well.
We're in heaven.
Monster. Going short. Fuck, heaven. Monster out. Behind pillar. Pillar. Nice!
Keeping it clean.
Yes, clean, exciting. That was a very complicated position. The comms could easily have lost them that round. Multiple players in short tunnel. You can't even accurately call that. We're one short, but short tunnel towards monsters.
Yeah, well,
so it can get sketchy in moments like that.
Over there.
Yeah, over there. But they dealt with it. Honestly, Big felt like they were missing a little bit of that firepower. The conversation, does come down to it. They could have won a round where they were pistoling some of the rifling rounds. Searson was their shining light. He had a super solid half. But outside of that, I mean, look at that. Between 4 and 9 kills for the rest of his team.
Just not quite enough there yet. They take to the T side. This is one of the sloppier rounds from Evil Geniuses. Was their T side pistol, but they shook that off pretty nicely. They see nothing. There's nothing here at all. It's going to be an element of paranoia. Where have EG gone off to? And the answer is inside connector. This is one of the most emphasized connector rounds we've seen so far this map. And unfortunately for Keto, he could be the victim. There's 3 CTs in here. 2 of them pop off with opening frags. Tabson's gonna bring that back. P250's in the pistol, I tell ya. But there's still the double flank here from connector. Stewie's trying to come up through this B site. We get the forward push from Big on site into Stewie 2K. But he's not gonna expect Searson. No way in hell. So an easy tap back, and Tabson also wraps around the side of Evil Geniuses. They're looking for him. They're trying to figure him out, but he's just dodging all of these threats and slowly but surely pulling Evil Geniuses apart. Both pistol round wins the way of Big.
Yeah, great shots from Tabson, man. Nice positioning from him. They dealt with that situation super well. It's a 3v5 actually after stairs kills, so not a bad setup. I'm a huge fan of stair stacks on pistol rounds from the CT perspective. Control the middle of the map, able to touch them if they come short. If they go towards A, you can retake, and you control a great post-plan position. And they had Stewie as a floating player, and he didn't die first, coming in from CT, going towards heaven. But Big still, they resolved the situation, and now put themselves in a position to tie up. And with that round, Tabson actually goes positive to join Searson as the only other player who has, a reasonably good amount of kills. And Evil Geniuses will invest, but they don't have that much. It is tough for EG. It is tough for Big, excuse me, because they really don't know much about Evil Geniuses.
Right.
I'm sure it's been very hard to find data about the way they're going to play, and I couldn't have expected it would look like this at all.
Yeah, you'd have to go all the way back to 2018 and watch that major. Study those tapes. Anchoring is Tizian. He waits. Doesn't look to me like EG are going to get too adventurous here. A little bit of a lean back. I do feel like there was a few rounds when they were playing Inferno that we kind of criticized them for maybe rounds like this, where you've got limited play and then also they go for limited moves, not hunting for openings as opposed to just leaning back too passively. But at this point, I feel like with the utility they held on to, they can justify it. Check the situation. 30 seconds left. They've got all of Big just corralled outside this B site. And slowly with Timothy clearing out this party side, we're going to get a lean towards B.
Yeah, and Cirque's going to run over now.
Oh, Rush. He's up close and personal as well. He's going to find damage inside of this tunnel. There's the peek from the 5-7 off of Stewie's flat. 2.5. Nicely done by Breeze. Little bits of HP. Single point of health here for Tabson. 7 seconds left. He's going to get that bomb down at the very least. But that's not his biggest issue. It's the shot from Automatic that puts him in the coffin, and Evil Geniuses steal a 10.
Wow. Yeah, it's like you said, actually, that was a good point on their CT sides. They just were playing too plainly. No rotations. They would play 3 due to sites, and when you look at the minimap, it looked like they had rifles, but they only had pistols, and you have that same deal again, except this time they had Tim on a good timing work in the bathrooms, and it's more that we focused on what Big do wrong here, because they're the ones who are sitting ducks for this huge amount of the round when they could have been defaulting and didn't read how many times that monster smoke would come in. So it became incredibly obvious to Evil Geniuses what they were about to do, and then they just continued forward that same game plan. That's a moment where you're going to be so happy over Evil Geniuses to steal a round away like that. It's going to inspire your team with confidence. It came with a few good shots, but once the exec was coming in, everyone put themselves in a great position to win a pistol versus rifle engagement.
Good utility follow-up here. A couple players soften before they come around these corners. Evil Genius will be laughing about that one. 2 Galils added to the mix. Really Stewie's setup as well, right? I feel like very meticulously each of those pieces of utility from Evil Geniuses in the final 30 seconds found their impact.
Yeah.
Smoke into Flash, Deeg into 5-7. Really stretching the money they spent.
Yeah, their flashes have had great efficacy. I mean, every single time it feels like they've approached the site or defended in this situation.
Good timing.
Get something out of it.
Glock player comes around the corner ahead of the Molotov, but unfortunately, just the Glock player. Searson can only do so much.
That's kind of an interesting move.
What? Yeah, how'd he pre-fire that, dude? What's going on there? Dan M on the case.
Oh, no.
Crisp, clean locks, boys. Automatic clears it. That's it. Evil Geniuses, again, kind of getting through unscathed. So be it. Rush dies. That's an MP9 to the side. That's it.
CT side can feel very overwhelming, and this lead starting to get bigger. That was Big Clan's opportunity to make it 9-9 right to start the second half, and instead, Evil Geniuses, their shoulders come down a bit, sweat starts to dissipate, and they can kind of just say, all right, well, we've got the power position now. We know the other team is tilted. We have an off in Cirque's hands. Let's focus up.
Big with the cheeky boosts tonight. CT and T side.
Tim is out. Wow, this is
the spot,
a new spot. But they've got Stewie to actually. So Tim can take contact. I don't know if Stewie's coming around this corner first, but if Tim takes contact, they're going to be eyes glued to him. Stewie's trying to stand kind of in front of where they would flash, and he hears them.
Oh, they jump though. Well played. Really gets Stewie off of their back, but Automatic could find timing. Oh, they could line up. Goes ahead, sprays down 2, and the repeat here from Searson makes the difference. And it's been him to make that difference time and time again to keep them even 3v3. A chance for Big.
That was unique. I don't know, that setup was a little strange. I think it looks better if Tim takes first contact, probably.
And Stewie pushes long.
And Stewie pushes long, so they might not have planned for the idea that Big were going to approach long in that way. But since Automatic kind of over-delivered on the 2 frags, they've got a real round still. And, oh, Rush is hearing them. Wow, and he... Oh, man, he can take that. But now he can just call the rotates first. It's actually better.
Cirque's going to be on high alert, so could get one on the cross. Hits the knees of Favin. And Breeze, well, he's up in heaven, but oh, Searson blind wallbangs into Cirque. Galil at a distance from Rush. They're desperate to just run away from him, and I feel like that primes Breeze very nicely. But we said Searson makes the difference. And here he is, on for the ace with 40 HP left over, peeks down into Rush and falls. We have Automatic and Rush. Let me say that again. Automatic and Rush at the top of the scoreboard here for Evil Geniuses.
Haven't talked about those two in a while.
It's been some time.
Yeah.
And I feel like they've been waiting. Tonight's the night.
So, a really weird round, but also hard to predict. I mean, you don't normally see a CT setup like this, so Big Clan, once again, probably a little tilted. What a shot from Searson. What the hell? Through the stairs. And a great round from Rush. And it almost seemed like maybe he would have regretted not shooting in that position, but it made sense. Breeze got into heaven at that timing because Rush saw them nice and early. And it was actually because of his great movement, coming up the ladder without making noise, but doing it, even hearing the footsteps, and not being scared of trying to fast climb the ladder quietly.
Also, I mean, just ample trigger discipline.
Yeah.
Very calmly played, you know? And,
so 2 alive off the last round. Big, you know, a round like this, Big are going to take very seriously. There's still an opportunity to keep Evil Genius's money incredibly low. So getting 3 kills would mean the world to Big, even if they don't win the round here. The game is fast rotations. Breeze sitting on the site by himself at the moment. But Automatic close in the stairs. Let's rush that back there in CT, actually.
Yes. Yep. Numbers here for Evil Geniuses. Flash forces him to fall back. Breeze on the tight gap. Sees some legs, and Automatic gonna go ahead and kick him out from underneath them, but the bomb plant's theirs. So all things considered, you find your silver linings, and that's a little injection of cash, but it's also a 13th round win from Evil Geniuses. I put my life on it.
Yeah, the bomb planning is meaningful. I think they still would have loved to be able to get at least a kill or 2 in this spot because things would get expensive for Evil Geniuses, but instead we have the position where the leading team, yeah, they're giving up maximum loss bonus, but they also have a lot of bank to chew through you if you win 1 round. They'll still be able to buy. That's Big Clan's biggest problem right now. This lead is becoming hard to stand up to, and at least with that plant, Searson can opt with armor without having to ask a buddy to buy it for him. So it is pretty good. We've seen kind of a despondent Tabson there on the tack. Not too promising so far. Automatic, though. Whoa, he's 120 ADR still.
What year
We're 21 rounds into the game.
Was he always a good overpass player?
Won a major on it.
Yeah. Well, there's your answer then. Yeah, fair point. Not everybody can say that. Yeah, fair point. Oh, Breeze finds it. That's Favin down through the monster smoke spam. Posturing through smoke. We did an interview for Floppy that will be released in an upcoming EPOS Push to Talk podcast. And he was saying how the A1S, it's really just very overpowered in terms of spamming smokes without getting punished for the other end. And
I was like, oh, but the A4 has 5 more bullets. And Floppy went, oh boy, oh boy.
Sarcasm's on another level. But Bit does it, so you can too.
Is that the message?
Alas, 5v4.
Yeah, another comfy spot for EG. I mean, they don't really have reason to start to send out search parties at this point. Just hold their favorite angles and wait.
Ooh, what timing!
Breeze bumps into the wood wall.
This could be Rush to recollect. Oh, he's going to split it down the middle. Damage done. Anticipated both, so he was definitely on high alert. And we've seen moments where flanks connect. Searson.
Flank after flank.
Don't know if he saw Automatic just get down into connector. Yeah, I thought so. Because we saw Keto turn around and Stewie only connects the one frag. So now Cirque is left to clutch, and I like this. Searson already hunting him down. Gonna look to catch him lurking around this A site on the save. But no.
Oh, he's gonna take the better skin.
And they're the same.
A little bit awkward there for Evil Geniuses. I feel like, okay, Breeze has, you know, got 14 kills. So he's been killing people.
Yep.
But at the same time, I think Prius hates him because every time we see him, he's getting caught out of position, opt by Searson.
Yeah.
Killed in the second half. And on that one's very awkward. That's a spot where, you know, if you jump spot, you can die through the wood wall. It doesn't mean that you shouldn't do it. Sometimes you can pull it off. But I think he kind of went in front of it and then hit the wood wall as he was trying to leave. A little bit awkward for him. And that just releases the tension of the round for Evil Geniuses because they have a 5v4. He doesn't use any of his utility, isn't an extra piece on the B site. They know that maybe no one's going to replenish his spot inside the wood wall, so it changes the game a lot. There's something small for Big Clan, but
at this point, with this score,
they'll take it.
Start with the small things.
Yeah.
Build it up to something larger.
How is Circa 9-9 at round 22?
I don't know.
It's like when you disconnect in the middle of a match and come back.
It feels that way.
Came in as a sub.
In terms of like op dominance, definitely on the big side, despite the scoreline.
Yeah.
Searson's really just been so impactful. But automatic, man, he's been playing some very forward positions.
Oof. Little timing spam.
Finds him. Now let's see if Cirque can really nail that impact here. Stewie's up inside of the site behind him.
This angle is amazing because as long as you know no one's coming long, you're cutting off, you know, divider plus the inside of bathrooms. So it'll just come down to Big and their utility. They probably should molly him off in this spot if they want to advance the positions. 50 seconds left, so they have time to do it. But Cirque happy to run the risk. If a team potentially avoids you, Stewie can rotate off to B. And he can still play on top of the garbage bin outside of bathrooms if they do flash him back or try to molly him. Let's see how it works.
Down to 30. Stewie's already left. Cirque starting to peel away as well. It's not like anything's been happening elsewhere, but
oh, they're too separated.
Good op shot from Cirque. Smoke ahead of it as well. That's going to give him the fallback. He definitely confirmed that they're about to round this corner, and now it's Big inside the pressure cooker. 10 seconds to spare. Cirque's got support just behind him and a second pickup. Then Stewie emerges through. It's Favin to trade that one back. 8 seconds. He needs to get this bomb, and he has 0 time to spare. It needs to be the commit, and Breeze right there with it, despite the frag kill on the Opper. Oof. Breeze takes the place of his dead teammate and just pushes EG over the line.
Yeah, I mean, good round from Cirque. They didn't really put enough pressure on him probably in that position. I guess forgot that he could be there. Almost walked right out into his scope, and luckily for them, Cirque peeled back, but he still made sure he got that frag and got some more info on his fallback. But, you know, allowing him to throw his smoke down and fall back, and then approaching him through the smoke anyways, that was a risk within itself. So, a bit too easy. I'm feeling like Evil Geniuses would call them predictable in this spot. Oh. Wow.
Look at that.
They assembled that boost very fast.
They assembled that boost and got a kill faster than the CTs could throw the playground molly.
Nice. That's German efficiency right there. It was a myth until this moment.
Yeah. It exists until Big only take their payment in cash.
Yeah. Beautiful.
Up,
oh, that's...
And he...
Great target selection, too.
What a shot. Looks... Dude. If I'm Cirque, I'm pissed.
Yeah.
like that happened so quickly, and you just threw... You know, threw a decoy through the sky.
Russia's coming in on the huge flank. They know it's not B anymore. So they also have Breeze inside the stairs. So the utility's going to start coming out. Potentially another round where Big look a little obvious here, and Rush knows when he can take space.
Yeah, he's just going to close this gap. Sees the player throwing utility in the back line, decides to pull the trigger. He's got bodies at a distance, and he's just going to shave away every piece he can, but we still get to the 2v2. Turn to the clutch. Searson, let's see it. Stewie's behind the truck, peeks out with the op, and secures 15. EG.
Damn.
We're talking 7 map points.
Yeah. I definitely want to say Big don't look great. and EG do look great at the same time. We've seen some really great stuff out of EG. Big, very, very disappointing, I think, from both firepower perspective. Also, game plan looked a little bit good in the first half, but right now they just look painfully obvious. And then again, you can credit EG for finding out where Big aren't playing. They're using the dead points in the round to push all the right spots, you know, so the calls have been on point for EG in that regard. This could be the last round of the game. It would be such a quiet way to go out here for Big Clan. 2 Galils as well.
With only 2 terrorist round wins in this second half, Big, and one of them was the pistol that they couldn't convert. So definitely a whimper of a second half. Deep flash. Heavy presence from Big just outside the B site. Oh, it's a beauty from Breeze. 2 players down immediately as they tried to follow up beyond their utility. A 2v5 with only a deagle on Searson. This is it. This is Evil Geniuses with a masterclass on Overpass, teaching Big a lesson.
Yeah, we'll see if the veto is going to cost Big Clan, because that was a solid performance from Evil Geniuses, and I don't know. Expectations might be low in this matchup. We've seen some really good CS out of EG and a really strong map from Tim.
Yeah, 23 and 19 Searson at the end of that. Quite a top-heavy performance here from Big Clan, and just too many rounds that slide through their fingertips. So that's it. Overpass done. And Dust 2 up next after the break.
What is this?
Oh my god. My heart. Whoa! Left.
What the f, man? Why are you so fast? I don't understand.
Adju, where you at? I hear someone. Oh! Oh, you're a P. Oh.
Yeah, I start to hide. Hello. Why?
Come up! Come up! You when you spawn. What do you? Why we don't run so fast in tournament? It would be perfect. Behind me! I know!
What the?
Oh!
The first map of this series wrapped up and EG managed to seal it out. A gift for NA fans in a day that has been undoubtedly testing for the region, as now they stand tall above Big in this series. Pimp, we had a lot of questions as to why EG would bring this into the pool, what exactly they would show. So just initial impressions, what impressed you about Evil Genius?
I think it was a good performance, you know. I think some of the individual players stepped up, but that was facilitated by them actually understanding the map of Overpass. They were good at playing together, especially in the first half. The way they paced themselves on the T side, I was very impressed with. It wasn't one-dimensional. They tried A, they tried B, they tried slow rounds, they tried fast rounds, and it looked like they were in control from start to finish. The only thing that was disturbing the way they were playing on the T side was CSGO. That was the one guy they couldn't shut down, and that can be very tough. We've seen CSGO, you know, be at times one of the best ops out there. So for him to find some impact is not really surprising, but outside of that, they managed to limit the entirety of Big Clink.
Man, Ultimatic is running back the years right now.
Yeah.
Ultimatic is running back the years. I mean, 27 kills, more than 100 ADR. He won 8 out of 9 opening duels. He had 8 multi-kills. What else can you ask for a man that's been away from Counter-Strike for more than a year? With JNG, last time he was active, bits it Valorant, dipped his toe a little bit, comes back to Counter-Strike and still owns. Like, that was the first game we saw from Ultimatic where we truly felt like he was in and activated in the game.
Yeah, and it was really impressive coming in from him. You know, we've seen a lot of these players coming over from Valorant, particularly in the NA region, coming back to their beloved Counter-Strike. And it's interesting to see how they kind of reintegrate back into the server. And I think Automatic, as Maniac was saying, just a really impressive strength from
Yeah, slowly but surely they're getting to get the feeling for the game again, right? They practice hard, of course, but one thing is playing in practice, playing in FPL, playing PUCs. Another thing is playing official games. So we can't really fault them if they're having a slow start, but I think Floppy, Nitro today as well for Team Liquid showed, you know, at least glimpses of what we can expect for the future. Now Automatic as well coming in, without a doubt, being the best player on the server.
And Rush wasn't bad at all. Rush wasn't bad at all. And if you tell me before the start of the game, do EG rely on Automatic and Rush's performance? I'd say no, absolutely not. We thought it would be Breeze, we thought it would be Cirque, these would be the superstars out there, but actually Rush and Automatic both together had an excellent map. There was an excellent map for Big, and they carried the flag for the most part.
It was interesting, you mentioned Cirque there. I know I was chatting to you in the Green Room, Maniac, saying, you know, I remember some vintage performances from him, particularly on this site towards the bathroom area. And then we looked at his kills, 9 for 9. He wasn't really even needed to show up in this.
No, he wasn't really. I mean, he had a couple of moments, but honestly, that win didn't really rely on him too much. I know your brain, just like mine, is like clinging on the nostalgia of the times where Cirque was dominating on Overpass, but that was a while back. For him, this game was quite comfortable. He was in the backpack, having a coffee, having a good time, and he let Rush out there to make the difference.
Yeah, just existing really on the map of Overpass. For Big, on the other hand, there were a number of issues that we could be picking up here.
A little bit underwhelming once again. I have a clip that I want to drag you guys through, relive the pain for Big here. They start out, you know, well by winning the pistol round. This one is very ballsy. A 10-second defuse, just sitting on the bomb and letting CSGO take all the attention. Some may say it's a little bit lucky, you know, it's a risk you're taking, and it worked out for Big, and you think to yourself, good start. The follow-up round match, you're losing an anti-eco, losing a force buy. That happens once in a while. The problem is it happened more than once.
Yeah, it's a huge problem right here that CSGO is staying in the fact for so long, and he doesn't have Faven behind him. Faven's way far behind, and effectively it becomes a 1 versus 2, and then a 1 versus 2 being put down. So that was a bad start. We move on to the second pistol round, which is going towards Tapson with the P215 making the plays, but it just won't be enough, will it?
No, it won't be enough, right? Because Tapson is doing everything in this position, playing it super well, finding his timing, baiting a little bit for CSGO, and the kill you're going to see right here, that's a potential game-winning kill, right? That's a comeback kill right there for Tapson and for CSGO. The problem in the following round, again, they lose to full pistol force buy. It can happen once or twice in a game, but it cannot happen when you're winning both pistol rounds that you end up losing the game 16-8. You gotta win the pistol, you gotta convert at least once in a game like this. Unfortunately for Big, they weren't able to, and you saw the direct consequence of that. At no point in the second half were Evil Geniuses close to even losing that game, and I do think we have a little treat for you as well, because we can actually listen into the TeamSpeak clip when they're winning the round 17.
Two more B.
One short.
I have short.
Short.
Yeah,
Monster, one
short
tagged and both 20 feet.
He's 6 short.
One HP.
I'm going in. I'm playing bomb.
Yeah, do it. 8 seconds. Playing pillar.
Hiding.
Playing pillar.
Nice! Shake your tens.
And I really like that you highlighted that as a point for contention for Big Pimp, because we're looking at some of the issues for Big, particularly coming onto that T side. That is one of 2 rounds that they won in that half.
Yeah, it's simply not good enough, right? And it must hurt the confidence of the team as well. I'm pretty sure Big felt that they should have had more rounds in the first half. Then they win the second pistol and they get that, you know, sense of confidence again, start to believe that we can make the comeback, and instantly they get hit in the face with a fist in the second round. It cannot happen twice.
Yeah, and there was such a lack of precaution on the T side of Big, truly. I mean, if you combine Tizian, Kido, and Faven, they didn't win a single entry fight. Not a single one between these 3 players. That's 13 for 13 losses. It was only Sursen who could at times unlock the situation for Big. But I don't know if you've noticed, once Big was finally making it to the side, Sursen was always quite disconnected, far back. He was kind of protecting them. He was on a turret, sort of. He was trading from behind if there was a flank or anything. But then he wasn't right there to make the difference. But that man must be everywhere. That's what's unfair for him. He has to get the opening kill. He has to trade someone that's lurking behind him. And then he has to be on the side to make the difference. No one could actually take that space on bomb sites.
Just to make it even worse, we talked about firepower potentially being a problem for Big coming into the game. If you combine Faven, Tizian, and Kido's T-side kills, they played 9 rounds and they have 9 kills combined, 3 players. There's simply not enough firepower. There was not enough, you know, to shoot back with in order to disturb the way EG were playing. So again, underwhelming performance from Big, and I think we're seeing more of the same problems. The lack of firepower, the lack of tactical depth, and everything right now that's not working for them is actually showcasing in the game.
I mean, I don't want to just pile on people and just, you know, name drop and what of that, but when you have Tizian and Kido both under 40 ADR, 45 actually for Kido.
Impossible.
15 kills combined. This is the top level of Counter-Strike. It's just not going to fly. There is a deficit in firepower, a deficit in playing kills. That is a problem for Big.
Yeah, it is pretty painful indeed. Of course, we are moving on to their Ground of Dust 2, the map they brought into this best of 3 series. We can take a look at the updated odds now, favouring the side of EG. So let's keep on the theme of Dust 2 coming into this. Are there any more flares of hope for you, Pimp, coming into this, considering it is Big's pick?
I mean, I've predicted Big to win every single game they played so far in this tournament, and I've been wrong every single time. So there's a good chance that I'll be wrong here as well. You said something interesting in the green room, though. You said that EG used to pick Dust 2 a lot. That used to be one of their home maps. I know it's a new iteration of EG. It's only Breeze and Cirque left, but they have some know-how, and I would say when you look at the lineup, they have the players to be very dangerous on Dust 2 as well. As I said, coming into this match as well, Big's Dust 2 lately, yes, it's been a go-to pick, but they've been very inconsistent on the map.
Yeah, and the one shining light could be Kido on the CT side. And I know he really struggled on Overpass big time, but on Dust 2, that's one of the few maps where he truly feels like he found his role, he found his position on the CT side. He used to be that secondary sniper who's going to rotate out of the B side, fight towards mid at times, and make the difference. So I'm truly hoping for Big that he can produce that kind of performance right here. Otherwise, I don't think they would be able to withstand the storm.
Are you looking towards the AWPers on both sides of the servers? And I mean, we didn't really have to see too much from Zerk on this first ground, but I'd like to see some more flares from him coming on to Dust 2.
I think if EG wants to win Dust 2, we need to see more from Cirque. Dust 2 is a very AWP-heavy map, and we know Sursen. He loves to play on the A-bomb side, loves to push up short. He's going to be a turret on the CT side, and once again, I'm curious to see if he can find the impact that he actually found in the first half on the CT side of Overpass.
Well, it's not been a day for North America, but we're going to see if EG can turn the tides coming onto Dust 2. It's coming up in 2. It is Big's pick, and it's going down after the break.
And with that much of a lead, EG will take the series to Dust 2, where Big look to claim back what could be theirs, a win here to avoid the showdown. But the odds have changed sides, Mohan. Evil Geniuses now the favorites to take this match.
Yeah, it felt like, I guess, you know, the Veto ended up working out in their favor. They got to play Overpass. Yeah. They showed a strong Overpass. On Dust 2, you know, back when Big were in their heyday, I would say that this is one team that can pick Dust 2 and reliably win it versus strong competition, and I didn't feel bad about it. And also, since Big were typically the underdog, you know, it made a lot of sense to come into the Veto. But EG have always been a strong Dust 2 map. Now, of course, it's not the same team, but I think their pieces will look forward to playing the map. It's also just quite a simple map. Of course, you know, if you're away from the game for a long time, for example, you come back, you play Dust 2, it's of course going to be like riding a bike. So I think Big will have their work cut out for them. I also just think the confidence isn't there today. Like, this so far showing from Big has been kind of disappointing. I've only seen Searson play on form, and everybody else has really just fallen into the shadows. That was such a disappointing way to lose the map on Overpass, not even fighting at the end. And these days in Counter-Strike, I mean, we just don't have that many blowouts. You know, there's the comeback mechanic is stronger. There just seems to always be a way back into the game, but Big just got totally destroyed. And it's not even by, like, you know, the strongest team in the group or anything like that. So they are not going to be in a great mood. I mean, I wouldn't be.
Tough spot to find yourselves in, especially after, I feel like, giving us a little bit of promise. You know, like, Big are kind of those it's a blast team that's always middle of the pack, you know, and normally, to be entirely honest, we go back, like, Big, they always succeed specifically at the group stage. They always win in the group stage. They always qualify for spring finals. And even for fall finals last year, when it was a LAN event, that was the first time they had won at the groups to get to a LAN, showed up, and they struggled. For them to just, you know, bottom out, potentially straight to Showdown, this would be the first time in a long time that Blast groups did not was not like a success story for Big. It's such a consistency. It's almost like we've come to expect it, right? It's like a bit of an inside joke around here where, you know, you've got to go for Big on predictions because this is the one part of the year where they'll just win more than other places, and yet here they are, dude.
And in terms of matchups, this is the one they'd want, you know, in this part of the bracket. So yeah, not great. NKJ, gotta really appreciate his honesty when he, you know, he's a very straight shooter when he's doing his interview with Banks the other day, and just saying, like, you know, we were terrible or these mistakes were horrible, and just kind of putting it really frankly. And I think that's nice, but ultimately the team does not look good. So yeah, the other thing that we don't have enough context for is how well exactly our Evil Genius is playing, because right now Rush looks incredibly solid and Tim looks incredibly solid, and these are the two players that would have every reason to have an off day and no one would be able to criticize them too hard, considering they've had the least relevant practice or just the most time off. So that's also been awesome to watch for you know, any EG fans out there, but at the same time, again, worrying signs for Big. Curious position for Evil Geniuses. A long hit on this pistol round here for Big Clan.
Let's hope for Big's sake that they can take one away here on what's kind of become their home turf. Dust 2. Bit of a back pocket pick, and especially...
That was just something small, but they actually boosted where they're going to throw the long smoke to check over the car.
Ah, cool.
See if anyone's tucked behind it.
Yeah,
That's
nice. Like, how do you fail that with no pressure? I didn't want to highlight it because I didn't want to shun them, but yeah, smooth move. Sees nothing as well, so just going to reaffirm to them that there's tons of real estate here to take for free. Folks, we've got ourselves a 10-man retake. Look at that radar. That's a lot of faces all stacked up on one half of the map. In fact, Tabson could wrap all the way around Cat if needed. It's going to be Favin to go out on the peak there. Flashbang connects to their eyes. Oh my! Wow. Automatic just whips that down. Stewie 2K gets the kill, but then Big fight back, at least for a moment. Tabson's flank is what nails them against the wall. Perfectly timed, perfectly executed, clean headshots to end it. Doesn't give EG a chance to tuck into cover. Look at that line on the retake here from Evil Geniuses. They tried to time it properly, but they get shredded by that Cat hit.
Yeah, it's a great retake and a great retake attempt, but it's very on brand for both Big Clan to take long A on Dust 2 pistol, like most people are doing these days, and for EG to go for a retake, because they've always been a team who have believed in their retakes and like to take their time as well. But that's always the problem with the retakes. If anything goes wrong, there might be somebody on a flank that can throw things into disarray.
It's the third attempt this series for Big to convert a pistol round win. And they are 3 for 3 in terms of pistol round wins. And if anything, I feel like Evil Geniuses have much less this time around to work with. But a very good job by Evil Geniuses in each of the halves we've seen so far on Overpass in terms of really timing their utility well. You know, throwing down the smoke right before Big want to make a move, throwing the flash, blinding players, and robbing away with pistols. So we'll see if they can do that again. That's been their formula.
D rotates are in. Another handshake agreement, just with better guns for both teams. No flank this time.
Moment of hesitation on the cross. Gives CSGO a good chance. Takes down one. Breeze covered by this smoke grenade. Trying to regain vision, but as he goes back around it, oh, the weapon swap, that costs Favin. Searson through the smoke, though. Going to alleviate some pressure. Man advantage held on to by Big. Utility thrown out for the most part. Just one flash on Stewie, and it's CSGO pinned behind this box on only 12 HP.
They know he's here, but they don't have a Molotov. They probably know the two positions that are being played right now, but you can see it is a bit of a mystery where Stewie is.
That's the flash. CSGO doesn't go with it. Peeks out. More damage versus Tabson, but the AK through the box. And that's where it all stops. Big will convert. But almost there for CSGO. He hit him with the scout shot. Tabson already wounded, but gets away with his life.
Yeah, a little bit of a miss. With the leg sticking out, you know, could have made it a body shot, but even from there, it wasn't necessarily guaranteed. And yeah, I think Favin runs out of bullets, looks for one. Wow.
Yeah, that one helps big time.
It's the support they need. Oof. Beautiful refrag. Yep. And we move forward. A conversion here for Big Plan.
Good start. See a nice strong T side on their map pick. Just chew through these measly pistols. Oh my automatic.
Wow. Okay.
Oh.
Oh my god. He's seen too much.
Not gonna find a second. Freeze, so close. I mean, we got like 4 health between Keto and Searson at the end. So that could have been 3 kills as opposed to just the 1.
Yeah.
Enjoy it.
I hang on to a lot of economy by staying alive. I just did the math, $7,400.
Well done.
Thanks.
Well done. You do the numbers, I'll do the words.
Okay. Smoked at top of mid. Some people have been complaining about the CT sides, just how much space you can take so easily. Of course, accompanied with this top mid smoke is what helps you catalyze that pressure. And automatic really early on disrespects their fast cat smoke, so they'll see some stuff. There's also long control here. Wouldn't say this matters too much. Dust 2 is such a small map that T-side defaults can give you a lot of clues that lead you in the wrong direction. And you can change up really fast. But for the moment, I think the CTs will be pretty comfortable in this position. And it looks like maybe long is about to be pressured. Looks like they might wait for CSGO to hear Breeze shoot and then take a peek, but now he's starting to move back.
Very much Breeze on his own here. He's playing an off angle, middle of the back wall. Dodges the utilities that comes over top. It's going to be Breeze pressured at this point, so we'll see what he can offer us. Just damage. The headshot's there versus Keto, but no kill. 35 seconds, though. Big putting themselves into a pressured position.
This one comes down to Tizian. It looks like they're going to try to retake through Cat into lower. Tizian's not going to hear anything. We'll see if he finds the timing.
Lesser of all the weapons for him to work with.
Let's do escape all the way up into Cat.
Yeah, now suddenly this site's bolstered. CSGO, though, not pushed forward. We saw him stranded behind that box last time around. Molotov maybe a bit preemptive, but 10 seconds, that's going to burn down right to the wire.
Oh my God,
it's going to come down to the final second here. 7 seconds on that clock. Molotov burned off, and sure enough, just enough time. Automatic gets boosted, jumps on top of Tabson. Favin able to respond, and Rush found out in the open, but he's going to fight his way tooth and nail to the very end, dead at the hands of Favin. 4-0 Big.
Damn, okay, that was... Yeah, like you said, maybe the Molotov comes out a little bit too early when... But the thing is, at 10 seconds, like, that's when teams are about to try to plant. Like, surely, especially after taking long, Man, this is another round where Big, there's just not that much pressure versus them. They get their long kill, they get the frag that they need, and they approach. And it just comes down to the wire, even though Evil Geniuses are really sitting back and letting them take the... Oh, map control, what a shot. Wow. Off the boost, through the door with a scout. It's a nice one.
That's Cirque. That's Cirque for you.
This is weird, actually. So
nobody in B.
Yeah, the bomb can get planted. We've got Russian lower. It's going to be an interesting engagement between Rush and Fob and maybe, but he's holding back.
Bomb has been planted. Very comfortable spot for him to make sure that nobody flanks the tunnels. So despite Cirque's beauty of a wallbang headshot, it's still going to be Big's 5th round win. So they'll find fire as quick as possible. Oh my god. Who is this guy?
Yeah, he's fragging.
Found a time machine. Brought him straight off of that Boston stage, I tell you.
Yeah.
Never skipped a beat.
Nice move from Big. Searched out their option real quickly.
Yeah, quick response. I like this, though. Pressure with the pistols. Try to take him down with bomb.
It works.
Yeah, one goes down with him, and there's still a chance here for Breeze.
Oh!
Sure enough.
Oh, they get them both.
Why not?
They don't recover the guns, but that's, just did the math. $34,000 off the board.
34,000, yeah. Yeah. Look at this one.
Damn. But it is Big with 5 rounds. So,
yeah.
You know.
We can hoot and holler all we want. Big are in full control of this one.
Yeah.
And I really respect the quick pace response. Right into that B site, get it over with. You know, rip off that Band-Aid. Wow. Turns out they stick the landing. But this time, well, there's more to defend. Not just in terms of the buy, but people as well. Good wallbang damage. Keto to 33. Frag goes deep, misses the mark because Keto has to come and plant. So another quick B rush out of the Big clan.
Another interesting engagement here, potentially between Playground and lower tunnels.
This time it's Tabson, and I feel like this time they've got more tools to work with. 3 bodies, Tabson. Oh, nailed this, but no, automatic finds his head. Stewie, flubbed incendiary. So now suddenly Windows no longer an avenue of attack, but automatic, in fact, got one for the back of flat. And Fabin, well, he takes a kill, but he also burns to automatic. As Rush comes through the doorway. There's still just enough time.
I want to credit automatic here.
EG round win.
Fast thinking with that Molotov to come out. He's sitting in the tunnels. They can swing on him, but he has teammates to support. You can be greedy and think, I gotta hold my rifle out, we're gonna charge this, I want to get these kills. Instead, he just says, all right, if I have an extra second, I'm throwing this Molotov down. The fluid reasoning is on point. And also, the only thing weird for me is with Tabson inside of the tunnels, outside in the playground, they kind of primed him to get cleared off that last round because they just saw somebody there. And then Tabson comes in on that angle, and with 3 retaken from lower, they're gonna be super prepared for something like that. So it kind of felt like that kill was going to go the wrong way. But it's Evil Geniuses on the board. Oh, wow. They don't really know how close exactly the T's are in this position.
He's right there. Oh, they'll try with the flash. Now suddenly Cirque wants to move. Like, wait, how many there? All of them, damn it. Big drop the Molotov on car. Doesn't fluster anybody, but pretty reserved positioning from Cirque at times on this A site.
Yeah, no,
we don't see him peeking from boxes at all.
I agree. I think he needs to be able to find a little bit more space. There's, especially in a situation like this, 5v4, maybe you want to be a bit more flagrant with the peaks. Don't know why he wasn't more comfortable with it. Had a full kit, but maybe felt like the support was a little bit far away.
That's a gap. Gap and a half. Stewie, though. Oh, headshot connects on the little flick that's needed.
Because of his aggression, they actually can't refrag him in this spot, and another bad smoke on the long cross.
Looks like Keto's watching it this time.
No plant.
Not yet. Once this smoke fades, I feel like okay. Ambitious.
They came off it. Oh, yeah. But it ends up giving him a kill.
Yeah, you gotta punish that. 25 seconds, and this time it should come through with should. Tabson tags slightly. Searson as well here. Both players within their 60s. And Rush just looking for the headshot as automatic comes here to try and lend a helping hand. It's a fallback from the Opper. A flash on top of the corner, and Rush peeks wide, challenges to Tizian, dies, and Searson's got that scope up, solidifying a 6th for Big.
Wow, awkward position. Quick thinking from Tabson, really nice reaction regardless. Even though Stewie goes for the second jump, he still hits that instant headshot. And Stewie was so close, I mean, literally so close that even if he's no-scope jumping, there is a decent chance he could actually get that kill. Can be tempting to just believe you're not going to get killed and, you know, just start to stick the plant, but...
Not quite Foozy levels.
Yeah, exactly.
No. Searson countered out by the smoke, but Favin's quick. Gets out doorways. We just saw a round where, you know, EG were able to be caught off guard by this long corner.
But I think you brought up a great point about Cirque. I feel like he, you know, he had some options there. They kind of just went all the way back. I guess they set up for some kind of retake, but even 5v5, T teams will agree to go for the site hit, and 5v4, they're going to feel more than comfortable. So that's a spot there needs to be a little bit more friction from the CT side, and it felt like EG, you know, as a unit, I guess, just approached that a bit too timidly.
Stewie's wrapping around through Suicide while Automatic clears out the tunnels, so soon enough, they're going to have wind of exactly what's coming. It's all in from Big on long. 2 players at the forefront. Missed shot by Cirque. That's certainly not going to help. Really falls on Breeze's shoulders, and the flash to his eyes, his demise. Favin picks it up. 5v3.
Yikes, that's not a great way to go out.
Yeah, just cutting through this A site time after time now.
Definitely. Yeah, Breeze hasn't even done much at long. Got a dink off on Favin on the one cross. But it's been awkward on the A site. This is also a free shot from Cirque, unfortunately. Misses it on the cross. Bit lucky there from Favin. The flash is good.
Yeah, he shoots because he's fully blind, and that flash happens to hit him at the exact same moment.
Yeah.
But you take what you can get. 7-1. Solid stuff from Big.
Yeah. Map's not complicated enough to say that EG are out of it. They've definitely got some stuff that they need to work on. This would be probably a great demo to go over with Malik and discuss what they can do better. But yeah, the difference is palpable here. It's an accurate scoreline. Brazil.
3 saved this time. So a silver lining for the EG camp. When we take a look at the scoreboard, it is Keto to the top. Now, I never said it, okay? I didn't bring it up.
Okay.
You never kick people while they're down.
Go for it.
You kick them while they're standing.
Yeah.
And Keto had a very quiet game just earlier. Overpass was like kind of shocking to me. I feel like Keto's one of those guys that we've been touting. You know, some people would say that he'd be just really up there in the first 6 months of the year. But he was 8-20 on Overpass.
Oof.
Now he has replaced Searson at the top as Searson takes to the bottom. And Tabson will have to be found in round 10 because Cirque just plucked him off the mid-push. Well-timed Incendiary to fluster the 2 players here, so no trade out of Big right away. Man advantage for Evil Geniuses as they hunt for their second round win.
Yeah, not bad to grab an opening. See what kind of setup they transpose into. EG have gotten a lot out of mid. Ooh, that's a nice nade.
Dunk.
Oh, that's another nice one.
All right.
And they transpose into a 3A setup. There's some pressure here on Cat from Big, but with a minute up, they can do whatever they want. However, Automatic will punish Keto for trying to sneakily sell this fake.
Yeah. Not today. More utility over the top, so again, selling snake oil in terms of the A site. Smoke towards CT spawn.
Wow,
Rush.
another great flash.
Excellent. The utility here has looked really good for Evil Geniuses, but there is still a threat that looms towards this B site. Stewie 2K thinks he's going to get pinched, but it's a double back with Bomb. Favin trying to catch up to Tizian, who falls right before Bomb peeks out from tunnels, met by resistance in the form of Stewie and Automatic. There is EG's second.
Kind of want to see the rest of the staff now because, okay, great round for Evil Geniuses. Circuit's an opening kill, takes some initiative. They punish with some excellent utility usage, but still overall, Big having a much better game than them. They still can go back to their long hits. They still were able to successfully sneak into B one round, come close to winning another round. So they've got a lot of outs, and I think EG realized this. They're not in the power position anymore. How do they keep the train going?
Vance on elbow.
Wow.
Man, he's just got some kind of crazy internal timing.
Sure.
You know, Searson, the S stands for Sixth Sense.
Wow.
He's so ready for that.
That's clean.
You know, the amount of kills he's gotten with that op where like somebody is just moving full speed past him.
Yeah, he's fast.
Yeah, very quick.
And that is not a fun kill to get. So Searson here in this round, he's cutting off mid. If they don't flash in this position or use utility, then big no that there is only one B. Stewie was a dedicated entry or B player in this position. So, oh, there's an opportunity.
That should have been Rush dead, man. His hat.
Yeah.
Hopping right over the box.
All right. This will change the round up a little bit, but it doesn't change the fact that Big still are running off an opening kill. This 2-op setup might slow them down a touch, however.
Yeah, fair point.
And time has been a problem for Big Clan.
Evil Genius is calling this out correctly with the 3A lean.
On Tim's hits on site, it looks like they could fake and still go Cat or come out mid B, but yeah, they're probably going to lean up Cat. Let's see how much Cirque rotates in this position.
Breeze activates, pushes down long, caught by Favin. Oh, Tabson. Clean as can be, and Cirque another drop shot.
Yeah.
From Cat to long and from long to Cat. That's twice now that Cirque should have been able to at least take one player down. And in these desperate 2v5s, that certainly would have maybe created openings. Instead, inevitably Big with an 8th. Tabson crab walks that bomb plant, and now it's theirs to hold on to. So positioning was right, but I do think that with that mid fake, it kind of activates Breeze on the long A flank. He gets caught out by Favin. They do seem to fall for that fake.
Yeah, everyone's a little bit uncomfortable, huh? Breeze on long, Cirque on the A side's not having a great day. Automatic in that position, obviously just got bodied, but he's coming off a great game. Still has 10 kills in this one. Definitely not the best match so far from EG.
And even, you know, even though we had, you know, some similar score lines going on an overpass, I felt like within rounds, at least in overpass, things felt a bit more competitive. This has been Big, just doing as they please round after round, regardless if that's long, B, or at times Cat.
Oh, it's like kind of in the foot. He actually flicks a little bit.
Well, you know, if you hit both legs, it counts as
double damage.
There we go. Science.
Betch.
Yo, Mr. White.
I said it with an E, so it wasn't swearing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Call those technicalities. Ah, there was a chance there. Just, oh, no. He gets both.
You gotta get that.
Oh, the Searson versus Breeze story tonight.
Hates Breeze.
Yeah.
It's personal.
Yeah. And twice, too, as well. Like, Searson's he's just burning alive. He just doesn't care.
Give him a graffiti.
Just unfazed.
You know?
We saw it on the truck play of Overpass and now here on Long as well. Deals well with the heat.
Yeah. He's the Wim Hof of fire.
Ooh.
There actually was a Wim Hof of fire.
I can only imagine what happened in a fire. Don't laugh at that. That's pretty
It's
tragic.
not real. I'm just kidding.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't laugh at things like that.
They pretty much know this is a free round with Long.
Yeah. Gonna go through their motions.
Yeah.
Stewie could pop off, but odds so heavily against him. Maybe Rush can add one in. Ooh, nope. Tizian gets dinked. That's 2 players low for Big, but still 5 standing.
2-5.
Group up and hit this B site. Again, we talk about time. Big have been doing a really good job of making the most of their rounds and the timings of it all, but Stewie 2K shaves one off over top of the smoke. Oh! Third off of the last bullet. This pushes Cirque into an absurd situation where just moments ago, there was no chance in hell. Zero, none, zilch, nada, nothing. And now, he's wrapped this around Long. But Tizian's already scoped in on him, and the op shot connects. 74 health for Cirque. Stewie 2K with some immaculate heroics in the middle of that smoke play, the smoke criminal sets up Cirque to clutch, and he just needs to figure out where Favin's gotten off to. But Favin's making an activated play. He's coming around the ramp. Cirque turning his attention towards boxes is his end, and Big Clan get it over the line.
Damn. Little clutch maneuver at the end to drop there in a fast cat for the walk around. Classic play, well executed by Favin. Close attempt in the 2v5. The flashes are great. This time it's Cirque throwing them for Stewie to support. It looks like a real last-ditch effort, but look how well they transition from the opening peak, the dry peak, to coming in with Stewie. I think a second flash maybe even comes in, and Stewie with 3.
The last bullet, Searson frag. But Favin, very nicely done. Gets off site, hides in the corner.
Yeah. That's would have been very hard to read for Cirque.
Yeah. Expected clutch. CT timeout off the back of this, the first of EG's Dust 2.
I wouldn't be surprised if T-side looks a lot different. They've obviously got some stuff to go over here from the first half, but new half, new team a lot of the times. Favin doing good. NKJ probably pleased.
Very active coach. Stands up pretty frequently through the game. It's good to have. Good energy. Very quickly back at their long shenanigans. And Breeze dead again. Down for the count, man. Oh, Breeze is getting bullied.
Yes, he is.
2 and 10.
Very surprising. Last game, he was just pretty much just getting out timing by Searson every round. This game, he's losing some duels to riflers. It should be his comfort zone to be an anchor. You know, that's where I think he's the best. So, but big are fierce when it comes to long control. They're masters of it.
Finally, we get a bit of a, Cirque peek down long. Try to tag him up a little bit.
That's the difference, right? There's like nothing to lose, so it's kind of easier. But yeah, Cirque needs to be more confident. It's like, you know how fast and like accurate he is, but the inconsistency shows today, and I think the confidence comes along with it. But the key is, you got to keep playing. You got to keep doing some of the things you need to, right? You can't just disappear from the map positionally because it puts stress on the rest of your teammates.
Ooh, automatic, well positioned. We talk about time. 25 seconds.
Oh man.
Automatic inside of all of them. Look at the health from Big. They're so low. He gets Searson at a distance. Tries to double it back towards ramp, and that's where Rush comes alive. A double on the ramp play. And we have it. Finally, Evil Geniuses gonna get one over the line.
Okay. They had enough time to get away with everything. Big were kind of just counting their chickens at this point.
Just pistols.
Yeah, we're approaching the site. Cirque with a great scout headshots.
Okay.
All right. It's a lifeline. Hey, Evil Geniuses have 3 rounds. They know it still looks bad, but now they get a chance to play early. And, wow, look at the buy from Big Clan. Looks like the damage has tallied up.
Yeah, one of those very curious openings, I feel like. We're round 13. We haven't seen much from Evil Geniuses, but now they get like this boosted economy with the double AK saved over, Cirque's on his op, and Big or low. So what could have been like a 12-3 could suddenly be a 9-6, and like you said, we put an asterisk on this, swapping of the sides. EG on the offense soon enough. This is that, moment of hope type situation we're in right now, round 13. But of course, Big could put all those woes to rest if they just finish here with the 3 rifles. Rob one right back, Give EG a taste of their own medicine. This frag could be big.
Oh, that's funny. Right off the double box, too. How many times do you see someone do a jump spot like that and throw a right past somebody? Right?
Yeah, I was thinking that. I was like, I wasn't going to get excited because I'm like, oh, it's going to go way too. Nope. Off of the backboard. Solid frag in mid. And despite that last round, coming down to the clock playing a factor, here we are, 40 seconds. And again, there's a setup being made by Big, but no real estate has been taken. They still haven't gotten through long doors. They're just now coming up cat. Sure enough, met by smoke. And with 2 players here, what? Run boost.
Oh,
desperate jump.
I think they might have got hit on Cat there. Tim setting up for war.
Flash form and Breeze, well, he can just relax inside of the pit. It's going to take a long time to get this bomb down long. So Breeze, stay tucked. 2 kills from Automatic through the smoke. Stewie is ended. 14-second scramble.
Yikes.
Not enough. They have to concede it, and EG, that's a 4th.
Yeah, Big really don't give themselves a lot of time for mistakes to happen. They like look for the perfect round. If it doesn't work, they just fail. And here, at least, they saved 2 out of 3 guns that they brought into the rounds, but that's about it. 4 rounds for Evil Geniuses. Nice move from Tim, apparently. 2 off the corner of the smoke, and I think this was off of the smoke that hit Tizian on Cat. And once he learned that, started to get to a very forward position with a fresh smoke down, and really knew he could take that risk. So very nice proactive play from Automatic.
Oddly enough, too, like with 2 players surviving, now the economy's kind of weirder for Big than it would have even been.
True.
We got just these 2 weapons for them. Buy up in the next because it is the 15th. So we'll see if they can make something work here. But Evil Geniuses definitely offered a life raft. Life preserver.
It might be more of a pool floaty.
Yeah.
You know, when we're going to...
Another one.
Yeah, great nades. Going to the second half, where they're looking forward to CET's side, but...
Tizian just bouncing through those doors. Automatic regains vision fast enough to drop one of those 2 riflers. Don't forget, Op still in play. Yikes. And Keto, hands on an AK. Things get interesting. Not the worst of positions from Evil Geniuses, but again, another moment where Cirque gives up all of those angles on long. Last time he posted here, he missed his op shot on the first cross, which was not covered by smoke.
Same angle.
Flash down in front of it, and at least now Rush will serve as that anchor inside of the bomb site. Oh, Tabson tries to double back, dies out in the mid door. Searson wins the off fight. Rush activates, takes both, and EG priming themselves for a 9-6 half.
Rush incredibly sharp. And we saw Rush play on complexity as almost the next Sanji. You know what I mean? Like in terms of pure support players, it felt like no one was in that position more than Rush of any of the teams that, you know, all the players that got re-scrambled onto new rosters. But, you know, once upon a time, Rush was a star player. He was also just really, really nuts and individually. And of course, he's probably going to be a lot more comfortable now. So looking forward to seeing if Rush can keep up this form. So far, I think on average is the best player by rating on Evil Geniuses throughout the groups and now this Gauntlet, even though Tim had a hell of a last map. Oof.
Awkward spot.
Nice.
Caught in the open. Cirque. Oh, just decimated by Taps in the double AK headshot. And that was a very real chance for EG. Instead, all of Big on the cusp of this A site. Searson looking for something. Breeze will find Favin. It's not too late to get a little impact in this half. Everybody crouching and crawling forward. Minute left as the bomb arrives. And Searson, staying scoped, shoots the scout, connects to Breeze. Stewie finds the trade frag and doubles it up onto Tabson. So they know there's a player stuck, and the jumping A1S, enough to make the difference. Tizian activates, comes in the 1v2, but he's so low with 13 health and being chased back by Stewie 2K, who has a smoke and a flash on Rush to boot. The headshot, a clean shot, and Evil Genius is 6th. It's a tough position because Big, they left the window open for that little bit of a breeze, and instead, the winds of change are brewing.
In CSGO, audio is key, and in this video, we'll be showing you the best tips and tricks to confuse your opponents. This is Audio Advantage. CSGO is filled with all sorts of sounds, but not every sound you make can be heard by the enemy. Here's the sounds that if close enough, the enemy can hear. Running, firing, low ammo, reloading, climbing ladders, landing, taking damage but not full damage unless you die, Planting, defusing, fake throwing, scoping, switching fire modes, dropping guns or bomb to the ground, knifing, picking up items while running, breaking vents, glass, and opening doors. But here's how you can use some of those audio cues to your advantage. The sound of throwing a grenade can be heard by you and the enemy. If you quick switch, the sound will fake and they'll think you're throwing a grenade. tabseN is looking to retake control of jungle or Mirage. It's typical to throw a flashbang while retaking this part of the map, but he doesn't have one. So, he fake throws an incendiary grenade, quick switches back to his gun and makes his move. The enemy is turned, expecting a flashbang, and gets shot in the back. Easy for tabseN. Here's Simple having a little fun with fake throwing on Inferno. Suspecting there are players close who can hear him, and under the cover of a mid-smoke, he walks silently around fake throwing his grenades to fake that his team are executing onto the A sides. Before the smoke fades, the enemy immediately throws another, using their last smoke grenade with almost a minute left on the clock. Just like fake throwing, reloading can be heard by the enemy, and you can cancel this animation by quick switching. This little trick is perfect for drawing the enemy into you. Here's Woxic showing how it's done at match points. In a 1v2, he fake reloads. The CTs think now is their chance to push. They gamble, only to be sprayed down and lose the round. While defusing the bomb, there's plenty of options for distraction. You can scope, switch weapons, reload, drop weapons, underhand throw grenades, and even turn that underhand into an overhead throw. All can be used to trick the enemy into thinking you're not defusing.
Four rounds at the end of the first half for the Evil Geniuses. Is it enough to bring map 2 back in the second half?
It's possible. Science would tell you that the M4 update, Nades update, would make this game unwinnable for the T side. But because they're a brand new roster, we've seen some actually promising T sides, honestly. Maybe there's a chance. But you know, Big are looking forward to playing the CT side.
Bree is looking for the pistol.
He wants
no pistol wins yet for Evil Geniuses in the series. And Automatic, looking to make the difference. But Tizian instead with the 2 kills in tunnels. And the 2 CTs also up here. Cirque doesn't have any Kevlar. Aim punch an issue.
Bomb's in an awkward spot, though. CTs can't go too far away.
Oh, he's been found. Oh, he's down for the count. So 4 for 4. We got Big with the pistol round win. Double digits right out the gate.
True, pistols are a problem. That one could come down to just Tim getting one more trade. Obviously, everything goes down here on the lower tunnel stairs. And this is the deal, of course, with Dust 2. Lower tunnels pushes are going to be quite common.
Oh, that was clean.
Yeah, it was nice.
That was clean. Like that. Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Conversions aren't free these days, though.
In this economy?
Yeah. I guess maybe on this round. It couldn't be more free. With no plant down, it's obviously why Big just purchased right into 3 SMGs.
Nothing to stop them. So in terms of real estate, they've pushed quite far. They got that waterfront view on this A site, but no. tabseN, searson, between the 2 of them, that's a couple of kills. It's all about the bomb plant.
Yeah.
With this little of a buy, it is... it's almost there.
Nicely handled.
Frags make a difference. Big Clan 11-6, CT side, they're rolling.
The only thing cute about that round is the dropping guy into CT. All he's meant to do is make sure that the guy in CT can't fight them crossing cat. If he makes them reload, he pushes them back into CT spawn, then the plant can come down. Otherwise, you get this situation where tabseN can fight and do it even earlier, where he was actually slowed down a bit. But the utility usage was great from Big Clan to compensate for the fact that they did have to deal with that guy jumping into spawn. It wasn't even really peeking there, was he?
No. A couple of times, you know, we've got searson just taking elbows and knees off.
Yeah.
Don't show him any skin.
All he needs is a millimeter or 2.
So Cirque down by a 3rd.
Well, not having a rebuy can be a blessing and a curse. Oh, are they going to shoot this? Oh.
They're dangerously close.
I don't know. Is there another option now that they CL show pause has been locked behind SV cheats for
getting that hinge smoke from like long?
Yeah, I don't know if there's a non-show pose way to do it consistently.
Just got to get
somebody
good
out there
enough.
knows. Yeah, just got to practice it. It's like jump throwing. Just do it 1 billion times, and eventually you'll be consistent. But it's more fun this way. You get to see people scouted through doors.
Yeah, sign me up. Now also, tag through telephone poles. Breeze gets dropped to 40 here. Favin's MP9 working well. It's denying the cat peek around the side of the smoke. He attempted it. tabseN also with one. And Keto. So each of the MP9s succeeding so far. 30 seconds. Time, an issue for both teams. But Rush, with the headshot, is taken down. Cirque, just get that bomb plant. It's a little bit of money here. Economic injection. Recovery plan for the evil geniuses. But ultimately, it is a 2-to-1 ratio in terms of the round wins. 12-6 on the scoreboard.
Handled that quite well. I think Favin really kicked it off with his first kill versus Cat. That eliminated half the pressure on the A attack. And even though evil geniuses had far better weapons than Big handled it beautifully with all their positions. So
definitely pressing up against each of like those contacts from EG. We had first Searson's got a gap over top of the smoke, that helps. But we also had an MP9 player push close cat on smoke to kill Stewie.
Yeah.
We saw that challenge around the long smoke as well. So mitigating the fact that they have SMGs by just playing that much closer. Really good round for Big in terms of just playing to the strengths of what they had. And it nets them a full-fledged gun round, 2 free AKs, armored Tech 9s on the other end.
Might be an overpass exit here for evil geniuses. They can't get it together next round. But they still have some odds on this one. Lots of utility left over. Tech 9s are hella strong. CZs are no more.
Be gone. CZ70 sucks. That's what I always say.
Never heard you say that before.
Yeah, I tend to exaggerate.
See if it's a fake mid-B or real mid-B.
Got some nades in response. The old Tech 9B burst. Tons of utility, actually, for this one. So I wouldn't be surprised if they've got a little cat control. Maybe just keep things kind of wishy-washy, find Big guessing. As long as they don't go pushing down long or up cat, then they've got the proper split. It's just the 2 B defenders.
Yeah. From this perspective, you know, it feels like they've got full rifles, the way that they're using all their utility. And they have enough to play this game, so it is confusing Big a little bit, but they don't have every reason to move. Now, the exec will come through the smoke, and the CTs are pulled towards mid.
Oh, Tizian goes back with one.
Keto can get shot. Oh my god.
Perfectly timed. No saving grace from tabseN, but still so much damage actually done to Stewie as he falls through the windowsill. Well played. Like you said, spot on. They played that like a full-fledged gun round, and all they had to do was overcome the lesser weapons. Did it perfectly.
With Big not pushing anything, you couldn't even tell that evil geniuses were on a save.
Yeah.
That was pretty cool. So not bad from EG. Though I will say that B-Hold was kind of awkward with the way they played it. Not committing to staying outside the site, where they could have actually stayed outside the door and fought in. Just forgot about the potential for an actual mid-split. And yeah, EG just hoodwinked them basically. So a 7th round, it's kind of a drop in the bucket, but it's going to recover their economy in a huge way, considering it was a half buy. And they are working off some loss bonus. So maybe they feel good about it. Smiles on the faces of EG right now.
Yeah, a little economic kickstart. I feel like the CT's also okay just because they came into that gun round with a few AK-47s. So their rebuy's also healthy.
I probably continue to test that mid-B to see if they have some awkwardness in the hold.
Yeah, it was really just relying on tabseN kind of finding a spray through the smoke. And he had the lineup towards window, but it just comes, you know, seconds too late. He didn't try to challenge through it. Keto was very quick to turn attention back into B. This boost could net them something. Searson sees nothing, goes back at it in a moment versus Cirque.
Oh.
Did he cross?
I think he did. Yeah, he's on the right.
Oh, and Rush walks right into it. That's going to have been false confidence created by Cirque being able to cross. So Searson finding nice timing on the pick. 5v4 for Big. Let's see it. there. Tapson fades away. Goes for the deep nade instead, and that is nice. Nice.
On the money.
Another one. He left that frag in spawn. Would have been nice if he hit it on automatic and he gets a kill from it. We could celebrate the update. But he does have a third.
Just gotta look for that timing.
Yeah.
Okay, he's peeling back towards the A site. Evil geniuses are gonna have to make their intentions known in just a few seconds here. Yeah, they're kind of moving slow. No setup smokes come out. Now the exec. See if they can take apart these three. Oh no, it's actually a mid-B split. Oh, is this the right maneuver?
Trying to push their way towards B. Tabson done and dusted.
Oh, that's the
pickup.
B-site.
Yep, that's the big one. Second kill from Breeze. Runs in, bomb behind him.
Wow.
On the back of Cirque and a bomb plant. Oh, that looked like it was A site. You saw Tabson fade away from Cat with his additional grenades, holding on the long cross. And he still managed to fight through CT spawn as well, right? There was no smokes being played there from EG. But also, they might not hold on to this retake. Yeah, Cirque on the front of the plat. They're a bit nervous about the tunnels, but it's a double doors push. Both players starting to challenge through. Bomb tap, Cirque, clean op shot. And a confirmation on Searson, who just looks to run away. Tries to punish Cirque as he attempts to exit, and this is an 8th for EG.
Oh yeah, really nice 8th. I mean, honestly, yeah, very impressed, man, by the way they're working their defaults on the T side. Maybe they can do something aggressive and shake things up, but that's 4v5. They maintain. It looked a little bit slow for the Cat hit. They don't throw any mid-B smokes and just run out. And this position can fall apart. Maybe that's the risk that they needed to take, though, in a position where they had a 5v4. It buys them a little timing, where a CT who's holding B might consider countering mid or throwing some preemptive utility, or not throwing utility that could have slowed them down. And it allows them to make a timing to get to the B site that I didn't think really existed.
Yeah.
That's not bad.
Big, nice play. Throwing Searson up towards Cap, but there's nobody in middle to try and stop it. So he won't find contact. Also, you know, Breeze's moment so far this map to me, that last round. He gets the kill on the B doors, does a 180, picks Tabson off long, 180 back, and just shaves those shots through the windowsill.
I wonder, they could have been out of smokes too. I don't even know. They threw some Cat utility. Maybe they changed up because of the Molotov. But either way, they're doing a good job of staying cohesive, at least. They draw a clear picture in some of these rounds. But Big Ro still 4 rounds ahead. They're amazing on CT side dust too. I know they're not in the best shape right now, but it doesn't mean that they should lose this game by any means.
Yeah, I feel like it does seem even to them that that last round kind of hinged on a thin margin. This one's not over yet. Oh, wow. Searson keeps it clean. Oh, what a breeze. What a shot. Right back at it. Another round where he's looking for the multi-kill.
You got to pray to the AK from that distance, but
hit it. The CS gods responded. Keto trying to tap into that as well. Praise the Deagle lands. Not going to happen. And they walk away from this. Big turnaround from Breeze. You know, I'm trying to really emphasize that impact last round.
Yeah.
When he kicks off that 3K, he is 5 and 18. You know,
right.
Perfect time to come alive here in the second half. And Keto, well, they do answer, but a little late. So just as a parting gift, he'll drop one. Stewie trades it. There's still room for another kill to come through. But ultimately, Evil Genius is closing that gap.
I think it is important to talk about that discomfort a little bit, because yeah, I mean, he wasn't fragging from pit on the CT side, and it wasn't just that he was getting out-dueled by insane fraggers. He clearly looked awkward in spots. So some stuff for Breeze to get comfortable with in that regard, or the way that he's creating connections with his teammates on the site who are supporting him with flashes and stuff. But it looks like he's starting to really blossom here on T side. That's an unbelievable shot from Searson. That is actually ridiculous. Just the tops of his hair sticking out there in the pit. The game becomes one closer. G become a little bit more confident.
Oh, Breeze blind finds it. Ooh, but Favin, Sick multi-kill potential. tabseN gets the better of him, and then more bullets whizzing through.
This is a position where Stewie knows he can take space in mid, especially when the CTs have already shown so much long presence. They're going to rush the spot, though.
They have, yeah, they've got the utility to block off CT.
B is the right call, though.
Yep, straight up 3-1 split. Smoke down in front of the tunnels. That's going to create an... Oh, it's not a split. Stewie doubles back. It's just going to have to be 3 players hard pressing through this tunnel smoke. And k1to a little cautious, but now confirmation he sees it, and they know he's here. Sure enough, Rush stays honed in on him. And we've got man advantage in a potential post plant for the Evil Geniuses. tabseN looks to disrupt it, goes for the second, and gets shut down by Cirque. So close on his timing. And instead, CSGO has to concede. The save is needed, and double digits for EG.
Wow, that's a great call, man. They trade down material out long. You can see 2-2 on the mini map right now with the X's. And when you know that a team on CT side is going for a long control, that could be 3 or 4 players in total. And usually what happens is either CTs win long, or they lose it and scramble back to the site in a position where, you know, you're going even on exchanges. The CTs are not as scared of a mid hit, like some kind of fake, but there is always the chance that someone can sneak out the mid double doors. That's where the CTs are least likely to be in a spot like that. And Stewie knows where to take that. But most importantly, when Stewie doesn't see anybody, he just knows they're weaker on the left side of the map. So that's an instant call for them to transpose directly into a B side hit, and yeah, it's the right maneuver. Now, that being said, k1to could have had a heroic hold. He did have a free peek as they came through his smoke. He just looked hella uncomfortable dealing with that. And I think he's got to be kicking himself because he peeks with the AUG out, sees them, but doesn't shoot right away. And then when he goes for the re-peek, it's not wide enough.
Yep. They close the distance and barrel stuff him. Rush taking all the pressure away from that CTB hold. And a quick pickup down middle as well. k1to down for the count. CSGO, can he stop them? The solo op. You know, it's still not too late for some individual big heroics, but it's also been a turning of the tide since the end of that first half. 4 CT round wins in a row for Evil Geniuses. They lose the 3 at the start of this one, thanks to the pistol and conversions. And the moment the gun rounds start, EG yet to skip a beat. Ooh, but CSGO will find it.
He persists, man. CSGO's always trying to get something.
And he's trying to move as well. If he can reposition quickly, problem is, you know, what? Through CT spawn? Oh, but faveN, that makes things interesting. A pick in mid. But I feel like suddenly Evil Geniuses, they are getting crunched. But Stewie 2K trying to fight his way outward. CSGO's got the answer. Stewie with the pistol just popping off on smoke. That allows CSGO to come up. Could have caught timing. Still lands the shot. And Cirque's gonna go in for this clutch. CSGO draws him around the smoke. And both CTs are down there. Cirque starting to piece together the picture, but missing the crucial shots. 2 missed whiffs, a 3rd connects. faveN's dead, up close. CSGO with the up, ring around the box. Who's got it? CSGO with a stupid 1v1.
I got nothing to say about that. Why don't we just watch it back?
You don't have to. Oh, don't do it to him, guys. We could cut away. We could cut away right here. Right now.
Oh my god, I can't.
Oh.
Can't really celebrate too hard after that, I don't think.
Yeah.
That was...
Hey, man, a round's a round.
A round's a round, yeah.
Round's a round. At this point...
That does give them 13.
Yeah,
and then it's a round where they didn't have much to work with. Yeah, I mean, yeah. That's a round.
A round's a round. Move along.
Yeah. You skip it in the demo, but it still counted.
Ooh.
We're getting silly out here. Back in the game. But hey, CSGO won the round, he won the clutch, and he has been great at finding new ways to present opening frags. It's also just been very consistent, you know, hitting every shot every time there's a peek. Just needs the scope sometimes.
Yeah, I've heard it helps. A win's a win. That's where we leave that one. Round 24.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. What is this?
What?
There's a stockpile of
They don't even have cat control necessarily. It's just these nades could be taken from them. That is such a crazy place to put grenades. But they can now defend against the A. I mean, they know it's a long hit. This could be mega genius by t.ET.
What is this?
If no one comes up cat, you can pizza nade every single time. There's no way to get a plant if this goes past like the 20-second mark. I mean, they're going to get bombarded like it's Dunkirk.
Okay. You know, chain reaction. They all start blowing up.
They're going to start coming now. I mean, you can't even really punish them in this spot. Let's see if they re-molly.
There are 5 nades sitting there.
Oh, t.ET is dead!
Oh, no! That's the... Oh, he goes down, and now, well, the rest of the team can still pick up the pieces. Sure enough, we got Tizian coming over top, but maybe not even needed. Searson, clean op shots as he finds his 21st frag. This CT side has been stellar from Searson. He was a little bit quieter in the first 15, and now Cirque's got another chance at the clutch.
You know, he might...
This would be redemption.
I think he knows.
7 seconds, and he goes down. Big will find it in the end.
Damn. That's funny that Tapson died.
I
It's
was
a
so
shame.
ready.
No one even comes up behind him on cat. He technically doesn't even have to fight. He could sit there and just lob grenades like he's at the fair. But instead, Searson's just here off the corner of the smoke, just delivering frag after frag anyway. So it's, I mean...
Just doesn't miss a shot.
Monster half, honestly, from Searson.
Flying up that scoreboard. And as our big now, 2 in a row. Got him for the 3rd, and they've got EG on the ropes.
I think they said lobbing grenades like it's the fair. I don't know if that would be a fair game.
Maybe in America?
Maybe in Texas.
Yeah. Head on down to the demolition derby and throw some nades. Ooh, good. Gotta jump. But I know what you were going for.
Okay.
Fair games are all a scam.
I was thinking like skee ball or something.
But our parents still let us play them.
That's true.
What's up with that?
They want us to learn lessons the hard way. Fending off match points. 2 on A. Big seem convinced that it's going to be a mid B. But they're running into Searson and Favin, who have been a deadly duo on the A side.
Yeah, I feel like you can play 2 players here, but that redirection right there, that could make things awkward. Favin will hold long. Oh, yeah, Searson, oh, he gets the off cycle. 2 players down, and it's another 2v5 attempt out of EG. They'll find their plant, but they're not looking for silver linings here. They're looking to keep big off of that coveted 15th round win. We got the A1S shots zinging by, and Cirque desperate here for cover. 3 players coming up from CT spawn. Frag grenades landing on them. More artillery coming forward. Cirque's Desert Eagle gets just 1 kill, and it is, of course, big to 15. They've done it. They've got that 15, 5 map points.
Yes. Again, their game to lose. Looked a little sketchy. It was like, you know, got to 12-8. Then there's 10 rounds for EG. Then they're back in it. This is a nice attack from EG overall. Searson, incredible. I feel like he was very blind still at that point where he hit the first shot. The second one's after image, but he still delivers, and he has just been so, I don't know, is showing up every round. Lots of fraggers now. Favin, Tapson, and Searson putting in work. This might be too much to come back from. See if EG have any hope left over.
Or if not, we're going to Vertigo. Sign me up. We've seen EG do...
Oh. It's close.
Good X-ray flick there, DJ. Had me rife with anticipation. Just like Keto shaking in his boots. Flashbangs coming over. Oh, nice little adjustment into automatic. He's got cover, and he's got Searson. And between the 2 of them, those op shots don't seem to miss until suddenly they're all whiffs. Rush with the double. That's going to create an interesting position, but I'm not going to say a strong one. Incendiary on site. That's going to let the smoke fade, but nobody covers the door. Rush goes one better. Breeze just shaves the head off Taps and fake tap. Tizian's going to walk right into it, but the Shot's a miss. And now Breeze doubles it back, walks away, and needs to reposition. Tizian not shying away from the fight, peeks through window, holds, goes back and dies. Breeze finds him straight between the eyes.
Knows exactly how he's going to play it. Doesn't even have to put the bomb down. To the door, to the window. Tizian tries his luck, but Breeze eventually punishes him. And they win it 2v3 from within the bomb site. Not great guns to work with. This peek is beautiful. How many times do you see someone go for this frag, overextend a little bit too much, and get traded instantly?
Yeah, far too often.
Breeze does not do that.
Also, that little mid-calculation, again, of chasing him around the walls.
Yeah, well, okay. I mean, the economy switch hands. Nice shot from Cirque, and they can actually try to get out of this position.
Automatic clears the threat from bottom tunnels, but they got bombed sort of under pressure. All is good. Other than that, Breeze is down, but that's the bomb to escape, and Evil Genius is going to run away with a 12th. So from 5 map points to 3 map points.
Yeah. And
still a chance for big.
And with the way the money's going, there's nothing left over. They'll just buy next round, but they're still in jeopardy of being in a buy-save situation, especially if they want to keep Searson offing, which you definitely do right now.
100%, dude. Huge turnaround in the second half.
Which means, you know, 2 strong rifle rounds and EG can get to overtime. It's unlikely. We haven't seen this team, you know, perform a comeback and complete it yet. So I feel like that's something you have to do on the checklist.
Hey there. Oh, almost got a second.
Yeah.
2 health for Stewie as he'll escape with it. 3 to go.
No save gun, but still a buy for Big Clan. The game begins to get tense.
Nerve-wracking.
Yeah. Big haven't been imploring too many aggressive. They've been very tactful about the way they've approached CT side. Searson going for an upper tunnels push, but not overextending, just waiting for someone to come to him. They've done the lower tunnels push, but mostly on the pistol, on the eco rounds, but never on the rifles. Then they've done Searson, who's played off cat in all the regular spots where you frequently see the operas go for aggressive maneuvers and regularly hit the shots, but you don't really see him pushing all the way off cat to peek to the top of mid. You know, they're not really pushing through mid to go for retakes or anything. They're all in the normal positions. And I think that makes it hard for EG to win the early parts of the round. 5v4s have been pretty friendly to Big so far. This is just to make sure no one is pushing into lower tunnels. But honestly, I'm not even sure there's a point in doing that anymore. Like, you can get someone to be worried about it, but they're going to be worried about it anyways.
Yeah.
Because you're not sure if there's ever a timing. You can only kind of feel 90% confident. And so it's always in their best interest to, like, clear things out just to make sure.
That extra certainty certainly helps.
And sometimes Searson's going to shoot your sleeve off if you try.
Rush going to try it again.
So that's...
Whoa!
Yeah.
That's the long variation.
Yeah, and it misses.
Just scares him off it. Taps in. Ooh. And he's got some grenade witchcraft.
Yeah, that did 4 damage. You excited?
Always excited.
Oh,
Searson
he
missed.
can miss. He can miss.
Searson missed.
Wow.
On a round like this.
On a round like this.
Searson missed.
The op is, did it drop into spawn or can they get it back? I don't know if anybody even wants to use it if they do get it back. You know, maybe Keto, but he's over on B.
Yeah, it's on the boxes. It's on the boxes on the jump up.
Big position here for Evil Geniuses.
Mid smoke as well. That's going to allow for Tapson to start leaning onto B.
Look at that.
30 seconds.
The IGL go. He's over leaning towards the correct site. 3 players defending. They try to stay outside. Stewie, is he going to come up late?
Down to the wire. Oh, patience pays off for Keto. Stays stuck in Humvee. 10 seconds to spare and despair for the Evil Geniuses. They're going to try to run this one in. It all falls on Stewie 2K. And when I say falls, I mean crumbles. All around him, the Evil Geniuses comeback, what it felt like, is stuffed by Big at the final hurdle. Wow. They get there, but there were questions. Searson, total turnaround in that second half. Awesome individual showing. However, it was stunted, and then they pulled through.
What a great read from Tapson to rotate over towards B.
Yeah.
That was huge. They were down a player. They lost Cat. They could have very easily done the opposite, and it would have made sense to stack the A site and to do it with match point on the line. That's huge. So great leadership from Tapsin, smart moves. And finally a round where they actually outread Evil Geniuses, because Evil Geniuses were actually putting together some pretty compelling T rounds.
We saw a round where even, Tapsin does pull back to the A site, gets faked out by that Cat drop into CT into the B site. So when the read hits on the right round, suddenly Big take the crown. Or can they? Vertigo up next.
Even though that looks more like a gray, but it's mini blind, but like...
Orion?
What?
Orion? Orion?
No.
No.
Let me try and see if I can help here.
Is it a T-Rex?
And then...
Something else? I don't know. So shit at that. The good one though.
Yeah, thanks. It's a Cyrex. Very iconic thing right here.
The hole?
Yes.
Oh my god, I'm so good! Red thing. Sorry man, it's like this. It's really blue.
And then like at the edges, like down here, it's got like a fade of purple. I don't know, like a thing here as well. I don't know, it's like, it looks somewhat like this.
No way, I don't.
Decimator.
It's full black with the red.
Yeah. Okay, just, what is this?
Line.
What's the color?
Red line.
No, there
It's old one, so you should know.
Vulcan?
No.
Frostside?
No. It's really old one.
Frostbite?
No, it's really old. It's older than that. And just imagine that back in the days.
Black laminate? Blue laminate?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Tiger Tooth?
Yeah, man. That's so good. What is this?
Banana.
Yeah. You're good. I will help you, but I'm not sure about my drawing. Something that goes in the trees. I don't know the English. I know the English, but I don't know how to draw it.
Birds? Oh, monkeys.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is the name, and then there's something else.
Monkey business.
Yes, you got it.
Our first three mapper of the day as Big equalised the series scoreline on their pick of Dust 2. And Hot 7-1 start was definitely a helping hand in terms of this victory. Did get quite close towards the end, but maybe we should tackle this one in a linear fashion, Maniac. Let's go back to that T side from the Germans of Big. What do you think their main strengths were in terms of them getting that initial lead?
Well, I think honestly they started with all the momentum they needed to bounce back from that first map. It's a pistol round one, it's converted right behind, and then they dictated the pace. I think Big had the luxury in the beginning of the first half to go with their A plan, which was a very, very heavy lean towards A long, taking long control, slowing down the pace, and then executing onto the A side. EG struggled massively to deal with that. It took them 9 to 10 rounds. That's all Big needed for a good start.
It was clear to see Big were in control over the first half, as you said, dictating the pace, taking long. And then you see a lot of teams, at least in modern days Counter-Strike, they want to push on the long control, right? They want to go up towards the A bomb side from the get-go. But every single time Big took long, they made EG sweat. They made EG waste a lot of nades. And then when the execute came in, EG didn't have the manpower, they didn't have the utility to stop it from Big. I think it was a very impressive first half for Big. The only flaw you could say is that they ended up losing 4 rounds in a row that made this game close, right? EG bounced back in the second stage of the first half, and that was the one little thing they could have done better.
Just to focus on Big for a second, we have the scoreboard right here, and this is the structure. This is the blueprint that I can imagine for Big actually winning games. You have Sursen, you have tabseN at the very top of the leaderboard, very top of the scoreboard. They need to be the fraggers, and then you have Favn right behind, strong as well, and Kido being that fourth able man, which he wasn't on Overpass. That is the difference right here. These four men, if they can be activated the way they are here, that is the winning formula for Big, which they didn't have on the first map.
Yeah, and interesting enough, it was kind of tabseN and Favn that were looking really strong in terms of that first half. I mean, Favn was a big question for us, exactly how he's going to be integrating into the team. Are you content with what you've seen from him thus far?
I think that for now he's very timid and reserved in the way he plays Counter-Strike. I almost get the sense, and maybe I'm just overreading here, but when I'm looking at him in the webcam, I still feel like he's in a transition phase when he's going into this new team, and he's trying, first of all, not to make mistakes, not to mess around situations, just trying to follow the plan strictly. And I think with time, he's going to be capable of breaking through the barriers he's got around him and have a bit more impact. Right now, he's still quite timid and shy in the way he plays.
I would agree. You know, I think he's doing okay. As we spoke about coming into the game, it can be incredibly tough to slot into a new team, especially when you're used to being the star player who gets all your preferred positions. Yeah. Coming into a new team, coming into a big lineup who's been playing together for a very long time, so they have the foundation built. They have a certain way of doing stuff, so it will take a transition period, but I think he's getting better and better game by game, so there's a positive sign coming out of Favn right now.
And then moving on to the second half and to EG's T side, there was one particular side they had a bit of fixation with, for good reason, because they were getting a lot of results from it.
Yeah, the B split was working very, very well for EG, and that was a problem for Big. They actually allowed EG to come back into the game. We see it for the first time here with the pistols. It's a force buy coming out of EG, and at this point in the game, 12-6, it can be done, basically, right? If Big is winning this round, EG is saving next one, then it's all over. EG is successful with it, and you thought to yourself, okay, this may be an opening. We see it in the round after as well. This time around with a little bit of speciality, automatic drops down to CT spawn. Even though it's a 4v2, they still end up winning because the guy in window is peeking unnecessarily.
That death is absolutely unforgivable. I don't understand why Kido would peek at that angle. He as well, very uncomfortable with the positions he had to handle. Half peeking, not exactly sure what he should do. I think the duo TZN and Kido struggled big time to actually find their rhythm, to know how to handle the pressure that EG was putting on them. I think on the side of the NA team, they did really good kind of balancing, switching between middle and B, and so Big never really know where the main part of the attack was coming from.
And it tied pretty well into the ending of the game, because the very last round we saw Big actually stack 3 guys towards the B-bomb side, and that was the one time where it went wrong. You see even Kido in the round when he's shooting people, they ended up losing this 4v2 again. So that's 2 times 4v2 lost on the B-bomb side. So if there's anything, you know, in terms of learning from this game when it comes to the Big side, look at that B-bomb side, figure out how can we strengthen that? What can we do in terms of setup? Maybe take dark control, maybe push in lower, make the work conditions slightly easier for Kido and TZN, because whenever they were sitting back on the bomb side, EG was very, very effective.
Yeah, kind of weirdly, though, we saw EG straying away from the B-bomb site at times, even though they saw so much success there, which allowed Big to put up a really good look on the A site on round 24.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's talk about round 24. Let's talk about the A side of Big, and which is truly, to me, a contrast to the B side. We're talking about now a Big that has embraced a new meta. It starts with tabseN, beans to work well. He's got 3 nades behind him, and Sursen very cleverly playing with that one-way smoke that he sets up for himself. And now, although the whole side of EG is close onto the A ramp, gets the entry kill, it's still going to be a clear victory for Big. Sursen plays admirably well behind that smoke. There's going to be backup coming in from CT spawn on the side of Kido. We have the other city towards Catwalk. Everything falls in place together for Big. So I truly had the feeling that on the A side, Big were up to par with the actual meta, and they were utilizing and using all these great positions that are in current Counter-Strike, modern day Counter-Strike, whereas on the B side, they were a little bit behind and they were struggling.
Yeah, it seems to be a little bit of a lopsided strength there for Big coming into this one, but enough to pull it over the line and go on to the third and final deciding ground of Vertigo. I think the first time we've actually seen the map here at this tournament. So in terms of how these two sides are weighing up, Pimp, what are you seeing coming into this one?
We have no idea. Honestly speaking, we have no idea. EG, new team, new foundation, new way of doing things. I'd assume, you know, Stu2K coming from Liquid, he's going to adopt some of that stuff. So maybe you see a bit of the way Liquid were playing Vertigo in EG. Whereas for Big, I was just looking it up. The last 6 months, they've only played 4 games of Vertigo in competitive Counter-Strike. So they're relatively new on the map as well. Very unproven ground, and I'm curious to see how this one is going to pan out.
Yeah, quite a small sample size coming into it. We're going to see how the Betway odds are weighing this one up coming into the third and final decider map. It is siding with the side of Big, but quite close coming into this one. What about you, Maniac? Do you see hopes of Big managing to pull this one back, or maybe the EG upsell?
No, I think Big's got it. I think Big's got it in the bag, quite simply because of the sniper duel that's going to happen on Vertigo. You have on one hand Surson, who's back to his roots right now, online CS, destroying everyone, and then Cirque, who's going to go almost tacticless into a Vertigo where he has to make the impact individually speaking, and he's currently sitting at 24 kills for the entirety of the best of 3. It's night and day between the two snipers, and I think this is going to be the X factor.
Are you particularly putting these two under the spotlight then in terms of this Vertigo alongside Maniac?
I would say so. Surson have been the difference maker so far for Big. He's played well 2 maps in a row, and I expect him to do that on Vertigo as well.
Well, we're moving on to the third and final decider map, and it comes to the heights of Vertigo. One team will be falling off the edge and tumbling out of the competition here at the Spring Groups. One more team will be holding on to that lifeline. It's going down to the wire, and it's coming up with Launders and Scrawny in just a few.
One of these teams getting sent to the Showdown. Neither of them want to be that team, and yet now Big have the odds back in their favor as we move on to Vertigo, Londers. Map 3, and how are you feeling about this one?
Yeah, I'm just going to edge it towards Big. We just saw, I don't know, that map did not inspire confidence in the Evil Geniuses for me. I think Overpass was great. Some of those T rounds were great from EG, but overall Big had control of the map. It's not the highest, I'm just gonna be honest, not the highest level CS that we've seen so far. And I think, unfortunately, that's worse for Big because they're supposed to be the ones to be able to start off a lot stronger. Favin should be a natural fit. I think he actually played pretty well. But outside him and mostly Searson as a team, they just look so uncomfortable. And I think EG have the advantage again of being an unknown quantity on Vertigo. We don't know how they're gonna play. They probably don't know how well they're gonna play. We'll see how. Wow, we're just devouring this banana. Wow. Get that potassium going.
He knows
sir.
Yeah, he knows it.
Too late. Saw everything.
Let's talk about Searson, Mohan. Terrorist side of Dust 2 ends the half 8-9. Swaps over to the defense, goes 16-6.
That's some classic Searson behavior.
1.95 rating.
He was infamously known for being bad on T sides, great on CT sides. He's definitely balanced out and become a more two-way player.
Yeah.
But yeah, he did enough. And he did enough and then owned on CT side. So
he had a 100% KAST.
Yeah, you could see it.
Every single round, Searson was a part of it.
That's great.
And for that reason, we kind of look to him as being like the difference maker so far in this series. Because if not, I feel like Evil Geniuses just kind of limp back into that match. He's very much the exclamation point in that second half.
Yeah.
And now it leads them to Vertigo. And again, you think this team's been along together for so long, Big.
Yeah.
Right? The core of this team.
Mhm.
You're changing a piece on the extremity, and Favin's performing well.
Really well.
But you'd think just relying back on all the experience, all the matches, all of the teamwork and team play that you've been able to nurture, that should be enough in the face of what is a brand new roster with players who have had an extensive break.
Yeah.
And if not a break, a general downward spiral barring Stewie's end of the year.
Definitely. It's all true. I mean, it's been a fall from grace for Big Clan, and they can afford to not have amazing results because, again, they're trying to go all German. They're not like the biggest, or they're not like G2. They can just buy any player they want. So it's okay to have reasonable expectations as the team, but this is subpar, and they're supposed to be a roster who can, perform well as a team if they don't all step up individually. But it feels like right now they're losing some of that team aspect as well. I'm not exactly sure what's going on, but that's all to say. I mean, they still won Dust 2. They still have got to Vertigo at the very least, and they still have a chance to kind of put a dominant performance together, win the series. That they're favored to win versus EG. But I mean, I don't think this is free at all. We just have no context on how EG will play on Vertigo, and if everyone's going to be comfortable in the CT positions. And that's the big question for me, because TT sides what ties this map together. And on Dust 2, even seeing everybody on A basically could not figure out how to work together. No one was comfortable. That's just Dust 2.
Yeah, there's some weird tethering going on.
Yeah.
I feel like this third map's going to get down to the nitty gritty.
With new teams, you're always going to have you play a few officials, ton of scrims, and then you might switch up some CT spots, try something new. But before that happens, you're going to take some losses,
Sure.
And it's not always going to make sense right away. And now that we've seen it didn't look perfect on Dust 2, it makes me wonder if everyone's going to be in their favorite location on Vertigo.
Just a learning curve as well. That to me is at least the exciting part of this particular third map. We will be walking away with information on Evil Geniuses.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. As they try to piece it all together. And some individuals could be hot. We'll see. I think Automatic has kind of shocked me in this series with his consistency. That wasn't something that I can say I was necessarily expecting as we were jumping into the server tonight.
Solid overpass. Incredible. Not just easy kills either. He's blowing operas away with his rifle. He's doing T-side as well. That's definitely a great sign.
Transparency's sake, folks. We just had a couple guys checking their, you got to verify the integrity of your cache. Good map.
Yeah, Cirque, not great.
Tough one.
Yeah, not great.
Yeah, a couple, Redfin on that A site, right? A couple long to cat shots, a couple cat to long shots, and that very weird 1v1. Ugh.
What'd you call it? Stupid.
I did call it a stupid 1v1.
It was stupid.
It
was in the best, in an endearing way. It was hilarious.
Of course. Listen.
They both missed.
The best Counter-Strike isn't always the most entertaining Counter-Strike.
No, that's
at the end of the day, that's what we're here for.
Yeah.
We're here for our bread and circuses.
Yeah. What was that phrase?
Bread and circuses?
Bread and circus. I haven't heard that one.
I hope that's the right one.
What does it mean?
Just, you keep the peasants happy. Give them bread, give them circuses.
Okay.
I hope.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I'll stand behind you. I just don't know. Haven't heard that one.
I've been working on my
I did say throwing grenades at the fair.
County fair, yeah.
That's just not like a crime. That's just a crime. Don't do that. Bread and circuses.
Yeah, both of those things sound great.
Yeah.
Little baguette.
I love eating bread at the circus.
Little croissant. Let's get it on, folks. Last map of the day. Somebody's going to the Showdown. Don't you forget that. And it's decided here on Vertigo. Big to the T side. Evil Geniuses, the defense, with an incendiary smoke, flash, and kit between Stewie and Automatic. But very little presence on this A site. So retake mode enabled for the Evil Geniuses camp.
Their first test. Classic position. Tizzy trying to wait out some HEs. BP will punish the push. Oh, through the smoke. Oh, tabseN's delivering. What a crazy spot to be in.
Cirque brings it back. Breeze also going to connect the headshot. 1v1. Tizian versus Cirque. Tizian's going to jump around here, just playing with him. But there's still a lot of time, and Cirque, again, has that kit. Ooh, Tizian holds off, fades away. And Cirque, what the hell are you going to do? What you looking for?
Is there a smoke down?
Maybe?
Oh, someone must have called it, surely.
Oh, that ain't pretty, Chief.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there was one, but he was looking for some piece of utility. And that's the name of the game. You're going to get, like, you know, one shoulder peek to hit that shot. You miss it. It's the T's who are probably winning. Beautiful 2K from tabseN. And as they trade down, it just becomes more and more T's favored.
Yeah, 2 kills in the 2v2, both off of Tizian. So he's the one that slams that one home. Big, clear advantage as Evil Geniuses, again, have not won a pistol.
Yeah, true. Good you kept count. 5 out of 6 so far. Still chances to win all 6.
5 out of 5, Launders. Don't lie.
Well, 6, and there will be 6. That's unavoidable.
That is fair. That is fair. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. I really hope the expression's bread and circuses.
I don't know what it... I've never heard of... Sure. I mean, I thought your logic was sound, so...
Thank you.
I love it. I love bread and circuses. Does that make me a peasant? I don't know. Okay.
Just don't think about it too much, all right? It is just pistols, so you can rack your brain if you'd like, but watch them scramble here, man. Running in, trying to find something. Very passive.
Scrawny just Googled bread and circuses in all caps. See the update?
You look at your monitor. Don't look at what I'm doing over here.
I'm a screen watcher.
Oh, the worst kind of person. A little damage here. Everybody's going to get mowed down by the MAC-10s. If you expected too much to come out of these pistols, I hate to break it to you. 2 kills, that's about maximum potential.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, we end it there.
Okay.
Keto's going to close. Big Clan 2-0.
Bring the Google up again. What happened?
Bread and circuses, or bread and games, from Latin panem et circenses, is a metonymic phrase referring to superficial appeasement.
Okay. Cool.
A little Latin for you.
Nice.
Put that in our Scrabble game.
What was that first thing you said in Latin?
Panem.
No, I meant... Okay, anyways. There's some funny word. All right. But, now the game begins.
Yeah, sorry, I frazzled your brain.
Yeah.
Let's get to it. Favin's going to test this on his own. We've got tabseN coming through the smoke slowly with him, but Favin did take that little bit of a risk. Peeks up, puts the fire on Breeze's feet. But no overemphasis here, not yet. We also had like a little bit of an A-lean, and now that's all coming back towards this B site. So I feel like they've enjoyed this little bit of space they've taken for free, and off the back of that, we'll see Big take it to the B site for the first time. Who's here? Breeze? Automatic. And Breeze just gonna play tucked on quad. Is this too passive?
I mean, they know they have A ramp control fully, so they're gonna be able to move out of here. Exec's coming in.
Oh, smoke goes down. That buys Breeze a little bit of room, but the MAC-10 charges through, killed by Cirque. Great cover. Cirque and Breeze able to just rack up the frags here. The offensive comes to a grinding halt. CSGO's going to try to get that train started. And it does allow for the CTs to just peel off a little bit here. Not trying to force the issue when Bigger shooting back. Just find them corralled within this bomb site maybe. both players on top of one another. Very awkward for Searson. Mac 10, 2 health, and right there, it's done. Cirque, big multi-kill this time. Rotates into the bomb site to lend a helping hand and picks up 3.
Solidly defended. Good cover for Breeze, and it made total sense to try to spray down Breeze behind quad. They could have got that kill through the smoke for sure, but Cirque was right there behind Jenny to make sure that his friend was safe. This is it, basically. Really had to reach out for that one, so full credit. And yeah, definitely hard to take the B site comfortably. Post plants are also not so easy, so a formidable try from Big Clan. I actually, EG have not played Vertigo, right? I just had some kind of like deja vu where I remember Breeze holding the site from this position, but
you're living in the past.
I think so, because it was just a lot of Inferno shenanigans.
Yeah, Inferno does 2 overpass.
Okay. Well, my premonition told me that he was going to play well. That's what I saw.
All right. Looking into that crystal ball, huh? Ooh. Coach Lau, the guru. Searson gets hit hard. That's an unarmored op for the record. So nothing but flesh and bone.
Brother.
Playing too much Deep Rock Galactic, huh?
Always digging.
For gold. Stewie 2K sees nothing on the fallback, so decent posturing. It could have been the complexity versus Gambit Vertigo that your mind was recalling. You know, that's tier 2 NA versus EU.
How dare you?
Just being real, man. They're at the Showdown now, I can say it. They had their chance.
No shame going to the Showdown.
Moses would disagree. He called it Blast's version of hell. The shot was like, damn it. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Also simultaneously, best part of the circuit. Guess we'd like to watch people suffer. Fobin. Oh, he's being annoying right now. He's going to hold their attention. But they're actually approaching A very quickly.
2 players still over there, and Stewie and Rush.
Uh-oh, and now they're going to know.
CT smoke actually gives the T's a bit of room to work, but that actually draws them right into Stewie. He's going to rush down the bomb. 2 kills within this site. It gives up plant, but so be it. It's going to be a strong retake attempt in the 5v3, you'd think, but Searson's still alive and kicking. First shot connects, and then automatic. Able to get the better of Tapson. Slowly, they're being peeled off of this ramp. Favin's chance to get impact, but no sir, empty-handed. Just that one on Cirque. That's it. As 3 stand tall for EG, and we're tied at 2.
Very clean movement and timing there from Stewie to get up on the site box to kill the guy putting the bomb down. And of course, found the opening kill. And honestly, right here in this position, those are weird smokes from the T perspective. I don't know if they missed one or if those are both intended or if one was a CT smoke, but it gave the CTs an open avenue into the site. And that was a position where looking at the utility, Evil Geniuses did not have much to work with before that exec came on. And that's most often how you're going to lose those rounds versus T-Team. So Big might have had a golden opportunity there that dropped, and now they're on pistols. And EG will get their all other utility, an extra buy in hand if they win this one cleanly. We've seen some pretty good posturing so far towards the A ramp between Rush and Stewie.
Untested for the most part.
Yeah, but you know, the fact that they do hang out there, Big aren't staying there and they stay there late into the round is already a good sign.
Ooh. Cirque gets spotted. Tizian knows better.
Felt like those are just going to be 2 deaths right there.
Walks away from it. Deep nade. Shave off some health. Why not? Still bodies grouping up on the front of the box. Getting closer. Stewie 2K playing the sandbags. Now, there's no utility to get him out of here. And he's got both Rush and Cirque to cover.
He has full kit.
No, nothing to get him out. As in nobody's gonna Molotov him.
Oh, I see.
As in, these guys are doomed. 3 kills for Stewie. Peeks out. Oh, you guys didn't see it, but well, we don't have to talk about Cirque's grenade. The grenade that just killed Stewie.
Yeah, oof. It's kind of expensive, but they're fine with it. It's funny. And you can't put a price on laughter.
Oops. Especially because he survives all those players.
After all of that,
yeah. Here I am talking about how no utility will get the better of him.
True.
Oh, I forgot to read the other side of the screen.
Ooh, no money again for Big, actually.
Yeah, awkward start to this. 2-0 to the 2-4, maybe. Unless they upset with this one. They've got the Kevlar, they've got the pistols, and they've got the heavy utility.
One thing that Big have been doing consistently, that's kind of a map agnostic, it feels like, philosophy, is that when they've been execing or approaching sites, like they've very often just grouped up, waited, and then hit something. And so it feels like their default is a little bit weak from that perspective, where EG are able to get too much information on them. Not even by doing too many things special, just taking regular peeks, keeping the A ramp in check on this map or on overpass, knowing when to push, whether it was A or B. And oftentimes, Big would go into an exec not realizing that EG got all the rotations off they wanted to, picked the right site, stacked up, and had their counter utility in place. But now they're starting to survey some more options.
Nades over the top. That's going to draw Rush's attention, but as he looks this way, 3 players slide out mid, and they only need the one. Keto, insta headshot, A1S picked up. These CTs are in a pinch, but Automatic somehow manages to get through, and Breeze still kicking. 2 kills to his name, but again, rifles offered. It's a chance for Searson, and he has been that consistency for Big. Unfortunately, not working with the big green. Still, warning shots offered as Breeze continued to be shaved down shot by shot, but circle land is up, and that's that. EG, hold on.
Does
nice
that have,
split.
Is there a bangable dimension there on the quad pillar? It didn't seem like there was any way those bullets were getting through. I don't know if right in the middle, if it changes at all, but
he's used to working with the op.
Right, where you can shoot through anything.
Yeah.
True. This is so well handled by Automatic, defending the split. Actually, both players on the site complemented each other beautifully here. Obviously, Breeze's quad pillar is not something you have to change for anything. You know, it's impenetrable, as we just saw, and you can defend against the stairs and work around it. And then Automatic just made sure if anyone came through on his left side, he was safe, he was by his smoke, and he put as much pressure on Big to try to exec through a bad spot as possible. If they were too close together there, they could have very easily got overrun.
Bit of an affinity for the B site so far from Big. We talked about how we had Evil Geniuses playing these forward A spots, but not this round, Mo.
Yeah, the one round that they don't do it, and they don't actually have an extra rotation too, so you know how I am, Scrum. Like, I don't like to see teams basically give this up anytime. I'm a very huge proponent of keeping A pressure up constantly throughout a half, but it doesn't mean it can't work. It's just that I feel retakes are less viable, as the I feel like the meta has shown us on this map. Just more precarious. Just feels like you're leaving things up in the air a little bit when you try to go for them sometimes. No fast flank will be in play as well, as that's also way less common on Vertigo. Million ways to die on your way through a fast flank. So Big are in a pretty good spot. They have A-Ram control. They have that corner where you can set up all your smokes, and they're pushing up on short now.
Still some good amount of time to spare. Utility comes forward with that one incendiary. I just mentioned the time, and now it's going to be down to that boiling point yet again, especially with another one just landing. Oh, but Searson just finding the top of Stewie's head. 5 seconds left to get this bomb down. A flash in the middle of it all. Meanwhile, Searson's just on this killing spree. Favin's going to try to commit to this, and sure enough, he gets the bomb plant. As the players around him die, just in the nick of time, Big find their round win.
Gonna have to replay that Searson kill to see how insane it was. I don't know if Stewie's gun was sticking out, but that was a moment where Stewie had that exact same line that worked out so beautifully for him. Wow, net shot. Okay. Stewie had that exact same line that allowed them to win the earlier round where they're in a retake spot, but they got the kills. But this is why it looks rough, okay? So I think as the meta developed, people started smoking inside of CT, so you couldn't even throw counter utility, and you'd have to allow the plant to go down. That made it hard, but I feel like that was not a coincidence, the way that they lost the round there. However, even with bad guns, there's a chance.
Side of the smoke, Stewie. 8 could be decent, but timing somewhat missed. Searson already starting to skate away. Cirque, that's a sliver of a shot.
Wow. Very careful.
And while Automatic's posted on construction, he finds Tabson with a flash out. That's an AK pick back up. Strong 5v2 and Evil Geniuses almost right back to winning ways.
Yeah, Stewie's now the only guy in the round with a compromised gun, and they don't even need him. Well, that falls apart quickly.
The one-off, like, that's like such a worst-case scenario for Big. They've still got some money sprinkled within the team. They can come in with a force buy if they want, or just take one save before the rebuys, but oh. 2 rounds of loss bonus at the moment. They can't close this one. Searson, though, going Cyclops mode. One big eye, moving forward. Rush. Just trying to keep his head down long enough, and sure enough, it'll work, but now, oddly, they're boxed in. So if they try to leave, we've got Breeze on the back end. An AWP and an AK at stake, and oh, just by the 14 health left on Keto, they'll find that move. They'll get away with it, but Evil Geniuses, the 5-3 lead, and a CT side that could definitely grow off the back of this.
Yeah, it's fine to give that up. Got the info, gave it a shot, tried to kill him in the save, but see, that's been constant money trouble here for Big Clan. 2 saves out of the 4 rounds that Evil Geniuses have won, and it looks like there might be one coming up. No, well, okay, Seriously can't drop, Keto can't drop. It's just actually not going to be a great buy for Big Clan, even with the 2 saved guns, but it looks like they'll still try to put it together. I mean, here's a series of good maneuvers, and that is a very careful shot from Cirque. You got to appreciate that angle clear. EG, stay comfy. I really think there's an opportunity for Big to just try to work A a lot more than going for their B hits, as long as they have the utility, especially if they can search out that space. Get that 30-second mark timing.
That's a warning shot. Nah. If I've ever seen one. Good nade damage as well. So Big softened up before they can really get this fist fight started.
Yeah, there they are. I mean,
again,
direct answers to the problem, some good utility. They postured up. Whether they know it or not, it's unconfirmed damage off the HEs. But they've got the T's softened up.
Maybe timid. That was the dangerous one over the top of the smoke, but again, just collecting that information. Stewie is a risk taker after all.
Yeah. Sandbags is a great second option. Rush has a smoke for himself if things go bad, but if Big take too much time, then Sandbags is going to become incredibly annoying, especially if he has a connection with Stewie up on the site.
That was one of the 2 Molotovs they had to work with thrown towards short. I'm assuming the second one, destined for the Sandbags. So Rush's position revealed, but you still got to deal with him. And there's no frag grenade to get him out of here. Luckily, this is happening at the 42nd mark, not at 25. But Stewie goes for that peek, tries to bail him out, and it goes awfully for Evil Geniuses. A flurry of kills come through for Big, and they have a 4th round win, no doubt. Automatic's going to try to charge forward here, giving this a good little test, but we've already got Big very comfortably leaning back into their post plant, and I feel like that gives Automatic a very good chance to just walk away with his save, his A1S for the next one. Big, they figured it out. They gave themselves just that extra 15 seconds, and the utility that they had really compromised what EG leaned on.
Almost all the time, before your nades leave your hands, 30 seconds is the golden timing on most maps when you're about to go into an exec. And here, they threw that incendiary down at 40 seconds on the Sandbags, then got into the exec, and then put themselves in a great spot. I think Stewie misplays there by trying to crawl out towards the ramp. That angle is not favored for him, and he knew the exec was coming towards him. I also don't feel like saving Rush in that spot is actually the #1 priority. Instead, it's rotating people over now that you know that A ramp is potentially going to get hit. They did do a good job of putting together so much utility damage, but then Stewie comes and approaches on a headshot angle anyways, so it becomes this awkward thing where if he did it earlier, then he probably could have stopped them on the ramp and Rush could have been annoying. But on that moment, it was very, very T-favored.
Nice little back and forth we've had these last 4 rounds, and EG worse for wear because of it. An overstack on the A site right out the gate, though. They're leaning into it, boosting the A1S. USPs all around him. That's going to leave Breeze to do his own thing towards mid. It's all about the timing. Keto already beyond the yellow tarps. Very silent setup here from Evil Geniuses as well. But you don't want to jump the gun. Nice attempt with the double nade. Wallbang's on point, but Cirque's still standing, and automatic, he's going to strike. That activates him. Kind of boots the beehive. Automatic even finding a fadeaway. Tizian's going to answer, but automatic, that's 3. The only A1S inside of this A site. He's going to swing. 4 kills for automatic. He's doing everything, and he needs that ace. Up close and personal versus Searson. Low HP, and that is why he cannot end it. But damn, what an attempt.
God damn, that was a nice try. What? That was brutal. That third frag, so many bullets used. Automatic was given a chance, but a nice opening tactic off the boost, properly timed. Great coverage of his teammates, using them like kind of pawns with their pistols up front and sacrificing them, and definitely getting the refrags consistently, but Searson just a little bit too clutch. They'll be clutching their pearls off that. It's a scary moment. 5-5. And maybe the most interesting result, now that everybody's got a bye. Keto goes to speed things up.
But nobody else there to trade with Keto, so...
I think they'll happily make it a 4v4. I think this just becomes more T-favored. It's nice to see a nice tempo change from Big to stay unpredictable.
Support here, Stewie on the op. tabseN didn't quite expect that one.
Wow.
Searson gonna go
Did they
headhunting.
Get Cirques up, or they got it so far away? Yeah, I can see why tabseN rocked up that way.
Oh, nice flash. Rush. Oh, he can't make the most of it. It's low HP for Searson, but right back into the 3 versus 3. The double nades from the previous round shown yet again. automatic getting closer. Ever so slightly, he holds.
This is, again, one of those positions that's not very comfortable.
And I feel like it's daunting. It almost like Call of the Void draws you in. You want to overextend. You want to peek.
They're splitting the difference. And again, Bigger just applying the pressure just by doing nothing.
Wow. The mind games.
Make the CTs wish they were in a better spot and then hit.
But Breeze can float, and as long as he sees nothing walking up on B or mid, I feel like EG, they feel this affinity for the A site out of Big.
One flash here. They've got to sit and fight.
Ooh, and a little bit of an audio cue, just confirmation. 15 seconds left. It's going to be pressured. Stewie's going to jump up, try to dodge those flames. Peek around the corner. Good for the first. automatic's position now known, just needs to hold them back. And such little HP that Breeze peeks, and he's got it. That right there ends the round. Searson doesn't cross, doesn't plant bomb, and Evil Geniuses just pushing it over the line.
Yeah, just good enough, getting 1 for 1 with the op shot in. automatic, of course, loses a trade, but the time is not on their side. And Big Clan run the gamble of bringing it down to the final few seconds. I think waiting is always a good option, especially when there could be a flank and you don't have anything else to do, and they still have a ramp on a clamp, but at the same time, they let it go so long, they didn't leave any room for mistakes, and Breeze had enough time to rotate over. Tight spot. Definitely still some issues here, but they Jimmy rig a setup that makes it work. But I think Big are, you know, they've got the right idea. They definitely see an opportunity here. They're trying to punish.
automatic 13-7.
Nice. 1, 3, 3, 7. Actually, 3 assists.
Holy moly.
Everyone's favorite scoreline.
And again, you know, I didn't expect him to have a crazy good map, let alone series. He's been all across all 3 of them.
Yeah, right now he's like the guy, you spectate him and you feel like he's gonna get a kill. He's like Mr. Reliable at the moment.
Oh, Searson.
Oh my god.
They just crossed. Oh, he turns around. And now he's gonna try to rush forward, but Rush is there instead. And prepared for another. Ooh, hands busy. Dangerous game. Goes back, and Favin closing that. Moving inwards as Rush thought he could just scuttle back with that second gun. An incendiary on top of tabseN prevents him from finding the op. And that could have been one extra weapon offered to what's left of Big 3v3. But they're drawing off the A site. They're completely giving this up.
Well, no smokes for the attack from the T side, so I think the CT's appeal kind of comfortable, but Rush got rid of the op. So it's still there, but it's a little bit farther away. and they don't know that he didn't take it. Now they're going to spot it. This could cause problems.
This feels like a trap if you're Keto.
Yeah.
Now he's going to have to try to rejoin his teammates or...
Oh my God.
The timing.
And now they're turned the corner. Are they way past him? Yeah. Holy... Oh no, they actually went back.
They're still there. They didn't get the better of it. They don't know. And you can see just how confusing this is for Automatic. Now they've already gone beyond him. They've both gone past construction and haven't seen him. Automatic, he may have found one, but Tabson has bomb, and he is behind enemy lines. He's going to wrap this back around, finding Cirque with a nade in hand. That's the opening, with the rotator already dead because Automatic gets caught. Tabson sacrificing the player behind him in mid, gets the bomb plant, and this primes Breeze for a clutch. He's got no kit currently on him. Smoke and an A1S to move this forward. Keto posted, reveals his position. Tabson's actually back around towards yellow, so he just needs to fight forward. And with the smoke on sight, oh, he almost had that chance at the headshot, but no sir, it's big to tie, 6 apiece.
Tabby Cat Tabson.
Stealthy.
A nice move. Yeah, that's beautiful. The crack spots from Tim, you know, there was actually so many windows there where he was kind of watching B, and then going back to watch middle. Saw Rush catch a timing up, doing a similar spot, and I guess that's the game you play if you decide to shoulder it every once in a while. But way to capitalize, Tabson. Such a nice move.
The reward for their efforts as well. Big, just fighting versus the Pistols.
I think EG have converted 2 either Forest or Pistol rounds so far.
Yeah, some sketchy ones mixed in between.
Doesn't exactly inspire confidence.
Where's Stewie? He's falling back from middle. Okay, no big deal. Thought he had pushed through the ladder room, which could have made things interesting, but instead he's just going to look to stack up on site. Again, that double nade, but this is the best thing they've got out of it. 20 damage versus Cirque. Ooh, Searson trying to clip as they push past. He knows he's behind orange, but missed shots by Searson. Uncharacteristic.
He's human.
Still, missing bullets as his teammates decide to push forward. They should make mincemeat of this setup. But Rush kind of awkwardly in the middle of it all, trying to find a little bit of a gap. All his teammates dying. Breeze is trying to get into position, but by the time he gets here, everybody else is dead on his team and alive on the big clan. Now they let the smokes fade, and they just push this ever so gently over the line. Get it done.
Yeah, but Searson makes a lot of noise, and noise pollution is very bad for mental health.
That is true.
So.
That is true.
It's in their heads.
It's just about intimidating them.
Or it's that one.
Are you? That's Stewie. Back, you know, Stewie's now being breezed. On overpass, we saw Breeze get Searson over and over.
Getting breezed is the colloquial term for getting bullied by Searson every round.
Okay, it's official. Trademark it. All those whiffs. I mean, whiffs. There were some pretty marginal shots, but just finds that one gap. The round after Stewie's so frustrated he takes off his headset. Like, oh, sorry, are you feeling down?
That's the Stewie we know.
Now Big really gonna end this half strong. There's nothing at the B site to stop them.
Yeah.
And they're getting kind of greasy with the pace of these rounds
Definitely.
now.
I mean, they had to work so hard to get any respect out of EG.
Sure.
But they, you know, started to rattle them a little bit, figuring out their ARAM on these attacks. It's not super convincing. They still, you know, only got 7 rounds and dropped 2 rounds to pistols and half buys and stuff, but at least now they avoid the threats completely, get a comfortable round where they can establish just USPs for Evil Geniuses, and Big look to close this T half strong.
Yeah, 8th one secured. What are we gonna do here? Okay, everybody do the cold Zera jump. They'll never expect all 5.
That's a fact.
Just one after another. You know, good 2-second gap. It's gonna be the flurry and the fizzle. Really flat at the end of that. Big clan. 8-6, as expected in a round like that.
Schwip Schwap?
The hell is a Schwip Schwap?
It's the, let me get this wrong, German Coca-Cola?
Oh.
I don't know.
No, I haven't.
No, maybe it's like German ginger beer. I don't know. Got an airport.
Have you ever used a plumbus?
No.
Oh. Just checking.
Okay.
Tech, this is not live. Not live.
So what's a plumbus?
You have to Google it.
Oh, should people?
Yeah, you can Google a plumbus.
Okay. I feel like that's some kind of genetically modified vegetable.
It's just, it's not Scrabble legal, so don't try to use it later.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's not Scrabble legal. We have 3 ongoing Scrabble games, you and I, at the moment.
Yeah.
You know, people say, like...
It's fun.
It is fun. Yeah. It was 3 in the morning the other day. I opened my phone and Mohan's scoring 40-point words. I'm like, okay, time for bed. That's enough.
I sleep. You got Wrath on the triple word score earlier.
I did,
Ooh,
yeah. Coming into
money.
the studio.
That was money.
Yeah.
W's 4 points.
Yep.
There's another big letter in there.
H.
Yeah,
H, I think, is 3 or 4. RAT, all 1s. But, yeah, solid 39-pointer, I think, something like that. Just a day in the office. Back to the action. Final round of the first 15. Big secure T-side lead, but by what margin? We've seen Favin a couple times kind of challenge this smoke on his own, very silently, just works through it and stewing. Yeah, he's gonna get that revenge. Not this time, Searson. 5v4 for Evil Geniuses to try and close the CT half.
It's a good start. See if they let up on the pressure at all. I mean, we had some successful early runs towards A ramp where they got some damage off, but still didn't get the kill. So this might be the easiest of the bunch, and a nice punish from Breeze. He looks for that.
I feel like Favin would have been able to see him, but
sometimes
it's harder from the bottom.
I actually don't understand exactly how that fight. I just don't look down. I just don't look down. When I'm down there, I don't look up. I take the stairs. I'm not exactly sure when I have the advantage in that position.
No monkey business.
Yeah.
50 seconds. Another slow cooker here from Big. But working off the double man disadvantage. Still lots of utility to play forward, and maybe having just caught Rush forward like this, yeah, they thought maybe they could hunt him down, but he does a good job of scaring them slightly. Wow. Now they're throwing double Molotovs over top.
3.
Damn, the bomb site engulfed in flames. Oh, and Keto predicting Rush's position. Now all the other counter-terrorists, they're rotators. Frag grenade thrown out in response to that bomb tap, but alternative plant from Tapson, and it's retake needed. Big, able to fluster Evil Geniuses, who are now waiting out this smoke grenade and have very little utility to work with themselves. There's no kit on the play, and Keto sprays into the 2 of them. We've got a 2v2 back and an op swap for Tapson, finds the headshot. There's the trade from Cirque. He's gonna try to get Tizian to come around that corner, and he does it with success. EG able to get just one more CT round win, but this is Big Clan that close to securing themselves a continuation here in the groups and knocking Evil Geniuses down to the showdown.
Full eco, you probably try to be sneaky.
You study how the other team plays their ecos.
You need to be, first of all, patient.
When you win an eco, usually you demolish the opponent's economy and you will get your economy rolling much easier.
A great round. They probably never should have won, honestly, because it was a full eco round. He catches them off guard and, yeah, just makes a good play and ends up winning the tournament like that.
It's a lot of luck, but he deserves, for sure.
Everybody's looking at the same place, basically. And it's a full eco and nobody's even considering the thought that he can be behind anyone.
A round like this, they are just saving as much money as they can to have rifles and utility next round.
Economy is like one of the most important things in this game. Nobody would expect himself to win this round. I don't think he saw himself winning this. He was like in the zone probably and he just hit everything.
Just a little Peter Feeder without no armor you can win a round again with that only.
It was quite a famous grand final.
They have a good execute and it's just swarming the site with the tech nines. It can be really hard for, let's say, one guy meets 2 or 3 of these tech nines. It's pretty hard to kill all of them.
Pretty good decision making to go Ivy behind them because he killed one guy before.
If they lose this round now, they probably lose the game. They have no money left. Good strat, and they were confident in it, so they bought utility for it.
If you lose a round like this, you are the ones that are making the mistakes, and that's tilting.
I see that they full bought into this round. None of them have any money left over, so it was an all-in. Yeah, they had a plan and they executed it perfectly.
I remember this still.
Team Vitality has like no armor at all in this round, so they try to be like sneaky, hide.
More Navi's mistake again. There who want to plant bomb didn't check side at all.
It's not easy to kill like 3 guys on 3 different spots in 3 seconds.
Some really crisp shots.
What can I say?
A close match and a close first half. 8-7 the score for Big as they swap over to the defense. Showdown on the line. Automatic on the top of the scoreboard for the EG camp.
Yeah.
And Keto on the other side.
Yeah, another messy one. A very interesting half, I think, from both sides where they both did some cool stuff. Like, Big learned as the half went on. I feel like got better and better. More back to form. Whereas EG kind of threw some stuff they maybe weren't prepared for and got something out of it, so it's not bad. No telling who's going to win this game now, but everything is on the line. This is for your life in this tournament, so let's see what's going to happen here at map 3.
Bit of a missed Molotov on that one, but so be it. Breeze challenges beyond. Tizian's got a little bit of a gap. Surf's going to take the exact same position, tries to chase the player who's dinked, but knows he has support. Oh, can't finish that. Tabson, 5 health. Somehow manages. And now we've got 3 CTs back on this shelf. Stewie's gonna try to chase them. Kill him! Somebody! Just put an end to the guy! He's down, finally. Rush ends it. And, excuse me.
NA's collective frustration.
Please. I apologize, and may we continue.
That was everybody grabbing their monitors, right? Wanting that to end. I mean, even if he gets the kill, position's pretty much lost, right? Just wanted someone to get that kill. You're supposed to. That's supposed to happen. It's a nice recovery from Taps in a spot where it got incredibly awkward to just make the move. He goes up top, takes down Cirque, and then just continues on his rampage with his evasion bonus. That's jokes.
I can't believe he survives that.
It's been a zany series. But hey, Big Clan, 6 out of 6 pistol rounds won in the series.
They did it.
They did it. They completed it.
I mean, that's huge. That could genuinely end up making a difference.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I mean, you could argue it even saved them on Dust 2, right? In a position where, yes, they got ecoed once, but those extra rounds, it was a very close game. And we get the test of EG, who honestly, I thought the calling has been very strong. Like, they a little bit messy on T sides, but hey, brand new roster, and they pulled off some great moves versus Big. Outcalled them a number of times. They looked very organized, and I feel like T side is the more intimidating half to play. So now we'll just see if they can do it on another map here. Vertigo.
Ooh, dodges back, goes back. Sticks around a little on 48 HP. That's going to just welcome Stewie forward. Nobody actually holding Stewie for the yellow wrap. But just as he starts to jump up, it's actually Keto and Searson both on short, ready for the boost. But I feel like all of EG's pieces are going to go underneath this, up until the point that they could start walking up around the ramp. Like, they're getting awkwardly close. Keto smoked down in the front of it, automatic within it. Searson's holding the line. Nicely done. 2 kills for him. Meanwhile, it's just a distraction on short. So multi-kill from Searson, and finally falling.
Oh, they're waiting for this.
They push. Oh, again.
What?
Dude, automatic.
There's no time
it's
to
over.
go for this. But
it's over.
Some kills will be kind of nice for EG. Rush will try to escape with his life. I don't know if there's an AK for him to pick up, but if not, the Galil will be sufficient. Yeah, awkward spot, but it's not the best buy for EG. They try to work their way up the ramp, but Searson stops them cold in their tracks with this Icarus Fell in hand.
Good of him to find Stewie within that smoke as well.
Yeah,
good
very
track
aware.
Every player.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, this shot is crazy. Whoa. Keto gets sent to another dimension. The strongest fist I've ever seen.
Thick. So just Rush moving the Galil into this one. Stewie's already tagged. He is doomed, but gets away from the nade. Big gunning for that 11th right out of the gate. Very curious to see what EG start to offer us on a T side. How explosive, how fast they want to be. That last one was a nice creepy crawl, but kind of fizzled out, you know? Nobody found Searson, even with that gap.
Yeah.
Favin's having a field day here towards B.
Overall, EG's T sides have been pretty slow, but also productive. And it feels like if you wait for them to work the map, they usually deliver when they have the right amount of map control. They don't make silly decisions at the end. Honestly, I can't even say the same thing about Big Clan. I feel like there's a number of times where it's like they get map control, they get to a position to exec something, and then they fail or they lose the time because of their own doing. So in some ways, that's even a more positive sign for EG. Now, if this was the first map and they were a little bit uncomfortable on Vertigo, they could give up, you know, on this second half and say, oh, let's just look for the next one. And this is probably the map they're the least confident or comfortable playing. Going to the third map in a series with a new team. Unlikely they really wanted to play Vertigo. But because they know Big are not like themselves right now, they beat them already on one map. They made Dust 2 really close, where it probably shouldn't have been as competitive. I'm sure they feel like if they try hard really hard right now that they can actually win. And again, the loser is eliminated, goes down to the Showdown. So there's a really huge opportunity for EG to go up against a Big Clan like this. And I think Big Clan, they can feel that too. If I'm them, I'm just more frustrated than anything else, you know? Things should be a lot easier. So it's up to Tabson and KJ and the rest of the leadership to get this team organized, prepared, and awake.
Just get it over the line. And I feel like now, speaking of being awake, the majority of Big Clan is, you know, the 4 players you look for to be offering up kills, all doing so.
Mm-hmm.
There's no inherent weakness at the moment. And as we get more data off the CT side from Big, see if they can keep that consistency. For now, it's just automatic, throwing some grenades over here, distracting the 2 players who do have a forward stance. Big Clan, not ones to shy away from ramp. Awkward.
Oh yeah, that's going to make things uncomfortable, but smoke doesn't actually obscure their vision for anything important right now. It's going to be a clear sign to Big that something went wrong.
Gonna try to boost one. Breeze given some space with that front smoke. Could actually, yeah, come back to haunt the CTs. That's their smoke thrown up that allows for Breeze to try and challenge the side of this, but good timing on the incendiary from Tizian. And he puts out his own fire, forcing Breeze to take the other entrance. He puts 1 foot in and then falls out. Yeah, met by a frag, dropped to 67.
I feel like a million decisions are being made.
So many moving parts.
It's an ongoing situation with all this different utility.
Of course, time ever present. Down to the 35 seconds.
Well, they know there's only so much utility left over. No one's been flushed out of that position. And the exec is coming now.
Tizian and Tabson. Keto on the mid support. Could be a Keto versus Rush fight at some point, but it's really the 4v2. Oh, turn 4v1. Insta headshot versus Tizian. There's the quick trade.
Nice spacing.
Very nice. Rush slides through. They're just trying to retreat. They're just going to offer this over. Evil Geniuses just squeezing and then stopping and then squeezing again.
Yeah, yeah. That's the thing. Like they give them space. Even if things get uncomfortable, they stay focused and they usually deliver. So that's a nice sign for Evil Geniuses to make this game more competitive. I mean, it's still CT side. Big are going to be comfortable here. Searson will probably even have a better half than he did on the first. The problems don't end, but at least it could be a very competitive map. all things considered, pretty well handled by Breeze. Yeah. That shoulder peek timing, you know, Favin most of the time will get away with that. He'll be able to peek with his MP9, shoot a couple bullets, see someone at that corner, fall back, Molotov comes in, and then there's just an extra player on the site. But Breeze punishes instantly off the peak, as we're about to see. Harder shot than it looks, honestly.
That's really fast.
Yeah.
And Stewie's too.
And this spacing is beautiful from Stewie. Again, right behind Breeze.
Yep. Committed to the cause.
Yeah. Love that.
Witness me. The buy up from Big bottoms out the bank accounts on all. And they're still okay. Decent utility. We saw quite a collect. Ooh. Ooh.
That's slick.
Good nades. Tizian finds Stewie's head, falls back, falls off box, has Favin to help them. No forward presence on the B site. Ooh, and Rush clears him from construction.
Yeah.
And EG, I feel like they concede there. You know, they could have gone for more if they wanted to.
This is a Favin kill. That's a close B player. Then Molly out this position.
Info.
Yeah. Rotations get a little haphazard. EG won't force the issue, though. They've still got Rush alive. And, wow, an interesting move. They put some pressure on B, but they actually cycle it back towards mid. And Rush can come in for a lurk, which maximizes, you know, the amount of HP that he has remaining.
Pulled it off last round.
Yeah, B's on the menu again, but they haven't done any work on the A side, so, you know, a lot of rotations here. And, oh, Tizian gets into that spot. That was mollied out. Very nicely played.
Perfect. Finds the better of the timing. Cirque will be able to trade it, but after 2 kills and with Rush on 16 health, I don't know. We could see a repeat of the last round where maybe Rush tries to squeeze this through middle. No, he's actually down back on the staircase, bombing toe. 30 seconds to go. Tabson close. Run boost desperate. Oh! Or not.
Oh my god.
Maybe it's meticulously perfect. Both players push. Both find kills. And Keto, he's got to stop this. A beautiful play being pieced together from EG in a desperate attempt to get into this site. Keto smells him close. Cirque right on the other end, and there's no way they pulled that off.
That's big money moves from EG. What a play.
That's a Stewie call if I've ever seen one.
Man, the run boost is one thing. To hit the shot is another. 20 HP, but Tabson's aim being displaced is all they needed. And this is a position, I mean, if Rush doesn't get this kill, yes, the Cirque trade comes in, but then it's still a 1v2 from there on. So much more competitive. Getting that frag right away. Still a chance for Big to win. But then EG pull off that clutch. 2-round game now. Pistols up from Big. That one was special.
What a round. That one's going to leave Big
and that's after
singed.
Yeah, that leaves Tizian's play in the mud too. That was so nice how he did that. I mean, the way that EG worked the map was beautiful. Pressure on B, pressure on mid. Got that kill back. Low HP Rush. They throw the default nades to clear out the close positions, then go forward. The execute, and Tizian just slips in. Grabs 2 frags.
Coupled to that flashbang that came to help him as well.
Yeah.
Which really caught EG off guard. Now as they shoot for the double digits, they've got a very real round at just stopping them in their tracks. Shouldn't be any deaths.
What?
Shouldn't be.
Man, Tizian in his last few rounds, he had like something like 5 kills to start this half.
Okay, Rush got bombed. A little sketchy for a second
They
there.
search that back, yeah.
Rush goes to run.
2 AKs up, no armor. I mean, they had some crazy headshot. They can get back into this round, but they're so far away now.
Yeah, you save those guns and, you know, there's still plenty of time for Big to win this game. Yeah. You chalk it up to a flying Rush.
And Rush didn't have a great first half as well, so just goes to show, I mean, stay composed. The kills will come your way eventually. Still believe. Banger now. 3rd map, 1-round game. It hasn't been more unclear who is going to win.
I really want to know whose idea it was to launch Rush into the stratosphere of that B site.
Yeah.
Who calls that? Bomb pops and 3 stand on the T side, 2 on the other end. Damage on Favin, that's the audio cue offered. Tizian's pistol work, very nice.
I feel like if you're going to fly into the site, you got to call it yourself. You know what I mean? Like Rush has got to be like,
yeah,
throw me in, sir.
I'm going in. I like that.
It's got like a
clap, bump.
Yeah, he's got protocol. He's got protocols.
That's chest touch.
Light chest touch.
That is intimate.
The run boost is Cirque's idea.
Cirque's idea. All right, excellent. We extracted it from the comms.
Okay.
Yo, thank you, production.
I'm gonna throw you in.
Yeah, right?
Wow.
Yeah, it's got to be one of those two.
That's a mogul move right there.
Rush, you're going.
That's wild. Ideas win tournaments.
Cirque made the call. We just extracted that live.
Yeah. Okay. Searson time, you know? A little bit of a slow start to half. Actually, I don't know if he's got a kill yet. I think he was like 13-9, kick things off. Hurting something. Taps in up close and personal. This is a position I feel like Evil Geniuses needed to use more. Where Tapson is right now. Start to walk off. They've got the jump spot from Keto. It looks like the patience is working for Evil Geniuses. Ooh, and a very late smoke. That's unwelcoming. They can't even fully wait this out.
All right. Oh, they're going to run through. Keto's primed perfectly. Oh, 2 and a 3rd. Whips it down into Cirque. And that is just Evil Geniuses unraveled on the ramp. So well played. Like you said, unwelcoming. But Keto took the invitation.
He's got the utility to actually attempt this. The late Molly comes out, 15 seconds.
Forces him back.
He genuinely could still try this. It'll be
Fake
tough.
Plant?
Yeah.
They come through door. Oh! For a second.
Yeah.
2 went, 1 stayed.
Yes.
That's the insurance policy.
Yeah, and he might have had one more try to plant, maybe, if that spray didn't take too long. Beautiful play from Keto.
Excellent.
Not just for the shots, the positioning, and also the smoke that came in that late, knowing that they have to exec through it to be able to win the round. They can't even go back to B and set up their grenades. So really, really good utility usage from Big Clan. That's what wins the round.
Big moment for Keto.
Yeah.
Pushes him to 21 and 14. Top of the board for the Big Clan.
Like you said, everyone's contributing.
Yep, exactly. And Keto is one of those players who is definitely putting himself on the radar. Has had some very real shining moments. When push comes to shove, diamonds in the rough and whatnot. Double nades over top. That's Favin softened. Ooh, but he finds Breeze in the face.
Breeze likes that duel. Favin says, I know the angle just as well as you.
Smoke to disrupt this stairs setup. Just going to continuously make Evil Genius's job all the harder. Big gunning for that 13-10 lead. 5v4. We start to watch EG work their way slowly back towards the base of ramp. A deep angle. Very deep angle being held. That's Searson. Comfortable op spot. See if he can knock down a peg before they fall back. No. Misses the mark. Takes substantial damage in return.
That's an important player to move off in this timing. They're not looking to lose the same way they did last time. Now in position to move ahead with things. You can very easily get the offer off with the right grenades. This is the Molly to send him back.
It works.
And he doesn't have the health to play with.
CDT starting to scramble over. T-side smokes have landed.
Yep.
Searson retreats beyond them. It's going to be Keto in the pocket. Looking to make a play here. 1 kill, that's it. Stewie, quick trade. They could flash a man over top. Tapson gonna challenge. Down goes Cirque, no op, but Rush's cover from short makes a difference. We've got man advantage to the way of Big with bomb planted on the ramp. Stewie falls away. Flash is going over. CT's already starting to recollect this real estate. They move, but slowly. They're trying to find those angles, hoping someone faces. This could be the double peak between Stewie and Rush. It's a stick from Favin down to a second. Oh, nobody punches. Oh, nobody bites. And Big robbed the round.
Oh my God, they could have swung and cleared that. They were so scared of Searson opping them down. They thought for sure it was going to be a fake plant to start things off. Damn, that's such a close timing. A small mistake there. I don't want to be too hard on them for that just because it's 3v2. The op is still up. And they don't want to be fully risky. Also, the flash separates them from the fight. They're just such a close moment off of the engagement, but it's just enough. And that's the flash from Searson to slow things down. Those retakes are not easy to win. It's well done from Big Clan. Kicked off with some great coverage from Rush. Covering the top of the boxes. Wow, an important victory. Money's still right here for EG, even though it's 3 rounds to tie. Favin even has a FAMAS to work with. Perfect time to call a timeout. They moved at a better tempo there to get the ramp control, go to the execute, and everything like that. But the trades were too solid from the Big Clan, who appear to be getting better by the round. Favin with an opening there as well earlier on over on B.
Yeah, smashing Breeze through the floorboards. Oh, perfect. Wow. Searson nade into the hallway with Tizian's peak.
Wow.
That is a micro moment of teamwork, and it is stupendous.
Those are the tactics we love to see.
That's the kind of stuff you pull out at round 24. Just that little bit of an edge, something that poor Rush has no warning sign of. Catches Evil Geniuses off and suddenly puts them on the back foot. Breeze, a similar situation to when he once tested this same angle, and we've got a player back on quad.
Favin has no utility to work, but he's also not getting mollied out. And oh no!
Stewie's flash.
The flash hits Breeze. It's missed time. Trade comes through from Stewie. Still 3 on 4. One back, Jenny.
Time to spare. Jump over top. That's the op spotted. Stewie just trying to slam those bullets through smoke.
They have no utility.
Cirque takes damage. Oh, Searson misses a shot, but at least that's information. But he doesn't stay there. Stewie actually doubling back around that back rafter. Utility being given so Searson can just keep that gun up. CT smoke comes over. That's going to screw with the stairs player, but Cirque, he is in a prime position for impact. There's the flash to push. Cirque falls, jumps back, trades one. Still, bodies moving inwards. Automatic on the off angle has shown us quite a bit in this series. Galil Spray gets the one, but Searson's trade makes the difference with another Keto defuse. We've got a 14th on Big side.
Yes, sir, and well earned. Fantastic shot from Searson on that trade. No, we see it from the other perspective, but it's quick. Automatic could have moved from that spot, and he only had the Galil to work with. They put so much pressure here on EG. Again, this opening tactic, wonderful to see. Rush was so uncomfortable there for a second, and unfortunately, Breeze mistiming his peak with the flash from Stewie, eats it fully, could have gotten a trade, couldn't even give info on that. Stewie still found one. They were almost lucky to get the bomb down in that spot. Big Clan now 1 away from match point.
Energy's good in the big camp. Buys not on EG's end of this one. Round 25, Tech 9s, Keto, labored spray, he gets there. And he's got Tabson to fall into with the Opper on his other shoulder. So Evil Genius is not able to make the most of this initial burst beyond the ramp. Now it's going to be a challenge against Tabson. Smoke behind it, automatic. Kind of caught on the front line. Easy clear here, Big very much shooting for that 15th. Dare I say, secured it. But of course, EG could just play that timing.
Yeah, you always want to hold your tongue in these moments just because we've seen Big lose these rounds.
Yeah, it just feels like they're powering up. You know, they're tapping into that back pocket. That deep nade strat to start the last one. Everybody getting sharper as this series has gone on.
See if they were better off just rushing the ramp along with Stewie.
Oh, clothesline. The A4 runs dry, but the bomb still hits the dirt. Cirque needs to be everything in this one. Trudges forward, connects it versus Keto. 74 health in A4 and the bomb. 25 seconds to spare. Opper already posted. Oh, good damage. That's Searson to 16, but close angle here from Tizian, and that rotating flash of Favin secures the 15th. We're talking 5 map and match points for Big to push EG to the showdown.
Well played, Big. That's cleaned it up their act, you know, like way less holes here in the second half. Super solid CT side so far. It's going to be grueling if EG pull out this victory. To even tie up would be an insane performance, so they're going to have to dig real deep here.
Now's the time to do it.
Breeze looks like he's comfortable with the idea of flirting with the idea of like fighting Favin. We're seeing this duel take place a number of times, but he's not coming out ahead most of the time. And because, again, they're a new team, or, you know, it's going to be awkward moments like that where they miss time in exec and Breeze eats a flash, or the trade needs to come in. But those small mistakes are what's going to make the difference.
Oh, awkward fight. Oh, it's good. Tabson just getting the end of it. Stewie, Sly Dog, finds the headshot.
Still 2 here on the ramp.
Oh, nice little adjustment from Searson. Flicks it up into Cirque. Now, Stewie's still known to be nearby. Searson gonna fall away from this.
Oh,
he falls.
Now, he doesn't know if anybody heard him, but he's got to assume they have.
Keto, perfect, off of the spray. Stewie would have assumed that maybe they had all fallen back into the bomb site, but they left that anchor. And now the 2v4 is what's needed to keep NA's hopes alive. Another fight that goes the way of Favin over Breeze, and poor Rush left alone to make magic happen here through mid. He doesn't even have the bomb. And with 35 seconds on this clock, it feels like more of an inevitability that Big have done it yet again in the face of adversity. Off of the back of a map 1 loss, they run this series 2-1, take Vertigo, and send EG soaring.
Yeah, that's well done. Again, that was a really good chance for EG to fend off the Showdown, which is obviously a very brutal tournament. But honestly, I mean, there was good things to say about their debut as a roster. Muddied by the fact that Big were not their best self, but we did see some really good T-side rounds again. We've seen more of their map pool, which is really cool. I mean, definitely see a lot of promise, lots to work on at the same time, but Big are the ones with real trouble. You know, they have higher expectations and they're supposed to do well moving forward in this event. So we still have yet to see if their Vertigo performance will translate to an even better next series. And,
yeah, exactly.
You know.
Nice to see Favin succeeding in this like solo B role. I think like really canceled out Breeze, who's somebody that we could have expected better from. So just, you know, points on that regard. Side of the map was pretty shut off. You know, sometimes other than, you know, maybe throwing Rush through the sky, B seemed closed. But to close out the show, we hand this back to Freya.
A series that went the whole 9 yards. EG turn, trip, and tumble over the final hurdle. That sees Big holding on to tournament life and progressing here through the gauntlet of the spring groups. With that, we see, unfortunately, them being eliminated from the competition, but a valiant effort from EG going forward.
A valiant effort indeed. They have been effectively gatekept by the gatekeeper of Counter-Strike. Exactly what we said. Big better over the course of this best of 3. We asked the question, we posed the question of the map pool. We could see on Vertigo that the difference was quite clear. Big was very clean in how they won this map. They were dominant from start to finish, and at the end of the day, a logical result.
Yeah, we saw the limitations to EG, right? To come into a best of 3 game against a very established team like Big, your map pool is going to suffer a little bit. I think EG played their chance on the first couple of maps. The win, you know, in particular on Overpass, I was very impressed with. But when you look over the course of all 3 maps, when you look over Vertigo as well for that matter, no doubt that Big were the better team. They came better prepared, and it looked like they were more streamlined in the way they approached the game as well. I will say, though, commiserations to Evil Geniuses. I think they performed better than I would have initially thought so coming into the tournament. So positive, you know, despite losing here, but again, you know, a little bit too early for all the NA teams, you know, who ended up losing today.
Yeah, not been a good day if you're a fan of NA.CET going forward, but maybe a lot to learn for the teams as they progress on throughout the tournament. Of course, we'll be seeing them at the Gauntlet of the Showdown as well. But just going back to some of the names we saw on that scoreboard, there's one name that was pretty high up there for the side of Big.
Yeah, I think Keto deserves commiseration for that game, or he deserves respect rather, after a very, very dramatic first map where he had 8 kills for 20 deaths on Overpass. He had a stellar reaction. He ends up the best of 3 with 55 kills, which is obviously very respectful. I think on Vertigo, he was extremely decent at trading spacing on the T side. Over on the A side, when it comes to the CT side, he was playing good Counter-Strike as well. So this was not exactly someone I was expecting to step up and take the mantle of carrying on Vertigo. But if he can do that on a more frequent basis, maybe with 5 and then behind him, then why not?
I agree, and that's what we kind of saw. We questioned it when we saw Overpass, right? We lacked the firepower coming out of Big, and we're pointing towards Tizian, we're pointing towards Keto. They had a very poor performance, both of them. Keto stepped up a little bit on Dust 2, had a much better showing, and here in Vertigo, he was playing even better. So when you have that, you know, 4th player within your lineup, with Faven playing well, with Tabson finding impact, Searson being reliable as always, then Big Academy have not Big Academy, sorry, I watched too much We Play Academy League in this one. Then Big have potential, I guess, you know, as we've seen before, to be a team that can go toe-to-toe against some of the best. The problem for me is, are they reliable? Is Keto as a fourth, you know, player, or as a third star, sort of, is he reliable enough? Is Tizian? And that's my problem for Big, because I don't think that's the case against the top of the top teams.
I mean, Keto's been hit or miss. That's the issue. And that's also why some people still believe in that player. I know I've been quite critical of him. And whenever he has these maps, then I have to, you know, admit that I was wrong and he played the best of 3. But then who knows, the next 2, 3, 4 games, he could disappear completely and be absolutely non-consequential. So when he has a good map like that, Big suddenly has much more depth to the roster. And when he doesn't, we talk about limits.
And that's the thing, it's the consistency question, which I feel like a little bit of a broken record saying this time and time again about Big. But that's the struggle for me, looking at them and going on throughout this tournament. The names are only going to get bigger and bigger as they climb up this mountain.
Yeah, it all depends where we rank them and where we want to see them. From my personal taste, I see Big as a team, as you said, you call them the gatekeepers in a way. You know, they're a top 10 team. Maybe, but they're never going to be a top 5 team with the current roster. Not in my head, at least. There's not enough firepower. There's not a lot of, enough talent, I guess, within the Big squad. Also, you know, bringing in Faven, that made an awful lot of sense. But let's say you're not bringing in Faven, or you have to replace Tizian or Keto. Do the German scene right now have the depth of talent that can replace those guys within Big? I don't think so. That's why they're probably still on the team as well. So there's a lot of question marks surrounding Big. So I guess we have to manage our expectations a little bit. As long as they can stay relevant within the top 10, I think that in itself is impressive for them.
Well, unfortunately, after that big victory, it does mean Evil Geniuses are booted out of the competition. We do have Stu on the line for a few words. First of all, thank you so much for joining us, Stu, for a few words after that game. I do want to ask, from your perspective, this is the first time that we've got to see this new roster together. What's been your biggest learning from this tournament? Because it's kind of been a chance to kind of collect some data on these teams.
Oh man, I think it just goes down the list and it keeps going. Just being in this position and being able to work with EG and becoming kind of like the pillar of the project, I think it puts a lot of pressure, and I'm learning a lot throughout the way, not just inside the game, but also outside the game. But these tournaments are helping a lot because we've only had 2 weeks of practice, and it is hard to say where we stand. We're not the strongest team right now. We're not that strong. But being able to play these officials where people play serious and, you know, they're not pushing as much, it's a lot more realistic. I think we put up a good fight. I'm very happy with our showing. A lot of little mistakes here, missed nades, and, you know, I think it all comes down to us learning and getting a feel for each other and playing together and just building chemistry.
Stewie, you said in an interview with James that it was your plan to help Cirque and Breeze go back to their best level. Can I ask you, what exactly is the protocol to get there? What do you have in mind?
Yeah, that's tough. It's a little tough because I think Cirque and Vince, they had, you know, a tough year last year, maybe a tough 2 years with so many iterations of EG and never a consistent one, never a permanent one. So I think right now their confidence is a little low. It's not about just me coming in and trying to implement a system that I know. I want to know how they like to play. You know, I want to know what kind of plays they like. You know, what kind of opera I got, what kind of player Vince is. You know, so I think I need them being a little more vocal in that aspect and just learning who they are as a player. So I want to put them in the strong suits, in their comfort zone as much as possible. But it comes down to, you know, them being confident in their own decision too, and also being able to be confident in me to implement a good system where they feel comfortable. So there's still a lot to work around it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, where do you see the balance between you having to tailor roles for them and a structure for them to shine and their responsibility to go back to that level? Where do you see the balance between the two?
I'm not too sure if I had to answer. I wish I could do it right now, but I think that's something we're still trying to figure out, trying to make sure everyone's comfortable. Right now, it's just always trying to grind scrims, trying to ask them if they feel comfortable, what can we do better in their position, and, you know, just try to get everyone on the same page so we can play together collectively, and just trying to take it step by step, take every small positive the best as possible. I think our Liquid game and the big game here showed some signs of life from us and showed some potential, but definitely a lot to work on still.
Stu, one of the question marks when it comes to roster was Automatic. How was he going to fare in Counter-Strike after his little stint to Valorant? Are you surprised that he's playing so well already for you guys?
Not even surprised that Tim's playing this well, honestly. Tim is, like, I like to compare it to Nick. No shade to Nick, but I feel like Tim coming back from Valorant is definitely better than Nick coming back to Valorant because I just played with both of them, and I know that Tim, he works very hard when he really wants something, and when he individually wants it, he'll put all the time and effort into it, and he's going to try to study as much, try to analyze every little thing that he does, and I know he's very self-reflective in that sense, so he's always trying to work on it, trying to ask questions, trying to work together. For me, I'm trying to make him the second voice on the team and trying to get him on the same page as me so I can get a little leeway as well, and just trying to grind up from there.
Yeah, and talking about you, right, I'm curious because you were in Liquid and you've been very outspoken about your time in Liquid with Fallen being the in-game leader, then you being the in-game leader, etc., etc. Coming into Liquid, there's no doubt that you're the voice of the team. As you said, you're the pillar of the team. How are you going to set yourself up for success? Is that even a talking point in your own head, or is it all about your teammates?
Oh, man, dude, I'm not about setting myself up for success. For me, success comes from trophies. It comes from titles, and it doesn't matter who MVP is. It doesn't matter who is the star of the team. For me, the star of the team is going to be Cirque and Vince, and you know, anyone else that shows up is just going to be, you know, a blessing in disguise. And for us, we got a lot of skill on this team, so we just got to utilize it and try to put it into the best roles possible.
Sounds good.
Well, Stu, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us as always, and yeah, look forward to seeing you guys and seeing if you can bounce back in the showdown.
Thank you, guys.
I really like the honesty from Stu there,
you always
man.
get honesty, yeah.
No, you really do. He's really one for giving us a really good insight to the team as well. And it's nice that he's already thinking about, you know, how they're going to be developing, not, you know, being too content with what they've showed here, but looking forward for the future.
Yes, and that's why I tried to poke him a little bit with the last question, because I kind of want to see Stewie in a role where he can also find impact. I admire, you know, him wanting to set up the teammates, but let's be realistic, you know. It's easy for us on the outside to look at Cirque and look at Breeze and saying they have not been performing for a very long time. Neither have Stewie, in the sense that all those players, one thing they have in common were that they were the best of the best from the North American region, right? Breeze at a certain point, probably up there with the very best. Stewie 2K was probably the best NA player for a short stint of time as well. And then Cirque, of course, the Bulgarian bulldozer. One of those players will have to find the old level, you know, if we got to believe in EG for the future. And that very well could be Stewie as well, who, as an in-game leader, as an entry fragger, as a guy creating space for his teammates, he can do a lot of good stuff for his team.
Well, unfortunately, no more of EG going forward in the tournament, but we do have a few words from Big's coaches. We're seeing more of them throughout the groups.
NKJ, you managed to overcome EG, but I'm going to start by talking, I guess, about something not so positive when it comes to the overpass, because there was certainly a time where I'd look at Big's overpass and have a bit more confidence in it, but I'm wondering, is it maybe that you guys are struggling to kind of just find your form and integrate Favin into it, or is there other issues you've seen?
No, I would not necessarily say that. Unfortunately, we had a rough start when it came to closing out the anti-ecos or winning the anti-ecos against them, so they kind of took advantage of our economic situation when we were on the CT side. We won the first buy round that we did have, and then they instantly set us broke again afterwards and kind of just completely screwed our whole economy. And from that point on, we were just looking at a 7-8 half at max, which is not a good result at all, let's face it. And then on the T side, the same thing happened. We win the pistol, and then they win the force buy. They built momentum from there on, and we just completely, we just fucked it up, unfortunately, on overpass.
And then it comes to Dust 2, right? And that's certainly a map you guys have always been able to have some confidence in for sure. We see Sirius being able to put up the numbers that he always does, you know, very good at locking it down. But they certainly did have a chance to fight back within that one. But I want to touch more on what we're looking at from EG. Do you expect to have a better result against a team like this at the moment, considering they're also going through, like, such a lot of new integration, new players coming back to the game? Are you satisfied with these kind of results you're putting up against them?
Yes and no, I would say. I mean, at the end of the day, the only thing that matters is a W, right? That's what we're looking at here right now. And the thing is that they really played well on overpass. We got to give kudos to them. They just found our gaps everywhere on the CT side, and then also T side. Whenever we were trying to hit a side, they just came from the side, hit ourselves in the back. So it was really rough playing against them. Kind of annoying. Had perfect timing a lot of times, pushes and whatsoever. Even if we were playing a bit more patient, holding certain angles. Dust 2 could have been a bit more lopsided, in my opinion. Like, it felt like there should have been a 12-3 half on the T side for us, but then there were certain rounds where we were not disciplined enough, unfortunately. Looking at some force buys of them again, we just have to work on our discipline really, really hard when it comes to that. And then result-wise, it could look a lot differently.
When you're talking about discipline, is there something specific on that? Is it maybe like just down to how you're handling like late round situations and stuff like that?
Including that as well, yeah. It comes to, like, there are multiple factors. How to play advantageous situations, right? How to be more patient. For example, you have, like, let's say 1 minute left on the clock. Why would you just keep on Or why would you just all of a sudden push, for example, if you just hear a certain sound cue? Just keep playing patient, especially when you know that you have the weaponry advantage. So there are certain things that we still have to improve on. We have been improving, or just focusing on these things, trying to improve them day by day. It has already improved in my opinion, but we still have a long way to go.
And that's the beauty of it, right? There's always improvements you can make across all of it. Comes to Vertigo, though, CT side definitely was a lot more comfortable for you guys. But when you look at where you're at right now, and we spoke before, right, you said about the things you want to work on and just getting fun, feeling more comfortable, getting integrated a little bit better. Do you feel like you've made a big improvement in the past week on that?
Oh, yeah, we most certainly have. And luckily, he's able to be now here in our office again as well. So that is also helping quite a lot. And it's just going to keep getting better day by day, having him here. And now everybody loves our little JB.
Well, NKJ, it's always a pleasure to talk to you, and I do love the fact you give me such open and honest answers on the problems and stuff you're going through. So I'm going to let you get off, and I'll speak to you tomorrow, man. Thank you very much.
Cheers. Thank you. Take care. Have a good night.
Huge congratulations to Big on that victory over the side of EG. And we're going to continue on with the highlights in our CS Money Play of the Day. You guys, you know the drill by now. Head on over to the Blast Premier Twitter to get your votes in. What are we kicking off with first?
We got Woody with the double-double, the AWP action, just absolutely destroying his opponent's complexity right here. That's dirty. 2 in the same round, Matthew? You can't
That is nasty. I can't remember last time I saw it.
Yeah.
A double trouble in the same round. Then next we have JT with a little bit of a lurk action in the smoke towards Ancient here. He's got a teammate by his side that's going to create all the fakes he needs. Bait and switch setup, triple kill, even adding a 1 to the tally with the AK. That was a stellar round from JT.
Yeah, good to see. I mean, we haven't seen in the highlight reel for quite some time is Elish, but he's finally but surely stepping up. This one is a nice one. And Ace coming with the deagle. And Elish, he has that X factor to him. These shots are just nasty, especially the control right here with the deagle. It is not easy to stay calm in a situation like this, but if anyone can, it would be Elish. This is a fine round, and again, good to see Elish with a bit of a highlight.
And it's great to see Elish having that kind of impact. You'd almost wonder what would have happened had they had a bit more rounds on the T side and then they warm up. I mean, it's the game of what if, but it was great to see Elish with a couple of very impactful rounds.
Yeah, of course, make sure you guys are voting over on the Twitter. We're going to be recapping who has won the CS Money Play of the Day tomorrow in our pre-show. We're also going to be recapping who is the current king. And oh, look, we are still on top of the castle, Pimp, alongside Anders.
Coming back.
What is Anders doing there? What is Anders doing there?
Weren't you just 1 point behind this morning anyway, Maniac?
No,
you got the perfect
better.
day.
Oh, no, you had the perfect day.
You're trying to undermine my success.
Sorry, I forgot you went on the MIBR hype train.
Well, you're as bad as defense as well, so I mean, that's...
We have to think about a way to how we're going to bully Londers for being on single digit right now.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he's just really on the NA train.
You guys remember the season when Scrawny went minus points?
Oh, I mean, I was also on minus points that season too, so let's just be... That was cruel. That was a really cruel format.
Sorry.
I don't like the social guys for doing that format. And you can see why we reverted it. We're going to take a look at the bracket as well to see exactly how the lay of the land is looking as we head on into the next day of the competition here in the Gauntlet. I saw you picking MIBR today. I'm thinking tomorrow you're probably not going to be able to go against your Frenchman.
I dare you.
Jamais. Au grand jamais, Freya. Au grand jamais. Easy peasy for Vitality. Quote me on that.
And that is exactly what is going to be coming up first on our schedule tomorrow. Then it's going to be NAVI taking on NIP. We were saying anybody that finds themselves in that side of the bracket going through the Gauntlet, it's not going to be an easy ride for them, particularly now NAVI look to have their fire back in their step.
Yeah, they look good today, and I think NAVI's only getting better game by game. So for NIP, they've played well, you know, they played above expectations, but to beat NAVI in a best of 3, that's going to be rough.
It is a tall task. I think the biggest question mark for me has to come down to the final game of the day. Astralis taking on Big.
Fair enough. There's a question of map pool right here, and I guess there's a world in which Big can kind of trick Astralis into playing maps they're not comfortable on, but we have seen quite a lot of weaknesses on the side of Big, so it's a tough one to call.
I want to raise the bar. It's not only a question of map pool in that one, it's a question of form, it's a question of what is the team capable of. Astralis in a, I would say, in a playing crisis right now. Big is flirting with the line of being in a crisis. It's getting a little bit better. Certain at the boot camp definitely helped them out as well. He was playing fantastically well today, so I'm not willing to say that they're in a current crisis right now, especially considering Faven just joined them, but in terms of results, in terms of the ranking we saw, the stock value for those two teams is not going up right now.
Stock value, here it is again. I can feel that it's scribbling in you.
It's really on your mind, Jacob. Well, that is it for the show today. A lot of questions as we head on into tomorrow, and hopefully we will be finding some answers. We'll be back at same time, same place tomorrow with more best of 3 matches going into the rest of the spring groups. Make sure you join us then.